The beauty system. Awaken, my child. A weary body. Icy fingertips, standing at the precipice of darkness in that moment. She slowly extended her outstretched hands to touch, yet was thwarted by a transparent membrane. No matter how fervently she called out, she could only succumb to the shadows. Yet, the sensation felt astonishingly real. She was unwilling to surrender so easily, to let this unsettling conclusion prevail. At last, she pierced through the membrane, shattering the barrier, and a beam of light banished the surrounding darkness. My child, you have finally been born. Why did this voice sound so frail? Why did my body feel so awkward? As I faced the light, I beheld my Mothera colossal scorpion. It possessed but one enormous claw, its 5-meter-long body entwined with countless iron chains, clearly indicating its imprisonment. The other claw was severed, and its body bore numerous wounds, evidently inflicted by some monstrous beasts. The stinger on its tail was worn down, a testament to prolonged assaults against objects as hard as steel, merely imagining it was painful. I can't believe I'm still alive. She vividly recalled being engulfed in the flames of a plane explosion that searing heat should have reduced her to ashes. Regaining her composure, she scrutinized herself closely. Her hands were a pair of delicate pincers, and she possessed 8 enviable long legs that everyone in her past life admired. Maneuvering them felt somewhat unfamiliar, and she stumbled after just a few steps. The little tail behind her stood erect uncontrollably. Regrettably, it lacked fluffiness and charm. Why am I turning into a scorpion? I'm a girl, and scorpions are so terrifying. Yet, no one paid heed to her lamentations. Soon, a grumbling sound emanated from her stomach. Jean Meili was famished, having not eaten for quite some time. Children, come quickly for your meal. The scorpion mother regurgitated a milky, granular substance. Resembling jelly, it was a wondrous energy cube, perfect for replenishing strength. The numerous newly hatched little scorpions scrambled towards their mother at her beckoning, while Jean Meili, unaccustomed to her 8 pairs of elongated legs, became the last to reach the scorpion matriarch. With great effort, the scorpion mother expelled an energy cube clearly formed from the energy within her own body. As she consumed the tasteless energy cube, Jean Meili felt her vitality swiftly being restored. Look, this group of mutated scorpions has hatched. It seems we can proceed to the next phase of the experiment. Suddenly, a familiar voice in Chinese rang out. My goodness, it turns out I'm not the only one who has been reborn. I must hurry over to greet a fellow countryman. Fellow countryman, look over here, I'm right here. How peculiar. This little scorpion seems unafraid of humans. Look at it waving its claws, quite amusing. Before her stood 4 staff members clad in black protective gear, half-jokingly addressing the scorpion. Go report immediately. We must not delay the progress of Lord Xiaoyan's experiment. Understood. A lead researcher, appearing to be in charge, called away the 4 onlookers. How is it that they cannot comprehend my words? It is infuriating. Wait, that cannot be right. They all speak Chinese. Could this be the stronghold of traversers? Has crossing over become so effortless? But why are they studying me? Where exactly am I? What manner of world is this? Never mind. I shall ponder this another time. First, I need to find a cozy nook. I must collect my thoughts. Wandering aimlessly, she practiced her long legs, reminding herself that if she could not walk, she ought not to run. Progress must be gradual. Ouch! Jean Meili stumbled once more, but this time it was not her own doing. She had tripped over an object. What is this? Jean Meili used her pliers to pry apart the underbrush and discovered the invaluable ring she had acquired prior to her traversal. She had intended to sell it for a comfortable retirement, yet alas, she had traversed and brought the ring along to this foreign realm. It's all your fault. Otherwise, I would surely be lounging on a luxurious sofa, watching television, munching on sunflower seeds, and counting stacks of cash. Jean Meili laid the blame for her predicament squarely on the ring, oblivious to the fact that it was precisely this ring that had allowed her to escape the explosion of the airplane. As Jean Meili administered a flurry of turtle pincers upon it, the rust on the ring gradually peeled away, revealing its opulent nature. Suddenly, a dazzling light enveloped her, transporting Jean Meili to a peculiar realm, one filled with chaos, devoid of orientation. Up, down, left, right, or front, back. The 4 directions encompass the universe, and the passage of time spans the ages. After millennia of waiting, I have finally awaited your arrival, my esteemed host. And who might you be? I am your system, born amidst the heavens and the earth in pursuit of the most exquisite existence, known as the beauty system. My purpose is to seek out and cultivate the most beautiful creature. Though you speak the truth in praise of me, I am but a scorpion just hours old. How can I possibly become the most beautiful being? Upon hearing a voicino, a system extolling her beauty, she felt compelled to respond with courtesy. Rest assured, host, every entity in this universe possesses its significance, and under my guidance, you shall emerge as the most beautiful among them. Very well. Present me with your finest treasures. I shall comply with your wishes. Hee hee. The beauty system is now binding. Congratulations, host. You have received one opportunity to spin the beauty wheel. Please note, this spin will determine the type of beauty system you will acquire. Shall we proceed? Yes. Without a second thought, Jeanne Meili used her small pincers to select the spinning option. The pointer whirled rapidly. The ancient four-beauty system, that one. Stop it now. The divine angel system, that works too. Halt immediately. The princess development system, that's the one. I want to be a princess. Oh no, don't spin away. All the systems Jeanne Meili desired were mercilessly swept past by the pointer, which began to slow down, nearing its final stop. This dazzling star system appears to be the strongest on the wheel. Stop it now. No, please. What is this? The Scorpion Beauty System? No. Slide past it, ding. Congratulations, esteemed host. You have been selected for the formidable Scorpion Beauty Cultivation System. Please await the distribution patiently. System binding in progress 0. System binding in progress 10. System binding in progress 80. System binding in progress 99. System binding in progress 100. Throughout history, many beauties have been likened to venomous serpents. No matter how exquisite, they are often deemed femme fatale by man. Thus, let us shatter this notion. Become the enchanting master. For even if transformed into a serpent or scorpion, I shall remain the most beautiful. Congratulations, esteemed host, on the successful binding of the Scorpion Beauty System. You have received a novice gift package, now stored in your inventory. Please note that this system's inventory is for outgoing items only and should not be treated as a storage FAC. Ility. Chapter 2. Constructing the Shelter. Why can't I store anything? Must this poor little scorpion bear such a burden? Dear host, that ring of yours can hold a modest amount, so please refrain from transforming the noble system into a mere warehouse. Yet, the ring is so large, and my little pincers are so small. How could I possibly wear it? Beloved host, simply extend your tiny hand, and it will adjust to a size befitting you. How marvelous. Wait a moment, how do I exit? This place is filled with chaos and lacks any doors. Dear host, this is your mind. Thus, there is no need for doors. You may enter and exit according to your own will. Oh, Jeanne Meili sensed a hint of disdain from the system. Yet she had no evidence to substantiate her feelings. She surveyed her surroundings, noting that her siblings had claimed all the prime locations within the cell. It appeared she would need to exert herself a bit more. This cell was not particularly vast, spanning only 40,000 square meters. Yet their scorpion mother occupied a full 1/10 of the space. Nevertheless, such an expanse was still considerable for these diminutive creatures. The cell was constructed underground, devoid of sunlight. Though artificial light was abundant, seemingly to simulate the scorpion's natural habitat, or perhaps the group of time travelers was simply too indolent. The area was overrun with weeds and vines, yet largely devoid of wood. While ordinary scorpions prefer cool, shaded areas, Jeanne Meili had different aspirations. She intended to create a shelter of her own. A one-bedroom apartment with a kitchen and a bathroom would suffice. Jeanne Meili selected a plot of land, which featured an underground water pond. This little fountain was quite charming. It would do nicely. With a flick of her pincers, she cleared away the surrounding weeds, for trapped within her own cage. She no longer cared whether these weeds were necessary. The sharpness of the grass posed a risk. Should it slice the skin, it would surely leave a mark. After clearing a half-meter radius of the grassy area, the little water pond revealed itself, indeed a source of subterranean water rather than stagnant pools. Excellent. The next task was to find materials to construct a small dwelling. However, there seemed to be no wood in the vicinity. Nonetheless, she resolved to make do with vines. She scoured the surroundings, gathering suitable vines, stems of the weeds, leaf sheaths, and the silky white hairs found at the base and upper parts of the leaf sheaths. These towering weeds, far exceeding the height of a scorpion, were treasures in their own right. Fortunately, as a scorpion, manipulating these stems with her pincers proved quite manageable. After about an hour, she tied the collected grasses into knots, twisting them into sticks, strips, and ropes, organizing them accordingly. Lacking hands and relying solely on her pincers and a swaying tail, the task consumed considerable time. Using her 8 pairs of long legs, she excavated the earth, creating a pit approximately 20 centimeters deep. She inserted the coiled stems into the soil, a challenging endeavor. Without a sturdy foundation, her house would surely collapse. To remedy this, Zhenmeili dug several deep holes with her scorpion tail, leaving it caked in mud, which had become quite dirty. Fortunately, the weeds in this cell are remarkably resilient, their toughness rivaling that of wood. With these 16 meticulously selected stalks, the foundation has been firmly established. Once the foundation is laid, the construction of the remaining structure becomes significantly more manageable. The petite figure of Zhenmeili tirelessly harvests the weeds, categorizing and weaving them with fervor. Time flies swiftly, and soon, bundles of grass bricks, fashioned from leaves intertwined with mud, are stacked upon the foundation. Coupled with the sticky sap from the weeds, Zhenmeili is confident that she will soon be able to erect a wall. Her stomach growls in hunger. Oh, how she longs for roasted meat and a cup of milk tea. Just as she prepares to indulge in her energy cube, the system unexpectedly appears. It assesses the low-grade energy milk cube, initiating a food plan. Beauty is cultivated through nourishment, and a balanced diet is essential. The system detects impurities within the milk cube, assigning a safety rating of 68. However, it also identifies a high concentration of nutritional value, granting a score of 86 for its nutrient composition. Furthermore, the energy content is rated at 90, and after a comprehensive evaluation, it confirms that this food meets the standards for mid-level sustenance, thus safe for consumption. You've been silent for so long. I thought you had forgotten me. Zhenmeili expressed her dissatisfaction. Although she is a traveler from another realm, she remains oblivious to the nature of the system, how to utilize it, or its origins. She only acknowledges its presence because it claims her beauty. All right, I forgive you. From now on, call me host sister. I feel rather youthful, just newly born, not quite an adult. By the way, system, do you have any means to assist me in finding some free labor? Host sister, the system has identified 108 methods and generated a list. Gazing at these bizarre techniques, such as crafting puppets, coercive force, poisoning, and utilizing controlled chips to manipulate minds, one can discern numerous nefarious strategies. Many of these methods pose a threat to the life of the little scorpions. Thus, Zhenmeili has no intention of employing them. Are there not some more benevolent approaches within the realm of scorpion philosophy? Host sister, these methods are sorted by their success rates and ease of use. Hence, it is recommended that you consider the top few methods. Upon hearing this, Zhenmeili concurred, for indeed, the fundamental law of nature is survival of the fittest. However, she remains resolute in her decision. As in her previous life, she was an orphan yearning for familial bonds. Now, with several hundred elder brothers and sisters, she is unwilling to resort to methods that would harm them. I shall devise my own solutions. It appears I must rely on myself. Zhenmeili approached a few scorpions engaged in consuming energy milk blocks, brandishing her pincers and exclaiming loudly, "Dear scorpion brothers and sisters, could you assist me? I can offer you several rooms to reside in." The scorpions, startled by the sight of Zhenmeili waving her pincers, recoiled in alarm, fearing their food might be snatched away. Upon realizing she was merely an ordinary little scorpion, they seemed to conclude that she posed no threat and ignored her. Host sister, these are merely newly born first-tier mutated scorpions. Their cognitive abilities are rather limited. They will not be capable of proper communication until they mature and reach the 3rd tier. So, are you implying they are too simple-minded to comprehend? Indeed, if the host sister wishes to communicate with them, she may retrieve the beginner's gift pack from the system's backpack, as the items within may prove beneficial. What, pray tell, is a beginner's gift pack? Although Zhenmeili is a transmigrator, she remains oblivious to the concept of a beginner's gift pack. Her willingness to embrace the system stems solely from its commendation that she shall become the most exquisite beauty in the world. Following the system's guidance, Zhenmeili opened her backpack and clicked on an item shaped like a gift pack. In an instant, the pack vanished, revealing 4 items: Gene Essence X2, which can slightly enhance one's genes with effects that do not stack, and a rather pleasant aroma, Small Mining Pick X1, capable of breaking through hard stone to procure necessary ores, though it is prone to wear with excessive use, thus requiring tender care. Invisibility cloth X1, which can cover a certain area of land, rendering its distinctive features invisible to others. Cutting knife X1, a sharp little blade, self-explanatory in its keen edge. Chapter 3. The sidekick. Gazing at the 4 items bestowed by the system, Jean Meili felt a surge of joy. These items were indeed exceedingly useful. How fortunate that the contents of the gift pack were so splendid, though regrettably, there was but one. Host sister, the distribution of the beginner's gift pack is complete. As you unlock further achievements in the future, you shall receive an abundance of gift packs. Your basic information has also been developed. Would you like to view it immediately? Yes, please do. Although she was unaware of what constituted basic information, she nonetheless followed the system's prompt and opened her information list. Name: Jean Meili. Title: Scorpion. Beauty. Age: 1 day. Rank: First tier mutated scorpion. Lifespan: 1 year. Ordinary first tier mutated scorpion. Stamina: 100, depletes to 0 will result in fatigue. Strength: 10. Speed: 10. Intelligence: 120, equivalent to average human intelligence. Quality: red. Colors range from white, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, to black. Beauty value: 15, highest aesthetic value among the same batch of scorpions. Skills: pincer attack. Tail stinger. Upgrade experience: 2100 items. Gene fruit 2, small mining pick 1, invisibility cloth 1, cutting knife 1. Only unclaimed items displayed. Am I destined to live only for a year? Upon noticing the lifespan indicated, Jean Meili felt a surge of panic. She had just traversed into this new existence, only to face the prospect of aging and dying. Do not fret, dear host. This is merely the typical lifespan of a first-tier mutated scorpion. As long as you continually advance in rank, your lifespan will significantly extend. You startled me. It appears I must not languish. I need to elevate my rank. System, how might I achieve this upgrade? Dear host, the most effective method for advancement at present is through consumption. You are still in the developmental stage. Simply ingest 8 energy milk blocks and then digest them. Is it truly that simple? I can also consume the gene fruit in my backpack, which can slightly enhance your experience, although the benefits diminish with each subsequent fruit. It is advisable to wait until your level is higher before indulging. I am currently satiated and cannot consume more. I shall partake of it next time. Do not covet my belongings. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed as several larger scorpions besieged a smaller, weaker one. It was evident that these formidable scorpions were approaching the 2nd tier of mutation, having evidently consumed a significant amount of energy milk. Stop. How can you bully your own brother? Upon witnessing the brutal infighting among her kin, Jean Meili resolved to intervene. However, it was clear that the mutated scorpions possessed limited intelligence, for they paid no heed to Jean Meili's words and swaggered away, taking with them the energy milk of the small scorpion. Wait, this scorpion is actually calling for help. Could it be that its intellect is not inferior? Approaching the diminutive creature, Jean Meili tentatively inquired, Hello, my name is Jean Meili. Can you understand my words? Hello, I am Little Scorpion. I thought I was the only one who could speak. Goodness, you must be a genius. Jean Meili exclaimed with excitement, having discovered a scorpion of considerable intelligence. I have decided to take you as my first little companion. I'm no genius. I haven't eaten in 2 meals. I should be the weakest, the little scorpion replied. Weak? How could that be? You can talk and communicate normally, which is not something an ordinary scorpion can do. It is worth noting that a typical semi-mutated scorpion must reach the level of a 3rd-tier mutated scorpion to engage in coherent conversation. Are you not capable of that? The little scorpion mumbled. Thus, I am extraordinary. Come, let me show you something wonderful, and you shall accompany me from now on. Grasping the bewildered scorpion, Jean Meili led it to her secret villa, which merely had its foundation laid. You assist me in my endeavors, and in return, I shall provide you sustenance. Do you have any food? Do you truly consume those repugnant little worms from the earth? Such distasteful creatures, you dare to eat them? Alas, there is no food left. I am left with no choice but to catch them for sustenance. The little scorpion feels quite embarrassed. Since you have chosen to accompany me, you certainly cannot indulge in such fare. Allow me to offer you nourishment first. Do remember to assist me afterward. Upon seeing Jean Meili produce a fruit larger than herself, the little scorpion is taken aback. Eat. Remember to finish it all, otherwise, it will yield no effect. Faced with such delectable food, the little scorpion does not hesitate, devouring it eagerly. Congratulations, host sister, you have acquired a follower. Would you like to record this in the system's basic information? Yes. The recording is complete. And one may now view the basic information of the little scorpion. Upon opening the information, Jinmei is astounded. She did not anticipate the scorpion's attributes to be so remarkable. Name, Little Scorpion. Title, None. Age, 2 days. Rank, First Stage Mutant Scorpion. Lifespan, 1 year. Ordinary First Stage Mutant Scorpion. Stamina, 100, depleting to 0. Results in fatigue. Strength, 5. Speed, 6. Intelligence, 140. Superior Human Intelligence. Quality, purple, with gradations of white, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple, and black. Beauty score, 2. Underdeveloped scorpion. Skills, none. Ascension experience, 310. 100. Undigested. The purple quality of the system is indeed exceptional. Host sister, purple signifies the highest quality among ordinary creatures, while black represents legendary quality. The future of the little scorpion undoubtedly holds the potential to become a dominant force, provided it matures. Observing the little scorpion devouring its meal with great delight, although its pincers are minuscule and its tail stinger is nearly negligible. Even its 8 legs are somewhat abbreviated. Jinmei understands that she has acquired a promising little companion. Upon finishing the enormous fruit, the little scorpion felt no sense of overindulgence. Rather, waves of energy converged within its body, transforming into a warm current that nourished it. From this moment forth, you shall be my leader. Whatever you command, I shall obey. If you instruct me to head east, I shall not venture west, the little scorpion declared, waving its diminutive pincers in assurance to Jinmei. Little scorpion, once you have digested the energy within you, you need not fear those larger foes, she reassured. I feel an abundance of strength coursing through me. Very well, let us commence our tasks. Under Jinmei's direction, the little scorpion began to repair grass bricks and weave ropes. Possessing an intelligence surpassing even Jinmei's, it swiftly mastered all the necessary skills. Leader, you are truly remarkable. You conceived such a marvelous abode. Indeed, I am your leader. These rooms are all yours. Let us work diligently. We shall become the first mutated scorpions in history to possess a home. Inspired by Jinmei's grand vision, the little scorpion brimmed with motivation and, filled with hopes for a promising future, swiftly repaired the grass bricks, gradually filling the entire foundation with its tiny pincers. Seeing her enthusiastic little brother, Jinmei hastened her pace in gathering materials, weaving through the thicket with the small knife provided by the system, doubling her speed and selecting an abundance of high-quality materials to store in her ring. The other scorpions lounged on the cool grass, watching her with derision. Unfazed by their mocking gazes, Jinmei remained resolute. Her diligent efforts were driven by the ambition to reside in a grand mansion, unlike those foolishly waiting for energy milk blocks. Chapter 4. Collecting lime. The little scorpion eagerly shared his discovery with his leader, a technique he had painstakingly experimented with on numerous occasions. Quick, take me to see it. You may have stumbled upon something extraordinary. The two scorpions approached a patch of exposed rock. Due to its proximity to a bright light source, the stone had weathered over time, yielding lime. Incredible! You actually found limestone. This means our mansion will be even sturdier, he exclaimed, retrieving a small pickaxe from the system and without hesitation began to strike the stone. The sound of cracking echoed as the resilient rock quickly shattered into smaller pieces. Congratulations, host sister. You have successfully obtained limestone block. The little miner title is now 1 complete. You need to extract 100 different materials to earn the mining tycoon title. The reward for the little miner title is now available. An energy furnace has been granted. By adding fuel and required forging materials, you can obtain calcine materials. Note, it can be used to roast fish and fruits. Fantastic. Little scorpion, we can indulge in barbecued delicacies from now on. Listening to the boss's exuberant gestures, little scorpion felt perplexed, though the meaning eluded him. He believed in the wisdom of the boss. Arriving at the vicinity where the invisible cloth had been laid as a foundation, he retrieved the furnace, a remarkable contraption crafted from a unique white stone, capable of sustaining flames as long as there was sufficient fuel. He placed limestone blocks atop it and added fodder, only to have the furnace indicate that the flame temperature was inadequate. This infuriated Jinmei. Insufficient temperature? Boss, we could try that illuminating lamp. Indeed, the illumination here reaches high temperatures, capable of weathering stone. Surely it can serve as fuel. Let us procure it at once. Armed with a small stick, The two scorpions stealthily dislodged the lamp. The bulb fell, having been in place for too long, shattering completely, along with the energy panel. And a piece the size of a soybean dropped down, an energy block. Alas, it is broken. Let us move on to the next. Boss, this white crystal is quite beautiful. May I take it? Jean Meili paid no heed and placed the small stone into her ring. Soon, the illumination in the mutated scorpion testing area extinguished within a mere 30 minutes, plunging the entire region into darkness. Have we committed a misdeed? Little Scorpion asked, trembling. Who said that? Their bulbs were substandard. It must be a shoddy construction. Although Little Scorpion could not comprehend the words of the leader, he nodded in agreement, acknowledging the issue with the light bulb and the substandard materials. The leader was undoubtedly correct. Lacking lime, they could only utilize the scant amount of lime powder collected by Little Scorpion, which was utterly insufficient. After extracting 26 stones the size of small yellow beans, he handed them to Little Scorpion, while Jean Meili wandered nearby. Indeed, the light bulb that had once illuminated their surroundings extinguished the moment it fell. Wait, could this be the power source? Contemplating this, Jean Meili took a small yellow bean and tossed it into the fuel opening of the furnace. In an instant, flames erupted, and the limestone began to undergo transformation under the intense heat. Marvelous. She had not anticipated the usefulness of these small stones. With that, aside from one used stone given to Little Scorpion, she stored the remainder in her ring. Little Scorpion, you have accomplished a great feat this time. We can now expand our house by another floor. With lime in hand, it was necessary to lay a new foundation, thereby fortifying the structure and allowing for an additional story. Of course, this meant that the tasks for Jean Meili and Little Scorpion multiplied several times over. They needed to combine the prepared long poles and grass bricks with a mixture of lime and mud to create cement. Each limestone required an hour to process, and with over 30 pieces at hand, they would need to burn for more than a day. The quantity of lime should suffice. Yet the shortage of labor posed a dilemma. What to do? As Jean Meili pondered while crafting the grass bricks, she wished to add some cement to them. But that would undoubtedly deplete the lime supply, compelling her to abandon the idea. An hour later, the two scorpions gazed with excitement at the freshly formed quicklime powder, its pristine whiteness incomparable to the impure gray lime of the Little Scorpion. The efficacy of this furnace is remarkable, yielding such high-quality lime. Now, let us embark upon our grand infrastructural endeavor. We shall blend the quicklime with mud, pour in water, and stir vigorously. The intense chemical reaction envelopes the surroundings in a warm embrace. This temperature is a precious boon for the cold-blooded mutated scorpions, revitalizing their internal circulatory systems. As Jean Meili and the Little Scorpion completed their rudimentary cement concoction, they commenced a series of experiments, primarily testing the ratio of cement to lime. Meanwhile, the dungeon staff grew increasingly frantic as they lost visual access to the mutated scorpion experimentation zone. Captain, we have a problem. The cameras in the mutated scorpion area have gone completely dark. No, it's the energy lights that have extinguished. Has someone infiltrated? Why target only the mutated scorpion zone? Should we report this? Quickly, you all investigate. Report back with any findings. I will communicate with other departments to request their assistance. Understood. The captain repeatedly scrutinized the surveillance footage, yet due to the dense underbrush, he failed to discern any figures. Only light bulbs being struck down by a peculiar stick, one after another, extinguishing as they fell. This individual is undoubtedly a seasoned criminal, possessing remarkable skills, eluding even infrared detection. Based on my years of experience, those responsible for this infiltration must harbor unspeakable secrets. Everyone, remain vigilant. However, the seasoned captain's conjecture proved erroneous this time, as the poikilothermic nature of scorpions came into play, rendering them undetectable by infrared scanners. Little did they suspect that the heavily guarded experimental zone for mutated scorpions had been so easily breached. Chapter 5. Alluring delicacies. A multitude of personnel, including officers, guards, and researchers, descended upon the dungeon. They encircled the experimental zone for mutated scorpions, employing an array of peculiar instruments to scan the confined area. The absence of fingerprints, sounds, or even traces of perspiration presented a formidable challenge. An officer, distinguished from the others by a unique uniform, meticulously examined the fragments of a shattered light bulb with a magnifying glass. Report, Captain, we've discovered a pink scorpion. Is there anything remarkable about it? Despite sensing nothing amiss, the cautious captain inquired nonetheless. Report, Captain, it's posturing aggressively towards us. It's brandishing its pincers, pointing them at us. Retrieve its file. Captain, this is the most recently born scorpion, designated number 250. It's 5 centimeters tall and 12 centimeters long, only a day old. Its overall capabilities are subpar, and its intelligence may be lacking, as it frequently engages in grass-cutting behavior. The most plausible explanation is that its grass has been trampled upon, hence its aggressive display. A researcher recited the scorpion's data. You're reporting such trivial matters? If you fail to identify the root cause, you'll be relieved of your duties. They were destined to return empty-handed, for the true culprit was none other than that very scorpion. Jeanne Meili was engulfed in fury as she inscribed some words upon the ground, perhaps due to their diminutive size. Her message went unnoticed by the group of investigators that had arrived. In her fervent attempt to communicate with them, she gesticulated wildly, hoping to capture their attention. She succeeded, yet their ensuing dialogue only fueled her ire. You possess a meager capacity for comprehension. Your intellect is inferior. You are but a fool, fit only for mowing grass. Concealed beneath the shroud of invisible cloth, Jeanne Meili's villa and the furnace remained undetected. This veil not only obscured the terrain, but also masked the furnace's temperature, which was the primary reason the human captain and the research institute presumed her intellect to be lacking. Boss, have they departed? You frighten me terribly. There are so many bipeds. Aren't you afraid of them? Little Scorpion peeked out from behind a grass brick, clearly terrified of humans. Its timidity stemmed from both its own nature and the cacophony produced by the intruders, which had alarmed it. After all, within the entire mutated scorpion experimental zone, aside from Jeanne Meili, all 249 newly emerged scorpions had hidden away. Boss, please do not be angry. I have caught some insects. Would you care to try? Little Scorpion produced a makeshift grass box, eager to present it to Jeanne Meili. However, she had no desire for such a thing. Although insects are a source of high protein, Jeanne Meili found them repulsive. Get that away from me. I am in a foul mood. Upon seeing the box containing the small insects being offered to her, Jeanne Meili panicked. With a swift strike of her pincers, she sent the little box flying, hurling it directly into the blazing furnace. Fortunately, the previous batch of quicklime had already been retrieved by the little scorpion. Due to the audacious Jeanne Meili seeking conversation with humans, no new lime blocks had been added. I apologize, boss. When I am upset, I tend to think of food. Seeing you in a bad mood made me wish to offer you something to eat. Jeanne Meili observed her aggrieved little follower and recognized her mistake, hastily explaining. The little scorpion possessed a high intelligence. It understood that Jeanne Meili was merely experiencing a moment of anger and did not dwell upon the incident. Snacks could be caught anew, and the grass box, which it had crafted itself, could easily be recreated if lost. Suddenly, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, igniting the little scorpion's appetite. Boss, come quickly. There's a delightful scent emanating from the furnace that I have never encountered before. Jeanne Meili and the little scorpion swiftly located the source of the fragrance. It was the grass box that Jeanne Meili had knocked aside. Under the intense heat, the grass box and insects released a subtle meaty aroma. 1 minute later, the furnace indicated that the grilling was complete. Congratulations, host sister, on successfully researching the gourmet dish high-temperature grilled insects. The culinary evaluation is underway. Upon inspecting the natural food high-temperature grilled insects, the food planning was initiated. Beauty is born from nourishment. It is essential to supplement nutrition wisely. The assessment revealed impurities in the high-temperature grilled insects, resulting in a safety score of 45. However, it also detected a high nutritional content, scoring 90 for nutritional components. The energy content was low, garnering a score of 50, while the deliciousness of the food was rated highly at 90. After a comprehensive evaluation, this dish met the standards of a basic gourmet meal and could be consumed with confidence. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the title of Little Chef. With a completion rate of 0.1, to attain the ultimate title of Master Chef, the host must prepare an additional 999 dishes of the same caliber. The host is also awarded a small gift package. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Jeanne Meili slowly recovered from her astonishment and retrieved the grilled food. She hesitated to take a bite herself, but seeing the little scorpion's hungry expression, she decided to share. Little scorpion, this is the food you made. Give it a try. With the leader's encouragement, the little scorpion wasted no time, seizing a golden, roasted insect and biting into it. The rich, golden juices and the delightful crunchiness brought a look of sheer enjoyment to its face, which made Jeanne Meili curious to taste it as well. However, the thought of it being an insect caused her to shake her head in refusal. Leader, this is incredibly delicious. I've never tasted anything so exquisite. It's 100 times better than eating it raw. As a dish rated 90 points for its deliciousness by the system, its flavor profoundly captivated the little scorpion. It soon devoured another insect, filling the air with the tantalizing aroma of barbecue mingled with a unique grassy scent. Jinmei watched in awe, her mouth watering as the little scorpion's eating prowess rivaled that of any renowned food broadcaster. Before long, only one insect remained in Jinmei's hands. Leader, you should have the last one. I bet you'll love it. Internally, Jinmei was torn on one hand. It was an insect, which she found difficult to accept. On the other, the little scorpion's enthusiastic consumption clearly indicated its gourmet status. After 10 minutes of inner turmoil, Jinmei conquered her fear and tentatively took a bite. As I sank my teeth into the charred, plump insect, a savory essence of chicken enveloped my tongue, while rich, oily juices erupted within my mouth, accompanied by a hint of fresh grass. This was no ordinary weed, but rather a fragrant herb carefully selected by the little scorpion. Little scorpion, what is this grass box made of? Can you catch some more of these insects? A brilliant idea struck me. With the creation of high-temperature roasted insects, we could indulge in a leisurely respite. Although I was oblivious to the meaning of leisurely or the nature of this brilliant idea, I had faith in our leader's wisdom. Watching little scorpion catch more insects, Jinmei spat out the one she had in her mouth. Although it was quite palatable, she found it difficult to adjust. Barbecued meat was still her preference. In the future, the meat grilled with the spices discovered by little scorpion would surely be delightful. Chapter 6. Recruiting scorpions. The flames in the furnace danced fervently, but this time, they consumed not ores, but insects. These creatures, which had dwelled deep underground, feasting on minerals, bore a resemblance to the pupae of cicadas from a previous life. The accompanying ingredient was an herb that thrived in semi-shaded areas, bestowing its juices with a gentle, balancing effect. Beside the furnace, 20 meticulously prepared high-temperature roasted insects lay in neat array. Leader, why are we preparing so many insects? We can't possibly consume all these high-temperature roasted insects. It would be unfortunate if they spoiled. Little scorpion lamented, for it had a fondness for these delicacies. Patience, patience, our leader replied. These will prove invaluable. With mealtime approaching, we must go to Scorpion Mother to collect energy milk blocks. Let's take some along as well. Leader, are you planning to offer these to Scorpion Mother? The young scorpion pondered, however. This quantity is far too insufficient. It is entirely inadequate for Mother Scorpion's consumption. With such a large mouth, I certainly do not wish to find myself ensnared within it. As a 7th-tier mutated scorpion, Mother Scorpion was indeed a formidable presence, not only in size but also with that cavernous maw. Oh, I wonder when Mother Scorpion will finally break free from her restraints. The young scorpion murmured to himself. Let us depart. Our current abilities are lacking. Perhaps we shall devise a plan when the opportunity arises. Jinmei held a certain fondness for this benevolent mother, as she tirelessly expended her energy to nurture the 250 young scorpions daily. Upon reaching the center of the dungeon, they found Mother Scorpion still ensnared by iron chains. Yet, she had long since lost the strength to struggle against them. At that moment, several scorpions nearing the 2nd tier of mutation had departed with their energy pods. It was only a matter of time before they would break through. Those despicable creatures must have pilfered a significant amount of energy pods from our fellow siblings. Otherwise, how could they have grown so large? The young scorpion seethed with indignation, yearning to seek vengeance. Do not act rashly. This is the law of nature, survival of the fittest. It is impossible for all 250 of us to survive. Thus, only the strong are deemed worthy to endure and confront the perils that nature has to offer. Jinmei admonished the young scorpion, though her true intent was merely to avoid trouble, for those marauders played a crucial role in her plans. Oh, the young scorpion gazed in admiration at the commanding figure of his leader and the profound wisdom in her words. He thought to himself that whatever the leader proclaimed was undoubtedly correct. Indeed, after consuming their energy milk blocks, the scorpions commenced their daily activities. The weaker scorpions, unable to partake in the energy milk, became their targets. These marauders, twice the size of ordinary scorpions, operated as a gang, compelling the smaller scorpions to surrender their energy milk blocks. Boss, they are utterly despicable. I yearn to confront them. The young scorpion, unable to bear the sight, felt a surge of indignation as he recalled his own past as a victim of such predation. Witnessing these scorpions seize the energy milk blocks from others ignited a fiery desire to assist. However, he refrained from intervening, Despite having evolved into a second-stage mutated scorpion, he dared not act without the boss's command, merely voicing his frustration. A group of smaller scorpions surrounded Junmei and her companion, resembling the frail scorpions Junmei had once discovered. They appeared to have developed poorly. Lacking the cunning of the young scorpion, they merely pointed at the energy milk blocks, gestured towards themselves, and waved their pincers erratically, attempting to convey their intent to rob. "Boss, it seems they demand our food." The young scorpion quickly grasped their meaning and sought the boss's guidance, feeling somewhat bewildered. For these scorpions were none other than those who had previously been robbed of their energy milk blocks, banding together for warmth. They aimed to leverage their numbers to seize food from isolated scorpions. The robbers had birthed a new generation of robbers. Young scorpion, do you see? Violence breeds further violence. Even if you were to assist them once, it would affect no change. This is the law of nature. Then, my leader, what should we do? Drive them away? If you banish these scorpions that have been deprived, they will merely seek sustenance elsewhere, for their instinct to survive compels them. So, what course of action shall we take? Despite possessing intellect surpassing even that of Junmei, the young scorpion fell into deep contemplation. Should he choose to expel these intruders, he would only hasten their demise. Yet, to leave them, he would transform them into new marauders. Observing the young scorpion's deliberation, Junmei felt a surge of joy, for this was precisely his intention. After the young scorpion ascended to level 2, he acquired a skill that Junmei envied greatly, cunning, which enhances the success rate of strategies by 1%. As intelligence grows, so too does this success rate, with the optimal method for improvement being continued contemplation. Leader, I am perplexed. Why do I find myself in such a dilemma where every option seems flawed? Junmei did not reproach him. After all, he was merely at the beginning of his journey, and it was unreasonable to expect him to have all the answers. Do not confine yourself to mere solutions. Seek to uncover the root cause of their thievery, namely, their lack of food. If they are all well fed, this crisis can be resolved, addressing both the symptoms and the underlying issue. In an epiphany, the young scorpion suddenly understood why the leader endeavored to procure so much food and why he forbade him from aiding them. Leader, you are truly remarkable. As long as they are provided with sustenance, they will not resort to robbery, and we can enlist their aid, ensuring that they are neither harmed nor turned into merciless thieves. The little scorpion's eyes sparkled with golden light as it waved its tiny pincers and spun in circles, overwhelmed with excitement. Its master was exceptionally clever, and it aspired to emulate such greatness. Little scorpion, now that you've come to this realization, let us embark on our next plan. The task of recruiting, or rather, acquiring scorpions, was entrusted to you, my future strategist. Indeed, master, I shall undoubtedly fulfill this mission with utmost success. Junmei retrieved the prepared food, which served as an advance on wages. She offered them lollipops and painted grand visions of abundance. Soon, she envisioned an endless stream of scorpion soldiers and commanders, with her villa beckoning in the distance. The little scorpion, utilizing its remarkable intellect, adeptly communicated its intentions to the scorpion's intent on robbery through a series of gestures. Strangely, while Junmei could not comprehend, the scorpions understood perfectly. The little scorpion led them before Junmei, presenting a total of 12 scorpions, each receiving a portion of high-temperature roasted insects. It organized their tasks with the promise of meals provided, though lodging would not be included. Upon hearing the little scorpion's explanations, the less intellectually inclined scorpions became exuberantly grateful, devouring their food with fervor. Little scorpion, how is the arrangement in the area I previously instructed you to prepare? Bring them over, teach them simple tasks, and select a few to assist in catching insects and gathering herbs. Our grand villa is within reach. Master, your might is undeniable. I shall attend to it immediately. Thus, the first batch of free labor had been successfully recruited. Chapter 7. Authentic Legends from a Millennium Ago Through a System of Incentivized Labor. Junmei successfully rallied a significant number of scorpions who had been deprived of their energy nuggets. In a mere week, their numbers swelled from an initial pair to a formidable force of 68, thanks to 3 recruitment drives. Discounting the juveniles and herself, they boasted a workforce of 66 unpaid laborers. The foundation had been re-excavated, its dimensions doubled, and the invisible shroud now concealed a stockpile of grass bricks, planks, and stalks, along with cement. Boss, I'm here to report on our progress. At our current pace, the villa should be completed in another 10 days. Reconnaissance Team A has located 2 limestone deposits, both subterranean. They've already reached the surface of the stone and discovered that one of the deposits is twice the size of the previous one. Reconnaissance Team B has observed increased bipedal activity in the vicinity, necessitating greater caution in our operations. They've mapped the entire area covered by our surveillance cameras and disseminated the information to all members. Collection Team D has discovered a vast expanse of spices. Collection Team A has completed the harvesting of all northern grasses and has now shifted its focus westward. Collection Team B reports that the insect population remains abundant. Collection Team C has not discovered any new flora or minerals. Within the combat unit, 1 scorpion has successfully ascended to the 2nd tier, with 3 more poised to follow suit. The combat unit anticipates achieving full 2nd tier status within 2 days. They also report successfully repelling a band of marauders today, marking the first instance where the entire team avoided the loss of any energy nuggets. The sales team successfully traded 26 energy nuggets, which have been deposited into the vault ring. After deducting daily expenses, our current energy nugget surplus stands at 76. The energy group successfully pilfered the 3rd batch of energy stones, specifically those used for lighting, and replaced the depleted stones, effectively enticing the 2-legged beasts to once again exchange their energy sources. As she listened to the daily report from Little Scorpion, Jinmei rose from her rocking chair and picked up a piece of energy milk block to savor. On the small table constructed from grass bricks beside her, several more energy milk blocks were displayed. Everything appeared to be in order. They were to continue their diligent efforts. Today's 67 servings of high-temperature roasted insects were prepared, and Little Scorpion was tasked with distributing them, with a reminder not to indulge in any for himself. Boss, how could I? If I want to eat, I can simply roast my own. Having gathered a sufficient number of scorpions, Jinmei divided them into 6 groups. She soon found herself with little to do and began tinkering with some rudimentary transport tools. To her surprise, they worked quite well, although they occasionally broke down. Repairing them was straightforward, especially given the abundance of materials at hand. With a comfortable environment and ample energy milk blocks, Jinmei successfully ascended to the 2nd tier. Her physique enlarged, her abilities doubled, and her lifespan extended to 2 years. Regrettably, she did not acquire any new skills. Now, she set out to find Scorpion Mother, bringing along a generous supply of high-temperature roasted meat, approximately 200 servings, hoping that Scorpion Mother would appreciate at least a taste. This marked the 3rd occasion she had delivered food to Scorpion Mother, ever since Little Scorpion suggested feeding her. Jinmei had been contemplating the best way to present the offerings. Fortunately, Scorpion Mother did not scorn the modest quantity and had developed a fondness for the high-temperature roasted insects, which boasted an impressive flavor rating of 90. Upon reaching our destination, I retrieved a cart woven from grass, distributing 200 portions of food across 4 carts, which were then directly offered to Scorpion Mother. She savored the high-temperature roasted insects with evident satisfaction. Given her immense stature, the quantity of food was rather modest, allowing her only 4 bites. Shaoli, thank you for bringing me such delicious treats. Those detestable humans always send me some dry, tasteless meat, she remarked fondly, referring to me by the affectionate name she had bestowed upon me, Jinmei. It's perfectly fine, Scorpion Mother. As long as you enjoy it, I replied. Could you tell me more about the world outside? At present, we find ourselves beside the military factory on the western outskirts of Golden City. If the sounds of machinery are subdued, it indicates daytime. Conversely, if the noise is pronounced, it is night. Our location is a subterranean laboratory dedicated to the study of mutated organisms. Golden City, now a desolate ruin, was once described by my ancestors as a paradise for humanity, replete with formidable weaponry and advanced technology. However, a cataclysmic disaster forced humanity to abandon this haven, ultimately leading to its occupation by a massive mutated vine-like plant. Until you surpass my strength, it is wise to avoid that place, lest one become its nourishment. The outside world is vast and teeming with numerous mutated creatures that inhabit the region. They are quite fearsome, should one encounter them. It is best to turn and flee rather than confront them directly. In addition to mutant beings, one must be wary of humanity. 3,000 years ago, a formidable figure known as Chiotion emerged, whose singular strength transformed the cultural, institutional, technological, and power dynamics of the entire universe. In short, he was an extraordinarily powerful human, esteemed to the extent that even we, the mutated beings, are familiar with his name and deeds. It is astonishing how remarkable he was. Upon hearing this, Zhenmeili, who had been raptly listening to Mama Scorpion's tales, could not help but gasp in wonder. Could a human truly possess such strength? Indeed, his legendary exploits are nothing short of breathtaking. However, rest assured, he belongs to a bygone era, having lived a millennium ago. Even such a formidable human ultimately met his demise, though the cause remains shrouded in mystery, with no one knowing the circumstances of his death. Yet, it is universally acknowledged that he once shook the very foundations of the world with the 10 extraordinary void armors he created. Even I, nay, even your grandfather, a dominant creature, would be reduced to mere dust in the presence of any one of those mechs. How terrifying. Mama Scorpion, what on earth did he do to have such an impact on the world? I do not know. I only heard your grandfather recount that 3,000 years ago, he was but a small scorpion. Even while residing on a distant planet far from the battlefield, he could perceive a tangible golden force akin to a halo, emanating in circles from the farthest stars. At that time, the entire world trembled as if on the brink of apocalypse. Zhenmeili was captivated, realizing that such mythic figures indeed existed in this world. Having gleaned some hearsay regarding humanity, Zhenmeili apprehended that her world was of considerable magnitude, populated not only by humans, but also by various mutated organisms. Humans, as the erstwhile sovereign of the world, once governed the entirety of it, and even colonized myriad planets. However, with the demise of legendary figures, humans were ousted by mutated organisms possessing boundless evolutionary capabilities. They gradually relinquished their hegemonic position. Nevertheless, the sheer diversity of mutated organisms engendered internecine animosities and competition, fostering continuous evolution. Due to the Scorpion Mother's exhaustion, Zhenmeili's information remained incomplete. Yet, the information she received today regarding humanity was indeed astonishing. She realized that those humans outside were not transmigrators, but rather individuals who had assimilated the culture bequeathed by Cho Tian. This Cho Tian was likely a transmigrator with a system, much like herself. However, she wondered why he was human, while she was merely a tiny scorpion, which she deemed unfair. Chapter 8. Guard Captain Zhenmeili harbored little interest in augmenting her strength. However, the little scorpion's enthusiasm was exceedingly fervent, particularly upon hearing Zhenmeili recount the tale of that legendary figure. It was elated to the point of agitation. Alas, it was beyond imagination that there existed humans capable of shaking the world. It fervently wished to one day attain such formidable power. That would be a tall order, as that person was likely endowed with both talent and diligence, coupled with inexhaustible resources and erudition. Consider yourself merely a diminutive scorpion, devoid of resources or external advantages. How could you possibly achieve a reversal of fortune? The little scorpion did not comprehend what the boss meant by external aid or comeback. Yet he astutely realized that the boss was comparing him to that legendary figure. Boss, even without innate talent, external assistance, or the ability to make a comeback, I shall steadily grow stronger. I will strive harder than he does. Once I possess strength, I will be able to protect you and Mother Scorpion, rather than relying on your protection. Upon hearing this, Zhenmeili cast an appreciative glance at the little follower, surprised that his motivation to grow stronger was to safeguard himself and Mother Scorpion. Little Scorpion, since you aspire to become stronger, shouldn't you work harder than Xiao Tian? Otherwise, if one day you encounter someone as formidable as him who seeks to capture your boss, how will you stand a chance? The little scorpion fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, without putting forth effort, how could he adequately protect the boss and Mother Scorpion? How should he strive for improvement? Observing the little scorpion lost in thought, Zhenmeili tapped his head. Ouch, boss, why did you hit me? I was pondering. Little scorpion, there's no need to be obstinate. If such a situation were to arise one day, I advise you to abandon everything and flee immediately. If you cannot withstand your boss, how do you expect to confront someone of that caliber? No, boss, I will never abandon you to escape alone. I will fight to the end. Once again, Zhenmeili tapped his head. You are the boss's little brother. How can you disregard the boss's words? When I tell you to flee, you must flee. No questions asked. The chastised little scorpion, though rendered speechless, silently resolved to double its efforts to become a true, formidable force. Suddenly, another little scorpion rushed in, reporting an urgent situation. Report to you, Master Scorpion. The leader Zhenmeili, a group of bipedal creatures, is approaching the prison. They wield a peculiar weapon. A long pole with a massive net attached to one end, approximately 5 of such contraptions. Moreover, they carry a white plastic box on their backs, seemingly intending to capture us. Through the little scorpion's translation, Jean Meili grasped the essence of the report. It was clear that Reconnaissance Group B had detected humans equipped with some sort of net-like apparatus aiming to ensnare scorpions. Execute Defense Plan C, she commanded. Yes. To hone the little scorpion's skills, Jean Meili frequently devised challenging tasks for it, resulting in an overwhelming amount of homework each day. Fortunately, many of the tasks pertained to military strategies, which the little scorpion relished, rendering its learning experience both enjoyable and enriching, enhancing its skills and knowledge significantly. Based on their current circumstances, the two devised 2 defensive strategies. While the additional defense plan A was designated by Jean Meili as the optimal method, to retreat and evade when faced with a stronger enemy, forsaking all to ensure one's own survival. In swift unison, the scorpions halted their activities, promptly tidying the vicinity. Although traces remained, Jean Meili was confident that, given the human's intellect, they would remain oblivious. As long as she safeguarded the base within the confines of the invisible cloth, all would be well. The reconnaissance team A has taken refuge within the vast limestone cavern, sealing off the entrance. Meanwhile, reconnaissance team B continues to investigate the situation, with a stern reminder to avoid any encounters with the bipedal creatures. The sales team is tasked with disseminating this information to other comrades, urging them to exercise caution. It is time for the combat team to demonstrate the fruits of their training. Our singular mission is to lure all bipedal creatures towards the dense thickets to the west or south. Remember, proceeding north is inadvisable, as the lack of foliage there increases the risk of exposure, and venturing east is utterly forbidden, for that is where our food supply and companions are located. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. The danger level has been assessed at 5. All members must remain perpetually vigilant. Under the direction of Little Scorpion, 66 mutated scorpions stand ready for action. Leading the team dispatched to capture scorpions is the captain, who previously faced reprimand due to a collective failure of the lighting equipment, compelling him to personally finance a new batch of lights from the black market. Regrettably, he was unaware that the unscrupulous merchants of the black market sold him substandard energy stones, which soon failed him. Unable to trace the seller, he bore the loss in silence and returned to the black market for another purchase of energy stones. To his dismay, the quality of this new batch was equally poor. Compounding his troubles, a significant issue has arisen in his jurisdiction. Newly born mutated scorpions appear to have contracted an unknown virus. Initially, it was just one pink scorpion exhibiting peculiar behavior, aimlessly grazing as if in a daze. At the outset, he paid little heed to the matter, unaware that a dreadful virus had begun to ravage the population, with a quarter of the scorpions now infected. To appease his superiors, he felt compelled to investigate the origins of this virus. Captain Muyang, is it sufficient to send only 8 of us? He inquired. Statistics indicated a considerable number of scorpions had already ascended to the 2nd tier. What is there to fear? They are merely scorpions that have been born for a week. Another interjected. Moreover, didn't you receive the scorpion-catching nets? Once ensnared, they will automatically bind themselves. Even 4th-tier mutated scorpions cannot break free, let alone the 2nd-tier ones. And the smooth backpack you carry, crafted from the slime of mutated slugs, ensures that anything placed inside will never escape. Captain Muyang, while that may be true, catching scorpions is not so simple. If they scatter towards the larger scorpion in the center, we may find ourselves unable to capture them. This time, we only need to collect a few samples, 1 or 2 per person will suffice. What is there to be apprehensive about? A soldier should not be so timid. A soldier's jest elicited laughter from the others. How about we make a wager? Let us see who can catch 2 scorpions first. The slowest among us will treat tonight, while the swiftest will choose the menu. Excellent. Let us head to that newly opened barbecue restaurant on the 3rd level of the inner city. Wait. The meat there is synthetic, which lacks excitement. We should opt for something pricier. The fruit shop in the north of the city is splendid, and I have longed to indulge in it. In this world, the value of fruit far exceeds that of meat. A single piece of fruit can be worth several pounds of synthetic meat. Captain Muyang, will you join? Naturally. Just don't complain about being broke later. They all laughed heartily. A group of 8 individuals arrived at the experimental facility for mutated scorpions, where the limited resources for capturing these creatures dictated that only 4 could compete, while the remaining 4 would keep time. Unbeknownst to them, they were about to confront a formidable battalion of scorpions. Chapter 9. The Trap. Thus, the scorpion capture competition commenced. The allotted time was 2 hours, and any team failing to arrive before the deadline would be deemed the loser. One soldier swiftly brought his hand down, signaling the 4 robust men, equipped with white baskets and scorpion nets, to charge into the confines of the prison. Prepare to settle the score. The captain exhibited physical prowess far superior to that of his companions. Muyang, do not presume that your speed guarantees victory. This contest relies on skill. Muyang, should you lose, do not attempt to evade responsibility. Muyang, we shall not grant you any leniency simply because you are the captain. Fueled by the captain's competitive spirit, the other 3 hastened their pace, dispersing in different directions until they soon vanished into the dense underbrush. These 4 entered the prison from the south, racing northward before scattering, with the southern region being the most overgrown. Damn this undergrowth. It thrives even in the absence of sunlight. The captain forged ahead, hoping to swiftly locate the mutated scorpions. As scorpions are ectothermic creatures, they elude detection by infrared and similar devices. Thus, the prison employed continuous illumination to facilitate observation and documentation. However, this approach had the drawback of fostering rampant growth of the persistent weeds. Thanks to the dungeon's relentless lighting and the tenacity of the weeds, their growth flourished remarkably. Despite not possessing the stature of terrestrial flora, their remarkable resilience, coupled with their inherently sharp leaves, resulted in numerous perforations in the captain's protective suit. The captain's attire was not motivated by concerns of personal contamination, but rather to avert the introduction of external toxins into the region. After a brief 2-minute interval, a rustling emanated from the distant thicket, eliciting elation from the captain, who promptly surged forward, clutching the bamboo pole, poised to ensnare the quarry. Thud! A muffled reverberation ensued, as the captain's distinguished visage encountered the earth in an intimate embrace. Target identified, ensnared by the cordage, and scathed, initiating retreat. The squadron leader of the combat unit promptly issued the order to evacuate, and the diminutive scorpions dispersed in various directions. Alas, such misfortune. The vegetation here is indeed obstructive, causing me to stumble. How vexing. Brushing away the grime from his face, the minor abrasions were inconsequential to a genetically enhanced individual. Intriguing. How did this vegetation become knotted? Disentangling the cordage from his feet, the captain regained his posture and surveyed the surroundings. Fortunately, his comrades were absent, sparing him weeks of jesting. However, his attention was soon drawn to the distant thicket, where movement was discernible and the silhouettes of scorpions could be perceived. This time, escape is implausible. On this occasion, he exercised greater circumspection, cautiously advancing. However, upon parting the foliage, he discovered nothing. Yet, the distant thicket stirred anew. Swift indeed. The captain resumed his pursuit. Subsequent to his departure, a scorpion emerged from the soil and manipulated the adjacent cordage. In the most overgrown areas of the southern district, the team leader of the combat unit received a signal. Master Scorpion, we have successfully lured a bipedal creature, and it is being drawn towards the designated area. Excellent. Instruct the deputy leader of Team 2 to prepare for confrontation. The message was acknowledged, and soon the leader pulled a rope among many, transmitting the information. To the north of the dungeon, a soldier gazed upon the barren grassland, reflecting on the devastation wrought by the virus. Who would have thought this virus would be so destructive? In less than a week, it has decimated so much vegetation. Although, I suppose the lack of grass has its advantages. With that, he produced a miniature camera to capture the scene, then resumed his search for scorpions. As he was determined not to fail, the fruit shop's treat within the city would cost him a month's salary. The northern expanse was unusually tranquil, save for the sound of his footsteps. Strange, why can I not see a single scorpion? It appeared he would have to resort to rudimentary methods. He retrieved a wooden stick, a large iron pan, and some insects favored by scorpions from his white backpack, including a particularly large mutated locust that looked exceedingly tempting. Should a scorpion approach to feed, it would inevitably touch the stick, allowing him to trap it beneath the pan, even if he failed to capture it. The noise would alert him to its presence, enabling him to pursue it. This method proved effective against lower-tier scorpions. Aside from the leader, the other 3 members had set up obstacles in various areas. Jin Meili observed the humans laying traps in his vicinity with an expression of incredulity. Do they think we are fools? Who could be deceived by such contraptions? With that, Jin Meili approached the trap after the individual with the white backpack had departed. With a frayed rope tied at one end to a small worm and at the other to a wooden stick, the contraption seemed rather primitive. I recall that my previous attempts to catch sparrows had been far more sophisticated. Of course, Jinmei had no intention of consuming the worm herself. Rather, she aimed to enhance her culinary prowess. As for why she refrained from placing it within the ring, Jinmei was keen to avoid any contamination of her energy milk blocks by these critters. Upon placing the worm into the furnace, a burnt aroma soon wafted through the air, prompting Jinmei to frown in dismay. This was not as she had envisioned. It appeared the temperature had been too high, resulting in charred remains. Gazing at the blackened worm, she sighed, realizing she would need to procure some bait from the humans after all. Meanwhile, to the south, the captain had been lured into the target area, where the underbrush had been meticulously cleared by the scorpions, leaving only bare ground. At that moment, several scorpions stood boldly before the captain, showing no inclination to flee, merely observing him. Huh, you're startled, aren't you? My pursuit has not been in vain. With that, he dashed forward, only to find the ground beneath him give way, causing him to plummet into a vast pit. Originally, a large limestone block had occupied this space, which Jinmei had excavated, leaving behind a gaping hole that now served as both a training ground for the combat team and a deep pitfall trap. How could such a substantial cavity exist here? He had not noticed it before. Dazed from the fall, the captain gingerly assessed his injuries. This mishap had caused significant harm, as the pit was strewn with numerous jagged stones, which had torn his protective suit and grazed his leg. Before he could regain his composure, a cascade of grass was hurled down upon him, swiftly obscuring the light from above. The captain retrieved the walkie-talkie to call for assistance. Zhang Ergu, hurry to the southern area of the dungeon. I've fallen into a pit, and these scorpions intend to bury me alive. Zhang Ergu, who was presiding over the competition, was utterly perplexed. After all, where in the dungeon could there possibly be a pit? Nevertheless, orders must be obeyed. He instructed 2 individuals to remain on guard while the other 2 followed the captain's vague directions to mount a rescue. Half an hour later, 2 dark figures tumbled heavily into the cavern, while their captain had successfully assumed the role of a human shield for a time. What are you 2 doing? Can't you see such a large pit? The duo was equally bewildered, as they were certain the open ground the captain described lay ahead, and there was no pit in sight. However, as they approached, the ground beneath their feet gave way, and they plummeted downwards. This was the cunning scheme of the little scorpions, who had cleverly concealed the entrance with a layer of underbrush, transforming the previously prepared area into an apparent clearing. Unbeknownst to the captain below, the effects of the little scorpion's abilities had successfully increased the probability of ensnaring both rescuers in the trap. You fools, quickly call for help. What had initially been a minor injury for the captain now escalated to a severe one due to the weight of the 2 individuals. Chapter 10. The Post-War Commendation Ceremony. Captain Muyang, we are on our way. The speakers were 2 soldiers, who, at that moment, were hastily making their way toward the southern area of the dungeon with white backpacks slung over their shoulders. Inside the pit, Captain Muyang activated the emergency distress signal, which had a coverage radius of 50 meters. Coincidentally, the 2 participants in the scorpion catching competition were within that range. Upon receiving the signal, they immediately rushed to the rescue. Ignoring the weeds that sliced through their protective gear and pierced their skin, the distance of merely 50 meters left the 2 individuals in tatters. Captain Muyang was ultimately rescued, while Xiao Xie and the members of the combat team had long since retreated. They were content with having deceived these bipedal creatures twice. A third attempt posed too great a risk. After carefully covering the area with weeds, the scorpions withdrew. The 2 team members from the east and west districts failed to capture a single scorpion and lost considerable amounts of trap materials and bait. Their bait, after all, paled in comparison to Jinmei's high-temperature roasted insects, and with the advance notice, the traps in these areas went unvisited by scorpions. Nevertheless, the captain's mission was accomplished, as several larger scorpions fell victim to the traps. These scorpions, notorious for robbing weaker ones of their energy capsules, were aware of the news but chose to disregard the warnings relayed by Jinmei, relying instead on their own strength and exhibiting no fear. They ventured to the north of the dungeon, where the absence of weeds marked an open area they deemed their territory. A large iron basin clanged down upon the first 2 scorpions that arrived, and upon hearing the noise, the soldiers rushed over, brandishing their scorpion nets. One by one, the unfortunate creatures found themselves ensnared by the merciless nets. All 8 robust scorpions from the dungeon were caught, with 6 taken away. Only 2 managed to escape. Filled with regret, and relayed the events to the sales team members. Upon hearing the news from their subordinates, Xiaoxie and Jin Meili burst into laughter, reveling in the irony that these marauders ultimately reaped their just deserts. Captain Mu Yong was swiftly carried away on a stretcher, and soon thereafter, a new contingent arrived, bringing earth to thoroughly bury the mine. However, this did not pose any concern for Jin Meili and her companions, as they possessed another, larger mine that had yet to be fully exploited. After much deliberation, Jin Meili and Little Scorpion ultimately settled on the timing, rewards, and methods of recognition. After a day of diligent labor, it was time to distribute food, and all the scorpions were summoned to the central base. By this point, the foundation of the villa had been laid, and the sturdy cement base was perfectly suited for arranging grass tables and chairs. As everyone took their places to dine, Little Scorpion, the leader, announced an important matter, emphasizing the significance of gathering all personnel without chaos. Under the guidance of the various squad leaders and members from the combat group, 66 scorpions stood in an orderly fashion before their respective grass tables. "Silence, please." Little Scorpion began to speak from the platform, having fully adapted to communicating with these scorpions. "Today marks a momentous occasion. Under the leadership of our esteemed leader Jin Meili, we have successfully repelled the bipedal beasts, achieving a resounding victory. Therefore, in recognition of the valiant warriors and the composed soldiers during this battle, we have decided to hold a brief commendation ceremony during our meal. Present at this gathering are our versatile leader Jin Meili, the 5 leaders of the combat group. For team leaders from the gathering group, the sales group representative, the expansion group alongside the energy group representative, as well as all the brave warriors in attendance. Let us extend a warm welcome to everyone." There was no applause. Only a multitude of scorpions swaying their pincers and a display of reverence towards the few seated in front. The flawless execution of Defense Plan C was the result of the collective cooperation of all present. Let us now summarize the achievements of this encounter. A total of 3 enemy capture nets, 10 iron basins, 10 peculiar wooden sticks, and various provisions were seized during the skirmish. We successfully repelled 6 bipedal foes, severely injuring their key figure, the captain, while lightly wounding 4 others. Remarkably, not a single scorpion fell in battle. However, we did suffer the loss of our combat base, which also served as a mine, regrettably resulting in the capture of 6 brothers and sisters after unsuccessful attempts at persuasion. Additionally, 13 scorpion brethren sustained minor injuries during the conflict. Due to the relatively low intelligence of the scorpions recruited by Jin Meili, they lacked individual names, prompting her to assign them numerical designations, all adopting the surname Xie, scorpion. For instance, the first recruit was named Xielingi, while the last was designated Xielyuli. This method proved simple and convenient, although it may pose challenges once the count exceeds 100. The concept of military merit was conceived by Jin Meili, who resolved to allow these individuals to exchange their merits for food, equipment, and even housing in the future. The squad leader of Team 3 approached the young scorpions with his 4 members, shortly followed by the sales team of scorpions who emerged from behind, carrying 5 basins of delectable food to distribute among the members of Team 3. "What is this?" A stir began to rise from the audience. "Silence, everyone. Here lies the latest culinary invention by the esteemed Jin Meili, the grilled worm skewers. Crafted from confiscated wooden strips, these skewers are adorned with captured bait, then expertly grilled at the optimal temperature, seasoned with spices, and continuously rotated to achieve this exquisite delicacy of roasted worms." As the discussion ensued, Little Scorpion began to salivate, for the quantity was limited, and his leader permitted him but a single skewer. Naturally, he was not alone in his longing. The onlookers also found themselves swallowing in anticipation. Fear not, for an appreciation of everyone's efforts, this round of high-temperature grilled worms includes an extra skewer for indulgence. In truth, it is merely one skewer among many, as the supply is scarce and untraceable, allowing each person but a taste. Now, let us invite the leader of the combat team and the 2 squad leaders. Their exceptional organizational and responsive skills led to the capture of not only the captain, but also 2 soldiers. Their contributions are substantial. Each shall receive 2 energy milk blocks, 1 grilled worm skewer, and 200 military merits. Next, we call upon the head of the sales team and members of the reconnaissance team, whose timely communication has aided many comrades. Their reward includes 1 energy milk block, 2 high-temperature grilled worms, and 100 merits. Following them, we acknowledge Xielingqi, Xiaishir, and the other 8 warriors who exhibited exemplary performance, each receiving 1 energy milk block and 150 merits. With that, The final batch of warriors' rewards has been distributed. Soon, the food will be presented before all. The gathering of scorpions concludes this commendation ceremony in a delightful atmosphere. Chapter 11. Shadows. The commendation ceremony was exceptionally splendid, yielding remarkable benefits. Junmei observed a notable increase in the efficiency and diligence of the scorpions. Furthermore, their evolutionary pace had also accelerated. A work environment infused with hope and enthusiasm served to unleash their latent potential. Junmei felt increasingly akin to a capitalist, infuriating yet undeniably effective. The 12 foundational pillars had been successfully erected, and numerous bundles of concrete rods had begun to outline the basic structure of the villa. The subsequent steps involved binding the steel reinforcement, erecting the mold, pouring the concrete, and finally completing the roof. The preliminary form of the villa would soon be unveiled to the watchful eyes of the scorpions. This sequence could be meticulously followed according to the blueprint, requiring little intervention. Junmei merely assumed the role of supervisor. Occasionally, she would dispense small incentives, such as functional beverages diluted with energy milk and spring water, or offer additional meals. The scorpions' lives were monotonous, yet under Junmei's relentless drive, their physical capabilities and evolutionary potential had significantly improved. In contrast to the 100 or so scorpions that remained unengaged, all 66 of these scorpions had ascended to the second tier. Their participation in the defense battle had exponentially enhanced their capacity to metabolize energy within their bodies, thereby accelerating their advancement. As the energy within a living organism does not spontaneously increase, but rather accumulates step by step before being transformed into personal strength. Expediting the digestion of internal energy proved to be the most effective and harmless method to hasten their evolution. Junmei contemplated the possibility of constructing additional dormitories in the vicinity, allowing all scorpions to experience the comforts of human life. Upon reaching the second tier, these scorpions had acquired numerous skills, such as digging, stinging, accelerating, and evading, along with some unique abilities like the cunning of the young scorpions and Xiaolinqi's leadership, as well as Sijo's reconnaissance. While there were commendable skills, there were also undesirable ones. For instance, Junmei, who possessed no skills, was relatively fortunate compared to some scorpions who had acquired troublesome abilities, such as slowness and getting lost. There were also peculiar abilities, like Xiaolingba's bad luck charm. Though fortunately, it had yet to speak and bring misfortune. Little scorpion, have you noticed a shadow? During a meal, Junmei suddenly observed what seemed to be a dark figure hiding behind a pile of neatly arranged straw bricks. However, when the young scorpion went to investigate, it found nothing. Boss, there's nothing here. But one of my roasted insects is missing. Did I eat it? It distinctly remembered having 6 roasted insects, but now only 5 remained. How strange. Could it be that I miscounted? Little scorpion, come here quickly. The third team leader from the combat group is looking for you. Also, please address the issue at the dining table. Junmei noticed a commotion among the diners and sent the combat group to investigate. Currently, the members of the combat group not only understood Junmei's words, but could also engage in brief conversations using trained gestures. However, as a leader who enjoyed leisure, she was determined to make the most of the situation and allow the young scorpion to hone its skills. Understood, boss. Upon reconfirming the number of roasted insects, the little scorpion reluctantly departed. Xiaosanqi, is there anything you need? Xiaosanqi, the captain of the third combat team, was among the first to stand on the stage and receive an award. Nothing of great significance, merely that there are too many ruckus makers over there for us to manage. Thus, I sought your assistance, Brother Scorpion. During work reports, they referred to him as Lord Scorpion, but in everyday interactions, they preferred the more familiar title of Brother. Although he was younger than most of them, having only a few days' difference in age, he commanded their respect. Let us proceed. What exactly has transpired? A few scorpions were accusing one another of pilfering their food, throwing tantrums in the process. Surely, it cannot be so. All the food is identical. There is no need to steal from one another. The little scorpion, with an unflinching demeanor, overlooked his own previous transgressions of guarding the furnace while indulging himself. Indeed, I advised them similarly, managing to pacify some of the scorpions, yet shortly after, similar disputes arose elsewhere. Upon arrival at the scene, 2 factions of scorpions were flailing their limbs, and to an unacquainted observer, it might have appeared as if they were engaged in a dance-off. If you desire to eat, simply ask, I can share a portion with you. Why resort to sneaky tactics? I truly did not consume your share. I have my own. Wait, hold on. Why is my portion also diminished? Did you partake of it? Typically, I would not have noticed, yet you seem to possess an insatiable appetite. Are you deliberately consuming your own to implicate me? I did not. They can attest to my innocence. I have not strayed from the table. Seeking assistance? I left for but a brief moment, and two of the high-temperature roasted insects on the table had vanished. Aside from you, who else could it be? I have my own. Who would covet yours? Clearly, it was you who took them, and you even pilfered mine. The exchange of insults between the parties was intensely fervent, their silent dance of conflict exuding an air of civility, harmony, and artistry. Enough of this commotion. Brother Scorpion has arrived to arbitrate. As Scorpion approached, the disputing parties immediately ceased their movements. Do not quarrel. It is unlikely that one of your own has stolen the food. We should tally the number and timing of the missing roasted insects. It is improbable that so much food could be lost at once. Scorpion's exceptional intellect came into play. And within mere moments, the squad leader, Chi-Chi, had gathered all pertinent information regarding the timing. Moreover, there were discrepancies in the quantities lost. The intervals between the loss of single insects were roughly the same, while the loss of pairs took significantly longer. Additionally, each location from which food had disappeared was distanced from one another, with identical timing for reaching these new locations. Consequently, Scorpion meticulously sketched a route of movement on the ground. This path even traversed his own dining area, leading Scorpion to realize that his own food had also been consumed. He had not misremembered. Based on the current information, it was evident that a single scorpion was responsible for this mischief, although the quantity of roasted insects lost seemed excessive. Did it not fear overindulgence? Brother Scorpion, this cannot be. Consuming such an amount would surely lead to a rupture of the stomach. If it were indeed a scorpion, locating it would be considerably simpler, as they were not like the elusive leader Zhen Meili, who could perform tricks, suddenly hide everything, and then conjure it back into existence. Regrettably, after a thorough 20-minute inspection, no scorpion was found to have pilfered anything. How peculiar. Logically, there should have been some trace. The young scorpion began to ponder, his cunning gradually sharpening with experience. Should we seek assistance from our leader, Zhen Meili? He contemplated. No, I cannot trouble the leader again. It would be quite humiliating. I am determined to become the mightiest creature, surpassing even the human champion, Cho Tian. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Hadn't the leader mentioned a shadow appearing near the grass bricks? This meant someone had infiltrated their secret base, and astonishingly, amidst the vigilant scorpions, a sense of urgency surged within him. Alert! We have an intruder. Everyone, be on high alert. I command the combat team members to prepare immediately. An unidentified shadow has breached our base, and it is highly likely to be an invader. Upon hearing the words of their elder, the group became tense. The combat team swiftly surrounded the entire base, standing ready, aware that this invasion stemmed from a significant oversight on their part. Chapter 12. The mutant toad quickly encircle the area. The intruder must be within. Everyone, remain vigilant. You 4, protect leader Zhen Meili. You 3, begin searching from that side. You others, head to the opposite end. Do not let your guard down. Thanks to their rigorous daily training, the combat team maintained composure in the face of this unforeseen situation, efficiently organizing their defensive measures. Observing the scorpions forming layers of defense, it was evident that their actions had disrupted Zhen Meili's pleasant meal. At this moment, she appeared quite exasperated. Is it too much to ask for a peaceful dining experience? Little scorpion, come here and disperse these individuals. What were your hand signal commands again? At that moment, little scorpion was diligently setting a trap, fully engrossed and oblivious to Chief Zhen Meili's calls. He mused that, had it not been for his own kind, he might have ensnared that gluttonous scorpion with his trap. He carefully positioned the iron basin, heartbroken as he secured his roasted insects atop it, then concealed the basin with grass. For traps were thus prepared. All that remained was to lie in wait for the greedy creature to take the bait. Why not 5 traps, you ask? Well, little scorpion had consumed one himself, unwilling to let the glutton have all the spoils. Chief little scorpion, whom do you think this trap could deceive? Even the dimmest among us, Xiaolingjiu, knows better than to touch it. The squad leader of Team 3 trailed behind little scorpion, perplexed. Do you really believe such a rudimentary trap could ensnare anyone? You fail to grasp the situation, little scorpion replied. The glutton's speed of movement is not particularly swift, yet its ability to snatch food is remarkably quick, indicating its hunger and considerable appetite. By exploiting this, we can effectively pinpoint our target. This is what we call catering to its preferences. No sooner had he spoken than a metallic clang echoed as one of the iron basins toppled onto the concrete ground, followed by an odd croak. Over there. Quickly. Let us subdue it. Upon discovering the greedy creature, little Scorpion was elated, having sacrificed 4 roasted insects in the process. He wondered which little imp dared to covet his food. Before him stood an unfamiliar being, primarily a cluster of recently hatched scorpions. Their bodies glistening with a greenish hue and adorned with numerous small bumps. A vast maw adorned with a pair of bewildered eyes. Supported by robust hind legs resting on the ground, and front limbs flailing desperately, as if attempting to dislodge the cement-like roots lodged within its gaping mouth. Yet alas, its short limbs fall short of the task. Good heavens, what manner of creature is this? It is utterly terrifying. Why does it lack pincers? Its legs are remarkably thick. Yet, it does not resemble a bipedal creature. Were I to grow into such a form, I would surely perish against a wall. Surrounded by the scorpion warriors, the creature exhibited an unexpected calmness, seemingly unperturbed by the diminutive scorpions before it. However, the contents of its mouth caused it considerable distress. The little scorpions were equally perplexed. What on earth is this? How could a scorpion take on such an appearance? It seemed prudent to consult their leader. Bind it with the specially crafted grass ropes from the storeroom, the little scorpion instructed, but exercise caution. Avoid contact with it as much as possible. With that, it departed. Leaving the combat, team members exchanging glances, bewildered. What shall we do, Captain? The little scorpion instructed us to avoid touching it. Yet we must bind it. How can we achieve this? Indeed, Captain, why not give it a try? We shall learn diligently, they urged. Go for it, Captain. You can do it. Holding the grass ropes, the distinguished squad leader of the combat team felt somewhat at a loss. The demands seemed excessively unreasonable. Yet, the team members were watching, and one could not admit to being incapable. These were merely ordinary second-tier, mutated scorpions, possessing limited intellect. Instructing them to avoid contact with the creature while simultaneously binding it was an exceedingly daunting task. Jean Meili drove away the surrounding scorpions. For the discomfort of being encircled by a throng of them while consuming food was quite unbearable. Fortunately, her meal consisted solely of tasteless energy milk blocks, which did not provoke their curiosity. Had she indulged in high-temperature roasted insects in their presence, it was likely that these scorpions would have salivated at the sight. After all, they had come to her aid before having their own meal. Boss, we have captured an enormous scorpion. It looks exceedingly peculiar, with a skin covered in green lumps, hiding by the edge of the grass bricks, nearly invisible. And its mouth is particularly large. I tell you, it can devour several basins of roasted insects in one go. Moreover, its legs are incredibly robust, thicker than my waist. Jean Meili was utterly perplexed. Could scorpions truly appear in such a manner? Surely. They possess dainty cherry-like mouths and slender, elongated legs. How could they resemble that? Upon arriving at the scene, she observed the scorpions forming small circles with ropes, akin to cowboys attempting to lasso the creature. However, inexplicably, the creature's lumpy exterior caused the ropes to slide off, much to the distress of the scorpions. Is this what you call a scorpion? Jean Meili burst into laughter at the sight of the creature under siege. The rotund, comically endearing being, with its ample belly, was clearly a toad, not a scorpion. How amusing. She was utterly captivated by the scorpion's imaginative perception in their eyes. It seemed the world contained only 2 kinds of creatures, bipedal beings and scorpions. What are you all doing? Why go through such trouble to bind a scorpion? Simply pull one end of the rope and encircle it a few times. Surely that would suffice. Scorpio beheld his chieftain, Jean Meili, convulsed with laughter, and though perplexed, he surmised her amusement was justified. Thus, he diverted his focus, proceeding to reprimand the scorpions ensnaring the creature. The squad leader, crestfallen, lamented that the stratagem was not of his design, but rather a desperate improvisation born of his team's insistence, a method that permitted restraint without contact. He had anticipated commendation from Scorpio, not censure. He resolved to subject his subordinates to supplementary drills anon. Jean Meili, her mirth spent, patted Scorpio. Scorpio, this is a toad, also known as a frog. It's an amphibian, and its skin is covered in tubercles, not blisters. These contain venom, akin to that in our tails. Fortunately, you avoided touching it. Scorpio, enlightened by Jean Meili's elucidation, experienced a surge of relief. He was grateful for his chieftain's habitual admonition against handling unfamiliar objects, which had averted a potential poisoning. The combat team, upon hearing Jean Meili's explanation, felt a profound admiration for Scorpio. Had it not been for his caution, they might have all been afflicted. But why was a toad present? From whence did it originate, and what was its purpose? Scorpio, she instructed. You are tasked with extracting this intelligence. Furthermore, after the interrogation, do not release it. It is a treasure. The toad, bound and helpless, harbored terror in its diminutive eyes. How could this diminutive pink scorpion possess such insight into its nature? Its gaze, in particular, was unnerving. Initially, it intended to paralyze the scorpions with venom during their assault, seizing the opportunity to escape. However, to its astonishment, the adversaries did not attack. Instead, they bound it. What a predicament! The frog was terrified, lamenting its own gluttony. No, no. If blame were to be assigned, it must fall upon the delectable insect that proved too tempting. Chapter 13. The Interrogation of a Language Barrier. The mutated toad, feeling immensely wronged, croaked its protests. Speak. Was it the bipedal creatures that sent you? They allowed you to infiltrate our stronghold. Confess, and you shall be treated leniently. Resist, and face the consequences. The squad leader of the combat unit, C.S. Sanchi, prodded its nodules with a stick, collecting the emitted liquid in a metal basin. Though he remained puzzled as to why his superior, Jinmei, had instructed him to do so. The stimulation from the stick elicited joyous croaks from the mutated toad, akin to the soothing ministrations of a skilled masseur attending to its every need. How goes the interrogation? Jinmei and the little scorpion approached the mutated toad. Report. Boss Jean, the prisoner is exceedingly obstinate. Even when subjected to the punishment of being suspended and prodded with the stick, it has yet to utter a second word. Boss, we have already collected a considerable amount of liquid from the nodules of this toad. We have managed to compress its largest nodule by nearly half. Should we continue? The mutated toad, ensnared by ropes, was being alternately struck by several scorpions, which caused the secretion of a thick, white venom from its nodules, dripping down its smooth skin into the awaiting metal basin below. Boss, why do I have the impression that the toad is enjoying this? Look at its little eyes. They are crescent-shaped with delight. My name is Jinmei, the leader of these scorpions. You currently find yourself a prisoner, and I advise you to cooperate, or I shall turn you into roasted frog. Jinmei displayed a fierce expression, pointing at the mutated toad, then gesturing towards the furnace ablaze beside them. The mutated toad opened its crescent-shaped eyes in confusion, glancing at Jinmei. It comprehended her words. As a second-tier mutated creature, it had acquired a unique skill known as secret speech, allowing it to understand spoken language. Ribbit, ribbit, it attempted to convey its thoughts, yet the others remained oblivious. Boss, we have interrogated this fellow for quite some time, and it only knows how to say ribbit, remaining utterly uncommunicative. It is the most obstinate creature I have ever encountered, explained Siechichi, leaving Jinmei speechless. For heaven's sake, toads speak this way by nature, she retorted, much like how these scorpions communicate with their incessant clicking sounds, which she could not comprehend. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. The mutated toad wished to scold the scorpion, having spoken for ages. Yet its refined frog language went unrecognized, truly a display of illiteracy. Moreover, how could it be obstinate when the grass rope was constricting it painfully? Boss, I believe it can understand us. Look at its expression and demeanor. Clearly one of disdain, suggested the small scorpion, prompting Jinmei to regard its intelligence with newfound respect. Indeed, it was her loyal subordinate, displaying keen observation skills. Stop your incessant tribbiting. We cannot understand you. I will ask questions, and you shall respond by nodding or shaking your head. Do you understand? The mutated toad assented promptly, finally encountering an astute scorpion. Observing the toad's human-like nod, Jinmei ascertained that the creature comprehended her speech. Were you brought here by the bipedal beings? The mutated toad shook its head. Did you enter this dungeon with the bipedal beings? The mutated toad nodded, then shook its head. I understand. It must have sneaked in when the bipedal beings weren't paying attention. The little scorpion interjected, noticing the toad's peculiar behavior. The mutated toad nodded repeatedly, affirming, indeed, it surreptitiously entered. Are you lost? The toad nodded. So, this mutated toad has no connection to the bipedal beings and is unlikely to be a spy dispatched by them. The mutated toad nodded, seemingly agreeing. Who would associate with those humans? If I weren't afraid of being captured, would I have fled to this forsaken place? Little scorpion, come here. Did you comprehend my method of questioning? I believe you surely did. The rest is entrusted to you. Before the little scorpion could speak, Jinmei had already delegated the task entirely, demonstrating her adeptness at being a hands-off manager. After all, she had ample experience. So, shall I indulge in some leisure, or partake in a beverage concocted from energy milk cubes. The little scorpion watched as boss Jean Meili departed into the distance, undoubtedly embarking on some grand endeavor beyond its comprehension. For every time the boss delegated tasks, she would proclaim that she was off to pursue a significant matter known as leisure. Having acquainted himself with the diminutive scorpion, the interrogation process became markedly more facile. In each instance, he possessed the capability to transmute conjectured outcomes into declarative interrogations directed at the aberrant toad. This, coupled with his preternatural sagacity and perspicacity, transformed what had been an intractable inquisition for squad leader Siesanchi into a series of bizarre dialogues. Initially, the queries were relatively conventional, such as inquiring about the toad's purpose in arriving at this location, its motives for pilfering sustenance, and the existence of an egress. Subsequently, the inquiries metamorphosed into more peculiar lines of questioning, such as the number of protuberances adorning its epidermis, whether it had always possessed such an unsightly visage, its consumption of palatable delicacies, and the external topography. The aberrant toad was on the cusp of disorientation. How am I to ascertain the precise number of protuberances upon my person? In my nascent form, I was but a tadpole. How am I to elucidate such matters? Under the adulatory gaze of Siesanchi, the diminutive scorpion departed with a sense of fulfillment, intent on conveying the intelligence gleaned to Overlord Jean Meili. Overlord, Overlord. I have successfully extracted the information. The diminutive scorpion's vociferations were audible from a considerable distance, prompting Jean Meili to swiftly extricate herself from her languid state of repose. Pray, desist from haste and articulate with deliberation. There is a chalice of invigorating fluid available. Having imbibed a portion of the aforementioned fluid, the diminutive scorpion temporarily regained its composure. Overlord, I have ascertained that this aberrant toad, like ourselves, is an inhabitant of a subterranean prison. It is, indeed, a pitiable creature, having been ostracized by its conspecifics due to its voracious appetite. On one fortuitous occasion, while the bipeds were dispensing sustenance to the other toads, it ascended and secreted itself within the garments of one of the bipeds, thereby effecting a seamless departure from the confines of the prison. However, he soon regretted it. The insects outside were unlike those confined within the cell. They could fly, evade capture, and were far more diminutive, unlike the plump and succulent creatures of their dungeon, which could be devoured with ease. A few days prior, he caught a whiff of an enticing aroma, leading him to our location. The scent was so irresistible that he seized the opportunity to sneak in while some bipedal beings clad in protective gear opened the cell door. Following the delightful fragrance, he discovered our secret hideout and concealed himself amidst a pile of grass bricks. After a day of hiding, hunger became unbearable. During a gathering to celebrate achievements, there were too many scorpions around for him to dare partake. Eventually, he ventured to eat in shifts, but overwhelmed by hunger, he took the risk of using his tongue to sneak a taste of the roasted insects, initially intending to consume just one or two. The flavor was so exquisite that he couldn't resist indulging a tad more. Boss, I believe if I were imprisoned in a place surrounded by roasted insects, I too would succumb to temptation. The roasted insects are simply divine. I could never tire of them. Having relayed his tale of interrogation, the little scorpion wore a smug expression, as if to say, "Come, praise me. Do not fear that I cannot handle the flattery. I shall accept it in abundance." Chapter 14. Recruiting the mutant toads. I understand. You may proceed with your tasks. Deprived of Jean Meili's commendation, the little scorpion appeared quite crestfallen. After Jean Meili assigned a few tasks, the little scorpion sighed and departed. Although Jean Meili did not offer praise, she was profoundly moved within. She initially intended for the little scorpion to inquire about a few basic details, yet to her astonishment, its intelligence proved remarkably high. She could hardly fathom how the little scorpion elicited such answers. If she had posed the questions herself, she certainly would have been at a loss. It was indeed alarming to contemplate the stark contrast in their intellectual capacities. However, Jean Meili had no intention of praising it. As her subordinate, it ought to approach her with humility and refrain from arrogance. She would never admit that she was simply too taken aback at the moment to articulate any commendations. The little scorpion released the mutated toad, its multitude of bumps entirely punctured. Of course, the precious toad venom had long been secured, a prized possession that Jean Meili had insisted upon safeguarding. Following its interrogation-induced weight loss, the mutated toad appeared considerably more appealing without its unsightly protrusions, resembling a plump green orb. Thanks to the formidable regenerative abilities of mutated creatures, It did not perish after shedding its bumps. Rather, it felt liberated from a heavy burden. At first glance, one might not even recognize it as a toad, but rather as a green frog. Ribbit, ribbit. The liberated mutated toad joyfully croaked a few times, relishing the grounding sensation. The little scorpion wished to evict the mutated toad from the base, yet this creature stubbornly refused to leave. Ribbit. Naturally, the mutated toad had no desire to depart. Here, it enjoyed roasted insects when hungry, fresh spring water when thirsty, and a comfortable spot atop the grassy bricks for a nap. Furthermore, the scorpion's wooden stick punishments were quite pleasant. Akin to a massage, this was indeed a splendid place, and it had no intention of leaving. You don't wish to depart? The mutated toad nodded. Why do you hesitate to leave? I have come to understand. Could it be that the delectable grilled insects prepared by the boss have captured your heart, making it difficult for you to depart? Let me share a secret. I too possess a profound fondness for these grilled delicacies. The mutated toad nodded in agreement, reflecting the camaraderie of fellow gourmands. This presents a dilemma. The boss has stated she will not tolerate idlers who refuse to work. If you wish to stay, you must contribute, and given your considerable appetite, it is certain that you will be required to undertake a great deal of labor. The simple-minded mutated toad nodded, indicating its readiness to work, be it merely transporting grass bricks, something it is well equipped to handle. Observing the toad's compliance, the scorpion revealed a subtle, mischievous grin. In truth, the boss, Jinmei, desired for this mutated toad to remain, ideally ensuring its unwavering loyalty. If necessary, it could be tricked into staying. For this creature is truly a treasure trove of resources. Knowing the toad had fallen into a trap, the scorpion's expression soured, betraying a sense of hesitation. The toad proclaimed its willingness to endure hardships, to toil selflessly, portraying itself as an idealistic, ambitious, and compassionate creature. Thus, it urged the scorpion to communicate this to boss Jinmei, emphasizing the necessity of its continued presence. I can assist you, but pray tell, what is your appetite? I fear you may consume too much for us to sustain. The scorpion, however, was not genuinely concerned about the toad's appetite, as boss Jinmei had assured ample provisions. Yet, it could not allow this behemoth to feast without contributing. The mutated toad, aware of its own capacity, felt a surge of urgency at the thought of leaving and losing the opportunity to savor such exquisite grilled insects. With a touch of resolve, I'll curtail my consumption. Just a smidgen, not an exorbitant amount. Is that agreeable? You're perhaps suggesting you could diminish your intake slightly? The mutated toad nodded, marveling at the fellow's perspicacity, akin to having a parasite within its very being, though it pondered the palatability of such a creature. Very well, I shall endeavor to negotiate. You surreptitiously devoured the equivalent of 6 portions of high-temperature roasted insects, and yet remain unsatiated. I surmise your maximum capacity to be approximately 8 portions. I shall intercede with the leader, advocating for a daily allotment of roughly 5 portions for you. However, success is not guaranteed, so prepare yourself accordingly. Croak? The mutated toad was taken aback. 5 portions, each containing 6 insects. 1 6 equals 6, 5 6 equates to 30, a grand total of 30 roasted insects, and that's merely a single repast. In truth, the mutated toad would have been content with less, yet such abundance was unexpected. Ah, such felicity, little scorpion. Henceforth you shall be my esteemed leader. Unbeknownst to the little scorpion, it had successfully won over a devoted toad acolyte. Observing the mutated toad's lack of affirmation or denial, it began to fret over the adequacy of the offering, wondering if the mutated toad would demur. Do you perhaps find it insufficient? Hearing the little scorpion's inquiry, the mutated toad roused from its reverie of bliss. It vehemently shook its head. How could it be insufficient? Then are you apprehensive that I might fail to persuade the esteemed leader, Jinmei? You may rest assured, within this space, my rapport with the leader is unparalleled. I am her foremost disciple. Upon hearing the little scorpion's assurance, the mutated toad was overcome with emotion, so moved that it leaped before the little scorpion, nuzzling it affectionately. Upon witnessing the transformation of the mutated toad, the little scorpion was caught off guard and was brushed against by the creature. The scorpion recalled the words of its leader, who had warned that the toad's skin was toxic. Alas, it lamented its fate, feeling that it had not yet fully lived and aspired to surpass the formidable human warrior Cho Tian. To meet its demise at the hands of such a diminutive poison was truly an injustice from the heavens. With just a few touches from the mutated toad, the little scorpion found itself paralyzed. The potency of the toad's toxin was indeed formidable, Just a trace of it rendered the scorpion immobile. Moreover, it felt as if countless ants were crawling over its body, and though it longed to scratch the itch, it remained utterly still. The mutated toad emitted a sound that was markedly diminished, akin to a child who had committed a misdeed. Fortunately, due to the minimal quantity of the toxin, the second-tier mutated scorpion was merely paralyzed for a fleeting minute. Yet, that brief duration was fraught with torment. The damage may have been minimal, but the humiliation of such an attack was profoundly terrifying. As the saying goes, distance breeds beauty, and the little scorpion mused that perhaps they should maintain a greater distance. Emphasizing the word billion. I know you did not intend this harm, yet your venom is indeed formidable. No wonder my leader regards you as a treasure, it remarked. The mutated toad appeared perplexed. While it recognized that the scorpion's leader was praising it, it could not help but ponder, but I am a male toad. Is this designation not somewhat amiss? Have you not noticed my well-developed muscles? And my chiseled abdominal muscles certainly do not resemble those of a mere treasure. The mutated toad felt an imperative need to distance itself from the leader of the little scorpions. The thought of being transformed from a formidable amphibian into a mere plaything would bring disgrace upon its kind. I shall introduce you to the leader, henceforth. She shall be your superior. However, remember that I am the foremost subordinate of Jinmei, it was stated. Thus, under the subtle persuasion of the little scorpion, the mutated toad successfully infiltrated their lair. Nay, it should be referred to as the scorpion's den, emerging as one of Jinmei's most conspicuous underlings. Chapter 15. The inferior wooden bow. Only by judiciously utilizing our limited resources can we aspire to a better life. Jinmei would repeatedly remind her cadre of scorpion subordinates, especially given their confinement in a dungeon where resources were scarce. With the toad's venom, Jinmei hastened to craft a few poison-tipped arrows. As for the rationale behind creating arrows instead of poisonous traps, Jinmei could only express her sentiments through a torrent of bitter tears. From the scorpion beauty system, Jinmei unexpectedly received an inferior wooden bow. At that moment, she was utterly taken aback. While receiving a bow was one matter, the lack of any accompanying provisions rendered it rather ineffective, especially since her pincers were ill-suited for archery. The most vexing aspect was that it was indeed a substandard bow, one that could only be wielded with inferior arrows. It pained her to see the gift from her little chef title squandered, though she could not bring herself to discard it, ultimately choosing to store it within the system. It wasn't until the diminutive scorpion detected the trespassing mutant toad that Jinmei recalled her bow. The system had informed her that any bow and arrow fashioned from non-regulation materials could be deemed inferior. Consequently, a mere addition of a grass stalk, affixed with a sharpened stone, would suffice as a bona fide inferior bow, provided it remained intact. One can only imagine the degree of inferiority resulting from pairing such a bow with equally substandard arrows. Jinmei, in a fit of pique, discarded the contraption after a single attempt. Accuracy aside, its lethality was woefully inadequate. The intact mud patch meticulously arranged the shattered bow and arrow, proudly showcasing its imperviousness. Had the mud patch possessed sentience, it would have undoubtedly venerated its ancestors, having become a bastion capable of withstanding arrows without so much as a scratch, a momentous occasion worthy of ancestral glorification. With fluid grace, she drew back the bow and released the arrow, which unerringly struck its mark. However, before Jinmei could commend her archery prowess, the flimsy bow succumbed to the strain and disintegrated. The pointed stone landed squarely upon the insect. Yet, the diminutive creature remained unscathed, motionless within its grassy abode. Witnessing this, Jinmei sighed in resignation, acknowledging the utter futility of the bow. Elder sister, I've brought the little frog. It has consented to stay. The diminutive scorpion's auspicious tidings roused Jinmei from her despondency. Little Frog was the moniker Jinmei had bestowed upon the mutant toad, a shortened, more euphonious version of Little Toad. Very well, Little Scorpion, come here along with Little Frog. Little Frog, possessing the skill of secret language, naturally comprehended Jinmei's words and followed closely behind Little Scorpion, scampering eagerly. Though he initially intended to leap, he deemed it prudent to refrain, for the other was the superior of his elder brother. Ah, who is this frog? A mutated toad? Ribbit, Ribbit, Little Frog protested, asserting his identity as a noble toad. Boss, this is Little Frog. Though the warts have vanished, they should reappear in a few days. Without the warts, he appeared far more handsome. Ribbit. Little Frog straightened his posture, showcasing his robustness and charm, declaring that he was no mere treasure in your eyes. Jinmei scrutinized Little Frog. acknowledging that he indeed appeared more appealing than the wart-covered toad. "Oh, boss, what is that peculiar object you hold?" Little Scorpion expressed curiosity towards the strange item adorned with a string. "This is a bow. I was just testing it, though the results were rather disappointing," Jinmei replied, revealing the bow and the disassembled arrows to them. By bending the bow and knocking an arrow, one can shoot it several meters away. Intrigued, Little Scorpion quickly reassembled the disjointed arrows, eager to experiment with this novel contraption. However, Little Frog had no interest in the human's bow and arrows. Had his forelimbs been capable of drawing the bow, he would have been far more enthusiastic. Ribbit, ribbit. Little Frog's attention was captured by a plump little worm, which lay motionless in the center of the grass box, as if ensnared by a spell. Had it not been for the little frog possessing secret knowledge, it would not have realized that the tiny insect was not dead, but merely paralyzed. The insect thought to itself, "How itchy it is. It feels as if thousands of my own kind are crawling all over me, yet I am unable to scratch, and it is quite unbearable. What is the matter?" "Little frog?" The little scorpion observed the frog, deeply engrossed in watching the insect in the grass box, licking its tongue in anticipation. "Are you hoping to consume it?" "That cannot be, for it is the insect I used to practice archery." Jinmei intended to continue testing the bow provided by the system, while also refining the inferior bow and arrows. The little frog pointed at the scorpion, then at the insect, and finally at itself, mimicking a head-scratching motion. The scorpion immediately understood. "Little frog, are you suggesting that this insect, completely still, resembles how you scratch against me? It has been paralyzed by your toxin." The frog nodded in affirmation. Jinmei's experiment had not failed. Although her bow had fallen apart, the poisoned arrowhead still managed to deliver the toxin to the insect. "Boss, I comprehend now. As long as this bow and arrow strike the insect, even if it is not wounded, it will remain paralyzed for an extended duration. At that moment, we can capture our prey alive." With this newfound insight, Jinmei and the little scorpion set about crafting new arrows. The experiment proceeded unexpectedly smoothly. As long as the inferior bow discharged the inferior arrows, the arrows would inevitably break apart, taking the neatly bundled grass along with them. "Boss, this bow is truly remarkable. How to secure it tightly, yet it would still be shattered by its force. Thus, I conceived a daring idea. We could proceed in this manner." Upon hearing this, Jinmei realized that if successful, this bow would rival a divine artifact. Soon, Little Scorpion presented her with a brand new inferior bow and arrow. "Boss, I have bound over 30 miniature arrows within, and I have coated them all with poison. The new experimental insects are already positioned at the entrance." At the location where the little frog resided, numerous insects crawled upon the ground, contained within a designated rectangular area that served as the target for this archery attempt. Jinmei drew her bow and released the arrow, which traced a perfect arc through the air, only to disintegrate shortly thereafter. In the sky, over 30 miniature arrows lined up in succession, their poisoned tips spinning as they raced towards the target at the entrance. "Boss, trouble has arrived. An uninvited guest has intruded." It was Cessigio from the reconnaissance team, bearing urgent news. As he pushed open the door, a torrential rain of arrows surged forth towards him. Cessigio stood frozen, bewildered, thinking, "I have merely come to report an urgent military matter, not to steal anything. There is no need for such treatment." Jinmei's aim faltered, and instead of hitting the target, she struck Cessigio, the messenger. Jinmei, Little Scorpion, and the little frog simultaneously shut their eyes, unwilling to witness the gruesome scene. Chapter 16. The Returning Bandits. Cessigio screamed in agony as he was met with the onslaught of arrows. Due to the transformation of potential energy into kinetic energy, the more than 30 small arrows, despite their diminutive size, possessed an astonishing velocity, instantly transforming Cessigio into a porcupine. Fortunately, the rudimentarily crafted arrows were not excessively sharp, failing to penetrate even Cessigio's scorpion shell. Moreover, the scattered trajectory of the arrows meant that only a fraction struck their target, sparing Cessigio from severe injury. However, the toxin still rendered it immobile. "Why can't I move? It's so itchy. Why are there so many ants crawling all over me? Little brother Cia, boss Jinmei, help." Cessigio trembled as it called for aid, yet it failed to capture the attention of the nearby mutated creatures. With a face devoid of hope, it lamented the incessant itch, unable to scratch. What to do? What to do? Will it be all right? Jinmei felt profound remorse for her blunder, yet was utterly powerless. "Boss, don't panic. The amount of toxin is minimal. I'll be paralyzed for just a minute, and given its condition, it should be all right after a day of paralysis. Upon hearing this, CSCGO fainted, only to awaken soon after, overwhelmed by the unbearable itch. Spending an entire day in this state felt far worse than losing its life as a scorpion. As long as there's no danger to my life, I would feel immensely guilty otherwise. Jeanne Meili covered her face, astonished by her poor aim. Despite such a large target, she had failed to hit it. It must have been the pincers that hindered my performance. Yes, that must be it. After ensuring CSCGO was settled, the mutated creatures dismissed the urgency of relaying the military situation and returned to their experiments. At the entrance of the cell, 2 fully armed soldiers approached, each carrying a specially designed iron cage. Within the confines of these cages glimmered 3 pairs of eyes, seemingly ready to devour everything in sight. Upon closer inspection, the cages were indeed quite large, supported at the bottom by a hovering platform. After all, these mechanically enhanced scorpions weighed several tons, far exceeding the maximum weight any ordinary human could lift. Regrettably, Captain Mu Yang had been reassigned, his injuries requiring a month of recuperation. Fortunately, he was a genetic modifier. Otherwise, he might have been rendered disabled. Alas, it was simply unfortunate that Captain Mu Yang had caught the eye of the Lord's daughter. This time, rather than facing demotion, he had been promoted several ranks. Let us not speak carelessly. It would be unwise to be overheard. We must focus on our task. The higher-ups have instructed us to place these 6 mechanically altered mutated scorpions into the dungeon. Is that truly acceptable? One soldier pondered. It should be fine, perhaps. Yet, these scorpions are merely second-tier mutated variants. They are hardly comparable in magnitude. But we must follow the orders from above. What is there to worry about when that large scorpion is keeping them in check? True enough. Instead of opening the cell door, they align the iron cage with an interface of the cell, inputting a series of codes. Gradually, the specially designed iron rod at the connecting entrance of the cage began to rise. The cage and the cell were thus connected. One of the mechanically enhanced scorpions poked its head out. Meanwhile, Siasiba, who was lurking nearby, dared not make a sound. As a member of the reconnaissance team, however, he stealthily recorded the password. Siasiba lamented that CSCGO had been missing for an indeterminate duration, with no news to be found. Emerging from the passageway, mutated scorpions had leaped onto the grass, followed by 3 more. To these creatures, a distance of 1 meter seemed as trivial as level ground. Their metallic claws glimmered under the bulb's illumination, reflecting a chilling light, with eyes shining a haunting azure glow, captivating and terrifying. Each of their colossal pincers was adorned with platinum, and a fearsome groove was embedded within, housing blades that could spring forth in an instant, ready to snuff out a life. Even without the blades, the gear-like pincers, once they clamped down, would sever a substantial piece of flesh. These were 3 modified scorpions. No, there were 3 more. A second batch of scorpions followed suit, one of which was notably larger, its body and pincers evidently surpassing those of the others. It was them. CSC Ba recognized the scorpion, a creature forever etched in his memory. They were brigands, 2 weeks prior. Both CSC Ba and CSC Geo had been mere ordinary first-tier scorpions, and this group had once besieged them, repeatedly robbing them of their energy pellets. They had attempted to resist, only to be mercilessly beaten. It could be said that had it not been for their leader, Jeanne Meili, recruiting them, they might have perished from starvation before ever advancing to second tier. Though filled with hatred and fear, they remained silent. The training of recent days had taught them that in the face of peril, one must maintain composure and prioritize the greater good. During their spare time from reconnaissance training, CSC Ba had diligently memorized Jeanne Meili's teachings on the self-cultivation of a scout hundreds of times. The 8 scorpions, known among their kin as the bandit scorpions, had long indulged in their tyrannical ways, seizing the energy milk blocks of other scorpions daily. Until that fateful day when 6 of their number were captured by a bipedal creature, among whom was their leader, the remaining scorpions rejoiced for a considerable time. This matter must be reported immediately to Boss Jeanne Meili, one of them resolved. Once the 6 pirate scorpions swaggered away, CSC Ba finally exhaled in relief and swiftly took a shortcut back to the base. The 6 pirate scorpions had already detected the presence of a hidden scorpion nestled within the thicket. The moment they leapt down, they sensed its proximity. However, upon closer inspection, they discovered that the solitary scorpion merely lay motionless upon the grass. Instantly, they felt a surge of arrogance, believing their imposing presence had intimidated this lone scorpion. They had surpassed all their contemporaries and envisioned themselves as the sovereigns of this dungeon. while the lesser scorpions could only look up to them and serve their whims. Indeed, at that moment, their strength and rank eclipsed all others. As third-tier mutated scorpions armed with formidable gear, they were virtually invincible among their peers, even capable of challenging foes of higher tiers. Upon pushing open the base's door, CSC Ba's gaze fell upon CSC Gio, who was resting in a corner, igniting a spark of frustration within him. Yet, upon seeing Boss Jun Meili, the elder scorpion, and a green frog present, he refrained from venting his ire and opted instead to relay the intelligence he had gathered to the others. Upon hearing the news, Jun Meili was initially incredulous. She thought to herself that she was still consuming energy milk blocks as if they were mere candy, and had yet to evolve to the third tier. How could those sea bandit scorpions, who were unable to secure any energy milk blocks, possibly have evolved? However, CSC bespoke with such earnestness that it did not seem like a jest. Jun Meili was momentarily taken aback. Not long ago, CSC Gio, who had been poisoned, seemed to be reporting some urgent military intelligence, but she had inadvertently forgotten due to her distraction. A flush crept upon her face as she realized she had erred once more. Chapter 17. Enemies in the trees, is there such a matter? Guagua. During its wanderings, the little frog had encountered numerous modified and mutated creatures, yet those beings were predominantly of the 5th and 6th tiers. It was indeed rare to come across a third-tier specimen. Little frog, do you have something to say? Jun Meili inquired upon noticing the frog's blinking eyes, seemingly deep in thought. Guagua 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 guagua. Little scorpion, what did it say? Boss, I know, it uttered 3 phrases. What 3 phrases? I'm not sure. Gua. The little frog, feeling exasperated, thought it improper to joke during such serious discussions. This phrase I comprehend. For the frog displayed a hint of disdain. The little scorpion attempted to persist with its jest at the frog's expense, but before it could finish, the little frog nudged it, prompting the scorpion to immediately fall silent. In a whimsical scene, the little frog discovered some scorched grass ash and used its forelimbs to dab a bit of it, sketching a mutated scorpion upon the ground. It then pointed at the diminutive scorpion and proceeded to draw a much larger one, gesturing towards the center of the dungeon. The little scorpion, having recovered from its stupor, quickly comprehended the illustration. The first was a 2nd-tier mutated scorpion, while the latter represented a 6th-tier variant, the size difference being staggering. The little frog continued to draw while chirping cheerfully. This peculiar mutated scorpion must indeed be the modified scorpion we discussed. However, it appeared to be of the 5th tier. The frog connected the modified mechanical mutated scorpion to a scorpion even larger than the 6th-tier variant, marking a large cross upon the colossal semi-mutated creature. What? Are you suggesting that this 5th-tier mutated scorpion could effortlessly defeat this even stronger being? The little scorpion was taken aback, unable to fathom the might of this modified creature, capable of easily vanquishing beings 2 tiers or even higher. Such formidable strength left the little scorpion perplexed. Little scorpion, are you afraid? This is unlike you. You are destined to conquer the mightiest warrior of humanity, Chio Tian, as the strongest mutated scorpion. Noticing the little scorpion's hesitance, Jun Meili did not relent and employed the simplest form of provocation. The little scorpion was particularly susceptible to this tactic. What? I am not afraid. It's all the little frog's fault for incapacitating me. I am to become the strongest mutated being. How could I possibly be intimidated by a mere mechanical bandit scorpion? Easily roused, the little scorpion instantly regained its vigor, as if it had already surpassed the warrior, its eyes devoid of fear. Quack. The little frog declared that it would not bear the blame for this predicament, simultaneously expressing admiration for Jun Meili. Observing her unwavering composure in the face of formidable adversaries, she remained calm and unflustered. Boss, I have conceived 15 strategies to deal with them. Rest assured, I possess over a 50% chance of ensuring these marauding scorpions are unable to retreat. The young scorpion's brain raced as it articulated this audacious and confident statement. Jun Meili was taken aback by the swiftness with which the little scorpion devised a plan. Indeed, the tactic of provocation proved effective. Gua. The little frog expressed its astonishment. For the opponent was a 3rd-tier mutated scorpion of mechanical enhancement, a being that should be approached with caution. How could it exude such confidence? This territory belongs to me. You may select a suitable location for yourselves. From now on, this will be our stronghold, proclaimed the leader of the 6 mechanical scorpions, marked with the designation WD 0206001, the first experimental subject of the 6th batch from Area 2. This was the identification tag affixed to all subjects post-experimentation. Boss, when shall we commence the capture of slaves? I can hardly wait. After delineating their territory, several scorpions began to deliberate their forthcoming endeavors, aspiring to become the rulers of this region. The first step was to conscript able-bodied individuals. Why the haste? I have already dispatched those two unfortunate ones, the two marauding scorpions that have yet to be captured, to gather intelligence. Once we have constructed our fortress, we shall settle the score with Jeanne Meili. Reflecting on the repeated defeats endured during previous robberies at the hands of Jeanne Meili's combat team, it felt a gnawing resentment. Simply give her an electromagnetic projectile. How foolish you are. Each of us possesses but a single electromagnetic round, and once expended, it is gone, a resource I am unwilling to squander. Why not venture forth at this very moment? Another pirate scorpion retorted, acknowledging that they were indeed fully armed, even equipped with lethal weaponry. Yet, within this confined prison, any waste would undoubtedly be fatal. After being captured by humans, these 6 pirate scorpions underwent a series of examinations, revealing no viruses responsible for their peculiar grass-cutting behavior. Following 3 days of experimentation, the scientists mechanized parts of these scorpions' bodies to test the efficacy of the latest biomechanical innovations. Contrary to expectations of rejection, the scientist was astounded to discover that all of the scorpions had survived, exhibiting remarkable adaptability. This delighted the scientist immensely, prompting him to equip them with newly fashioned localized electromagnetic wave missile launchers. This type of missile, powered by electromagnetic energy, when detonated, would instantly incapacitate the targeted organism, simultaneously obliterating them with the ensuing electromagnetic waves. Its power and precision were formidable. 2 noticeably smaller scorpions approached, trembling with trepidation upon seeing their monstrous companions. They surrendered the energy milk blocks they had painstakingly saved. What are you doing? The pirate scorpion leader seethed. Energy milk blocks of such quality are now ineffective for our advancement, providing only a fleeting sensation of satiety. I instructed you to investigate the situation. And yet here you are, idling. The pirate scorpion leader's fury was palpable, and he unleashed a torrent of invective. The leader sighed, realizing they probably thought he wanted them to engage in robbery. The comforting words of his companions managed to calm his tempestuous spirit, yet the flames of rage within him remained unabated. He resolved to channel all his animosity towards Jeanne Meili. We are kings, not thieves. Remember this, you too. Once we vanquish Jeanne Meili and her ilk, everything within this dungeon will be under our command. Chapter 18. Submission and Rebellion Gather Everyone. Scorpion Thief Chong meticulously outlined various shapes, squares, circles, ovals, triangles, on an open patch of ground. These designs were pilfered insights from human blueprints, confidential files hidden within the Doctor's computer. Their names would be determined once the 8 scorpions reconvened. Originally nameless, they decided to bestow upon themselves unique titles. For Scorpion Thief Chong insisted that a king must be revered and thus deserve an unparalleled name. Apart from their leader, Scorpion Thief Chong, they were designated Scorpion Thief 1, Scorpion Thief 2, and so forth, up to Scorpion Thief 7. Before long, the northern expanse of the cage was crowded with scorpions. Summoning this group had proved quite a laborious task. Today, our leader, Scorpion Thief Chong, is here to announce something monumental, though your intellect may be limited. This is a matter you must remember. Let us welcome our leader, Scorpion Thief Chong, to the stage. Scorpion Thief 1 passionately introduced their leader. However, the applause never materialized, plunging the scene into an awkward silence. At this moment, the scorpion swarm was rife with discontent and fear. The few malevolent scorpions, who had begun their life with a propensity for robbery, harbored deep resentment and had no inclination to applaud. What should we do? They refused to cooperate. And if the leader were to become enraged, we would inevitably be dragged into becoming living targets. Watch me. Scorpion Thief 1 infiltrated the group, and soon resounding applause erupted, fervent as if it were a tribute to a beloved. Thief 1, you are utilizing your powers again. Wherever Scorpion Thief 1 tread. The second-tier scorpions paused in shock for a fleeting moment before fervently clapping their claws, even if the motion caused them pain. This ability, known as Nightmare, was a formidable skill acquired following Scorpion Thief 1's ascension with the aid of the Doctor. It allowed for the brief manipulation of dreams. If executed skillfully, it could ensnare the target in a vivid illusion, blurring the lines between reality and dream, and with proper control, it could even brainwash adversaries. Thief 2. Go take a look. Ensure he does not exhaust himself. The leader, upon glancing at the scene, instantly recognized Scorpion Thief 1's antics. The method employed by Scorpion Thief 1 was remarkably simple. It exploited the herd mentality by brainwashing a few of the more resistant scorpions. Their applause would prompt others to mimic them. However, he lacked the ability to fully brainwash. He could merely edit beautiful dreams to entice the scorpions, thereby indirectly influencing others. Yet, this ability was highly taxing, not something everyone could master. Hence, Scorpion Thief 1 was prudent to have his subordinates monitor him, as he wished to avert any mishaps befalling his capable underlings. As the applause subsided, Scorpion Thief Chong commenced his address, indifferent to whether the assembly of scorpions could comprehend his words. There is but one thing I demand you remember. I shall become the sovereign of you all. You will toil for me, and the reason is simple. I possess unparalleled strength. His voice resonated powerfully, each succinct phrase delivering a profound shock to the second-tier scorpions below. Even those unable to grasp the content of Scorpion Thief Chong's declaration could sense the overwhelming pressure emanating from his words, a manifestation of formidable power. Before long, a solitary scorpion succumbed to the weight of this authority, its 6 elongated legs bending slightly as it prostrated itself upon the ground in submission. Subsequently, a second, a third, and then a fourth followed suit, until nearly half of the scorpions lay before him, instinctively performing the submission ritual ingrained deep within their psyche, utterly captivated by Scorpion Thief Chong's might. However, only close to half of the scorpions chose to yield, leaving the remaining 80 or so helplessly observing their surroundings. They understood the significance of such rituals and were reluctant to submit immediately, deeming these few bandit scorpions unworthy of their fealty. Very well, Scorpion Thief Chong mused. Those who refuse to submit shall be tasked with the arduous labor, while those who do will be responsible for training the others. I desire an elite force. Observing the scorpion's divergent choices, Scorpion Thief Chong recognized that, although he had not witnessed the complete capitulation he had anticipated, the outcome had nonetheless met his expectations. He swiftly organized the assignments, outlining a straightforward plan. These bandit scorpions aimed to cultivate a military force uniquely their own. In the doctoral research laboratory, the videos showcasing humanity's formidable military prowess instilled both fear and admiration in Scorpion Thief. Consequently, it fostered a desire to command an army of its own. Now, it found itself with an opportunity to emulate this ambition. Organizing 81 scorpions into a formation of 9 by 9, Scorpion Thief 1, Scorpion Thief 2, and 2 second-tier scorpions. Scorpion Thief Lu and Scorpion Thief 7 remained behind to manage the defiant scorpions, while the others embarked on military training. Thief 2, I will take some scorpions to the northern mountainside to extract stones for tools. You should instruct the remaining scorpions to survey the general vicinity of the fortress, commanded Scorpion Thief 1. But do exercise caution. These scorpions harbor a spirit of rebellion. In case of an emergency, utilize the mechanical equipment. Your power is formidable, so it is best not to wield it recklessly. I understand. Should danger arise, I will signal immediately. Although a considerable number of scorpions had been taken away, Scorpion Thief 1, despite verbal assurances, resorted to its abilities, controlling several of the stronger scorpions to perpetually instill the notion of protecting Scorpion Thief 1 within their minds. Being an intelligent scorpion, it was not one to take unnecessary risks. To the north of the dungeon, the walls were composed of hard stone, making it the most convenient area for digging an escape route. Thus, this region was heavily monitored by numerous concealed and overt cameras. For instance, it was in this very area that Jean Meili had previously been discovered while cutting grass. Scorpion Thief 1 aimed its mechanical pincers at the rocky wall, resulting in a tremendous roar. On the rocks, spiderweb-like fissures have emerged. With a gentle tap, stones crumble, varying in size, serving as the very materials for their fortress construction. Move the stones. Under the command of Scorpion Thief 1, the scorpions commenced their task, grasping stones of differing dimensions and transporting them to the open ground to the north. With processing and cutting, these stones could be perfectly fitted together, forming walls. Chapter 19. The Stifling Power. A battalion composed of 80 scorpions marched forth in formation, resembling a lengthy serpent as they passed stones from one to another, establishing the first rudimentary conveyor belt within the prison. A few scorpions, brainwashed by Scorpion Thief 1, were tasked with supervision and protection, which proved taxing for Scorpion Thief 1. Fortunately, these scorpions lacked intelligence, or else Scorpion Thief 1 would have surely fainted. Do not slack off. Scorpion Thief 1 surveyed the conveyor belt's progress, his piercing gaze and menacing equipment ensuring that the scorpions dared not slacken their efforts. Nevertheless, even the most meticulous plans can have their flaws. The lengthy line allowed a few scorpions to stealthily slip away, including members from Jean Mei's sales team. With the aid of comrades, Xie Luling seized the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos caused by Xie Liui deliberately toppling the scorpion ahead. She aimed to deliver crucial information to Jean Mei. The huge commotion from the northern side and their bustling transport team were soon detected by members of the reconnaissance team. Almost simultaneously, Xie Luling and a reconnaissance team member pushed open the gates of Jean Mei's courtyard. Jean Mei, it's bad, it's bad. An emergency has arisen in the north. Esteemed matriarch Jean Mei, I have absconded from the northern territory. It has been seized, and many of our brethren have been forced into servitude. Do you have any recourse? Jean Mei was overwhelmed, unable to decipher the frantic gesticulations and signals conveyed by the pair. Even if a scorpion were to deliver a coded message, it would be beyond her comprehension. However, having two scorpions was marginally better than having none. Esteemed leader, they report that the northern prison has been usurped by a band of brigand scorpions. They appear to share our ambition of constructing a grand edifice, utilizing stone as their primary material. Furthermore, they consider us adversaries and seek retribution. Jean Mei grew increasingly indignant. I merely sought to construct a comfortable abode, a villa of slightly grander proportions, while indulging in energy curds, basking in the warmth of a fire, singing songs, and devising a means to procure culinary delights. I have not wronged them in any manner. How dare they attribute blame to me? It is infuriating. I require an energy curd to assuage my agitation. Observing Jean Mei placidly consuming a flavorless energy curd, exuding an air of serene composure, filled them with admiration. Indeed, she is our most revered leader. Even I, a gentle scorpion, have been provoked, yet she remains unperturbed. Little scorpion, employ a few of your 15 stratagems to demonstrate that we are not to be trifled with. Should all fail, then seek my counsel. Jean Mei deliberated for a mere second before conceding. Alas, this is vexing. Let little scorpion ponder the matter. As a strategist, it is incumbent upon him to exert himself. Esteemed leader, leave it to me. Little scorpion proclaimed with unwavering confidence. As the saying goes, when the little scorpion sets forth, success is assured. What are merely a few scorpions adorned with iron plates? The little scorpion hardly regards them with any seriousness. Yet, one cannot fault the little scorpion, after all. It has never encountered failure. Ribbit. The little frog expresses admiration for the little scorpion's bravado and sincerely hopes that its confidence remains unshaken. For it is indeed a fully armed mechanical scorpion. Eager to witness the little scorpion's prowess, the little frog volunteers to join the fray. However, it is met with a firm refusal from the little scorpion. O little frog, there is no need for you to tag along, and your presence would be of little use. For now, you may simply observe my grand display of might from the base. Ribbit. The little frog feels slightly belittled by the little scorpion's words, thinking to itself that it is, after all, a second-tier mutated toad. Thus, it resolves to stealthily follow behind, curious to see how the little scorpion showcases its strength. This decision ultimately spares the little scorpion from peril. The little scorpion selects two newcomers from the combat team, claiming it wishes to take them out for training, when in truth, it intends for them to assist it. With an unwavering confidence born of never having faced defeat, the little scorpion repeatedly declines the company of other squad leaders. 2 scorpions are more than sufficient. Dear brother scorpion, you must not act recklessly. It could lead to grave consequences, advises squad leader Xie Sanchi, genuinely concerned that the little scorpion is being overly hasty and underestimating the situation. Fear not. Await my good news. And so, equipped for the task, the trio of scorpions advances toward the northern cell. Dig a pit here and bury it, commands the little scorpion, gesturing toward a hollow. There are a total of 16 pits, into which the little scorpions have buried various cans. It is crucial to ensure they are compacted thoroughly, ideally blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment. The little scorpion has established unique markers beside each pit. Some are adorned with a slender grass stalk, while others are marked by a solitary stone. These indicators help the scorpion identify both the location and type of buried items. Upon completing this task, one scorpion was instructed to remain behind, while the other accompanied the little scorpion towards the stone wall in the northern dungeon. Before reaching their destination, they were taken aback by the sight of an extensive line. The little scorpions formed a long queue, passing small and large stones in a continuous motion of their pincers. This monotonous and laborious task left many scorpions' pincers and long legs marred with scars. Heavens, will they exhaust themselves in this relentless toil? There is no respite. The workload surpasses even our training. It is merely an exploitation of labor. Look at those frail scorpions. They can hardly stand. The two little scorpions seethed with indignation, longing to intervene, yet the sight of an imposing, fully armed scorpion made them gulp nervously. Perhaps, just perhaps, they would be unable to prevail. This reality starkly contrasts with their imaginations. The impressive mechanized armor, the razor-sharp blades, the towering stature. The little scorpion's prodigious intellect reminded itself that the success rate of its plan was a mere 1%, reliant solely on the concealed tools buried deep within its heart. The little scorpion was not afraid of being deceived. Rather, it feared the traps would prove utterly ineffective. Thus, it resolved to implement the strongest defensive strategy, Plan A. Without a trace of hesitation, the little scorpion resolutely opted for this method. Adhering to the most effective approach of their leader, Jinmei, if one cannot prevail, one must flee. Without the slightest delay, the two scorpions turned and scurried away. The little scorpion had overestimated its own abilities while underestimating its adversary, and a sudden wave of profound regret washed over it. No wonder Jinmei had advised before its departure, should the plan fail entirely, seek her out for resolution. At this moment, the little scorpion yearned for nothing more than to dash away on its 6 pairs of long legs. However, a chilling phrase soon reached its ears, sending a shiver down its spine. Since you are here, why rush to leave? Chapter 20. Luring the enemy. The cold, mechanical voice resonated with a chilling tone, seemingly intent on penetrating the very hearts of the two scorpions. There was no escape. The little scorpion's fears materialized. Deep within, a persistent reminder echoed. Escape was futile. The scorpion thief encircled the little scorpion and its companion, its beady eyes blinking curiously, as if attempting to discern the identities of the two. Who are you? What brings you to this place? The scorpion thief clearly failed to recognize that these two were subordinates of Jinmei. Our identities are of little consequence. However, why have you imprisoned my brethren? Are they not also your kin? Unfazed by the scorpion thief's inquiries, the accompanying little scorpion, Xiaoyu, confronted the formidable mechanical behemoth before him, undeterred by its intimidating presence. Ha! Companions, brethren, what a jest! They are merely slaves, far inferior to me. Their lives could be extinguished at my whim. In our eyes, this swarm of ants serves merely as tools. This is derision, this is mockery, this is disdain. Scorpion thief, one's words are cold and merciless. He does not even regard them as kin. The two young scorpions are filled with indignation. Yet the reason of the younger scorpion prevails over impulse. However, the other young scorpion, Xiaoyu, remains far less composed. You brigand! Xiaoyu charges forth, seething with rage. Drawing the small stone dagger from his long leg, he lunges directly at Scorpion Thief 1. Yet, contrary to expectations, there is no sound of collision. Not even the faintest noise of stone scraping against metal is heard. The only sound that resonates is that of the stone blade shattering. The blade collides with the metallic armor as an egg strikes a rock, the treasured stone blade of the young scorpion disintegrating into mere fragments, scattering upon the ground. This is due to the high-frequency vibrations inherent in the mechanical armor that create a shattering effect. Courageous, yet regrettably lacking in strength, Scorpion Thief 1 raises his right claw. The mechanical gears driving the serrated edges within the claw whirring ominously, akin to a chainsaw. Xiaoyu, evade! The young scorpion exclaims. For this strike could spell either death or dismemberment for him. Although Xiaoyu is but a recent addition to the combat unit, his reflexes in the face of peril are remarkably swift. In an instant, he propels his body, darting to the left in an attempt to evade this fatal blow. Yet, confronted by Scorpion Thief 1, who possesses nearly 5th-tier strength, how could he possibly evade such peril so easily? The dreadful pincers merely rested upon Xiaoyu's head, refraining from descending further. Yet, a mere exertion would suffice to seal its fate. A commendable reaction indeed. I offer you a choice. Join us, and, with your prowess, you could ascend to a position of leadership. Xiaoyu, trembling in fear, shook his head vigorously. As a member of the combat unit, betrayal was out of the question. Such a pity. A spectral blue light erupted from its eyes. An intangible brainwave surged into Xiaoyu's mind. There was no panic, no trepidation. Xiaoyu succumbed to a profound slumber, offering not a hint of resistance. Upon completing this act, Scorpion Thief 1 found itself in a daze, its entire being in disarray. What have you done? Nothing much, merely induced a dream. I did not expect this scorpion to possess such unwavering resolve. Now it is your turn. Although Scorpion Thief 1 appeared enervated, it still held confidence against this seemingly feeble scorpion, whose pincers were so diminutive. If you possess such abilities, then come forth. The little scorpion feigned calmness. Despite its meager combat prowess and its evolution being primarily intellect-driven, it would confidently assert that in a direct confrontation with a scorpion of equal rank, it would be a paragon of might and mastery in all forms of martial art, and thus would not engage. Implicitly, it communicated, utterly incapable of victory. Oh, you exhibit such audacity in the face of danger. Scorpion Thief 1 was instantly filled with profound curiosity. How could this seemingly inferior scorpion dare to utter such bold declarations? In this moment of lethargy, Scorpion Thief remained blissfully unaware that before it stood a second-tier, mutated scorpion, capable of conversing with ease. Death, a mere gesture from you suffices. However, should you choose to slay me, you will undoubtedly come to regret it. Is that so? I, Scorpion Thief, have never harbored regrets. The little scorpion pointed towards the slumbering scorpion Cieliowu. No, you lack the qualification. Understand that you are currently a pawn in my grasp. Had you known I am a trusted subordinate of Jinmei, you would not dare to speak thus. My treasures are not as fragile as her brittle stone blades. Upon hearing this, Scorpion Thief seemed to awaken slightly, recalling how its 8 scorpions had transformed from aggressors to victims under the oppression of Jinmei's combat team. A surge of resentment blossoming within. Yet, intelligence whispered that Jinmei must harbor many secrets. Perhaps something could be gleaned from this pincered scorpion. How do you prove it? Follow me, and you shall see. With my abilities, I am certainly no match for you. What is there to fear? The lethargic Scorpion Thief, of course, did not ponder too deeply, as that would deplete its energy further. Very well, lead the way. Should I find your offering satisfactory, I may consider sparing you. But it cannot be helped. I have high hopes for you. A deal is a deal. The little scorpion, sensing its advantage, chose not to argue further. Its utmost desire at this moment was for the hidden treasures it had buried to reveal their true potential. Then follow me. Scorpion Thief trailed behind the little scorpion at a leisurely pace, eager to uncover what tricks this diminutive creature had up its sleeve, or whether it truly possessed the so-called treasure. After all, at this moment, his life was firmly in his own hands. In order to survive, he would undoubtedly relinquish those treasures. Not having ventured far, the little scorpion arrived at a patch of grass and pointed to a specific spot. This is one of them. I will excavate it for you. The little scorpion deliberately slowed its digging pace. After all, its pincers were rather diminutive, and it certainly could not inflict harm upon itself. Hurry. No tricks. It will be ready shortly. My small pincers impede my speed. The little scorpion continued to delay, its intention being to provoke the Scorpion Thief's impatience, ultimately compelling it to dig up the subsequent items on its own. Are you capable? I apologize. It is entirely my fault for burying it too deeply. Finally, after the little scorpion's persistent procrastination, a clay jar emerged before its eyes. Lifting the jar to the Scorpion Thief, the little scorpion opened it, revealing a beautifully crafted bow and arrow. What is this? This is a rapid-fire arrow. When thrown into the air, it will split and produce countless arrowheads, striking a wide area of enemies. With mass production, one can launch long-range attacks. Chapter 21. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird lies in wait. The further this arrow is thrown, the greater its potential. I have dubbed it the explosive arrow. Just imagine, with a single arrow, one could vanquish 100 foes. How remarkable is that? What power it possesses. The little scorpion passionately elaborated on its invention. Of course, much of it was inflated claims, with far more fiction than fact. However, this precisely indicated that there was considerable room for improvement regarding the explosive arrow. Allow me to give it a try. Upon witnessing the small scorpion make contact with the jar and the arrow, and noting that nothing untoward transpired, Scorpion Thief 1 felt a sense of reassurance. He grasped the arrow, pondering for a moment, and began to manipulate it with precision. As he activated the mechanism, he raised his hand, gathering strength, and forcefully hurled it into the air. Amidst the billowing white mist generated by the machine's cessation, an arrow pierced through the fog, soaring into the distance. Fortunately, Scorpion Thief 1 did not launch it upwards. Had he done so with such force, it would have surely embedded itself into the earth above, disappearing without a trace. A few dozen meters away, with a resounding crack, the explosive arrow detonated, showering the area with a rain of arrows that skewered the ground at an angle. Concealed among the underbrush, Scorpion Thief 1, carrying the small scorpion, swiftly traversed the distance, and upon arriving at the scene, was struck with astonishment. The underbrush was riddled with countless tiny punctures, yet the foliage remained intact, a testament to the extraordinary speed of the fragmented arrows. Following the trail of these holes, he found no trace of the arrows themselves, as they had all penetrated deep into the soil. Upon digging, he discovered they had burrowed half a meter underground, revealing the immense power they possessed. Was this the prowess of Jeanne Meili? If each of her soldiers wielded such weaponry, what use would there be for our own army? Scorpion Thief 1 was taken aback, realizing that his leader had perhaps underestimated Jeanne Meili's capabilities. A thought flickered in his mind, a hope that Jeanne Meili would refrain from launching an assault against them. How much of this equipment do you possess? Who conceived this technology? Is it possible to acquire the blueprints? The small scorpion, spurred on by Scorpion Thief 1's inquiries, felt an exhilarating thrill, bursting with excitement and envy. Was this the essence of formidable strength? It became increasingly clear to him just how powerful the world-shaking hatred of heaven must be. In that moment, the small scorpion's resolve to grow stronger solidified even further. There exists but a single piece, an invention of the illustrious Jeanne Meili, though I shall not reveal that it is, in fact, my own creation. This particular item was pilfered by me. Nonetheless, one could procure the blueprints. I shall compose a version for you shortly, albeit it shall be a mere fabrication, and retrieving it poses a certain challenge. Very well. I shall temporarily place my trust in you. However, this item has already been utilized, thus it seems you may not be permitted to depart. Upon hearing this, the little scorpion mused inwardly. This scorpion is indeed insatiable. Yet, fate is fortuitous, for such greed may lead to one's utter downfall. Wait a moment, I possess a treasure. Allow me to lead you to it, situated at the very spot where I previously buried it, along with other valuable items. The little scorpion feigned extreme timidity. At this juncture, performance is paramount. Cast aside all else, as long as I can deceive you. Once again seized by the scorpion thief, the little scorpion felt a disquieting sensation as the serrated pincers loomed, fearful that they might crush its delicate form. Upon being released, the little scorpion's eyes sparkled as if it had just experienced 2 exhilarating roller coaster rides, its stomach churning tumultuously. There, I shall excavate it. The little scorpion ambled over, pointing to a patch of earth, initiating the first step of weeding, followed by the second of surveying the surroundings. Before it could proceed to the third step, the scorpion thief could no longer contain itself. Step aside, it is my turn. You are in my way. With that, the scorpion thief brushed past the little scorpion and commenced digging. In mere moments, it unearthed a canister, securely wrapped in a layer of foliage. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, it employed the blade attached to its pincers to slice open the top of the canister, revealing a bountiful array of sustenance, high-temperature roasted insects. The aroma of roasted insects wafted through the air, causing Scorpion Thief 1 to salivate involuntarily. It recognized this as a delicacy popularized by Jeanne Meili, although it had never had the chance to taste it, as they had been placed on a blacklist. Try this, it exclaimed, tossing a roasted insect towards the little scorpion. Startled, the young scorpion realized that this was part of its cherished collection. How could it be so carelessly discarded? The scent was irresistible. It called for another. The little scorpion savored the treat, seemingly oblivious to any danger. There isn't enough here to allow your escape. What? This is my favorite food. I said no. If there are no good items, you will accompany them to work. No, there's more. The little scorpion, trembling, pointed towards several locations. These places also contain treasures. And over here too. Under the little scorpion's guidance, Scorpion Thief 1 unearthed numerous cans, meticulously wrapped in fodder. Be careful, those are all part of my collection. Don't cut them open with a knife, you might ruin them. Upon opening the cans, they found an assortment of training instruments used by the little scorpions, although several were damaged. I told you, these are precious items. Even Jeanne Meili has very few of them. Now look, you've broken some. Such valuable treasures, it's a pity beneath the fatale of concern for Scorpion Thief 1 and the apparent affection for these props. The little scorpion feigned distress, while Scorpion Thief 1 swiftly excavated 10 cans, cautiously clearing away the fodder on top, fearful that, like before, the contents might be damaged upon opening. As he prepared to unearth the 11th can, He was astonished to find himself seemingly immobilized, his entire body paralyzed, as though countless ants were crawling upon him. Yet he could not scratch the unbearable sensation. It was at this moment that Scorpion Thief realized something was amiss. He appeared to have been poisoned. The itch was relentless, the discomfort unbearable. At last, the poison had taken effect. Indeed, the third-tier mutated creature was formidable, managing to deploy so much toxin against him. Fortunately, he had prepared 18 cans. What are you staring at? Are you curious when I administered the poison? He chuckled. I shall enlighten you. I coated the feed with it. You were apprehensive about damaging the treasures within, hence refrained from slicing it open. Instead, you cautiously pried it apart with your scorpion pincers, and that was when you succumbed to the venom. See, I didn't even use it against you. My sole intention is to rescue my brethren. Rest assured, I have no intention of ending your life. Big Sister Jin merely taught me that slaughter is the least effective means of resolution. Thus, I shall not follow in your footsteps. However, a measure of punishment is certainly warranted. I find your equipment quite commendable. Why not relinquish it to me? As he observed the little scorpion drawing closer, Scorpion Thief began to chastise himself for his carelessness. He should not have exhausted his abilities, resulting in his current lethargy. Otherwise, he would have surely recognized the ruse before him. Yet, alas, there is no remedy for regret. Just as the little scorpion approached ever nearer, a long tongue emerged from the distant underbrush, ensnaring the little scorpion and vanishing into the foliage. It was Little Frog. What could its intentions be? Before the little scorpion could ponder further, a modified scorpion materialized beside Scorpion Thief. What on earth? To his astonishment, there were two formidable scorpions, and the question arose, how had they appeared seemingly out of thin air? A multitude of enigmas swirled in the young scorpion's mind, ultimately coalescing into a singular thought. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird lies in wait. The young scorpion was compelled to acknowledge that he had underestimated his adversaries. Bullets rained into the underbrush, and the sharp crack of gunfire echoed through the dungeon. Chapter 22. A feint to the east, strike to the west. How dare they toy with the notorious bandit's second brother? Had he not fled swiftly, I would have assuredly riddled him with bullets, wouldn't I? Second brother? The speaker was Scorpion Bandit 5, whose combat prowess and intellect were rather mediocre. Yet, during its transformation by the doctor, a remarkable phenomenon emerged. As an unremarkable third-tier scorpion, it possessed cells of blue, red, and green hues. These rare, tricolored cells could shift their colors in accordance with their quantity. If utilized effectively, they could enable the scorpion to blend into its environment, achieving a state of invisibility. However, its advancement capabilities were notably poor, with a skill aptly named stillness. While motionless, it could mobilize all its cells for action. Thus, the more it remained still, the more potent its abilities became, albeit at a greater cost. To counter this, the doctor specifically outfitted it with a biomechanical exosuit, a compact, ecological mech. Once equipped, it could harmonize with the cells within its body, becoming one with them. The mech was the cells, and the cells were the mech. Provided it remained motionless, allowing the machine to act in its stead, it could maximize its capabilities. Coupled with the tricolored cells, it could effortlessly mimic the surrounding colors, achieving perfect camouflage. If executed with precision, it could deceive its foes with color variations and even metamorphose into other creatures. Among the 6 scorpions, it can be said to be the most favored by the doctor, the epitome of a perfected transformation. Consequently, the doctor has deliberately equipped it with numerous formidable enhancements. Second brother, why are you silent? Do not frighten me. What shall I do if something happens to you? You still have so much to teach me. Scorpion Thief 5 fervently shook its second brother, but Scorpion Thief 1 showed no signs of awakening. Instead, its eyes were filled with stars from the incessant shaking, causing great distress to Scorpion Thief 5. Second brother, please do not roll your eyes. Do not scare me. I shall avenge you right away. I will go find them. Despite its utter helplessness, Scorpion Thief 1 remained completely still, abandoned beside the pile of grass, enduring the torment of ants crawling all over it due to the poison coursing through its body. You vile creature, I shall undoubtedly avenge my second brother. Due to the doctor's modifications, coupled with its own limitations, Scorpion Thief 5 possessed a rather low level of intelligence, often thinking in a rather simplistic manner. This is why it was strategically placed beside the clever Scorpion Thief 1, not only to learn, but also to protect it. However, with learning rendered impossible and protection ineffective, its singular focus led it to seek vengeance. At this moment, on the northern stone wall of the dungeon, a signal was sent by the little scorpion using coded gestures. and another member of the combat team, Xiaowu, was dispatched to rescue the controlled Xiaowu. If we are to rescue, let us do so together. After rescuing Xiaowu awaited the opportune moment, hoping to liberate more of their brothers and sisters. However, that opportunity soon presented itself. Due to the dual blows to both the body and spirit of Scorpion Thief 1, the entire Scorpion was in disarray. This also led to the Scorpions it controlled, as well as the slumbering Xiaowu, being freed from their influence. Upon awakening, Xiaowu beheld Xiaowu, who was crouched nearby, observing the situation, shaking his dazed head. He recalled a dream that felt so vivid it ensnared him within its grasp. However, just at that moment, when the Scorpion Thief was poisoned, he abruptly emerged from his reverie. He gently prodded Xiaowu with his pincers. Xiaowu was about to scream when a scorpion claw unexpectedly reached out from behind, momentarily stifling his cry. Silence, it's me, Xiaowu. You nearly gave me a heart attack. You have no idea how startled I was when you suddenly tapped me from behind without warning. My little scorpion heart cannot withstand such a fright. Xiaowu reproached in a hushed tone. Isn't everything fine now? I can't recall how I lost consciousness. I remember when I was fleeing with little scorpion brother. We were discovered, and I ended up in a skirmish with that mechanical scorpion, which was over in an instant. After that, my awareness faded. What transpired afterward? Xiaowu, how could you dare to confront such a formidable scorpion? That is truly remarkable. When I first laid eyes on that creature, I was taken aback. Its mere appearance was terrifying, yet undeniably impressive. You are truly incredible. Even little scorpion brother was no match for it. That mechanical scorpion moved like lightning, dragging him across to the other side. It was only because it temporarily departed that I had the chance to escape and save you. At that juncture, Elder Scorpion had left a cryptic message in the meadow: faint to the east, strike to the west, quickly rescue our brethren. Thus, I hastened here, presently biding my time, hoping to liberate as many compatriots as possible. Xiaowu elucidated the situation, not omitting to commend Xiaowu for daring to confront such formidable adversaries. Let us abscond with all these compatriots, he urged, surmising, I imagine Elder Scorpion has already neutralized the Scorpion Bandit, or else I would not have regained consciousness. Having boasted before Xiaowu felt invigorated, yet mindful of the task Elder Scorpion had entrusted to them. Excellent. They promptly located the sales team members lurking within the ranks and divulged their plan and objective. We must circumvent this area. Elder Scorpion cautioned us when we were burying the jars that the region might harbor residual toad venom, so we shall detour this way. However, we must divide into 3 groups to enhance our chances of escape. We need not concern ourselves with Elder Scorpion's situation. Upon being informed of the objective, the battered and bruised little scorpions, who had suffered so much, felt as if they were hearing celestial music. They unanimously expressed their willingness to depart. The injured scorpions, after being hastily bandaged with grass ropes, methodically formed 3 groups and retreated towards the weedy terrain of the southern district. Quiet. Let us quicken our pace and avoid detection. That is Elder Scorpion battling the enemy. There is no need to fret. Despite these words, having witnessed the might of the mechanical scorpions, these scorpions were still deeply concerned, fervently praying for Elder Scorpion to vanquish the foe. Fortunately, the gunfire soon ceased, and the scorpion throng quieted down, presuming that Elder Scorpion had undoubtedly triumphed over the enemy. The pace of the expedition thus quickened, as they all yearned to depart swiftly. Chapter 23. The Transformation of the Little Scorpion. The little frog, exhausted from running, discarded the little scorpion and sprawled on the grass, clearly conveying its inability to continue. The little scorpion, with vacant eyes, pondered throughout the journey. Its exceptionally high intellect revealed the multitude of unforeseen circumstances it had encountered, all stemming from its own hubris and arrogance. Had it not been for an extraordinary stroke of luck, with the toad's essence taking effect, had the scorpion thief not fixated on Xiaowu, thereby lowering its own state. Had the little frog not come to its rescue, it would undoubtedly have met its demise this time. In the face of overwhelming strength, its own wisdom appeared trivial. It even began to doubt whether it should persist on the path of cunning strategy. The esteemed leader, Jin Meili, had once imparted that a true strategist could maneuver effortlessly from within, achieving victory from a great distance. They could triumph in every battle, compelling an army to surrender without engaging in combat. Yet now, its schemes and intellect, while sufficient to easily handle adversaries of equal rank, faltered when confronted with those whose differences were too pronounced. Nevertheless, countless foes of equal standing lurked, concealing various trump cards and extraordinary abilities. Not to mention the high-ranking mutated creatures, particularly the dominant beings spoken of by Scorpion Mother, capable of single-handedly challenging an entire city. It is essential to recognize that humans possess formidable strength and intelligence. They wield equipment, weapons, and strategies. In contrast, these dominant creatures can confront numerous humans with unparalleled prowess. In contrast, the level of my own wisdom appears so woefully inadequate, and even if I possessed such intelligence, could I truly overcome those terrifying creatures? The more the little scorpion contemplated, the more it felt incapable. Its high IQ and arrogance forbade it from making mistakes. Much like a devoted fan would not tolerate any disparagement of their idol. No, I cannot do this. I cannot defeat them. I am worthless. The little scorpion began to spiral into madness. Meanwhile, Jeanne Meili, comfortably seated in her rocking chair, was savoring her snacks when the system's voice suddenly interrupted, compelling her to swallow the entire energy block in her mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Is the system attempting to endanger my life? It always appears out of nowhere, startling me. Why can't it remain as composed as I am? One should not rush in times of trouble. Just as Jeanne Meili was about to admonish the system, her pupils dilated in surprise as a red exclamation mark popped up on the interface. It appeared on the little scorpion's display. Name, Little Scorpion. Title, Number 1, Underling. Age, 16 days. Grade, Second Tier Mutated Scorpion. Lifespan, 2 years. Ordinary Second Tier Mutated Scorpion. Stamina, 100. Will weaken to 0. Strength, 10. Speed, 12. Intelligence, 140. Superior Human Intellect. Quality, purple, white, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple, black. Beauty value, 3. Underdeveloped Scorpion. Skills, Wisdom Ascension Experience, 3,100 1,500, undigested 30 digested. The data displayed appeared to be flawless. Yet the ominous red notification began to instill a sense of unease within Jeanne Meili. Brother number 1. Little Scorpion, your mental faculties are excessively vibrant. Teetering on the brink of extinction. From destruction comes rebirth. From death springs life. Success leads to advancement, while failure descends into madness. Please make your choice, the easy path, to abandon brother number 1, or the arduous path, to engage in verbal guidance. The system recommends abandonment. The cold, mechanical voice resonated, leaving Jeanne Meili in shock. How could her future strategist encounter such a dilemma? Moreover, why did the system claim that verbal persuasion was exceedingly difficult? Jeanne Meili resolutely refused to concede, hastily departing the base without even tidying her belongings. Little Frog, exhausted to the brink of collapse, sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. He detected numerous unstable energy fluctuations surrounding him. Squinting his eyes, he realized it was Little Scorpion. The secret language of Little Frog came into play, enabling him to hear Little Scorpion's grievances, sighs, and expressions of anger. However, Little Frog was perplexed. What was the matter? Was it merely a failure? In his adventurous past, he had encountered countless storms of chaos, bravely battling swarms of mosquitoes, defeating them with ease. As for those slanderous fly assassins, with their meager skills, they dared to slip away beneath his notice. Such folly! Swift as a flash, he had dispatched them with a single move. Little Frog croaked about his glorious achievements, oblivious to the unfolding situation. Instead, he grew increasingly animated. In his excitement, he failed to notice the faint rustling of movement in the nearby thicket. Someone was approaching. He cautiously navigated through the grass when suddenly an unfamiliar sound echoed from a distance, leaving him utterly baffled. No, my elder brother advised me to remain calm when confronted with the unfamiliar and to avoid it whenever possible. Yet, I distinctly recall that individual heading this way. Should I approach? My curiosity to discover the source of that peculiar sound is overwhelming. The figure in question is none other than Scorpion Thief 5, who is in pursuit of the little scorpion. The intrigue within Scorpion Thief 5 intensifies, and ultimately, it resolves to draw closer. The allure of the unknown is irresistibly fascinating. As Scorpion Thief 5 approaches cautiously, despite exerting immense restraint over its mechanical movements, the sound of its machinery is nonetheless discerned by the little frog. Croak. The little frog, recognizing the familiar mechanical noise, realizes it has likely revealed its position. Eager to rescue the little scorpion, it finds that the scorpion is brimming with energy, overwhelming its own capabilities. Faced with no alternative, the little frog musters all its strength and conceals the little scorpion within a mound of grass, hoping it remains undiscovered. With a powerful leap, It springs half a meter into the air, and soon, the croaking of the frog resonates from another patch of grass. What was that just now? Driven by curiosity, Scorpion Thief 5 continues to approach the sound of the frog's call, oblivious to the fact that it is being led away from its vengeful target. Scorpion Thief 5 feels a sense of hope unfolding. However, a voice shatters this fragile equilibrium. "Little Scorpion, where are you? Danger! Danger!" The alarm blares from the system, and before the little frog can react, a nearby thicket is struck by a small missile, igniting into flames in an instant. Jinmei gazed towards the location from which the missile was launched. Before her stood a creature slightly larger than the typical third-stage mutated scorpion, its form having been entirely transformed. An array of peculiar mechanical apparatuses, varying in size, were embedded within its exoskeleton. Its pincers, stripped of their shells, were attached to mechanical arms, while its legs resembled those of a human, akin to shoes. This was a scorpion of formidable stature. The machinery whirred to life, its body bristling with an abundance of mechanical cannons, as hundreds of standard missile ports aimed menacingly in her direction. The onslaught commenced. Chapter 24. A brain-imploding incident I was merely passing through. Please, no. The cacophony of artillery erupted around her, as missiles rained down upon Jinmei. The sky was ablaze with fire as over 100 standard missiles indiscriminately bombarded the grassy expanse of the southern district. These missiles possessed tracking capabilities and even maintained positional awareness. This was due to the engines and guidance systems integrated within the missiles themselves. The engines allowed for real-time directional changes, while the guidance systems acted as the missiles' eyes, enabling them to accurately seek out, track, and strike moving targets. The workflow was as follows. Upon launch, the missile's radar emitted a thermal infrared laser, and the guidance system utilized the reflected waves from the infrared sensors to track and lock onto the target. Once the target was locked, the engine provided propulsion, making minute adjustments to steer the missile towards its quarry. To prevent the missiles from obliterating the prison gates, the Doctor had significantly reduced their destructive capacity, particularly the explosives. Yet their lethality remained palpable, especially in the sheer force they generated. The flames in the direction of Jinmei soared into the sky, as clusters of small spherical orbs of light were born and subsequently extinguished with each missile striking its target, leaving only the lingering smoke as evidence of their existence. After 100 cannon blasts, tranquility returned to the surroundings. The air was thick with gunpowder, and the explosions obscured the southern district of the dungeon, rendering the interior invisible. Suddenly, an arrow pierced through the haze, hurtling directly towards Scorpion Thief 5. The sharp projectile tore through the air, instantly splitting into dozens of smaller forked arrows, aimed at Scorpion Thief 5. This was the explosive arrow invented by Little Scorpion, coated with the potent toxin derived from toads. The rain of arrows quickly enveloped a vast area, however. Jinmei's archery skills were rather lacking. Manipulating her two small pincers to draw the bow and shoot was indeed a challenge, as she had to grasp both the bow and the string while aiming. Consequently, only a fraction of the smaller forked arrows found their mark on Scorpion Thief 5, nearly striking his mech. Yet, this did not deter Jinmei from her assault. She proclaimed, "My archery may be poor, but I possess an abundance of arrows." One after another, the explosive arrows cut through the smoke, targeting Scorpion Thief 5. Initially, Scorpion Thief 5 believed that these diminutive, poorly crafted grass arrows would have no significant impact on him. However, upon witnessing the deluge of arrows, he could not help but panic, hastily activating his defensive mode. His mech was equipped with an advanced energy shield, but the substantial energy expenditure would deplete a significant amount of his cellular energy. A pale blue barrier enveloped him entirely as the arrows struck the energy shield with a cacophony of sound. However, for Jinmei, these were merely weeds and small fragments that could be casually created, yet for Scorpion Thief 5, they represented its vital biological energy. Before the first wave of arrows had ceased, a second barrage soared forth. The smoke obscured Jinmei's vision, yet it did not hinder her from perceiving the shadow on the opposite side of the haze. Coupled with her lackluster archery skills, which sometimes yielded unexpectedly positive outcomes, Jinmei found herself hitting the target more often than not through sheer luck. She launched 10 explosive arrows in one go, then took a moment to rest, her little pincers protesting in pain. However, once those 10 explosive arrows detonated, they fragmented into hundreds of smaller projectiles. After a brief reprieve, she would launch another round, her pincers still aching, necessitating yet another pause. Scorpion Thief 5 was in a state of bewilderment. This seemed never-ending. How could it engage in battle when its defensive shields prevented it from attacking, and it could not see its foe? It even regretted the decision to unleash so many guided missiles. What perplexed Scorpion Thief 5 the most was why none of its 100 missiles had struck Jinmeili. What was the reason for this failure? Ironically, the smoke it had created became Jinmeili's best concealment. When the doctor had demonstrated these missiles to it, they had been infallible, hitting their targets with almost no margin of error. This was exceedingly strange. Not only was Scorpion Thief 5 perplexed, but Jinmeili also found it odd that the bombs launched by the foolish entity opposite her were so potent, yet they all landed in the same spot, creating an enormous crater. This phenomenon was attributable to the formidable engines and guidance systems performing at their utmost capacity. It is precisely for this reason that Jinmeili did not perceive the trembling figure huddled on the ground as a target for attack. Rather, she regarded the flames erupting from the first missile as her intended focus, thus ensuring all strikes were directed at that pit. After all, Jinmeili is a cold-blooded creature, far less captivated by the flickering flames. Truly, it can be said that success and failure stem from the same source. Renowned for its unparalleled accuracy, it paradoxically fell victim to its own extraordinary precision. The Scorpion Thief 5 lacked sufficient energy to generate an energy shield, and the third wave of arrows struck true. Although most of the harpoons were deflected by its armor, the sheer volume was overwhelming, leading to a hit from the arrows laced with toad venom. Witnessing the shadow collapse with a resounding thud, Jinmeili let out a sigh of relief. To guard against any eventuality, she unleashed a fourth wave of arrows. The Scorpion Thief 5, rendered speechless and prone, found itself subjected to further onslaught, yet no cries of despair emerged, for it had been rendered mute by paralysis. Emerging slowly from the smoke, Jinmeili observed the intense heat generated by the missiles had bent the surrounding grass almost in half, clearing a path around the small scorpion. An aura of energy enveloped the small scorpion, safeguarding it from the ravages of war. I am utterly useless. I cannot protect the boss, and all I can do is rely on petty tricks. The small scorpion continued to voice its despondent thoughts. The energy around them thickened, resembling the mist produced by a nebulizer, swirling protectively yet refusing to disperse. As Jinmeili approached the small scorpion, she overheard its murmurs, particularly its vow to protect itself, which warmed her heart. Still sleeping here, unbeknownst to you, your leader nearly met a fate of incineration. As she drew her bow, Jinmeili's pincers transitioned from a delicate pink to a deeper crimson. She raised her scorpion claw and struck the little scorpion's head with force. Thud! A familiar sensation washed over the bewildered little scorpion, evoking memories of this very feeling. The strength of the blow, the sting of pain. Indeed, it was Jinmeili who dealt it. The little scorpion recalled the time spent learning her fragmented military strategies, which Jinmeili herself could barely remember, knowing only the surface, and how, during moments of confusion, she would inevitably give him a sharp rap, just as she did now. What is there to ponder? If you cannot protect me now, will you not be able to do so in the future? Speak such disheartening words again, and I shall not hesitate to strike your head before them. With a blend of concern and ire, her words astonished even the system. Are you certain this is an act of salvation? Chapter 25, The Path of the Weak Apologies. My leader, I should not succumb to despair. Jinmeili's strike brought a momentary reprieve from the torment in the little scorpion's mind, allowing it to suppress its inner demons. Albeit temporarily, it resolved to learn from humanity and craft wondrous mechs. If strength alone was unattainable, then external power would suffice. Thus, the adage emerged, if one cannot conquer, one must join. The surrounding energy coalesced and spiraled around it, transforming into streams of vital energy that surged into the little scorpion's being. This was a sign of its impending advancement. Jinmeili did not intend to harm the little scorpion. It was merely a reflexive action, akin to wearing a mask during an epidemic, simply a part of daily routine. Whenever Jinmeili observed the little scorpion in a state of confusion, utterly at a loss on how to resolve its predicament, she took pleasure in lightly tapping its head and sharing a few words of motivational wisdom. Remarkably, this approach invariably led the little scorpion to find a solution. I didn't mean to. Dear Scorpion, I hope I didn't hurt you, Jinmeili exclaimed, a hint of anxiety creeping into her voice. Do not fret, host. The little scorpion has successfully subdued its inner turmoil and is progressing. It is best not to disturb it, whether it becomes divine or demonic. Success or failure rests solely upon its own shoulders. The system's voice echoed, prompting a puzzled expression from Jinmeili. She had intended to impart all the motivational nuggets she had learned in her previous life to the little scorpion. How had it managed to suppress its confusion? She had merely given its head a gentle tap. Ah, never mind. It is no wonder I have faith in my little companion. It has figured things out on its own, she mused, nodding in satisfaction before directing her gaze toward the fallen scorpion thief 5. Could it be that the system was malfunctioning? Jean Meili murmured softly. Do not speak ill of this system. It has detected. Before the system could finish its statement, Scorpion Thief 5 suddenly stood up, or rather, it was the mecha that had autonomously risen. At that moment, Scorpion Thief 5 remained motionless within the mecha, completely paralyzed and not exhibiting any signs of awakening. Yet, astonishingly, the mecha was in motion. Was it scratching itself? The mecha could actually scratch an itch. How amusing. As she beheld the half-meter mecha persistently scratching its body with its mechanical arms, producing a delightful hissing sound from the friction, Jean Meili burst into hearty laughter. The Scorpion Thief V indeed experiences an insatiable itch, as if swarms of ants were crawling over its body, yet it remains immobile. However, under the influence of its skill stillness, combined with the biomechanical suit, it finds that despite being afflicted by toad venom, it has not lost its ability to act. Rather, it can maneuver the mech with greater ease. Were it not for the incessant itch, it believes it could engage in combat with its elder brother. Filled with exhilaration, Scorpion Thief V endures the discomfort and begins to manipulate the mech, raising its arms and legs, walking, running, and jumping with unimpeded grace. The doctor had removed all of its hard exoskeleton to facilitate its integration with the mech, making the operation of the suit quite arduous. Now, thanks to the numbing effect of the venom, the stillness skill allows it to maximize its capabilities, significantly reducing the difficulty of controlling the mech. Due to various constraints, Scorpion Thief V neither dares nor possesses the ability to activate the final form of the biomechanical suit, resulting in a rather peculiar and diminutive appearance. Nevertheless, it now intends to utilize it. Standing upright, its height extends from half a meter to a full meter. With a wild exterior, its robust body gradually unfurls, its upper limbs transforming into a pair of massive mechanical pincers, while its entire form is enveloped in thick external armor. It has equipped multiple artillery systems on its sides, shoulders, chest, and legs, although the missiles they once carried have been expended. Its lower limbs, now reinforced with additional hybrid locomotion devices, advance step by step towards Jean Meili. The transformed mech, imposing and formidable, has become increasingly challenging to operate. Each step now demands Scorpion Thief V to execute several additional maneuvers. And although it may seem that only a few extra actions have been added, in the heat of battle, the frequency of operations can reach into the thousands. Nevertheless, Scorpion Thief V dares to utilize this form, fueled by confidence that it can vanquish its foes within a mere 20 maneuvers. At this moment, however, it can only endure for 20 steps. The first step is a sprint, propelling Scorpion Thief V nearly 50 meters forward, a tremendous shockwave flattening the surrounding grass. Sensing an overwhelming threat, Jean Meili swallows hard. Her young companion, the little scorpion, is by her side, and she cannot abandon it. Even in the face of such ferocious aggression, an assault devoid of mercy. The second step involves raising an arm. The third step entails the rotation of its pincers. The fourth step is retraction of its legs. With a surge of adrenaline, Scorpion Thief V harnesses its full capabilities, exhilarated by the combat technique Scorpion Pincer Impact. As detailed in the customized mech operation manual provided by the doctor, if it can execute just a few more maneuvers, the technique will be fully unleashed, an operation it had once only dreamed of achieving. Am I, Jean Meili, destined to perish here today? No, that is utterly impossible. I am Jean Meili. Refusing to surrender, despite her mediocre strength, she possesses two formidable innate skills, Pincer Assault and Tail Spike. Alas, what use are these skills? They are merely fundamental abilities. Jean Meili feels an overwhelming sense of helplessness regarding her own skills, as they consist merely of pincers clamping and a tail swaying. Their power is woefully inadequate, a sight too pitiful to behold. At this moment, Scorpion Thief V was a mere 2 meters away from Little Scorpion, its mechanical pincers whirling chaotically, transforming into a silver-gray drill, aimed directly at Jean Meili and Little Scorpion's position. Step 5, a leap. Step 6, a single-arm punch. However, the anticipated leap of Step 5 did not manifest as expected. The colossal machine crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar, its spinning pincers viciously burrowing into the earth just half a meter in front of Jean Meili. The sound of the tremendous impact resonated through the air, marking an intimate encounter between Scorpion Thief V and the soil. Were it not for its inability to speak, Scorpion Thief V would undoubtedly have cried out in indignation. At this moment, its legs were entangled with an abundance of grass knots, numbering in the hundreds, each one ensnaring it and thwarting its jump. Little did it expect that while it adapted to the chaotic environment, Jinmei had meticulously laid out all the grass ropes she had collected in this very area. Although you are a formidable robot, capable of easily vanquishing us, it is precisely because of your mechanical nature that you become ensnared by these weeds, leading to your unfortunate tumble. Haha. Despite Jinmei's lack of strength and shoddy skills, she possessed a spatial ring, brimming with an assortment of items. A precaution against misfortune. Witnessing her scheme succeed, Jinmei indulged in the villainous trait of excessive chatter, shamelessly explaining to Scorpion Thief V how she had effortlessly outmaneuvered this powerful robot, with no intention of taking advantage of its misfortune. Do not underestimate me simply because I am weak. The weak too possess their own means of survival. Unbeknownst to Jinmei, her words were overheard by little Scorpion, who suddenly awoke, truly comprehending the situation as her inner demons dissipated completely. Chapter 26. The upright perish from excessive chatter. Jinmei, my dear leader. I have come to understand that wisdom does not require deceit. Simplicity suffices. The methods of overcoming the strong with the weak are scarce, and relying solely on brute force proves utterly inadequate. Thus, intellect emerges as the most effective means to enhance one's combat prowess. I shall steadfastly pursue this path. The little Scorpion, having gained clarity, radiated with brilliance as its form began to transform. However, this metamorphosis was gradual. The energy within it overflowed, converting into true chi that coursed through its limbs and bones. Yet the process unfolded at a leisurely pace. Casting a glance back, Jinmei marveled at the necessity for evolutionaries to seek a safe haven for recuperation, for cultivators to retreat into caves for seclusion, and for mutated beings to hide away and undergo their transformations. The waiting period for evolution is excruciatingly prolonged, and more crucially, the tedium of waiting gnaws at one's patience. I shall engage this mechanized Scorpion in conversation. Though Scorpion Thief 5 is also a third-tier mutated creature, it was forcibly enhanced by the doctor using rare materials, never having experienced the sensation of advancement. The vigor within it pales in comparison to that of the little Scorpion before it, rendering it somewhat mesmerized. Nevertheless, Scorpion Thief 5 contemplated ways to break free from its constraints, having been overly complacent and ensnared by a trap. Yet it never anticipated the sheer treachery of Jinmei. While a single loop was manageable and even 10 loops could be easily escaped, the sudden imposition of 500 loops was bewildering. I would advise you to cease your struggles. Aside from these grass rope knots, I possess even sturdier specially crafted bindings. In addition to those, I also have limestone powder, which, I must inform you, is quite formidable. It can turn you into a stone statue. Alas, such cruelty compels me to reconsider my actions. Jinmei's tendency to engage in excessive monologues as a villain is once again on display, though she remains blissfully unaware, inadvertently revealing her trump cards. As a third-tier mutated being capable of basic communication, Scorpion Thief 5 finds itself thoroughly intimidated by Jinmei's shouts, genuinely believing that she possesses a plethora of hidden strengths. The prospect of becoming a lifeless stone statue is simply too terrifying to contemplate. Regret begins to seep into Scorpion Thief 5's thoughts when it succumbed to the paralyzing toxin. It recalled how its elder brother had not been slain, but rather rendered immobile and itching all over, much like itself. Yet here it was, alone in its quest for vengeance, having abandoned its brother. It vows never to repeat such folly. But does a future truly await? The sagacious may ponder deeply, yet inevitably falter. The foolish, in their myriad thoughts, may serendipitously stumble upon insight. With the paralysis coupled with Jinmei's relentless intimidation, a flicker of inspiration ignites in its mind. This marks the first time it has endeavored to devise a solution independently, as previously it was always its brother who orchestrated their plans. This newfound clarity is, in no small part, due to Jinmei's incessant chatter, which has afforded it ample time for contemplation. A villain may meet their demise through excessive dialogue, akin to mere fodder. I can incinerate it. But how to kindle the flames? Scorpion Thief 5 finds itself in a quandary. Having exhausted all its missiles, it cannot conjure even a spark. If only it could launch a missile at its own feet, all would be resolved. Jinmei remains oblivious to any hint of resistance from her adversary, particularly during her threats. After delivering her intimidation, she perceives no tremors from the opponent's mech, leading her to believe that they have entirely relinquished their struggle. Surrender is indeed wise. I must responsibly inform you that I have over 60 valiant warriors standing behind me. They are rushing over when the time comes. You shall surrender obediently, and perhaps we may consider allowing you to leave alive. The combination of threats and temptations is the method employed by Jeanne Meili. Although she possesses a plethora of specially crafted ropes, she is reluctant to utilize them, for the creation of a single bespoke rope demands considerable effort and abundant materials. As for the lime powder, it is not only rare but also rendered useless without water, which prevents the production of cement. The valiant warriors are nothing more than mere minions. Jeanne Meili's strategy can be likened to a mutated version of the empty city ruse or tactical deception. This strategy is remarkably astute, capable of inducing fear in the enemy, prompting their retreat without a fight. However, this tactic proves ineffective against adversaries of low intelligence or those steadfast in their beliefs. As time slowly passed, Scorpion Thief 5 pondered deeply until he finally conceived a plan. He still had 2 massive pincers that could transform into drill bits. His elder brother had once informed him that metal collisions produce sparks, which could easily ignite oneself or nearby dry materials. With renewed excitement during his second round of contemplation, Scorpion Thief 5 realized he could devise numerous strategies like his elder brother, albeit taking an excessively long time. Given the considerable difficulty in operating the fully formed ecological mech, it had to succeed on the first attempt. Step 6 involved activating the drill. Step 7 required rotation. Step 8 called for convergence. Step 9 was to flip over. And Step 10 was the collision. The sudden tremor caught Jeanne Meili off guard as the enormous scorpion pincer drill stirred the mud from the ground into the air, accompanied by the thunderous roar of the mech, causing her considerable discomfort. Immediately, the mech, face down, managed to awkwardly turn over using the newly excavated pit. The mud-coated rotating drill heads collided, producing bright sparks from the mechanical friction, which shot off into the surroundings with intense heat. Soon, as anticipated, a great fire erupted. The grass ropes crackled ominously as they burned. Scorpion Thief V had succeeded. Although the scorpion pincers on its mech arm were damaged from the collision and friction, and its legs suffered significant impairment from being ensnared by the grass ropes, this desperate method of salvation had proven effective. The grass ropes burned and snapped entirely. And given the fire resistance of the third-tier organisms, Scorpion Thief V successfully broke free from its constraints. After vigorous activity, Scorpion Thief V found its energy reserves severely depleted. It could only make one last desperate attempt to strike down the enemy. Rising to its feet, the battered mech had lost its former grandeur. The shattered limbs greatly diminished its balance. At that moment, it stood amidst the inferno, exuding the indomitable spirit of a hero in its twilight. The mech swatted away the flames, its gaze fixed intently on Jeanne Meili and her 2 scorpions. Just a little longer, Scorpion Thief urged itself, for it was utterly exhausted. It lifted its leg and, disregarding any technique, acted purely on instinct. The massive foot came crashing down towards Jeanne Meili. The residual heat from the mechanical foot emitted steam, carrying the ashes of the burnt grass ropes as it descended. The righteous perish from their verbosity. Little scorpion, are you ready yet? Boss, I'm about to kick the bucket. As Jeanne Meili spoke, a surge of warm energy erupted from the little scorpion, marking its evolution, a qualitative leap. From this moment onward, the little scorpion officially became the first successfully evolved third-tier mutated scorpion within the dungeon. It was strategic, adept at concealing its brilliance while understanding the importance of planning and recognizing reality. Knowing when to advance and retreat, it embodied humility and prudence. After its evolution, the little scorpion spoke, its gentle tone revealing a boldness unlike that of mere scholars. A true powerhouse must possess a mindset commensurate with their strength to harness such power effectively. The evolved scorpion displayed its newfound abilities. As its colossal mechanical claw hung suspended in midair, the scene was utterly breathtaking, reminiscent of legendary celestial arts, rendering the opponent immobile. Scorpion Thief 5 found the situation perplexing. Although it was not the mightiest among its companions, it was certainly the heaviest. How could it be effortlessly intercepted by such a diminutive creature? But wait, what was that? Jeanne Meili observed that several small stones were strategically positioned beneath the robotic claw, impeding its advance. Upon glancing back, she saw the little scorpion grasping a stone with its pincers, hurling it with force as if enveloped in a surge of energy directed towards the robotic foot. The balance was instantly disrupted, and the 2-ton weight of Scorpion Thief 5 crashed backward violently. Was this the fabled technique of a single finger vanquishing an enemy? How formidable! Even as Scorpion Thief 5 lost consciousness, it could not fathom how it had been defeated or from whence that overwhelming force had originated. Certainly, Jinmei had not fully comprehended the situation. Are you the little scorpion? Before her stood a diminutive scorpion, measuring merely half a meter in height. Its pincers, though slightly larger than before, remained quite small in comparison to its half-meter frame, arguably even less substantial than Jinmei's own pincers. The once brownish skin had been replaced by azure scales that adorned the scorpion's back, with the edges of its carapace curving upwards, exuding a spirited appearance. Its lower body was transformed into a pale abdomen, and its 6 elongated legs bore a hint of emerald green, reminiscent of fine jade. The only drawback was the subtly swaying tail, with its venomous stinger, akin to its pincers, being a product of inherent imperfection. Undoubtedly, the scorpion's allure had risen significantly. Before long, the little scorpion could no longer sustain itself and collapsed, having exhausted all its strength in the battle against the Scorpion Thief. Before Jinmei could assist the little scorpion, the system's voice echoed in her mind. Congratulations, host, for defeating a formidable foe. You have unlocked the title of Little Warrior, with a completion rate of 0.1. To achieve the final title of Valkyrie, you must conquer 999 different creatures in an advanced challenge. As this is your first time triumphing over a superior enemy, a special reward package has been granted. Congratulations on receiving a title reward package. May you enjoy the unboxing. 2 packages, how splendid. However, it seemed the formidable enemy was vanquished not by her own hand, but by the little scorpion. Could this truly count? If so, she could simply direct the little scorpion, and the rewards would come pouring in. While lost in daydreams, Jinmei opened the attributes panel of the little scorpion. She wished to discover the abilities that the little scorpion had awakened, for it was astonishingly powerful. Name, Little Scorpion Title, Top Little Brother Age, 15 days rank, Tier 3 Mutated Scorpion Lifespan. For years, Tier 3 Mutated Scorpion, Stamina, 0, reaching 0 will result in fatigue, Strength, 105 Speed, 106 Intelligence, 150 Genius Level Human Intelligence, Quality, Purple, White, Red, Orange, Yellow, Green, Blue, Indigo, Purple, Black. Beauty Value, 30, an exceptionally handsome scorpion. Skills, Wisdom, Spirit Beast, New Skill, Ascension Experience, 11000000, a Spirit Beast? What is that? Why not telekinesis or mystical arts, or at least some sort of immobilization technique? Jinmei vividly recalled the scene at that moment, where a massive foot was completely suspended in midair, an astonishing sight, as it bore the weight of nearly 2 tons of machinery, frozen in place. Positioned beneath that foot, Jinmei witnessed this spectacle from a first-person perspective, the imagery strikingly vivid. Upon opening the skill description, Jinmei instantly comprehended everything. Spirit Beast, a rare and special skill. Summons ancient beings to protect oneself, merging one's energy with that of the heavens and the earth. It allows one to bestow all their strength upon the accompanying Spirit Beast, sharing life and death with it. Could those 16 beams of azure light be the Spirit Beasts summoned by the little scorpion? They are remarkably powerful. Jinmei stealthily approached the little scorpion, tapping its impressively hard azure carapace, searching upon its back. Oh, what an adorable little baby. 16 round, fluffy, plump little spheres adorned with azure wings were nestled within the cerulean exoskeleton of a small scorpion, blissfully asleep, much like their owner, who had succumbed to slumber due to exhaustion. How I longed to touch them, yet they were so tiny. Would I frighten them? Such adorable little creatures. Did the scorpion summon them all? Oh, I simply cannot endure this. I must touch them, just once. Ultimately, Jinmei's desires remained unfulfilled. She gazed disdainfully at her scorpion's pincers, lamenting their size. Why must they be so large, preventing her from gently caressing the little cuties inside? It was disheartening. Jinmei found herself barred from the adorable beings due to the scorpion's armor, the narrow gaps allowing her only to watch them longingly. In that moment, she began to reminisce about her hands from her past life. If only she had them, she could tenderly stroke those delightful creatures. As for Scorpion Thief 5, Jinmei was compelled to waste her carefully stockpiled special ropes, binding it securely within the gaping pit, particularly around its mechanical arms and legs, which she encircled no less than 100 times. Furthermore, within the mech's interior, they secured the body of Scorpion Thief 5, rendering it incapable of controlling the machine. Subsequently, Jin Meili summoned the construction team to transform the pit dug by Scorpion Thief 5 into a prison cell, marking the commencement of her squad's very first confinement facility, which she aptly named the prison within a prison. Considering the considerable building materials required, Jin Meili felt a headache brewing. It seemed she would need to recruit more soldiers and procure additional scorpions. How wonderful it would be if little scorpions could simply fall from the sky. In addition to architecture, Jin Meili must also devise more formidable weapons. Alas, to the north lies a formidable group of adversaries whose ferocity cannot be underestimated. As her mind swirled with myriad thoughts, Jin Meili found herself reminiscing about Xiao Xie. If only Xiao Xie were here, she could simply delegate the task to him. Sigh. How she longed for her rocking chair, how she missed her energy milk blocks. Jin Meili, we have captured a green creature covered in arrows, came a voice. Just as Jin Meili planned to take a brief respite, the door swung open once more. How many times had this occurred? She had lost count. Sigh. It seemed she was to be busy again. After all, she was their leader. Why could they not allow her a moment of rest? Upon entering the courtyard, Jin Meili's face flushed with embarrassment. Before her stood the green creature, Xiaohua, entirely adorned with arrows. Nearby lay several scorpions, incapacitated from contact with Xiaohua. It was evident that this was Jin Meili's handiwork. In a moment of reckless abandon, she had unleashed 50 explosive arrows upon the scorpion thieves, indiscriminately bombarding them with countless poisoned harpoons. The unfortunate Xiaohua, in a desperate attempt to draw enemies, had inadvertently fallen victim to his own allies' onslaught. Hurry, help him remove the arrows. Fetch some clean water and bring out the collected herbs. She commanded. Oh, never mind, I'll handle it. You all tend to your tasks. Chapter 28. The astonishing mystery of the northern cell. The sounds of battle reverberated throughout the dungeon, clear and distinct to the scorpion thieves. Initially, the rapid gunfire garnered little attention, but when the distant roar of missile explosions erupted, a sense of alarm stirred within them, hinting that something was amiss. Brother. Could it be that something has happened to second brother and sixth brother? Surely, the guards wouldn't resort to using standard missiles against a mere second-tier mutated scorpion swarm. It shouldn't be the case. With second brother's prowess and sixth brother's stealth abilities, how could they possibly encounter trouble? Am I being overly anxious? Yet, what circumstances could compel sixth brother to deploy so many missiles at once? And where are those two unfortunate souls? Why haven't they come to report to us? I've sensed something amiss with them for quite some time. If it weren't for you, brother, and second brother's kindness in taking them in all those years ago, would they even be in this position today? A multitude of questions left the group in a state of confusion, halting the training regimen of the scorpion thieves. I'm uncertain as well. Third, go check it out. I trust second brother. You all are well aware of his capabilities and intellect. He should be fine. An ominous premonition surged into the mind of Scorpion Thief Strong. The duo of sixth brother Scorpion Thief 5 and second brother Scorpion Thief 1 constituted the most synergistic pairing within their ranks. Moreover, sixth brother was exceptionally obedient to his elder brother. Given sixth brother's equipment and strength, coupled with second brother's coordination, it was theoretically impossible for them to encounter difficulties. Very well, brother. I will head over immediately. The third mutated scorpion, known for its remarkable speed, was trained by the rugged soldiers of Scorpion Thief 2. With the ultimate objective of developing a unit capable of enduring long-distance movement under heavy load. When called upon by the leader to undertake a task, it reluctantly allowed its troops a momentary respite. As the swiftest among the 6 scorpions, the third had awakened a rare skill known as flying legs, which is considered uncommon within the general skill repertoire. With 10 elongated limbs, it dashed forward like a turbocharged engine, manifesting its 5 pairs of legs as if they were transformed into semicircular wheels. The reason for its loss of 1 pair of limbs lies in the drawback of flying legs. Due to a momentary lapse in control, it suffered a severe fall, resulting in significant injuries to its legs. In an effort to aid its recovery, the scientist reinforced its remaining limbs, yet despite his best efforts, it ultimately lost 2 legs, with several others replaced by mechanical counterparts. Even without relying on its extraordinary speed, it still moved with remarkable swiftness, its turbo legs kicking up clouds of dust as it covered a distance of 20 meters in the blink of an eye. Strangely, there was not a soul in sight. Their base consisted solely of neatly stacked rubble, and apart from this, a faintly discernible path of scattered stones emerged, adorned with distinct footprints that did not seem to result from prolonged movement, but but rather appeared as though pressed into the ground by immense weight. It was not difficult to deduce that the scattered pebbles were remnants discarded by their pincers during a hasty retreat, while the clear footprints were formed when the conveyor belt transported stones without shifting, leaving impressions under the weight of the stones. However, for the unsuspecting scorpion thief too, this became an enigma, shrouded in mystery. Following the footprints, it soon arrived at a stone wall, where scattered stones lay in disarray, alongside a massive fist-sized hole. What is this? Who could have created it? Filled with questions, it began to search the vicinity. With the aid of flying legs, it quickly discovered a thicket nearby, perforated by leaves, and an area of disturbed earth, adorned with elongated strands of grass, a crossbow, though it did not recognize it, judging by the size of the hole. Scorpion Thief 2 was certain that this was excavated by its elder brother. The heavy footprints left nearby further confirmed this. The case grew increasingly perplexing. Why had the elder brother dug a hole? And why had he left such conspicuous footprints? Was he trying to convey a message to me? After meticulous calculation and detailed analysis, Scorpion Thief 2 arrived at a significant conclusion. Based on the force, depth, impact speed, and angle of descent, it surmised that its elder brother must have jumped from a location 10 to 50 meters away. Furthermore, given the trajectory of its search, it was clear that the elder brother had not approached from the southeast, as it had traversed from the northern stone wall. Thus, the truth was evident. The elder brother had come from the north. Scorpion Thief 2's deduction proved accurate, and it soon located the place where the young scorpion had buried its treasure. The peculiar cans failed to capture its attention, for its elder brother lay motionless on the ground. Elder brother. Swiftly rushing over, Scorpion Thief 2 cautiously shook the body of Scorpion Thief I. Elder brother, are you all right? Please, do not frighten me. It is not a physician and knows not how to measure a pulse. At this moment, it is akin to Scorpion Thief 5, desperately shaking him. The burly man weeps and flees. Scorpion Thief 1, once again at a loss for words, ponders the nature of the brothers he has chosen. Having already been dazed twice, he finds no one to alleviate his discomfort. One seeks vengeance, the outcome uncertain, while another desires a grand burial. The life of a scorpion is arduous. Oh, how it itches. Just a scratch before departing. Hey, brother, something terrible has occurred. Second brother has been betrayed. Breathless, Scorpion Thief 2 rushes before Scorpion Thief Chong. He had not anticipated that this sprint would surpass the speed of the fears that haunted him. Speak slowly, Scorpion Thief Chong urges, maintaining a semblance of calm. Brother. Second brother has been betrayed, and not a single wound adorns his body, not even a scratch on his mechanized armor. His pincers bear remnants of mud and some weeds. We must avenge him. We cannot allow him to perish unjustly. We must find the perpetrator. Scorpion Thief Chong, drenched in cold sweat, contemplates the gravity of the situation. For one as formidable as Scorpion Thief 1 to be slain without a trace, the assailant's strength must be extraordinary. Even Scorpion Mother could not achieve such a feat. Quickly, lead us there. Have the soldiers rest in place. Eldest, third, and fourth brothers, all of you, come with me. Leave fifth brother to guard. Upon arriving, they find Scorpion Thief 1 motionless on the ground, and Scorpion Thief Chong's sorrow mirrors that of the others. Second brother, what has befallen you? We vowed to be as brothers in the tale of the peach garden, to stand together for a lifetime. Why have you departed before me? As the Scorpion Thief tightly grasped the hand of Scorpion Thief 1, a sudden realization struck. There is a pulse. He is alive. Brother 2 is not dead. The voice of the eldest brother brought joy to the gathered scorpions, turning their sorrow into elation. I knew brother 2 would be fine, the third brother said, sheepishly scratching his head. The others responded with a unanimous affirmation. Chapter 29, Convergence. Everyone, pay attention. We are seeking refuge with our leader, Jin Meili. Although the distance is less than 200 meters, we must remain vigilant. Since the gunfire echoed through the air, the scorpions were on high alert, divided into 3 groups, each venturing in different directions to maximize their chances of escape. This particular group was led by Scorpion 6-5, who continually offered words of reassurance to the others. Though they could not comprehend his words, they instinctively understood that their leader was their savior, and thus they followed him without hesitation. The procession of 30 scorpions moved at a measured pace, stopping intermittently. Scorpion 6-5, having faced life-and-death situations, exhibited remarkable vigilance. Wait a moment, he instructed, raising his pincers in a familiar gesture. The others immediately understood this as a signal to halt. Having traversed half the distance, They found themselves near the boundary of the lush underbrush in the southern region. This area boasted the most verdant thickets within the dungeon, teeming with countless weeds, and even hinting at the presence of rare medicinal herbs. Despite their mutations, these herbs still retain significant medicinal value. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the silence. The shockwave startled Scorpion 6-5 and his group. It's the thunder. The heavens are punishing us. It is indeed the scorpions that have committed heinous acts. And now the heavens shall punish them. Help! I have not done anything wrong. Please do not punish me. Unfamiliar with the ravages of warfare, they could only associate the ominous rumblings above with thunderclouds. Everyone, remain still. Let us hide in the grass. We must not wander about, commanded Ciel Yowu decisively. He was certain that this was not divine retribution or celestial thunder, but rather the advanced weaponry wielded by those bandit scorpions. After spending considerable time together, the scorpions held great faith in Xia Liuwu's words. Following his brief explanation, they comprehended his orders and swiftly concealed themselves in the underbrush. Fortunately, they were merely on the outskirts of the southern grasslands, far removed from the battlefield. Boom, boom. The terrifying explosions instilled a sense of despair among the scorpions. They tightly shut their eyes, striving to appear diminutive, hoping to evade the wrath of the divine. The cacophony of cannon fire persisted for an extended duration. Even when the sounds of missile detonations ceased, they remained motionless. Some scorpions buried themselves entirely underground, a feat made possible by their burrowing skills. The embrace of the earth provided a rare sense of security for these creatures. Ciel Yowu's alertness constantly reminded him to proceed with caution. Recklessness had previously placed little brother Scorpion in peril. The scorpions remained obedient, exhibiting no signs of panic, steadfastly holding their ground. Following this, an extended silence enveloped them. Is it over? Should we venture out to take a look? One queried. No, let us not emerge. It is far too frightening. Surely, one cannot linger here for an extended period. Let us await the command of Ciel Yowu. This group of scorpions exchanges their thoughts intricately amidst the grass, employing a myriad of communication methods. Ciel Yowu remains oblivious to their discourse, yet it is palpable that they yearn to depart this perilous region without delay. Patience, patience. Let us wait a moment longer. This marks the sixth occasion on which Ciel Yowu has voiced this sentiment, and it seems he alone among the scorpions can discern the whispers of their kind. My apologies, Ciel Yowu. I must take my leave. There is no danger here. I shall seek out a suitable place to settle. One by one, the scorpions begin to abandon the group, and soon fewer than 9 remain. The rationale behind their exodus lies in their fear of failing to secure a better home. Should the departing scorpions seize the prime locations first, they would be at a significant disadvantage. Competition is ever present. The remaining 9 scorpions resolve to accompany Ciel Yowu in seeking refuge with Jinmeili. Only through unity can they hope to confront the mechanized scorpions. Let them depart. We have already rescued them. Their choices are their own. Ciel Yowu does not impede their exit, yet he feels a solemn responsibility towards those who remain. Time would affirm Ciel Yowu's suspicions. As the sounds of combat among the robots echo once more, followed by the unmistakable thud of another fallen adversary, this further solidifies the conviction of the 9 scorpions regarding Ciel Yowu's judgment. They continue to lie in wait, for such a battle is beyond their capabilities. A longer duration ensues until the machinery stirs again, unleashing a tremendous clamor. We shall not wait any longer. If we prolong this, time may not be on our side. Therefore, let us take a detour. Ciel Yowu has no intention of waiting any further. The situation ahead remains uncertain, and he opts for an alternative route. No scorpion voiced any dissent as they veered eastward, maneuvering around the dense thicket of underbrush. This path, lacking concealment, significantly increases the likelihood of detection, and the journey will be considerably longer. Yet, there is no time to waste. Ciel Yowu counted the scorpions brought by Ciel Yowu, relieved that he had retained a few more of his own. We may be ambushed. There is a scuffle occurring among the undergrowth in the southern region, compelling us to take a detour, Ciel Yowu lamented. What? How unfortunate for you. However, I too have lost quite a few compatriots. What of Ciel Wub? Where has he gone? He has gone to report back. I am here to keep watch. Ciel Wub, a member of the sales team, leads another 30 scorpions. Nevertheless, their conversation failed to attract the attention of the other scorpions. Even if they had noticed, they would not comprehend the discourse. For this was a form of sign language understood solely by their combat group. Expressions were not limited to pincers. The entire body had to be engaged. and the gestures resembled a dance. After Jin Meili had tended to the little frog and was about to caress the fish, the door was abruptly thrust open once more. "What now? Can't you allow your leader a moment's respite?" Xiao Wub said with utmost respect, entirely oblivious to Jin Meili's weary countenance. He also failed to notice her transformation from despair to elation upon grasping his words, as she became exceedingly animated. Chapter 30. Recruitment of New Members. "Quickly, take me to sea. I have been lamenting the shortage of personnel, and unexpectedly, here they are." Jin Meili followed Xiao Wuba to a small hillside. Gazing at the line of fewer than 30 scorpions below, Jin Meili's face brightened with joy as she exclaimed, "Ah, my free labor force. Oh no, 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 my dear siblings. I have come to treat you." She produced a small cart laden with heaps of high-temperature roasted insects. While balancing an inconspicuous basket on her back to prevent the scorpions from being alarmed by her seemingly magical retrieval of food, simultaneously serving to conceal her secret weapon. The scorpions had been lifting stones for quite some time, and with their nerves frayed from apprehension, they were already famished. Upon sighting the cart brimming with sustenance, their mouths watered in unison, each yearning to partake. Without the need for Jin Meili to utter a word, many scorpions surged forward, gathering around the food and using their pincers to seize a portion before indulging heartily. However, upon noticing Jin Meili's presence, they took only what they needed and scurried away. The cart held less than 15 portions, far short of the 30 scorpions present. Jin Meili found herself nearly toppled by the throng of scorpions snatching at the food. As it seemed impossible to push her way in, she decided to observe her surroundings instead. "Why aren't you all rushing for the food? If they finish it, there will be none left." Jin Meili curiously watched the scorpions brought by Xieli Wu, who showed no inclination to seize the offerings. Instead, these 9 scorpions stood in perfect alignment, gazing at Jin Meili, as if to say, "We wish to join your esteemed ranks, Jin Meili. Moreover, if you, our leader, do not grant us permission to partake, then to eat without your consent would be akin to robbery." They expressed their thoughts in their own manner. After all, most of them are merely newly ascended second-tier mutated creatures, with a few not even having reached that level. Although Jin Meili roughly comprehended their intentions, she refrained from immediately presenting food to the scorpions, as she sought to further observe them. "Jin Meili, are you not going to feed them?" one inquired. "It is my fault. I delayed along the way, causing them to miss their timely arrival." "No worries. Focus on your own matters. I have my own considerations," Jin Meili replied, ignoring them as she moved towards another direction. Why are those 2 scorpions bound?" Jin Meili noticed 2 scorpions in a corner, guarded by several others. The unfortunate duo was tied up and placed among the others. It was evident they yearned for food. Yet they remained focused on their duties and did not attempt to seize any. "Why do you not go eat?" "Jin Meili, these 2 scorpions are members of the bandit scorpions. We captured them and brought them along." Jin Meili was taken aback. This second-tier scorpion could communicate. If it were not due to some awakened ability, it must possess innate intelligence, making it worthy of alliance. "Please elaborate." "That day, a few companions and I were forcefully dragged from our cave and taken to an open area to the north, where we were presented with a choice to submit. Although the bandit scorpion leader exuded an impressive aura capable of swaying half of those present, I chose to refuse. I had no desire to associate with bandits. Subsequently, we were organized into an elongated queue, tasked with the construction of a fortress, particularly under the dominion of the foremost scorpion, known as Scorpion Thief 1, who possessed the ability to exert control. This malevolent creature ensnared one of my companions, transforming him into a supervisor, compelling us into relentless labor without respite, until the valiant brother Xiao Wu intervened and liberated us. At that moment, the 2 scorpions attempted to flee, yet apprehensive of their cunning, my companions and I managed to capture them. We then proceeded eastward, circumventing the northern district, stopping intermittently until we finally escorted the 2 scorpions to this very location. Before us, this seemingly ordinary little scorpion recounted the entire sequence of events. "Thank you for your efforts. What are your plans moving forward? Consider this a favor I owe you, Jin Meili. Feel free to voice any requests, and I shall assist you as best I can." Jin Meili expressed her satisfaction with the scorpions, yet refrained from presenting direct options, instead prompting them to contemplate their own intentions. "You may deliberate amongst yourselves. I shall return shortly." Observing Jin Meili's departure, the little scorpion hesitated, for it indeed had a matter for which it sought her assistance. Yet it was uncertain whether to voice it. The struggle for sustenance concluded swiftly, and Jeanne Meili commenced her address before the gathered scorpions. Due to the haste of our preparations, I regret that I could not adequately provision food, and considering the size of our team, we cannot provide daily sustenance. Nonetheless, Jeanne Meili, cordially invite you to join my ranks and become a part of our team. However, to receive food, one must contribute labor. Should you wish to enlist with us, please register with Cieli Wu. Availability is limited. However, if you wish to depart, we shall once again provide a sumptuous meal of high-temperature roasted insects for your journey. You will need to wait for a moment, as I shall send someone to deliver it. Upon hearing that work was to be done, many scorpions hesitated. They could receive their daily ration of energy milk blocks and comfortably recline in their burrows, so why should they toil? Comfort breeds lethargy. And the same holds true for mutated creatures. A total of 48 scorpions arrived, yet only 15 registered, including 9 brought by Cieli Wu and a small team of scorpions favored by Jeanne Meili. Those who scrambled for food showed no inclination to join. The remaining 33 scorpions collected their rations and departed without a word of thanks. Jeanne Meili sighed, initially intending to recruit 25. But now faced with such a shortfall, what a pity. Cieli Wu began to recite the rules, the very regulations his captain had read to him upon his selection, along with the names assigned to them. After concluding, Jeanne Meili distributed the 15 portions of food equitably, without favoritism. Have you made your decision? Your name shall be Xie, I presume. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to voice them, since you have joined us. You have earned a commendation of 100 military merits. Jeanne Meili, I wish to learn your skills, esteemed leader. Brother Cieli Wu informed me that to grow stronger, one must seek your guidance. Jeanne Meili, but I am not particularly strong. If you desire to learn the craft, I can recommend 3 individuals. One is the captain of the combat team, another is the captain of the reconnaissance team, and the last is our strategist, the little scorpion. You may choose to study combat, reconnaissance, or strategy. Who among them is the most formidable? It should be the little scorpion, although its combat power is low. It is a 3rd-tier mutated scorpion. Jeanne Meili nodded in agreement. Thus, the little scorpion inexplicably acquired a disciple. May I inquire as to why you wish to grow stronger? Revenge. A fierce anger glinted in Bao Yi's eyes. Chapter 31, The Wrathful Doctor. Revenge? Jeanne Meili was perplexed. What enemies could possibly exist in this tiny dungeon? I want to personally eliminate them. They are responsible for my sister's death. Are you referring to Scorpion Thief Chong and his gang? Yes. Their leader is the one who caused my sister's demise. Had I not been so weak, my energy milk block would not have been stolen. They have plundered from us repeatedly, leaving my sister and me in dire hunger. To ensure my survival, my sister sacrificed her last energy milk block for me. I am so sorry for her. It is all my fault for being so feeble. Otherwise, she would not have starved to death. I had thought they were captured by the bipedal beasts and would have no chance of survival. Yet to my astonishment, they are still alive. It is truly unjust. Why do the wicked not only escape punishment, but also grow stronger? I refuse to accept this. With a murderous glare, she directed her gaze towards the 2 unfortunate scorpions. Scorpion Thief 6 and Scorpion Thief 7, bound by weeds. Do not be disheartened. I shall assist you in becoming stronger. However, harboring hatred can easily lead one astray. I hope you come to understand this. Jeanne Meili was at a loss on how to counsel it. She did not wish for Xie to exist solely for the sake of revenge, for such a life would be fraught with anguish. Yet, she also did not desire for Xie to forget its hatred, as Jeanne Meili understood that its sister must hold great significance for it. Thus, Jeanne Meili offered it a choice. The law of nature dictates the survival of the fittest, and whether intervention is right or wrong remains uncertain. Let everything unfold as it may. Jeanne Meili was not an impulsive scorpion. Although Xie's sister was also her own sister, was not its enemy also her brother? Is it truly worthwhile for kin to turn against one another? Sighing, she decided not to dwell on it any longer. Let the little scorpion grapple with its troubles. She wished to indulge in leisure, feeling utterly exhausted. Little scorpion, awaken swiftly to assist your pitiful leader. In the doctoral laboratory, chaos ensued. What? How is this possible? My most esteemed creation has succumbed to a 2nd-tier mutated scorpion? This defies logic. The doctor frantically typed on the keyboard, data pouring forth. Name, Mecha Exoskeleton. Ecological Adapter ID, WD, 020606 Damage Assessment, 67. Mecha Head Damage, 13, Sustained Multiple Impacts. Mecha Left Arm Damage, 70, Shockwave Injury. Mecha Right Arm Damage, 75, Shockwave and Explosive Damage. Mecha Scorpion Claw Drill damage, 80, internal gear shattered, difficult to operate. Mecha left leg damage, 90, binding mechanical failure, severe distortion, flame burns, forced operation. Mecha right foot damage, 35, burns, base fractures. Other damage remains minimal, capable of continued operation. Adapter life signs, healthy, in a state of slumber. The mech exhibited an unprecedented performance, achieving a remarkable 150, far surpassing the anticipated threshold, with a duration of 5 minutes and 7 seconds. The mech revealed its utmost capabilities against a 5th-tier mutated scorpion, exceeding the limits of a 4th-tier mutant. Other parameters indicated that the data presented were significantly better than the doctor had anticipated, leaving him perplexed as to how his mech could have been bested by these 2 2nd-tier mutated scorpions. Immersed in the battle scenario, the doctor contemplated that facing 2 seemingly feeble scorpions, the most effective strategy would be to engage in range bombardment. He was certain he would adopt a tactic similar to that of Scorpion Thief V, albeit refraining from emptying the magazine in one go, which would be a grave error. Despite his uncertainty regarding how the pink scorpion had evaded his attacks, the advanced weaponry boasted an astonishing accuracy of 99. Logically, the opposing scorpion should not have survived. Even in the absence of ammunition, the doctor resolved to continue with ranged assaults, for the exhibited strength of the adversary was overwhelmingly formidable. Capable of evading missiles without sustaining damage, a feat unheard of for an ordinary scorpion. He surmised that bullets would likely prove ineffective, given that the foe was unperturbed by missiles. After much contemplation, he concluded that the most prudent course of action would be to reserve for each scorpion a secret weapon, an electromagnetic projectile capable of generating a vortex to dismantle the enemy, both physically and internally. Nevertheless, enduring for 5 minutes would indeed be a commendable feat. The doctor couldn't help but express his admiration, unaware that, due to a malfunctioning camera, Scorpion Thief V had been lying down for over 4 of those 5 minutes. Alas, I have ultimately met with failure. As a distinguished PhD in biological modification, it is utterly inconceivable that I should falter. No, I must confront them personally. However, a doctor of my stature would certainly not venture forth unaccompanied. Although I hold a doctorate, I am not a formidable genetic manipulator, and to enter without protection would be tantamount to courting disaster. In haste, I unearthed a set of mechanized armor gifted by a friend who specializes in engineering. This suit is a virtual simulation armor, customizable in appearance, allowing for complete bodily control through a virtual nutrient chamber, enabling me to command my machinery to execute various tasks. If only my old friend's design could be applied to gaming, it would fetch an astronomical price. Shaking my head, I dismissed this trivial thought and commenced the assembly and modification of the robot. After a night of relentless toil, I succeeded. It features a miniature energy circulation system capable of converting certain energy substances into power, rudimentary defensive energy shield to absorb minor damage, albeit with limited strength and low energy consumption, mechanical claws on the back for climbing and grasping, an 8-core drive system for swift escape, mechanical arms on either side for repair tasks, and a voice assistant designed to translate the language of mutated creatures, specifically scorpion dialect, for command issuance. While I can comprehend their speech, articulating responses proves somewhat challenging. Gazing upon this diminutive robot resembling a Siberian husky, I nodded in satisfaction. I, Dr. Jiabao, solemnly vow to demonstrate my true prowess to these 2 scorpions. Someone, take this mechanical hound to test zone number 2 without delay. And do not inquire as to the reason, just obey. The scientist's irate countenance dissuaded the soldier from dissent, compelling immediate compliance. I am wearied, he mused. A month has elapsed since I last enjoyed proper repose. This interlude presents an opportune moment for respite. I shall avail myself of this restorative chamber and ascertain its soporific efficacy. Surely, cerebral manipulation will not impede slumber. After issuing a series of meticulous directives to the soldiers, the scientist, stifling a yawn, ensconced himself within the nutrient-rich virtual chamber. Chapter 32. Confiscation of electromagnetic projectiles within the confines of the subterranean dungeon. The diurnal and nocturnal cycles were rendered indistinguishable. Nevertheless, with remarkable perspicacity, Jinmei orchestrated the work schedules of the inhabitants, ensuring adequate periods of repose and diligent application. Diligence was duly rewarded. However, today deviated from the norm, for in the absence of Little Scorpion, Jinmei was solely responsible for all decision-making, necessitating her and her subordinates to work assiduously, even during designated rest periods. Esteemed leader Jinmei, Sanchi began. The combat training grounds have sustained considerable damage as a result of the missile's impact. He seeks your counsel regarding its continued utility. He proposes the utilization of the expansive crater as a training venue. Furthermore, he inquires as to the disposition of the new recruits. Bai, having been forcibly elevated to the position of temporary translator by Jinmei, was granted access to the base. Bai, what are your thoughts? She inquired. I am of the opinion that we should defer to your sagacious judgment, leader Jinmei, he replied. Jinmei sighed, lamenting the absence of Little Scorpion's counsel. Scarcely had Sanchi departed when another scorpion approached, interrupting Jinmei's brief respite. The expansion team reported that they were disassembling the equipment of Scorpion Thief 5 when they inadvertently triggered a mechanism, causing a metal sphere to fall. It was immovable and unbreakable, adorned with peculiar engravings. They had already transported it and inquired how their leader, Jinmei, intended to handle the situation. The expansion team had been temporarily dispatched by Jinmei to dismantle the components of Scorpion Thief 5, as she believed the materials were iron, which could be repurposed into numerous weapons or iron furniture. Surely iron would prove more useful than concrete. If the doctor were to hear this, he would undoubtedly be infuriated, for these were high-tech components. Before long, several scorpions brought the heavy iron sphere inside. Due to its weight, they simply dropped it, producing a resounding thud. Jinmei approached to examine this peculiar orb. The silvery iron mass was divided into two layers, with a net-like outer layer of silver alloy encasing the inner white sphere. The surface of the sphere was intricately engraved with exquisite patterns, showcasing a technology that enhances ultrasonic audio transmission range to achieve controllable distances, embodying an exceptional level of craftsmanship. However, to Jinmei and the scorpions, it merely appeared as decoration. In addition to the carvings, a striking line of red block letters beside an exclamation mark caught their attention. Handle with care, hazardous material. Beneath the red text, 3 large white Chinese characters boldly proclaimed electromagnetic projectile. Upon reading these words, Jinmei felt a chill run down her spine as she recalled how the scorpions had carelessly tossed it to the ground. Good heavens! Had she just narrowly escaped the clutches of death? This is exceedingly perilous, truly perilous. Your audacity is astonishing. This is, after all, an explosive device. Jinmei reproached the scorpions. However, the scorpions, oblivious to the nature of an explosive, remained remarkably composed, even deriving a sense of gratification from Jinmei's commendation of their boldness. System, is there a possibility of detonation if this object is placed within the spatial dimension? Affirmative. A frigid voice responded, causing Jinmei to break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, she had inquired beforehand. She dared not discard it directly, nor did she venture to touch it, for who knows how fortuitous the naive scorpion that brought this thing was. It remained unscathed despite being knocked about. However, she could not be certain that she possessed such luck. To leave it here was, of course, out of the question. Jinmei had no desire to idle away her time in proximity to an object that could detonate at any moment. However, she was loath to dispose of it, for it was, after all, a secret weapon. Should she encounter an insurmountable adversary, she could simply hurl it forth. The sensation of that prospect was, indeed, gratifying. Although she was uncertain as to the precise method of deployment, save for the application of considerable force. System, is there a means by which it can be rendered non-explosive and safely stored within the spatial dimension? Or perhaps you could provide storage for it. Host, please refrain from conflating this system with inferior spatial receptacles. This system is, in fact, the Advanced Scorpion Beauty System. The host may employ a container of equal height to your spatial dimension for storage. Inferior spatial rings are inherently unstable and prone to irregular oscillations. Provided that the host secures it, it shall not detonate. Despite its relative inferiority, Jinmei's ring still possessed a considerable height of 5 meters. Procuring an object of such stature to secure it presented a challenge. However, Jinmei discerned that immobility was the primary concern, implying a degree of safety. Procure a cabinet from the warehouse, one that slightly exceeds the dimensions of this iron sphere. Do not inquire as to its location. Little Scorpion secreted it away. Its precise whereabouts remain unknown to me. You must endeavor to locate it yourselves. Several of you, gather a substantial quantity of hay. Under Bai's interpretation, the assembled scorpions commenced their tasks with diligence. Commendable, commendable. Thus, cushion the base of the cabinet with hay and gently lower the ring onto it. Remember to exercise caution. Contact is to be avoided. Proceed slowly, without haste. Excellent, just so. Several of you meticulously seal the surrounding gaps. Refrain from forceful blows when sealing the crate. Magnificent. The task is accomplished. Now, convey it to the secure vault, ensuring no contact occurs. Through Jean Meili's verbal direction, the perilous object was successfully acquired with the collective efforts of the Scorpions. Just as she believed the matter concluded, the reconnaissance team arrived after the expansion team's departure. Jean Meili cautiously opened a crack in the door, revealing several Scorpions stationed outside, all present to deliver their reports. Hastily ascertain whether little Scorpion has awakened. If so, inform him forthwith to extricate me from this predicament. This marked the nth occasion Jean Meili had urged Xie Bai to summon little Scorpion. A matter of considerable bewilderment to the newly appointed translator. Where was the formidable leader of the Scorpions that she was supposed to be? The esteemed leader Jean Meili, revered by all, appears to embody the traits of a languid and capricious young lady. Why does she exhibit such aversion towards handling these matters? After all, only 2 groups have arrived. With a myriad of questions swirling in his mind, Xie Bai departed from the conference hall, traversing a corridor before pushing open the ajar grass door. There, he encountered a peculiar green frog, its body entwined with verdant leaves, infused with the herbal concoction applied by Jean Meili. Sidestepping the amphibian, Xie Bai once again laid eyes on his future master, the little Scorpion. Chapter 33. The adorable spirit beast master, you are awake. Standing before Xie Bai was the little Scorpion, a mere half-meter in height, gazing at him in confusion. Who are you? Why do you call me master? Where am I? Master, you have finally awakened. Jean Meili sent me to find you. She requests that you hasten to the conference hall to rescue her from peril. Xie Bai conveyed her message verbatim, devoid of embellishment. Upon hearing his leader's call, the little Scorpion hurried towards the entrance, disregarding the authenticity of the situation. Yet, it had completely forgotten that it had evolved into a third-tier mutated Scorpion. Following its old habits, it dashed forward, only to stumble and fall moments later. As the little Scorpion braced for an intimate encounter with the ground, it instinctively curled into a ball. With a resounding crash, the azure sphere collided with the already fragile grass door, creating a substantial hole, and rolled down the steps. Continuing its journey along the corridor. Master, you should head this way. Xie Bai pointed towards a larger grass door, specifically constructed to accommodate the little Scorpion's entrance. Observing the gaping hole in the small door, Xie Bai felt a sense of helplessness and hurriedly followed. This left the little frog, paralyzed in its entirety, to mourn alone, pondering why it had fallen victim to its own poison. Such a phenomenon seemed utterly illogical. The little Scorpion collided with a concrete pillar, finally coming to a halt. Shaking its somewhat dazed head, the Scorpion awkwardly made its way towards the conference hall. With a swift motion, a cerulean orb emerged from the Scorpion's azure exoskeleton, curiously surveying its surroundings. It was filled with wonder at this unfamiliar world, inspired by the first cerulean orb creature. The remaining 15 spirit beasts fluttered their white wings and took flight from the Scorpion's carapace. The spirit beasts danced around the Scorpion, leaving trails of azure light in their wake, reminiscent of cerulean flames. Enveloped in this azure luminescence, the Scorpion appeared adorned with strands of blue silk, exuding an air of mystery. Hold on, boss, I'm on my way. The Scorpion adjusted its pace, gradually acclimating to its body, soon able to stride forward with confidence. However, it paid no heed to the shouts that echoed behind it. Master, wait for me. Master, please slow down. Inside the conference hall, Jean Meili was engaged in a discussion with the captain of the reconnaissance team. As she watched the captain communicate through the sign language they had developed together, though she understood only partially, she increasingly felt that this sign language should be transformed into a dance. It was not easily comprehensible, yet visually captivating, akin to a performance of mechanical dance, with the unassuming brown Scorpion as the star of the show. Boss, I'm here. What do you need from me? Is there a leak somewhere? Or is there a fire? Captain, is that you here as well? The little Scorpion who pushed the door open felt a tinge of embarrassment. Ah, little Scorpion, you finally awakened. Hurry, hurry, they're looking for you. I'm a bit fatigued, so I shall take my leave to rest. Oh, look, the adorable little ones are awake too. Little Scorpion, they are entrusted to you. Boss, I'm off to indulge in leisure. Little Scorpion is the savior of Jean Meili. When it comes to handling official affairs, Jean Meili is utterly unwilling. Even in terms of communication, she pales in comparison to Xie Bai, and her decision-making is not as swift as little scorpions. Thus, she seeks to escape whenever possible. Initially, she intended to slip away as soon as little scorpion arrived, but what did she see? Junmei hastily approached little scorpion, extending her pincers, ready to capture a spirit beast. Who could resist a fluffy, plump little darling with wings? Little cuties, don't move. Just watch me catch you all. Huh, I refuse to believe I can't catch you. Fly a bit slower, please. The azure orbs darted away from Junmei at an astonishing speed. They were unwilling to be caught. Little cutie, come here. I'll take you to get some delicious treats. Watch out, it's an ambush. A dramatic scene unfolded in the conference hall, as their leader, the esteemed Junmei, admired by a total of 82 scorpions, was circling little scorpion in pursuit of the glowing orbs. The most critical part was that Junmei had not managed to capture a single one. Boss, you should rest. Leave the rest to me. Suppressing a chuckle, little scorpion sidestepped Junmei and began its daily tasks. After listening to the reports once more, little scorpion did not engage in any contemplation and spoke directly. There is no need to dispatch anyone for reconnaissance. The technology of the scorpion thieves is exceedingly advanced. A rash assault could very well lead to total annihilation. With a single statement, little scorpion deftly addressed 3 concerns. This was due to its awareness of the formidable capabilities of the modified mechanical scorpions. Even from a distance of 10 meters, it was swiftly detected. Little scorpion did not wish for the reconnaissance team members to share its own overconfidence. Thus, it deemed it essential to recalibrate the team, beginning with the acknowledgement of their own limitations. Upon hearing of the impending training, the reporting captain instantly appeared dejected, leaving the conference hall in disappointment. Within half an hour, little scorpion resolved all official matters, having learned from the previous failure. It proposed a more stringent improvement plan for each subgroup, eliciting mixed feelings among the scorpions. Finally, it was over. Little scorpion stretched lazily and noticed that the leader, Junmei, had not departed but was instead fixated on it. Leader, why do you gaze at me? I still have plans to devise for them. Little scorpion inquired. Am I good to you, little scorpion? As your foremost subordinate, might I make a humble request? Junmei's sincere eyes sparkled as they fixated on little scorpion. What is happening, leader? Little scorpion pondered, slightly perplexed. Was it possible that the leader felt inferior due to their height or looks? Such matters were beyond its control. You will always be my leader. Just say what you wish. I am prepared for anything. Very well. Please grant me one of your little cuties. Just one. This? I had thought you would grow taller. My leader, although I have no effective means to assist you, I could craft a pair of longer shoes for you. Little did I expect that you desired them. Junmei, perplexed, could hardly believe you would call me short. You little scorpion. Do you think being taller grants you the right to look down upon me? With my long legs, how could I possibly be short? Have you forgotten who was once the shortest among all scorpions? If you do not surrender the little cutie today, I shall insist that you walk in a crouched position henceforth. Humph. Under Junmei's expectant gaze, 16 tiny cuties, no larger than pebbles, soared into the air at the command of the little scorpion. They circled around Junmei. Junmei is my leader, and she shall be yours as well. Remember that. The little cuties nodded in unison, then collectively turned to the little scorpion, displaying pitiful expressions. What do you mean? I have not abandoned you. I merely wish for one of you to play with the leader for a while, not to forsake you. You dare claim that the leader is a fierce tigress? That she would use pincers on you? No, she was merely jesting. The 16 little cuties communicated with the little scorpion through their telepathic connection. From their words, Junmei appeared as a menacing villain intent on abducting them. However, upon witnessing their chubby forms, Junmei could not muster any anger. They were simply too adorable. The azure scales enhanced the little scorpion's striking physique. The only flaw lay in its pincers and tail. Chapter 34. Master and apprentice caught between her own leader, Junmei, and her destined spirit beast. The little scorpion resolutely chose Junmei as her priority. 16 magical beasts have become the beloved pets of Junmei. However, the little scorpion has stipulated that only one may be borrowed at a time. To acquire another, the previous one must be returned. Yet, despite the scorpion's decree, Junmei remains undeterred. All 16 adorable creatures belong to her. Once she becomes familiar with them, she plans to take all 16 at once and see how they will respond. Junmei cradles a little cutie in her pincers, examining it closely and finding it increasingly charming. Come, let us indulge in some delightful treats. Under the command of the little scorpion, the creature, originating from an unknown corner of the world, reluctantly follows Jean Meili as she departs. The remaining 15 scorpions watch in trepidation as their companion is taken away by the formidable Jean Meili. They feel a pang of sympathy for their unfortunate friend while simultaneously feeling fortunate not to have been chosen. They silently resolve to remain close and not wander off, lest they too be sent away by their master. Master, is there anything you require of me? As the esteemed figures converse, Xiaba dares not interject, adopting a role of quiet observance until all the distinguished individuals have departed. Wait a moment, I am not your master, and if I recall correctly, you do not belong to us either. Master, the situation is as follows. I initially wished to take Jean Meili as my mentor, but she declined and advised me to choose either another captain or you as my teacher. I believe you, Master Scorpion, to be the most formidable, and thus I have decided to take you as my mentor. Jean Meili has also given her consent. Scorpio contemplated, disinclined towards officialdom, discipleship, and encumbrances, a sentiment befitting his established persona. Consequently, this apprenticeship was likely foisted upon him by the chief. However, he mused, I am devoid of pedagogical skills. Recount your journey to our base, he instructed. The matter of discipleship can be addressed later. Understood, Master, Xiabai acquiesced. Xiabai proceeded to narrate the events. From the apprehension of Xia Dao Lu and Scorpio Dao Qi to Jean Meili's conditional agreement and his subsequent role as an impromptu translator. Within a quarter of an hour, Scorpio had grasped the entirety of the situation. So, you gained favor with the chief through meritorious service, I presume? Scorpio posited. Commendable. Continue to strive. You are only the second member to enter our base without undergoing verification. And who was the first? Xiabai inquired. It is a verdant toad named Little Frog. Scorpio replied. It is exceptionally dependable and once saved my life. However, its current whereabouts are unknown. Master, it is in your previous chamber. Xiabai exclaimed. What? Scorpio responded incredulously. That assemblage of bound leaves? That is Little Frog? Who bound it so inelegantly? Scorpio was indignant, lamenting that the unsightly bindings had prevented recognition. Jean Meili, the chief, was responsible, Xiabai offered. Scorpio asserted that he had uttered nothing, attributing the preceding words to the wind. Ahem, he cleared his throat. Since the chief has sanctioned your inclusion and entrusted me with your instruction, let us commence. I have conceived several plans. Consider them and offer your insights. At the south gate, a soldier bearing a cage advanced deliberately towards the prison. The three vigilant little scorpions on guard sensed the impending danger. Alas, the bipedal beasts have returned. Do not panic. You must inform our leader, Jean Meili, while I notify our captain and the on-duty leader of the combat team. Remain here and keep a watchful eye, avoiding any rash actions. The two soldiers, familiar with the terrain, swiftly approached Area 2 of the experiment. Why has there been a recent influx of deliveries? This mechanical dog is likely destined for demise. But why? After all, it is merely a mechanical dog. How could those second-tier mutated creatures possibly pose a threat? Little do you know, the doctor previously dispatched 4 mechanical scorpions, each with strength comparable to 5th-tier mutated organisms, into that area. This mechanical dog will undoubtedly be crushed beneath their feet. What? The doctor has lost his mind, wielding a cleaver to slay ants. Those second-tier mutated scorpions will be entirely exterminated. Will this not disrupt the Lord's next plans? Do not speak carelessly. The Lord's plans are highly confidential. Be wary of your words. Understood, it is not a trivial matter. I am not the only one aware. Allow me to demonstrate. This advanced technological chain gate cannot be opened without necessity. Thus, each time we introduce an object, a password must be entered. However, prior to this, you must correctly adjust the interface size, like this, and then. Since this is a newcomer who has just transferred, the other soldier can only provide hands-on instruction. Yet all of this is being observed with keen interest by the little scorpion lurking in the grass. How strange, there was no hole there yesterday. Could it be the work of those scorpions? It seems these creatures are nearby, and this poor mechanical dog is in grave peril. Upon successfully establishing the connection, the mechanical canine eagerly leapt inside. From a height of half a meter, the doctor intended to make a grand entrance. It gracefully sprang into the air, executing a beautiful 180-degree rotation, resembling a fish leaping from the water. Subsequently, its head crashed heavily into the underbrush. With a thud, the little dog landed face down, performing a spectacular faceplant. A miscalculation, no doubt attributable to a lack of sleep. The doctor spat out the mud, and now he only needed to locate the 6 scorpions to execute his plan flawlessly. He adjusted the weeds clinging to his body and pushed aside the foliage before him. A pair of scorpion pincers emerged into view. For second-tier mutated scorpions were positioned in all directions, creating a chaotic scene. The doctor found himself at a loss for words, having inadvertently stumbled into a scorpion's den. Yet, he felt no fear. He activated his translator. Tiny scorpions, dare to challenge me? Allow me to demonstrate true prowess. The scorpions were bewildered. How can it speak Scorpionese? It doesn't resemble a scorpion at all. One remarked, it somewhat resembles a slender frog, but the coloration is incorrect. It cannot be a frog. Another chimed in, isn't it obvious? It's mechanical. Its appearance is akin to the scorpion confined in the cell. What now? The esteemed beautiful Jean said they are quite formidable, yet judging by its appearance, it seems rather inept. One suggested, I shall test the waters. With that, the doctor charged forward with fervor, lowering the dog's head and colliding at remarkable speed. In a tumultuous clash, the doctor activated the defensive shield and launched an assault on a nearby scorpion. With the power supplied by 4 octocore driving legs, combined with his formidable defenses, he believed he could easily topple the creature before him. However, to his astonishment, the scorpion merely shifted its body slightly, evading his lethal strike. Was it foolish to charge in like that? The doctor suffered a critical hit from the mutated scorpion, damage 1. Indeed, the terrain was grassy and moving so swiftly. It was ensnared by the weeds, wasn't it? The doctor sustained another critical hit from the mutated scorpion, damage 2. Furthermore, he noted that it merely boasted without inflicting any harm. The doctor incurred yet another critical hit from the mutated scorpion, damage 3. His superior had mentioned that such machines typically had operators. Could it be that a fool was at the controls? The doctor received a staggering critical hit from the mutated scorpion, damage 999. Chapter 35, The Defenseless Mechanical Dog. You insipid scorpions, prepare to witness my wrath, he exclaimed. Targeting a scorpion, the claws behind him launched instantaneously, the lengthy iron chain extending with the hook. The well-trained combat team members were hardly intimidated by such a sluggish capturing hook, yet the scorpion's pincers snapped shut, ensnaring the long chain within its grasp. Release my hook, the doctor shouted, suddenly realizing that he had failed to equip the mechanical dog with any weaponry. He had merely enhanced its endurance and defense, mistakenly believing that the hook would suffice to intimidate the scorpions, considering the low intellect of second-tier mutated scorpions. It is not entirely the doctor's fault. He believed he could swiftly locate the mechanical scorpion, hence he neglected to equip himself with weapons. After all, he had come here to command, not to engage in combat. This iron chain is quite impressive, far superior to the customized rope of the chief. You must not go too far. I am merely a passing little dog, and everything is negotiable. Please do not approach. The doctor's scheme did not succeed. Instead, the scorpions became invigorated, their eyes gleaming as if they had spotted prey. The art of binding is a challenging skill for the combat team members to master, primarily due to the fragility of the rope, compounded by the fact that the little scorpions possess pincers instead of hands. Now, with a suitable experimental subject at hand and the rope readily available, the squad leader promptly made a decision. Today, we shall practice binding techniques. Anyone who fails to secure their target within 60 breaths shall run an additional 10 laps. Poor doctor, you have unwittingly become their experimental subject. The first scorpion clamped the iron chain, forcing the dog's legs behind its body, bringing its paws together and its wrists close. It tightly wound the chain around the doctor's wrists several times, encircling his neck, then wrapping around his legs, securing it with force. In a mere 58 breaths, the mechanical dog found itself immobilized, its head and legs entwined. The doctor's inaugural combat experience concluded swiftly. Adequate. However, if you could bind the feet with the same speed as the hands, your binding technique would improve significantly. Ponder that well. On to the next preparation. The doctor felt that his initial failure stemmed from carelessness, having been ambushed, for otherwise, he would not have been so easily ensnared. In the face of a sudden upheaval, the second scorpion remained unfazed, accurately predicting the doctor's position. After a swift binding, time came to a standstill at 50 breaths. How could it possibly know where I sought refuge? It must be sheer luck. Once again, the doctor found himself unbound, asserting that third time's the charm. And this time he would surely surpass a minute. But what of the bipedal beasts? What purpose do they serve? What have they cast into the fray? After the 15th failure, the doctor still could not endure for 60 breaths. It was not until Jean Meili and the little scorpion hurried to the scene that the doctor, firmly ensnared by iron chains, found himself in such a predicament. You audacious little scorpions, if you possess the gall, come at me once more. I have devised a strategy, and this time you shall surely fall short of your mark. The doctor was filled with indignation. 15 consecutive failures had significantly eroded his confidence. Though he was a doctor, he had little experience with virtual games, yet the sting of this humiliation was profound. The rigorous training and binding techniques had only intensified his desire to win. He was determined to prove himself, to make those scorpions who had derided him run an extra 10 laps. A dog? The bipedal creatures had merely discarded such a diminutive canine. What use could it possibly serve? Aha! Jeanne, who had been thoroughly enjoying her time with the little scorpion spirit beast, felt somewhat helpless when called away. Jeanne, my dear. This mechanical creature speaks the language of scorpions and is quite obstinate, yet its abilities are woefully inadequate, making it an ideal training subject for us. Are you serious? You think of me as your research subject while intending to use me as a training dummy? I merely allowed you a moment of pride. If you possess the audacity, release me, and let us compete once more at this time tomorrow. Why should we free you? We could easily dismantle you. At that point, you would be reduced to mere scrap metal. The little scorpion smirked mischievously. Having surmised that this defenseless little dog was a machine dispatched by the bipedal creatures to observe or issue commands, undoubtedly linked to the scorpion thieves. So, what do you intend to do? As the defeated party, the doctor realized that unless he shed some blood today, he would not be able to depart. Moreover, this canine's core design was conceived by a friend of his. If it were to be rendered into scrap, the loss would be substantial. It is quite simple. We require the iron chains that you possess. Each time we lose, you shall surrender one chain. I know you must be sent by the bipedal creatures from outside, presumably in search of those previous scorpions. Surely, you have numerous valuable items out there. We are willing to compete, but it must come at a price. The doctor was taken aback, beginning to comprehend why his proud creation had faltered. The intelligence of these scorpions was astonishing. Not only could they communicate, but they also engaged in training. Most importantly, they had accurately deduced his objectives and identity. The doctor clenched his teeth in frustration. Despite the seemingly ordinary appearance of the claw's iron chain, it was forged from a composite metal. 100-meter length of chain was not only lightweight, but also remarkably easy to store. Otherwise, given the meager capacity of its belly, it would have been impossible to accommodate a 10-meter chain. Very well, I shall acquiesce. I will provide you with a 150-meter chain of lightweight composite metal. Remember the competition tomorrow. Wait, remember to bring more good things tomorrow. I fear you may not be able to handle defeat. Release him. The scorpion commanded the combat unit members to let the doctor go. The little dog swiftly vanished into the underbrush. Scorpion, do you truly trust it? Are you not afraid it might escape? Jeanne inquired, puzzled. Boss, haven't you noticed? This little dog seems to comprehend our words. It is certainly not a soldier delivering goods from outside. I believe it is likely a significant individual. Thus, there is a high probability it will not deceive us. Moreover, I observe that its machinery is exceptionally refined. When we battled those mechanical scorpions, they displayed somewhat clumsy movements. Yet this little dog is remarkably agile. If I am not mistaken, it was not crafted by the same creator as the mechanical scorpions. I see. Scorpion, you imply that the one controlling it holds considerable status. Most likely a high-ranking official. No wonder the technology is so lacking, yet the attitude so grand. Jeanne wholeheartedly agreed with Scorpion's analysis. Indeed, boss. Hence we cannot allow it to remain at large. If it discovers our dungeon and base, all our secrets will be exposed. Chapter 36. The terrifying number 2 dungeon, however. We cannot simply let it escape. Jeanne expressed her concern. Boss, fear not. As long as we guard a few critical locations, it cannot flee. Besides, it may not even choose to escape. How about we engage in a wager? If you lose, you must return my spirit beast to me. What do you say? What wager? Upon observing that Jeanne had fallen for the trick, the mischievous Xiaoxia broke into a sly smile. I wager that the mechanical dog will soon make an appearance at the southern gate, and simultaneously, the bipedal creature will also emerge. How can that be possible? Jeanne questioned, skeptical, considering her team was still stationed at the southern gate. How could that little dog dare to venture back to its demise? Boss, are you daring enough to take the bet? Let us wager then. If you lose, I shall claim all of your adorable little pets. Not a problem. Yet, Jeanne couldn't shake the feeling of being deceived. What instilled such confidence in Xiaoxia? to evade the pursuit of the scorpions. The doctor maneuvered the mechanical dog in search of a hiding place. The doctor stumbled upon an exceptionally soft layer of soil, distinct in color from the surrounding earth. As he began to excavate, he was astonished to discover that the interior of this soil layer was hollow. This hollowness was not a natural occurrence, rather. It resembled a cavity formed from previously loose soil, which had compacted due to vibrations, creating a hollow space. This site was the first training base of Jean Meili's combat team, the very location where they had infamously ensnared Captain Muyang. It was the relentless bombardment by Scorpion Thief-5 that had loosened the soil, leading to the formation of this hollow cavern. Finding a comfortable spot, the doctor logged off to recuperate. Emerging from the virtual nutrient pod, he felt slightly disoriented, yet he had managed to rest for a while, alleviating some of the exhaustion from his late-night endeavors. How infuriating. That little scorpion is so brazen. Just wait until I equip my dog. Let us see how long you can keep that smile on your face. As the doctor stepped out of the warehouse, he began to grumble. For he had been ensnared by those scorpions more than 10 times, leaving him in a state of disarray. He contemplated augmenting his arsenal with melee weapons. Alongside a dodging algorithm and offensive code, pondering how these diminutive scorpions could possibly prevail against him. His foremost thought was to enhance the combat prowess of his mechanical dog. If he could not wield the controls himself, perhaps it would fare better autonomously. The doctor even considered bestowing artificial intelligence upon the dog. Yet he felt a twinge of reluctance at the thought of not personally vanquishing that swarm of scorpions. In his quest to empower his canine companion, the doctor resolved to create a discreet enhancement, discreetly gathering an array of auxiliary chips, offensive, evasive, supportive lines, night vision, and vulnerability analysis. Each was a fully developed code. Ready for implementation, with merely the press of a few buttons, his mechanical dog could metamorphose into a formidable beast. Beyond the software, hardware was equally essential. He planned to attach an offensive weapon and a temporary jet propulsion device. Even if it could not triumph, it would at least have the means to flee and summon reinforcements. The virtual reality technology felt astonishingly lifelike. He could still vividly recall the sensation of his hands and feet being bound. Tomorrow, he vowed, he would ensure they would pay back manifold. The fact that a distinguished biologist had consistently succumbed to 4 second-tier mutated scorpions had become a haunting specter, one he could not shake off. However, the doctor was resolute in his belief that this time, having prepared so meticulously, he would not falter as he had before, enduring less than 60 seconds. No, he would ensure they could not withstand even 60 seconds. Come here, deliver these items to the dungeon within 10 minutes, and bring a few men to drive away the scorpions nearby. Yes, the soldiers took hold of the heavy mechanical equipment. Why was it so heavy? It was not the doctor's modification materials that weighed it down, but rather the toolbox for the modifications and the 150-meter iron chain that were cumbersome. A few soldiers hastily rushed toward the cage, for the time given by the doctor was exceedingly short. With only 10 minutes at their disposal, the doctor had to reach the destination first, to excavate the soil and ensure no scorpions were following. The doctor meticulously retraced the original path, inching toward the southern gate. From a distance, he spotted several scorpions lurking nearby. I knew they wouldn't easily vacate the premises. The doctor, having noticed the scorpions, soon realized they had also detected him. Before long, the soldiers arrived at the southern gate. Should we open the door? How can we drive away the surrounding scorpions without opening it? Hurry, open the door. However, it was Captain Muyang's previous entry that had led to his grievous injuries. There was something peculiar about this place. Since Captain Muyang's incident, many soldiers had been whispering that the dungeon was haunted, and the rumors had only grown more absurd. What is there to fear? We are numerous. The door creaked open, and the soldiers, bolstered by their courage, stepped inside. They moved swiftly, extracting electric batons and cautiously prodding the underbrush. It appeared less terrifying than anticipated. It was hard to believe such rumors had circulated. They claimed that stepping inside would result in being dragged into a deep pit by monsters. Quickly, let us deliver the items. I do not wish to linger here any longer. Just look at how the bulbs flicker. Just as he spoke, the lights suddenly went out. The crowd was taken aback, hastily illuminating the darkness with their portable flashlights. A shadow emerged from the thicket nearby, accompanied by strange sounds. However, as the light shone upon it, the figure swiftly vanished into the underbrush, only to reappear from another direction. One soldier trembled uncontrollably as he directed his flashlight towards the foliage. Whether it was due to anxiety, fear, or the ominous atmosphere fueled by rumors, The beam fell upon a scarecrow fashioned from weeds, exuding a chilling aura. Before he could discern the nature of the shadow, the soldier cast the flashlight to the ground and fled towards the exit. The others, initially unafraid, began to tremble under the influence of fear that permeated the air. "What are you doing? Our mission is not yet complete," the doctor urged, instructing them to clear the scorpions in the vicinity and bring them inside. Just as the speaking soldier was about to respond, a shadow nearby illuminated with an eerie bluish glow at its shoulders, floating and swaying closer. The already frightened soldiers trembled at this bizarre sight. "Don't come any closer," they cried in panic, discarding their belongings and rushing towards the exit. "Quick, shut the door. We've delivered the items, and the scorpions have been cleared. Let's leave." Yes, the soldiers hurriedly replied, but then one lamented, "But our flashlight is still inside." A soldier gazed at the scattered flashlights on the ground, a sense of concern washing over him. For losing such items would inevitably lead to a deduction from their meager wages. "Why don't you fetch them?" he suggested. No, we must hurry. I cannot bear to linger here any longer." The soldier shook his head vehemently and swiftly followed the main force away. Chapter 37. The stunned doctor. The doctor also perceived the shadowy figure, initially gripped by fear, for the sudden appearance amidst the darkness of the underbrush was indeed quite terrifying. However, when the soldier illuminated the scarecrow with his flashlight, the doctor's fear began to dissipate. He recognized it as merely a ruse devised by the scorpions. Yet, he found himself perplexed by the subsequent emergence of a floating scarecrow wreathed in azure flames, for theoretically, there was no record of the mutated scorpions possessing the ability to fly or manipulate objects. The mechanical dog reacted with remarkable swiftness, darting forward in a single bound towards the fallen package, unnoticed by both the soldiers and the scorpions. To his astonishment, the package proved immovable. The doctor was taken aback, as the toolbox inside was far too cumbersome for the mechanical dog to drag alone. As he activated the mechanical arm, preparing to dismantle the package, the bulb flickered back to life, casting shadows that encircled him. "Boss, see? You've lost," proclaimed the little scorpion triumphantly, utterly disregarding the visibly perturbed expression of the diminutive Jean Meili. "Who said that? Look, there's only it. There are no bipedal creatures here, thus you have not won." Jean Meili began to act slyly, casually picking up the fallen flashlight and stowing it away. "Boss, you must not resort to trickery. If you doubt my words, they can all testify." Xiao Xia exchanged glances with several members of the combat team, signaling them to prepare for their performance. "Did you see that?" Jean Meili turned around to glance at the combat team members who had followed her. "I am certain I saw nothing." "Nor did I. There are no bipeds here." "Well, it is rather dark. I saw nothing at all." Witnessing the betrayal from the scorpions, Xiao Xia could only remark, "When did you all learn to flatter boss Jean Meili? Remember, I am the one in charge of you. It seems I must enhance your training." "Master, I did see bipeds. They all fled in terror from your scheme." Xia Bai's sincere words brought a smile to Xiao Xia's face. "Indeed, the disciple was commendable, and I shall reluctantly accept you." "Boss, now that we have both human and material evidence, shouldn't you fulfill your promise? You've monopolized it for several hours now." Jean Meili shot an irritated glance at Xia Bai, reluctantly producing the energy pellet she had been nibbling on, a small sphere. "Little sphere, your master wants to separate us. She is so wicked, sob. Jean Meili wailed, drawing the attention of the other scorpions. Though the doctor understood the scorpion language, he had no time to spare. Noticing the scorpions were distracted, the doctor's mechanical hand quickly unwrapped the package, rummaging through it and inadvertently retrieving several chips, which he concealed in the mouth of the little dog. Due to the pressing nature of time, the doctor gradually retreated, his limbs trembling with urgency, as he made a frantic dash in a flight response towards the thicket, taking advantage of the scorpion's momentary distraction. The little scorpion, that small mechanical dog, had escaped. "Hurry and pursue." To avoid arousing the doctor's suspicions, Jean Meili suggested that the combat team members conduct a token search for a while, but they could find nothing. "Master, this bag is torn. The dog has taken some of the contents with it." Xia Bai spread out the scattered items, uncertain of what was missing, but it was clear that there would be a loss. "Boss, what is this small square piece? It has numerous tiny bumps on it." The little scorpion pointed to several chips, which bore no markings, leaving their functions a mystery. "This is a chip, a collection of human integrated circuits, quite formidable indeed. Do not be deceived by its diminutive size. Its data processing capabilities are immensely powerful." Jean Meili was not particularly knowledgeable about the chips, but she understood that they were indeed impressive. I possess strong numerical processing abilities as well. I can compute numerous figures in a mere breath. The little scorpion expressed its discontent, asserting its own prowess in data processing. Although you are clever, little scorpion, you are still considerably slower in comparison to the chip. Previously, you took an entire day to tally the total number of items in the warehouse, while the chip can process countless warehouses in less than a second. That is the difference. Goodness, that is astonishingly fast. If I had such speed, wouldn't I surpass even Xiao Tian? Very well, my esteemed leader. This time, we have seized a 150-meter iron chain, 3 chips, a cumbersome box, and a peculiar object fashioned from 2 circular roots intertwined. How foolish. That is an aircraft. You might as well say it resembles a radish, but you insist on calling it roots. If that dog challenges you tomorrow and you manage to defeat it, you may inquire how to utilize this device. If employed correctly, it might even soar into the skies. My heavens, it can indeed fly. My spirit beast seems to possess the ability to fly as well. Wait a moment, my leader, please return my spirit beast to me. Meanwhile, the doctor regarded himself as exceptionally clever, having escaped while they were distracted. The little scorpion, dispatched by Zhen Meili to locate the doctor, deliberately chose a thicket that was difficult to conceal oneself in, only to find the doctor's tail protruding from the grass. How could it have been located so easily? The doctor was secretly astonished and poised for a surprise attack. Where had that dog disappeared to? It surely wouldn't be hiding here. The scorpion turned and departed without hesitation, contemplating why the doctor could not conceal himself more effectively, rather than choosing such an obvious hiding spot. However, the doctor held a different view. He believed his skills of concealment had reached a sophisticated level, as the scorpion so near could not detect him. Extracting the chips from his mouth with mechanical arms, the doctor was momentarily speechless. How could it be these 2 chips, evading the standard chip and the auxiliary line chip? At the very least, one could have been an attack chip. Was he merely inviting trouble? Chapter 38, The Flying Carpet. We shall see what tomorrow brings. The doctor, filled with resentment, found himself bereft of time to acquire a second toolbox. His apprehension stemmed from the fear of further ambushes by the scorpions. And even if he were to procure one, the time required for repairs would likely be insufficient. Thus, he was compelled to utilize his own weaponry as a makeshift screwdriver. Within the base, the little frog, having been incapacitated for an entire day and night, finally awoke. Were it not for the potent properties of the herbs and a slight resistance of its own, the little frog would have likely slumbered for yet another half a day. The little frog expressed its profound discomfort, primarily due to the intolerable sensation of ants crawling upon it, compounded by the bandages tightly bound by Zhen Meili, which felt as though they were taking its very life. With urgency, the little frog freed itself from the restraints, its wounds having nearly healed. It could only hope to avoid scarring. After all, it had only just managed to alleviate the bumps, and now it was beset with wounds. Life as a frog proved to be arduous. Gazing at the vast opening created by the little scorpion, the frog began to yearn for its own evolution. Upon leaping from the drafty abode, the first order of business was to seek sustenance. The vigorous activity, coupled with its injuries, rendered its stomach a cacophony of growls. The little frog declared its intention to consume twice the usual amount of food. Amusingly, it refrained from utilizing a spatial ring to stash away the materials, leaving plenty of work for the little scorpion. The small orb was now its possession. It chuckled mischievously. Curiously, the green little frog scrutinized the small orb held by Zhen Meili, which appeared plump and likely abundant in flesh, yet it was unfamiliar, leaving the frog to wonder about its taste. Upon noticing the little frog, Zhen Meili felt a twinge of embarrassment, for the frog's transformation into a hedgehog was largely due to her own contributions. You are awake. Did you enjoy your slumber? Why have you removed my bandage? Such an action would render the medicinal effects futile. Huh, what is that look in your eyes? I warn you, do not regard the little ball with such an expression. It is not sustenance. Even if you are famished, you must refrain from consuming it. Ribbit, ribbit. The little frog pointed at its own belly with its short forelimbs. Undeniably hungry after a day and night of discomfort. Very well, I shall procure some food for you. But you must not disclose to the little scorpion that I am secretly increasing its workload. Zhen Meili produced 10 servings of high-temperature roasted insects and placed them before the little frog, followed by some carefully prepared herbs to tend to its wounds. Rest for another day, and you shall fully recover. Remember, do not remove the bandage. The little frog could not vocalize. Its large mouth was tightly bound by the bandage. As a mutated toad, The most excruciating ordeal was not facing a barrage of bullets, but rather being presented with delectable dishes while unable to partake. Jeanne Meili departed with a sense of pride, evidently pleased with her bandaging skills. The little scorpion, after its evolution, had experienced a significant enhancement in strength and stamina. However, it was reluctant to bear the burden of such cumbersome equipment. Xiaobai pondered for a moment. This is a clever solution, yet it is unfeasible. The equipment consumes my physical energy, and for every ounce of strength they borrow from me, I must expend double to sustain them. After this endeavor, I would surely be exhausted. It seems that even a master's skills possess their drawbacks. Jeanne Meili, the leader, once imparted wisdom to me, stating that energy does not manifest from thin air, nor do benefits come without cost. Every exchange necessitates a corresponding sacrifice. The leader referred to this principle as conservation. Little Scorpion waved his hand dismissively. Why, when confronted with challenges, one must devise solutions rather than seek assistance. Have you ever witnessed Jeanne Meili's cart? We can temporarily modify one ourselves. But master, we lack materials. Materials? Are there not ample resources here? Little Scorpion pointed towards the 150-meter iron chain and the stones strewn about from the explosion. Oh, I see now, master. We shall commence our work immediately. I will weave the iron chain into a grid. However, we have neither wooden boards nor cement, and the iron chain may be too pliable. Fear not. First, weave the grid, ensuring to leave some segments of the chain on 3 sides. I have a use for them. I shall gather some straw to lay atop it for added comfort. Little Scorpion discovered 4 large round stones and some straw. Xiaobai also completed the grid. Master, what shall we do now? This is utterly useless. Do you know why the iron chain appears so limp? It is because it has not been subjected to force. As soon as I instruct the spirit beasts to pull with vigor from various angles, the chain will transform into a sturdy plank. We shall merely affix these 2 stones, and a simple cart will be ready. The 2 scorpions commenced their task, for only through practice can truth be tested. Regrettably, reality delivered a harsh blow to the young scorpion, as the endeavor proved far more challenging than anticipated. Securing the stones proved utterly futile, resulting in complete failure. Alas, the mentor lamented, I had not foreseen the impervious nature of these stones. It seems we must indulge in a touch of extravagance. Witnessing the shattered stones, the young scorpion felt a sense of resignation. The intention had been to utilize them as wheels, thereby conserving considerable energy. However, their inherent fragility led to the project's downfall, compelling the young scorpion to resort to a more arduous, conventional approach. 15 spiritual beasts were summoned forth, each grasping an end of the iron chains, swiftly tautening the grid. With all the belongings transferred, the young scorpion and Xiaobai ascended onto the platform. The inaugural dungeon flying carpet had materialized, albeit at twice the expected exertion. Nevertheless, the opportunity to experience the sensation of a flying carpet rendered the endeavor worthwhile in the young scorpion's estimation. However, were Jeanne Meili to witness this scene, she would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of reprimands upon the young scorpion for mistreating the spiritual beasts. How could such adorable creatures be subjected to the task of pulling iron chains? She would exclaim. The flying carpet, adorned with strewn weeds, glided through the aerial expanse with an enchanting grace, capturing the gaze of all scorpions, be they engaged in training, laboring diligently, or simply seeking respite. What is that? It's flying. Behold, it's Brother Scorpion. He possesses the ability to fly. Brother Scorpion is truly remarkable. Chapter 39. Negotiation Brother. I have located 6th brother, as well as 7th and 8th brothers. They are confined within a large pit situated amidst the grassy expanse of the southern district. Scorpion Bandit 2, leveraging his superior velocity, traversed the southern district's verdant growth and, due to the dungeon's limited expanse, swiftly discovered Jeanne Meili's newly constructed prison. Due to the abundance of scorpions constructing the dungeon and the numerous patrols in the vicinity, it relinquished a direct assault. It wasn't from a lack of courage to confront the scorpions head-on. With its arsenal and swiftness, it could swiftly eliminate the second-tier mutated creatures before it. However, it lacked the confidence to annihilate them instantaneously, as its 5th sibling would undoubtedly be jeopardized. Thus, to avoid alarming them, it opted to withdraw temporarily. Eldest, let's just charge in. The impetuous 4th sibling brandished its arm, its pincers replaced by a sizable glaive. With a casual downward slash, a flash of light cleaved a rock in 2. The rock's cross-section was remarkably smooth, attesting to the blade's keenness and the wielder's skill. Patience, 4th sibling, cautioned the 3rd. If we advance now, while we could vanquish them, What if they threaten us with the 6th, 7th, and 8th siblings? What would we do then? The 3rd sibling's words swiftly calmed the 4th. That detestable Jinmei, always resorting to insidious schemes. If she has the mettle, she should confront me one-on-one. Hold your horses. I suspect our 3 siblings aren't in mortal danger. Let's await the 2nd sibling's awakening and avoid provoking them unnecessarily. The Scorpion bandit leader, bereft of alternatives, resolved to await the 2nd sibling's recovery before proceeding. I'm already awake. There's no need to fret over me. The Scorpion's venom was merely a common paralytic toxin, not lethal. It simply caused me to itch for an entire day and night. Scorpion Thief 1 emerged from the makeshift stone shelter at the rear, feeling as if rejuvenated. Old 3, please convey a message to them. Inquire what it would take for them to release our brother. If negotiations falter, refrain from resorting to violence. It was my responsibility to go, but that group of scorpions fled, and I have numerous tasks to attend to. Thus I must entrust this to you. Scorpion Thief 2 nodded. He was indeed the most suitable for this task. Scorpion Thief Strong, being the leader, could not go, and Scorpion Thief 4 was too temperamental. As for Scorpion Thief 4, a female scorpion, it would not do for her to undertake this mission. Brother 2, what if they seize the opportunity to capture Brother 3? Express Sister 5 with concern. Sister 5, worry not, have faith in me. They cannot ensnare me. As for Brother 3, I can assure you, his escape skills are unparalleled. Brother 3 thumped his chest, the metallic clang resonating. All right, enough chatter. Let's get to work. Sister 5, you shall handle the transportation of stones. Brother 4, your duty is to cut them. I will see if I can capture some of the fleeing scorpions. Our fortress still has a long way to go before completion. By the way, Brother 1, you will oversee the training. However, do not rush. Not everyone possesses your remarkable prowess. Brother 3, it is getting late. You should set off now. Understood. The decisions of Scorpion Thief 1 proved exceedingly effective, with the divisions of labor within Scorpion Thief Strong's team being distinctly outlined. Yet, Scorpion Thief 1 harbored a concern. As the strategist of the group, he needed to devise a plan, a stratagem to undermine Jinmei's team. Scorpion Thief 2, Old 3, arrived at the grasslands of the southern district. Hiding within the grass were 2 scorpions, and I have spotted you. There is no need for concealment. I come in search of your leader, Jinmei. Please summon her forth, as I bear a message from our esteemed leader. I sincerely hope that Jinmei will honor us with her presence for a brief meeting, and I assure you that I shall not engage in any threatening behavior. The scorpions concealed in the grass were taken aback, astonished that they had been discovered despite their careful hiding. Should we report this to the leader? You go and inform the leader while I seek out the captains of the combat team. 10 minutes later, Jinmei arrived. The scorpion thieves scrutinized the diminutive pink scorpion. Noting that aside from her distinct coloration, which diverged from their usual brown, there was nothing remarkable about her. If one were to search for something unique, it would merely be her frailness, as both visual and mechanical examinations confirmed the same conclusion. Jinmei, I come bearing a message from our formidable leader, Scorpion Thief Chong. We request the release of our brethren. And what else? That is all. Do you expect to achieve your aims without offering anything in return? At least propose some terms for exchange. Jinmei, exasperated, considered it absurd that others pay for their rescues while this individual sought to give nothing in return. Let me be clear. Our request for the release of my brethren is already a significant concession on your part. It is essential to recognize that there exists a substantial disparity in our strengths, with 2 tiers of difference. The fact that we can converse amicably is a testament to your favor. Have you given this due consideration? Should we mobilize fully, you would stand no chance against us. What of it? Despite your prowess, the Scorpion Thief 5 remains firmly in my grasp. If it comes to it, we shall meet our ends together. Humph. Jinmei exhibited an air of triumph, as she had been advised by Little Scorpion before her departure that if threatened, she should boldly declare her capture of the Scorpion Thief 5, which would surely deter any violent intentions. As for Little Scorpion's absence, it was due to the exhaustion of its strength from controlling the flying carpet, now resting atop a mound of grass. Very well, you are indeed formidable. What must be done for the release of my comrades? Should you agree, we can assure you that we shall refrain from seizing your energy milk blocks in the future. The energy milk blocks are of no use to you. Thus, you are inclined to relinquish them, are you not? Please, be on your way. Wait. Here is my proposal. We shall promise not to encroach upon your southern territory and vow to never harm you second-tier mutated scorpions. Surely, this is agreeable. It may be acceptable, yet my trust in you is lacking. What if you break your word? Please, be on your way. Jin Mei's second insistence irked Scorpion Thief 2. I warn you, do not refuse a toast and invite punishment. We come in goodwill seeking peace. Before the words could fully escape, Jin Mei interrupted. You three brethren are in my possession. I advise against threatening us, for our blades show no mercy. For the first time, Jin Mei exuded the unique majesty of the scorpion beauty, an almost imperceptible yet noble aura radiating from her. Congratulations, host, on the inaugural display of your scorpion beauty dominance, thereby unlocking the future Overlord title with a completion rate of 0.1. The journey to the ultimate title of Scorpion Empress still requires further progression. Chapter 40. Unveiling the spoils. Scorpion Bandit 2 was drenched in perspiration, experiencing a sensation akin to being scrutinized by a sovereign of immense stature, rendering him insignificant and as trivial as mere blades of grass. Though the moment lasted less than a breath, it was sufficient to inundate him with sweat. I underestimated your capabilities. Clearly, I was mistaken. Observing her surroundings, Jin Mei noted that, aside from the Tier 3 mutant Scorpion Bandit 2, who appeared unscathed, the other scorpions of similar rank were genuflecting, seemingly in reverence. What are you all doing? I haven't mistreated you, have I? The training regimen devised by Little Scorpion is not of my doing. And we have a guest. What if he reports me to the Labor Bureau? Though, I suppose there isn't one here. Unaware of the precise cause, Jin Mei was nonetheless taken aback by the scorpion's obeisance. She insisted that she had not exploited their labor, ensuring they had regular rest periods, save for the recent days when she was preoccupied, resulting in slightly curtailed repose. Surely, they're not kneeling to implore me for more rest. As a scorpion of impeccable breeding, I must counsel Little Scorpion against such labor exploitation. Now, why haven't you departed? And you others? Cease your kneeling and escort our guest out. What are you waiting for? Jin Mei, I confess that we were all deceived by your appearance. We did not anticipate that your strength was so formidable. Thus, on behalf of our leader, I extend a challenge to you. In 2 weeks, we shall construct an impregnable fortress in the northern part of the city. At that time, as a force from the southern district, you are invited to send your troops to assault our stronghold, where we shall determine our fates. The words of Scorpion Thief 2 convey an abundance of information. He no longer underestimates Jin Mei, instead regarding her as an adversary of equal standing, issuing a fair invitation for combat. Jin Mei pondered for a moment, concluding that should she lose, departing would not be a significant loss. However, she was taken aback by the fact that they were indeed constructing a fortress, which explained the capture of so many scorpions. Very well, I accept your challenge. In 2 weeks, I shall indeed come to confront your fortress. However, prior to that, I hope you refrain from any peculiar actions, for your brethren remain in our custody. Jin Mei hastily acquiesced to the challenge. Good. I also hope you will treat them kindly. We shall meet in 2 weeks. With that, Scorpion Thief 2 swiftly vanished into the underbrush. Jin Mei soothed the inexplicably kneeling scorpions before hurriedly making her way back to the base. At that moment, Scorpion Mother, in the center of the dungeon, seemed to sense something, abruptly opening her eyes. Who has released such pressure? Could it be my offspring? Is my family about to produce a sovereign once more? After murmuring to herself, Scorpion Mother succumbed to slumber once again, for she was utterly exhausted. Upon returning to the base, Jin Mei collapsed onto her small bed, which was the most luxurious item within the facility. Similar to a human bed, it was a rectangular structure, crafted from solid concrete, adorned with a meticulously woven mat of grass. At the bedside, there stood pots of delicate flowers. These treasures had been unearthed by the expansion team during their thorough exploration of the dungeon, all of which Jin Mei had claimed as her own. In addition, she had thoughtfully installed a lamp, its bulb enveloped by a unique lampshade. Although it was woven from wild grasses, the lampshade featured a multitude of tiny perforations. With a simple twist, the light from the bulb would shine through these holes, casting a celestial glow throughout the room, reminiscent of a starry night sky. Despite the absence of a warm blanket or a plush mattress, and the overall simplicity of her surroundings, Jin Mei's pursuit of comfort remained undeterred. Her favorite pastime was to roll around on this expansive bed, tumbling from one end to the other and from side to side, although she occasionally found herself tumbling to the floor in a rather undignified manner. It did not diminish her joy. Now, a small adorable creature perched at the head of her bed served as both decoration and plaything, enhancing the room's cozy atmosphere. How delightful it would be if she could gather all 15 of those little creatures that had been so cleverly hidden away by that scorpion fellow. Jinmeili opened her system, finally granting herself a moment to explore the contents within. Name, Jinmeili. Title, Scorpion Beauty, Little Chef, Little Miner, Little Warrior. Future Overlord. Age, 9 days. Rank, 2nd tier mutated scorpion. Lifespan, 2 years. Ordinary 1st tier mutated scorpion. Stamina, 100, depleting to 0. Results in fatigue, strength, 20 speed, 20 intelligence. 120, equivalent to an average human intellect. Quality, red, white. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, black. Beauty value, 20, a slightly grown little scorpion. Skills, pinch attack. Tell sting. Experience for promotion, 61,234. 15,000. Undigested digested 20. Items, Gene Fruit X1, Big Gift Pack X1, Gift Pack X1. Small Gift Pack X1. Only unclaimed items displayed. Jinmeili pondered the peculiar addition of a title, Future Overlord, which she found unappealing. It would be more fitting to call it Future Scorpion Beauty. She did not dwell on the origin of this title, for it added no combat prowess. It was merely a decorative embellishment, visible only to herself. How delightful it would be if it could be displayed like in a game, prominently atop her head. Her primary concern, of course, was her gift packs. The emergence of an additional package was a source of joy. Which one should she open first? The small gift pack could be disregarded. She dreaded the prospect of receiving a subpar bow or some similarly disappointing item. Gazing at the plump big gift pack, Jinmeili resolutely decided that it would be the first to be unwrapped today. Congratulations to the host for opening the great gift package and receiving one medium gift package. Jinmeili felt an urge to express her frustration. Was this not a deceit? No, it was more of a trick played on her. What kind of nonsense is it to find a medium package within a grand one? Clearly, it was an affront to her. After a moment of exasperation and amusing her adorable companion, Jinmeili managed to regain her composure and open the medium package. Congratulations to the host for unveiling the medium gift package, yielding 1 compressor, for potential fruits, 1 small flower basket, and 10 thank you for your patronage. Jinmeili hastily clicked on one of the thank you for your patronage notifications, which read, "Thank you for clicking, but you have received nothing." The scorpion lady must refrain from uttering foul language, Jinmeili reassured herself. With 9 remaining, Jinmeili decided against keeping them. Who would want their inventory filled with mere acknowledgments? She opened 8 of them, only to acquire 2 potential fruits. This was an unfortunate start. How could the system treat such a delightful little scorpion in this manner? Jinmeili hesitated, contemplating whether to continue. Her luck today had indeed been dismal. If she were to open 1 more, she would receive another. My adorable companion, assist me in this endeavor. The host retrieved the small gift package, noting that the items obtained would not be placed in the system's inventory. Humph, if they won't be stored, so be it. The spirit beast, a small orb, curiously examined the peculiar colorful package, gently tapping it with its tiny paw. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 siege vehicle blueprint. Little orb, you are simply marvelous. Even from a small package, you have unearthed such a splendid item. Jinmeili promptly tossed a large fruit, the potential fruit, to the small ball, exclaiming that this reward arrived just in time. She decided to keep the remaining gift pack unopened for future use, playfully giggling. Chapter 41. The Universal Toolbox. The Spirit Beast. The small ball gazed at the potential fruit, which was countless times larger than itself, feeling a moment of distress. Although it appeared far more delectable than the morsels it currently possessed, emanating an enticing fragrance that made its mouth water, it questioned whether it was truly capable of consuming such a treat. The small ball circled the fruit repeatedly, but ultimately, it succumbed to the temptation and dove headfirst into the fruit. The potential fruit was sweet, juicy, and fragrant, igniting the small ball's appetite. With both tiny hands, it eagerly shoveled pieces into its mouth, its face becoming drenched in juice. Meanwhile, the little scorpion sensed a familiar power nourishing it, a sensation that stirred vivid memories. Why am I suddenly reminded of the fruit that Jinmeili, my leader, gave me? Oh, how nostalgic. Little did the scorpion know. The fruit consumed by its spirit beast was subtly transforming its own body. Yai, have you made any progress over there? Yai was engaged in a discussion with her master regarding the equipment brought by the doctor. Despite their efforts with chips and flying devices, the 2 scorpions had yet to glean anything of value, prompting them to focus their attention on the toolbox. Master, I can't open it. This toolbox has no discernible opening. I've turned it over and over, yet I cannot find any buttons. The little scorpion sensed that this must be something extraordinary, yet it found itself at a loss. The object before it was a large black cube, devoid of any inscriptions except for the words Universal Toolbox inscribed upon its surface. It was simply a glossy, obsidian-hued hexagon. The little scorpion delicately lifted the cube, which was larger than its two tiny pincers combined. Upon closer inspection, although faint patterns could be discerned on the surface, there was not a single button to be found. Suddenly, the creaking of the door announced the entrance of Jeune Meili, who rushed in with palpable excitement. Little scorpion, come here quickly. I've discovered something wonderful. She approached, clutching a yellowed piece of paper. Boss, what do you think this universal toolbox is for? I can't seem to open it. The little scorpion fiddled with the black cube, not turning to acknowledge the exuberant Jeune Meili. Little scorpion, show me this. Look at what I have in my hands. Feeling neglected by the little scorpion's indifference, Jeune Meili's mood soured. How dare he disregard his own boss? If he didn't hand over a few of his precious treasures, she would unleash her wrath. The little scorpion remained engrossed in examining the object before it, entirely oblivious to Jeune Meili's intentions. Boss, allow me to investigate this further. I must ascertain its purpose. Jeune Meili, genuinely incensed, could hardly believe that her top subordinate would dare to ignore her. She resolved to teach the little scorpion a lesson. Master, stop looking at that. The boss is angry. Seeing Jeune Meili's rising temper, Xiaobai hurriedly attempted to reason with the little scorpion. Yet, it was far too late. Beneath the scorpion's armor, its soft flesh was ensnared by Jeune Meili's rudimentary skill, twisted sharply at a 45-degree angle. Xiaobai hastily closed his eyes. The mere thought of such a twist was agonizing, and perhaps by not looking, the pain inflicted by his master would be somewhat alleviated. Although Jeune Meili's grip inflicted minimal harm upon the scorpion, it was at that moment grasping a small, black, square toolbox. An inadvertent touch activated the enigmatic device, albeit not fully. For a novice unacquainted with its functions, the array of switches appeared as chaotic as letters on a keyboard. Click, click, the machinery whirred, ensnaring the scorpion's pincers within. Boss, I've activated it, but I think I've pressed some switch by mistake. The scorpion, brimming with excitement, momentarily forgot the pain from Jeune Meili's earlier twist. What is that in your hand? How did it bind you? The transformed black toolbox engulfed the scorpion's pincers, resembling a black iron shackle. Boss, I seem unable to undo it. There are so many buttons inside. Let me try pulling one. The scorpion haphazardly pressed a button, causing the black toolbox to morph, revealing a small black wrench at the opposite end. Pressing another button replaced the wrench with a screwdriver. Goodness, this toolbox is remarkable. It can transform into various tools, and it appears to utilize nanotechnology, altering its form to become different instruments. No wonder it's called a universal toolbox. Jeune Meili exclaimed in excitement, astonished by the impressive capabilities of the items brought by the little dog, marveling at their advanced technological sophistication. Boss, we're in trouble. I can't get my pincers out. The little scorpion pressed every button within reach of its pincers, yet none granted it freedom from the confines of the toolbox. Why not just smash it open? Jeune Meili proposed. No way. Such a useful tool cannot be destroyed, the little scorpion retorted, unwilling to part with it. With this tool, it felt confident in dismantling the mecha of Scorpion Thief 5, and even routine repairs would become significantly more convenient. Let us ask that little dog tomorrow, Jeune Meili suggested. Look at what I've brought you. She unfurled a sheet of yellowish-white paper, revealing a dense array of components and designs that left the three little scorpions awestruck. Jeune Meili furrowed her brow, overwhelmed by the complexity. This is so intricate, I can't make sense of it. Can you, little scorpion? Boss, I believe we simply need to assemble these components to recreate this device, it replied. Master, it's easier said than done. These materials have specific requirements, and we lack the necessary components. Changba pointed to the numbers surrounding the parts. Though he could not decipher them, his keen intellect allowed him to infer their significance. I recognize these numbers, but Ba is correct. We are indeed short on materials. What shall we do? The little scorpion gazed longingly at the paper, eager to put its skills to the test, yet the stark reality loomed before it. Craftsmanship requires resources. System, do you possess any effective strategies? This desolate dungeon, barren of life, is merely comprised of soil, stone, and weeds. Dear host sister, I recommend you examine the items within your backpack. They may prove beneficial. Oh, I have realized it is that item, Jeune Meili exclaimed, tapping her forehead as she recalled the rewards received from the gift package. Jeune Meili conjured a rectangular machine from thin air, designed to hold items. With 3 openings at the bottom, one for output, one for waste, and another for energy, as it required power to operate. The little scorpion was unfazed. It was aware of Jeune Meili's spatial ring, and, as her most trusted companion, had earned her confidence. However, Xiaobai was different, having joined merely a few days prior. He had never witnessed such extraordinary abilities. Boss, this is incredible. You can conjure objects out of nothing. Are you a deity? Nonsense. There are no deities in this world. Just wait until you ask your master. There's no need for such astonishment. Jeune Meili placed stones and weeds into the machine, which roared to life, producing a small rectangular object that dropped from the output. Boss, this is truly remarkable. Both scorpions exclaimed in unison, their eyes gleaming with admiration for Jeune Meili. Chapter 42. Show no mercy. Boss, these compressed products are several times sturdier than grass bricks. What is the name of this incredible machine? This machine is referred to as a compressor. Initially, I mistakenly believed it was designed for compressing biscuits, and I held a fleeting hope for such a purpose. However, considering its tonnage, I surmise it might transform them into compressed flatbreads, which could also prove quite delectable. My dear leader, you must refrain from constantly thinking about food. Just look at how you've begun to expand horizontally. The blunt-tongued little scorpion candidly pointed out the undeniable fact of Jeune Meili's weight gain. This revelation instilled a subtle sense of urgency within Jeune Meili. She had indeed gained weight. Nonsense. This is what one calls the beauty of a favored concubine. Although she had mentally resolved to shed some pounds, Jeune Meili felt compelled to argue her point. Leader, when the time comes for the encounter with the little dog, shall I engage it in battle? Little Scorpion fiddled with the toolbox in her hands, which felt rather heavy for her. Just tell it to use its pincers. From there, you shall manage as you see fit. I am off to fish now, to lose weight. While still unaware of the true meaning of fishing, the exceptionally intelligent little scorpion firmly believed in her leaderess wisdom, even if she could vaguely guess that her leader intended to take a break. Master, what does fishing entail? I am uncertain. It must be a demanding task. Then I shall also engage in fishing every day. Although Xie Bai claimed he would toil diligently, little scorpion sensed something amiss. The training regimen had already been laid out. Shortly, you must relay the message to ensure that all of them intensify their training and swiftly advance to the 3rd tier. However, Master, your plan has suddenly doubled their training load. Will they be able to handle it? Xie Bai asked with concern, fully aware of the arduous nature of the training regimen. Under normal circumstances, it might be excessive, but given our formidable foes to the north and the 2-legged beasts to the south, time is of the essence. And they must cultivate a sense of urgency. Understood. I will notify them immediately. Xiaoxia carefully stored the yellowed white paper in the confidential vault. She needed a brief respite to prepare for the mechanical dog the following day. However, Xiaoxia did not rest for long, as the appointed time soon arrived. Step back. Everyone, your dog master has arrived. Today, you shall witness what true combat entails. Early in the morning, Dog Master reached the designated location and began his tirade. Yet Xiaoxia was still absent. Ha, are you all afraid? Is there not one among you brave enough to fight? Perhaps you should all rename yourselves to cowardly scorpions. With the enhancement of chips and weaponry, Dog Master felt empowered, believing he could easily crush this group of 2nd-tier scorpions. Where is Brother Scorpion? Surely he didn't stay up all night pondering the training plan. Just look at that regimen. It's beyond what scorpions can endure. Originally running 2 laps, now it's directly 20 laps. Brother Scorpion is being rather unreasonable. You all have it easy. You have no idea how miserable the combat team is. Xie Bai and the captain spoke for a full 2 hours. Well, at least I wasn't selected for the combat team. A group of curious onlookers, eager for excitement, abandoned their leisure to witness a duel that had drawn them in. Captain, this little pup is incredibly arrogant. Should we not teach it a lesson to demonstrate the prowess of our combat team? The team leader, Xie Sanqi, found himself the target of his comrades' jests. While anger simmered within him, he refrained from retaliating. After enduring a tedious 2-hour training briefing the previous day, which emphasized a singular objective, enhancing the combat team's strength, he felt the weight of the criticism. In the face of formidable foes, you are nothing. The message conveyed by the little scorpions persistently underscored the current weakness of the combat team. As the sub-team leader, Xie Sanqi bristled at the disparaging remarks. Having diligently trained his fellow scorpions for so long, only to be met with such disdain. Are you all frightened? With so many scorpions, is there not a single capable fighter among you? Those feeble scorpions from the combat team dared to pilfer my belongings yesterday. Your team is truly inept. Filled with thieves and worthless creatures. The doctor vented his frustrations accumulated from the prior day. Do not be so haughty. I am Sanchi, the sub-team leader of the combat team, and I shall confront you. Unable to tolerate the doctor's insults towards his team any longer, Sanchi pushed through the crowd, determined to test the audacity of this little dog. Very well, you shall be my warm-up. Provoked by the incessant taunts, Sanchi's temper flared, and he lunged forward. Pincers poised to strike, aimed directly at the little dog's face. Yet, the pup remained unperturbed, exhibiting remarkable composure amidst the impending confrontation. It merely shifted its body, leaning sideways. What? Sanchi watched in astonishment as his pincers grazed the small dog's body, yet failed to make contact with its exquisite tail stinger. With remarkable agility, it seized the opportunity and swiftly directed its tail to pierce towards the dog. There was no collision. The tail hook plunged directly into the earth. These two skills were not innate to Sanchi, but were acquired through relentless training and repetition. He found it hard to believe that the techniques he had honed day after day could be so effortlessly evaded. Once more, he attempted a pincer attack, tail stinger, whiplash, jab. In a mere 30 breaths, Sanchi unleashed no fewer than 100 assaults, yet not a single strike found its mark. This foolish scorpion possesses commendable strength, but alas, what does it matter when I have the dodge feature activated? From the outset of the battle, the doctor had engaged the evasion chip, rendering Sanchi's attacks utterly ineffective. Huh, they say you are the captain. Is your prowess truly so lacking? Are you all merely worthless? The doctor's merciless mockery silenced the onlooking scorpion horde. They were certain they could not match Sanchi's level. Yet he had indeed failed to land a single hit, becoming increasingly exhausted. Enough. Captain Sanchi, take a rest. Allow me to take over. Your opponent is I, a Tier 3 mutated scorpion. Astonishingly, it is of a cerulean hue. This was the first time the doctor regarded the small scorpion with genuine attention. Initially, he had merely thought it was a slightly larger scorpion and paid it no heed, but now he was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that the creature before him was indeed a genuine Tier 3 mutated being. My name is Little Scorpion, the foremost subordinate of Jean Meili and the opponent with whom you have arranged to compete. Little Scorpion instructed Sanchi to step back and proceeded to the arena. What do you mean? You dare to bind your own hands? To confront you, I require no hands. Do not show me mercy. Upon hearing this, the doctor felt deeply insulted. Chapter 43. Little Scorpion captured arrogance comes with a price. The mechanical dog, clearly shorter than Little Scorpion, spoke with a hint of weakness in its tone. Despite the doctor's continuous provocations, Little Scorpion stood still, harboring no intentions of attack. Are you not going to strike? The two chips that the doctor had seized included one for evasion and another for auxiliary measurement. If the opponent refrained from attacking, the effectiveness would be significantly diminished. You may attack first, lest it seem as though I am bullying you. Little Scorpion adhered to the combat philosophy taught by boss Jean Meili. If the enemy does not move, I shall not move. Unlike Sanchi, it was not reckless. The doctor remained uncertain of the opponent's hidden strategies, vividly recalling yesterday's encounter where they had frightened the soldiers away. Little Scorpion too was unaware of the cards the doctor might hold, particularly the chips mentioned by boss Jean Meili. Thus, both sides remained in a stalemate, locked in a tense standoff. The doctor's auxiliary line chip operated at high speed, maneuvering the mechanical dog in circles around Little Scorpion, attempting to find a suitable route for attack. How peculiar. Why do I feel that any angle of attack would be viable? Why does this third-stage mutated scorpion have so many vulnerabilities? The evolution of the Little Scorpion is not defined by combat prowess. It possesses numerous flaws. Yet each imperfection is not necessarily fatal. Instead, the Little Scorpion adeptly transforms these vulnerabilities into enticing traps for its adversaries. Among these traps lies its most significant flaw, the hands ensconced within a tool-laden box. The doctor's auxiliary line chip swiftly calculates the optimal path for attack, one that could directly inflict harm upon the Little Scorpion. This flaw could very well cost you your life. The mechanical dog charges its legs, preparing for a swift assault, its limb actuators humming with anticipation. It morphs into a shadowy figure, lunging towards the Little Scorpion, whose hands are ensnared by the dark toolbox, aiming for a decisive blow. As the distance between them diminishes, the doctor opens his gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs that glisten menacingly. This is the doctor's secret weapon, the shattering fangs. crafted primarily from the mutated canines of the razor-toothed fish found in the Great River. Each razor-toothed fish possesses but 4 sharp fangs, notorious for their attacks on ironclad vessels, rendering steel as fragile as paper beneath their onslaught. After undergoing a meticulous forging process with special materials, these lethal shattering fangs are born. Unperturbed, the little scorpion deftly rotates its wrist, activating the hammerhead button on the toolbox. In an instant, the black toolbox transforms into a stout hammer, effectively parrying the doctor's rapid and fierce fangs while steadily retreating. The 8 pairs of porcelain legs stomp down with force, embedding themselves firmly into the earth, halting with unwavering stability. The little scorpion is unwilling to grant the mechanical dog any time to react. It swiftly alters the toolbox's configuration, producing a black pair of tweezers that clamp tightly onto the mechanical dog's teeth, intent on prying them apart. Unexpectedly, you have resorted to this versatile toolbox. Yet, it is a mere tool. How can it be compared to a weapon? The performance of the little scorpion astonished the doctor, who was convinced it was a rare genius among mutated scorpions. Nevertheless, despite his astonishment, the competition must continue. The mechanical dog lunged once more at the little scorpion, opening its formidable maw to deliver a fierce bite. Sensing danger, the little scorpion promptly curled into a ball. Under the illumination, its azure armor glimmered, creating a seamless sphere that shielded it from the mechanical dog's assault. The doctor's jaws clashed against the azure sphere, producing a sound akin to iron striking scales. The mechanical dog had made contact, yet its teeth failed to penetrate, hindered by the limited opening of its mouth, which left its fangs exposed and defenseless. The little scorpion's flawless spherical form rendered the mechanical dog ineffectual, much like a pangolin curling into a ball for protection. How despicable! Why does a dignified third-tier mutated scorpion shamelessly choose to act like a coward? The hardness of the little scorpion's azure armor was formidable, without the jagged teeth. The doctor's attacks felt merely like a tickle. His mockery did not faze the little scorpion. Instead, it allowed the creature to ascertain the doctor's position. When the little scorpion swung its hammer, it had already calculated that the doctor's teeth could not reach it. Despicable, you cowardly turtle! The doctor's continuous insults provided the little scorpion with precise targeting, and the azure sphere barreled towards the mechanical dog. With a crunch, the doctor's mechanical dog was forcefully driven into the ground. I concede. Surrendering early would have been preferable, dear friend. A wager demands acceptance of its outcome. Pray, enlighten me on how to open this toolbox. The burdens of daily exertion are becoming quite overwhelming. The doctor, in exasperation, remarked, if you can unlock it, surely you can close it as well. Simply press the switch in the upper left corner 3 times consecutively. It operates just like the opening mechanism. The doctor, not one to withhold knowledge, readily divulged the information. Is it truly that simple? And how does one operate that flying contraption? The leader claimed that device is capable of flight. Lend me the multifunctional toolbox for a moment, and I shall reveal its secrets to you. But isn't it damaged by your own doing? What use is it now? The little scorpion tossed the multifunctional toolbox to the doctor. Without hesitation, the doctor activated it with his mechanical arm, commencing repairs on his own crushed torso in plain view of the little scorpion. Bring me the piece of it off, and I shall demonstrate the wonders of nanotechnology. The doctor placed the fragmented black material within the multifunctional toolbox and pressed several buttons. Miraculously, the shattered fragments transformed into a pool of black liquid, gradually merging with the toolbox. How astonishing! The little scorpion gazed in envy. The multifunctional toolbox was indeed formidable. Subsequently, the doctor showcased an array of tools that required a combination of buttons to manifest. In no time, the once damaged mechanical dog was restored and even upgraded. The doctor's unexpected benevolence left the little scorpion perplexed. Why would a former adversary so willingly instruct him in the use of such advanced technology? What followed was the most crucial step yet. The doctor deftly maneuvered within the multifunctional toolbox, as if entering a peculiar command. The entire black toolbox transformed into a boiling liquid, cascading onto the ground, expanding and spreading like an octopus extending its tentacles, ultimately enveloping the surroundings of the little scorpion. Suddenly, the black liquid surged upward, ensnaring both the doctor and the little scorpion. Ha ha ha, you've been deceived. Did you think I would graciously perform for you? Let me enlighten you. My ultimate target is you, little scorpion. Come with me. The black toolbox submerged the little scorpion entirely, rendering it akin to a drowning child. Encased within a cube of dark liquid, unable to escape despite its desperate struggles. What do you intend to do? My master will not spare you. The doctor paid no heed to its protests, as two wheels emerged from the base of the black liquid, and he leaped atop. If you wish to prevent it from harm, then make way for me. Chapter 44. The doctor's intentions with a snap of his fingers. The toolbox sealed the little scorpion's mouth, silencing its cries. Utilizing the multi-functional toolbox in this form demanded a tremendous amount of energy, and the doctor was wary of squandering it. He certainly did not wish to exhaust his energy mid-endeavor, for the mechanical dog would be incapable of moving this formidable third-tier scorpion. In terms of both quality and innate talent, this was an encounter the doctor had never faced before. Release my elder brother, the little scorpion. The multitude of scorpions obstructed the doctor's retreat, yet dared not advance, fearing he might harm the little scorpion, for at that moment, the mechanical dog's teeth were poised directly at one of the little scorpion's elongated porcelain legs. Is this what the leader meant by the treachery of the human heart? I am utterly captivated. The little scorpion quickly calmed itself in the inky liquid, having lowered its guard due to the doctor's concession and the lessons learned in wielding tools. This marked its first defeat since its transformation into a third-stage mutated scorpion. However, the little scorpion did not succumb to despair as it had previously. Instead, it grew more composed and steady, with a newfound perspective. It reasoned that since it had already faced failure once, a second defeat would not be catastrophic. After all, its exoskeleton was resilient. Perhaps it could even turn the toolbox to its own advantage for self-rescue. The doctor's every move was noted, yet there remained aspects it had yet to fully comprehend. It needed to continue observing. Do not approach any closer. The doctor's sharp teeth sank into one of the little scorpion's jade-green legs, causing intense pain that sent chills down its spine. This sight horrified the other scorpions present. If you dare come any closer, it will not merely be a matter of losing a leg. The doctor intimidated the assembly of scorpions, despite his reluctance to do so. A whole specimen was worth 100 times more than a damaged one. This was precisely why he preferred not to have soldiers forcibly capture them. The cerulean blood flowed from the little scorpion's leg, and without treatment, it seemed that leg would be rendered useless. The doctor's threats quickly bore fruit. The other scorpions hesitated to advance, helplessly watching as the little scorpion was taken away. In the carefree base, Jean Meili observed a small orb that had tripled in size, devouring remnants of a potential fruit many times larger than itself without leaving a trace. It can no longer fly at all, its plump and rotund body appearing particularly conspicuous on Jean Meili's grand bed. Oh my, how could such a tiny creature consume such a large fruit? How did you manage that? If Xiao Xie finds out, I shall be in dire trouble, although it would not dare to scold me. There are advantages to its newfound size. Jean Meili can now hold it without the utmost caution. The little ball resembles a soft, plush toy with a delightful tactile sensation. Boss, it's terrible. Master has been captured by a monster. A frantic voice echoed from the doorway, accompanied by hurried footsteps. A monster? Jean Meili pondered as she opened the grass door. The conference hall was teeming with scorpions, clearly indicative of a significant event. Before even reaching the hall, Xiaobai rushed over, urgency etched across his face. Boss, Master Xiao Xie has been taken. That pitch-black toolbox transformed into a monster and swallowed him whole. Jean Meili was bewildered. Speak slowly. What exactly transpired? How did the toolbox morph into a monster? Xiaobai recounted the tale of how the little dog overcame Xie Sanqi and how Master Xiao Xie managed to subdue the little dog. Xiao Xie won. Isn't that good? He exclaimed. The mechanical dog's teeth were astonishingly sharp. After winning, Master asked the little dog to teach him how to free the toolbox from its bindings. The little dog resolved it in an instant and even demonstrated how to use the toolbox. Before Xiaobai could finish, Jean Meili's expression turned grave. Surely, Xiao Xie would foolishly hand the toolbox over to the mechanical dog. How did you know, boss? The master initially believed that the toolbox, having been damaged, was rendered useless and thus discarded it to the puppy. To everyone's surprise, the puppy demonstrated remarkable skill, not only restoring the toolbox, but also mending itself. Jean Meili grew increasingly uneasy as she listened. I had warned Xiao Xie to be cautious and not to trust others easily. One must remain vigilant against potential malice. This fellow must have been utterly captivated by the puppy's antics. Boss, you guessed correctly. The master was utterly entranced, his eyes wide and unblinking. What? This individual cannot seem to shake his peculiar obsession. What happened next? Then, the master was devoured by the toolbox, which had transformed into a monstrous entity. Boss. You must hurry and rescue the master. Having witnessed the toolbox's extraordinary capabilities, Jean Meili surmised that Xiaoxia had inadvertently activated one of the Dr. S programs, leading to this predicament. To make matters worse, the puppy had bitten off the Master S leg with a sickening crunch, truly terrifying. We dared not pursue, fearing the Master might lose all his legs. Quickly, take me there and summon the combat team. We must rescue Xiaoxia. Jean Meili deduced that the puppy did not seek Xiaoxia's life. Otherwise, it would not have merely severed a leg. Its teeth were indeed formidable, easily shattering the body of a level 3 mutated creature. Jean Meili issued a level 1 attack command, and the scorpions in the hall ceased their clamor, commencing their planned operation. Grasping a small ball, Jean Meili rushed towards the southern district. Small ball, quickly locate your master. Chirp chirp. The diminutive sphere fluttered its wings, aspiring to take flight. Yet its endeavors proved futile. Resigned, it gestured with a tiny finger towards a certain direction, but alas, its corpulent form entirely obscured the delicate hand. Little orb, is it that way? Jean Meili inquired, observing the sphere facing a particular spot and chirping melodiously, surmising the direction it indicated. Guided by the diminutive sphere, Jean Meili swiftly arrived in proximity to their abandoned mine shaft. The surface of the mine appeared sealed, betraying no hint of peculiarity. Chirp chirp, to pinpoint the location. The sphere faced downwards, waving its petite hand. However, Jean Meili discerned nothing, her gaze encountering only newly sprouted weeds. The doctor secretly gloated, having meticulously camouflaged the area, sealing the mine entrance in the process. Unless they deliberately excavated downwards, it would be impossible to locate him and the small scorpion. To conceal the scorpion's half-meter stature and allocate space for his experiments, the doctor had considerably enlarged the mine shaft. With a toolbox at his disposal, the task proved remarkably facile. Little scorpion, abandon any hope of rescue by your brethren. Be obedient, and I shall cultivate you into a creature 100-fold, nay, 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold more formidable than those mechanical scorpions. As a qualified doctor of biology, the creation of a powerful organism constituted his lifelong aspiration. This was the paramount reason for his unconditional assistance to the city lord. Now, remain docile here. I shall log off for the time being. Refrain from any mischievous schemes. Chapter 45. Mineshaft Trap. What does log off entail? And why subject me to scrutiny? Where am I now? A multitude of questions swirls around the little scorpion. Confusion, unease, and an overwhelming sense of solitude. Is there no movement? Has the mechanical dog shut down? What a commotion! The little scorpion yearns to release the spirit beasts hidden within its scales to assist in finding a way out. However, the vibrations overhead deter it from this thought. Just a little longer. At this moment, Jean Meili is aimlessly pacing atop the little scorpion. Little ball, I am not addressing you, but where on earth is your master? Jean Meili complains. Chirp chirp. The round little ball expresses its discontent, its feelings unmistakably evident. It senses its master is nearby, emanating from beneath the ground. The plump little ball struggles to escape Jean Meili's embrace, but after indulging too much, it lacks the strength to rise. Ultimately, it can only roll onto the ground, using its tiny hands to claw at the soil. Little ball, what are you up to? Are you suggesting your master is underground? The little ball's unusual behavior suddenly reminds Jean Meili of a limestone that had once been buried here. After being excavated, it became the first training base for the combat team. Could the little scorpion be trapped inside? Jean Meili attempts to dig a bit of earth. Indeed, it appears to have been refurbished, suggesting deliberate tampering. She retrieves a small mining pick from her spatial ring. Though intended for mining, it is now employed for digging. Clenching the small mining pick with her pincers, Jean Meili swings down with force. Thud! She uncovers a metallic object. This is bad, it's a bomb. As Jean Meili's words hung in the air, a blinding flash erupted, followed by a thunderous explosion. This was the Dr. S homemade explosive device, a contact mine crafted from the spare energy cells of his mechanical dog. Although its destructive power paled in comparison to the missiles of the mechanical scorpion, a direct hit would still spell doom for an ordinary second-tier scorpion. The earth was upheaved by the explosion, stones scattered like confetti, and a sizable crater formed in its place. As the dust settled, Jean Meili found herself enveloped in a cerulean glow. The spirit beast orb had activated its ability, allowing it to meld with an object, thus bestowing an upgrade upon it and encasing it in a protective azure barrier. This was the primary reason the small scorpion could topple the scorpion thief V with a mere 16 stones. Jean Meili's small pickaxe lay in ruins. the plump orb covered in dust as it detached itself from the shattered tool. It was evident that it had exhausted its strength in a bid to safeguard Jinmei. Yet, this was merely the onset of chaos. The ground trembled ominously as a black robot emerged from the earth. What could that be? Jinmei gasped in horror as, with the falling debris, a half-meter tall, entirely obsidian liquid robot materialized before her. The robot, having burst forth from the ground, exhibited instability. It resembled a black slime, as each nanoscopic component functioned independently and could not withstand excessive pressure. To maintain its form, the robot had to perpetually shift its position, giving it an appearance akin to liquid jelly. Could this possibly be the universal toolbox? Jinmei could hardly fathom that the doctor had transformed a mere tool into such an immense robot in just half an hour, an A-class defense mechanism. She wished fervently for longer legs as she clutched the unconscious little sphere, desperately crawling towards the base. Her gaze confirmed the daunting truth. This was an adversary she could not hope to defeat. The slime robot surged towards her, an inexorable tide of blackness. "Boss!" Jinmei cried out as she spotted the combat team members approaching. They were organized into 4 triangular formations, each composed of 6 scorpions arranged in an equilateral triangle, accompanied by 4 team leaders and their commander, totaling 29 scorpions. They marched in perfect unison toward the site of the explosion. "Run!" Jinmei shouted. Trailing behind her was a relentless wave of darkness, roaring with fervor. "Stay calm." The team leader began to speak, but Jinmei was already racing away. In her path lay the liquid black torrent, which collided with the main force as if striking a bowling alley, taking them all down in one fell swoop. Aside from a handful of scorpions consumed by the slime robot, the others were flung aside with great force. Jinmei was taken aback by the frailty of the team she had painstakingly assembled. Fortunately, the impact had not inflicted severe damage, and the pursuit of Jinmei by the slime robot was momentarily thwarted by those devoured scorpions. The squad leader quickly regained composure, rising from the ground to organize the team for a counterattack. Over the past fortnight, the combat unit has prioritized formation training alongside basic drills, ensuring that they remain composed under duress. "Form up." At the command of their leader, the scorpions assembled with the speed of a reflex action. Team 1, consisting of 6 members, was fully gathered. Team 2, with 5 members, was 1 short. Team 3 had 4 members, missing 2. Team 4 also had 5 members, lacking 1. Team 1 was tasked with defensive encirclement, Team 2 with offense, Team 3 with rescue operations, and Team 4 with supportive assault. Each team leader steered their respective group into action. Under the direction of their commander, the scorpions encircled the black slime with precision. Members of Team 1, armed with specially designed cement shields, advanced at the forefront, their mission to absorb the attacks of the black slime while tightening the encirclement. Subsequently, members of Team 2 flanked both sides of Team 1, using their pincers to sever the encroaching black liquid and diminish the enemy's strength. Team 3 was assigned the rescue efforts, while Team 4 transported the severed black liquid away to neutralize its threat. The slime robot, however, was not idle. It wielded an array of repair tools, sweeping towards the encroaching scorpions. Although the liquid form of the slime was not particularly damaging, the tools it fashioned were undeniably formidable. Imagine the discomfort of being struck by a metal hammer. Observing the combat unit successfully restraining the black slime, Jinmei finally paused to catch her breath. Having neglected training for an extended period, her stamina had noticeably waned, and after only a brief exertion, she found herself gasping for air. "Little ball, do you think I will eventually grow to be like you and become a sphere?" Jinmei once again resolved to embark on her weight loss journey. Little ball. Chapter 46. The weakness of the black slime. The black slime possesses a malleable form, composed of countless nanobots, rendering it immune to most physical damage. Consequently, the attacks from the scorpions seemed to sink into it as though they were mired in a quagmire, quickly dissipating. "Since striking it proves futile, we shall dismantle it instead." The squad leader conveyed the directive. The strategy was to transform the black slime from one into many. This approach was adopted upon discovering that portions of the slime's body, when distanced sufficiently from the main mass, would become immobile. However, once proximity was re-established, they would spring back to life, incessantly converging towards the core. Yet, the most pressing and critical task at hand was to rescue the scorpions. For unfortunate scorpions were ensnared within the viscous body of the slime, and they must be extricated promptly. First, we must save the scorpions. The scorpions coordinated their efforts meticulously. The frontline scorpions utilized their pincers to sever a small section of the oozing black metal, subsequently passing it to those behind them, who transported the material to a safe distance. This process bore a striking resemblance to the legendary punishment of 1,000 cuts, albeit the victim in this instance was an unfeeling automaton. Pay heed to the timing intervals. This particular robot is exceedingly domineering, yet its attacks are singular and follow a discernible pattern. By mastering the sequence of its assaults, one can engage the foe without sustaining harm. Jeanne Meili conveyed her discovery to the members of the combat team, as this slime bore an uncanny resemblance to the boss from her previous life game. Relying solely on a fixed repertoire of moves, the black metal, adhering to its programming, transformed once more into a colossal hammer, sweeping toward the scorpions. However, this time, the little scorpions did not react as they had during their initial encounter, where they had blocked the attack with their cement shields. Instead, they decisively retreated a step, evading the assault. Once the robot's hammer had passed, they surged forward again, continuing to dismantle the slime robot. This strategy proved remarkably effective. Although they could only extract a small amount of material each time, with sufficient attempts, the slime would inevitably be disassembled. Quickly, pull it out. We must act swiftly. Under the leadership of Scorpion 37, the third group successfully rescued the first scorpion. However, its condition was far from optimal. The confined environment and the friction from the nanobots had inflicted considerable injury. Bring it here. I have medical supplies. Jeanne Meili shouted anxiously. Though they were merely free labor summoned by her, the extended time spent together had led her to regard these scorpions as family, and, more importantly, they were her kin. She fervently wished for their safety. Retrieving a large barrel of spring water from her spatial ring, Jeanne Meili used tongs to splash the water onto the scorpion. The cold spring water cascaded over its scalding exterior, producing wisps of steam. It was difficult to fathom the suffering it had endured within. It's all right. Hold on. After 3 barrels of water had been poured, the scorpion finally showed signs of improvement. The leader, that monstrous creature possesses. Before the words could be fully articulated, the scorpion succumbed to unconsciousness. The heat generated by friction was excessively high, likely scorching its internal organs. Beneath its crimson exoskeleton, a faint aroma reminiscent of roasted meat wafted through the air. However, fortunately, due to prompt first aid, its life was not in jeopardy. Allow me to dress your wounds, Jeanne Meili exclaimed as she swiftly retrieved bandages soaked in medicinal solution, meticulously wrapping the unconscious scorpion with deft hands. The second, third, and fourth scorpions were simultaneously brought over. Upon witnessing Jeanne Meili's bandaging of the scorpion, Siesanchi couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Leader, are you not going to leave it 2 openings for breathing? Only then did Jeanne Meili realize her oversight, hurriedly creating 2 small apertures for its respiration. After observing this, Siesanchi could only pray for the well-being of the 2 scorpion brethren that had been sent over. What exactly is that object on the surface of the slime robot's body? A light bulb moment struck. I understand, it is its core. No wonder it cannot control the other nanobots from a distance. To validate her hypothesis, Jeanne Meili deliberately intercepted fragments of the nanobots. She extracted several lidded cement boxes from her spatial ring, placing the black nanobot fragments inside each one. With a slight release, the cement boxes eagerly surged forward. Jeanne Meili retreated slowly until the boxes ceased their motion. The observed maximum distance was 1.5 meters. However, the robots were quite large and entirely black, rendering the internal situation invisible. How could one ascertain the precise location of the core? Gazing at the cement box in her hands, Jeanne Meili swiftly devised a plan. Xiaobai, summon a few scorpions. Quickly, have the others subdue the slime without dismantling it. Just encircle it. As a newcomer, Xiaobai had not participated in the battle, yet the translator proved to be quite effective. Jeanne Meili distributed the cement box to a few bewildered scorpions, visibly injured themselves. You all hold on to this box and disperse outward, maintaining some distance. Follow the box's sensations and gradually approach that slime robot. When I lower my hand, you must stop and release the box. Jeanne Meili's peculiar command left them perplexed, yet they complied. As they drew closer, the vibrations of the cement box intensified. Xiao Qiu, can you activate your Azure Shield once more? The awakened Xiao Qiu nodded, having regained considerable strength. All right, when I charge forward, remember to protect me, Xiao Qiu exclaimed. Do you even understand your own capabilities? Why charge in? The scorpions carrying the box gradually approached as the distance closed. "Boss, it's dangerous here. You should retreat," Siebai urged anxiously. "Pay no heed to me. Instruct the scorpions blocking the way to move aside. This is an order." The encirclement opened a gap for Jinmei. Several scorpions eager to obstruct her were persuaded by Siebai to step aside. As Jinmei lowered her hand, the scorpions simultaneously released their grip, and the box lunged toward the slime robot, aligning its trajectory with their pointed direction. Jinmei seized the opportune moment and swiftly dashed inside. Upon the sighting of its intended target, the slime robot transformed into a colossal maw, ready to engulf its prey. Without the slightest hint of resistance, Jinmei, accompanied by a small orb, was devoured by the slime robot, swallowed whole. Chapter 47. The Lost Scorpion. What have you done? Team leader Sanchi bellowed at Siebai. Siebai stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that the leader it had just acknowledged a day prior had been consumed by the slime robot. "What are you standing there for? Hurry and dig out the leader," Sanchi roared, snatching away the shield and charging forward, followed closely by the other scorpions. Jinmei was not merely their leader, she was also their sister. Yet, before he could draw near, the entire slime robot deflated rapidly, akin to a punctured balloon. The once formidable slime robot collapsed like a puddle of spilled water on the ground. As the black nanobots fell away, shielded by a cerulean aura, Jinmei emerged unscathed before the throng of scorpions, her pincers clutching a white square device that was evidently rendered entirely inoperative. "Leader is safe." "Splendid," Sanchi exclaimed, discarding the shield in a surge of excitement. Siebai was equally exhilarated, despite its high intelligence. It could not fathom how Jinmei had managed to dismantle the colossal entity from within. However, such thoughts were inconsequential. They must now venture to the mine in search of the little scorpion. "Where is the scorpion?" Jinmei inquired, observing the hollowed-out mine that had been altered, revealing only a solitary iron chain, clearly belonging to the mechanical puppy. "Leader, the puppy is over there." Following the chain, they swiftly discovered the little dog nestled in the corner. The doctor had disconnected, leaving the puppy without any control. At this moment, the small ball had succumbed to unconsciousness, and Jinmei was at a loss without her guiding spirit beast, filled with anxiousness. "Master will surely be fine. You need not worry, big boss. Look, Master must have freed himself with the spirit beast. Those marks can attest to it. Master escaped on his own." The analysis provided by Siebai brought a measure of comfort to Jinmei. Although she could ascertain that the little scorpion was currently safe, she remained quite concerned. "Has my number one subordinate been all right out there all night? Does anyone know? I am anxiously awaiting a response." Meanwhile, the little scorpion, devoid of sight and sound, was being guided by the spirit beast, navigating towards the northern dungeon. "I wonder if you all know the way? It feels like we are straying further off course." This was merely the little scorpion's soliloquy, for even if others had responded, he would not have heard. Chirp, chirp. 15 spirit beasts were engaged in fervent discussion, deliberating which direction to pursue, as they too were uncertain of the path ahead. Ultimately, they adhered to the majority and collectively set off northward. Do you know what just transpired? The very ground was trembling, as if something extraordinary had emerged, yet regrettably, I cannot see it. I wonder if the boss has come to seek me. Is she anxious? I long to learn from her the art of idling, but she claims it is exclusive to her, something I cannot replicate. My curiosity is piqued. I wonder if those plans were adequately conveyed. Surely, the scorpions will not scold me. I long to experiment with that compressor. I too wish to create such a wondrous device. Perhaps only a master adept at idling can craft it. I wonder what the siege engine will be like once completed. I am eager to test it out. Have we arrived yet? It feels as though we have traversed quite a distance. The spirit beasts appear bewildered. Their master is usually not so loquacious. Why is today filled with such chatter? I yearn for my high-temperature roasted insects. If I arrive late, I fear they may have been devoured by the little frogs. Are there scorpions? The spirit beasts of the little scorpion are rather timid when encountering unfamiliar scorpions. Hence, many scorpions have never seen the little scorpion's spirit beasts, and they tend to hide when confronted with other creatures. The little scorpion quickly deduces that if it were one of its own, recognition would be immediate. The lack of response signifies that the other is not an ally. I assure you, I can offer you energy milk blocks and high-temperature roasted insects. If you are willing to assist me, I could recommend you to the formidable Jinmei. She is truly impressive. It seems that Jinmei's reputation is quite formidable. As the other party swiftly approaches, the little scorpion can sense the rustling in the grass. Thank you. I am called Little Scorpion. May I ask your name? Alas, I seem to have forgotten that I cannot hear. Could you assist me? I believe I have likely lost my way, misled by 15 mischievous spirits. 15 spirit beasts. To be precise, it is 10 mischief makers who agreed to head north that have taken the wrong path. They can only sense their master's location. Yet they are oblivious to the presence of their kin, even if they share the same master. The darkness and silence enveloping the little scorpion instilled an overwhelming sense of solitude within him, compelling him to incessantly engage in conversation to soothe his own spirit. Suddenly, a pincer's grip ensnared the little scorpion's claw, sending a shiver through its entire being. Although it could not see, it could certainly sense that it was face to face with a female scorpion. The sensation of holding claws for the first time with her rendered him exceedingly uncomfortable, as he felt a peculiar surge of something deep within himself. All right, I'm called Little Scorpion. What is your name? The little scorpion began to babble incoherently, unaware of the reason behind his fluster, struggling to articulate complete thoughts. I momentarily cannot hear the sounds. Nor can I. See. The stuttering little scorpion rambled on, eliciting a soft giggle from the guiding female. Yet, the little scorpion remained oblivious to the effect he had on her. He simply knew that her grip felt warm and comforting. He even wished for her to hold him forever. Under the direction of those petite pincers, they traversed lush grasslands and scaled uneven hills. We've arrived. The pincer released its hold on the little scorpion. Is it over? How could it be so swift? Once freed from the grip, the little scorpion's words flowed with newfound clarity, surmising they had reached the vicinity of the eastern thicket. He felt that it was indeed his first time earnestly seeking someone, filled with a tinge of reluctance. Just then, the pincers clutched him once more, causing the little scorpion to tremble and his speech to falter. However, they had not traveled far when 3 imposing figures suddenly emerged from the thicket, wielding cement sticks and pointing them menacingly at the newcomers. Who is this scorpion? I don't recognize you. State your name. It appears you have taken away our dear scorpion brother. Let me assure you, we are not to be trifled with. The little scorpion trembled slightly in its pincers, seemingly filled with trepidation. However, it could neither hear nor see the approaching individuals. Thus it naturally assumed the presence before it was hostile. Fear not, for I shall protect you. Who are you? If you possess any courage, come at me. 3 members of the patrol combat team. Chapter 48. The Origin of Xiaoya. Scorpion brother, what are you doing? She is a stranger. The leader forbids outsiders from entering. We must interrogate her. The little scorpion, bereft of hearing and sight, was unaware of the conversation. All it knew was that it must safeguard the scorpion guiding it. With the little scorpion's protection, the 3 burly men from the grass had no means to proceed. Oh, so you are acquainted. I merely encountered it by chance on my journey. By the way, it mentioned it could neither see nor hear, which is truly pitiful. So I decided to bring it along. The timid female scorpion explained to the approaching men, feeling a sense of security from the little scorpion's promise to protect her. Who are you? Why have I never seen you before? The scorpion before her was a second-tier, mutated scorpion, not particularly large, appearing malnourished, as a normal second-tier scorpion would be considerably larger. Moreover, it bore numerous fresh scratches, as if it had been grazed by sharp metal. Its already unremarkable appearance was further marred by these marks. Greetings, I am Xiaoya. I am not from this place. I arrived here not long ago. However, during my few days here, I have heard the name of Jeanne Meili mentioned most frequently, and I hold her in great admiration. A pitiful scorpion, both deaf and blind, had lost its way, and I resolved to assist it by taking it to find Jeanne Meili. Since you are acquainted, I shall escort it here and take my leave. As she spoke, she intended to release the scorpion's pincers and turn to depart. Fear not, for I am here. They would not dare to harm you. If you possess any courage, direct it towards me. What is it to bully a girl? The little scorpion, sensing the loosening grip of its pincers, assumed that the adversaries intended to pry them apart and consequently tightened its hold on Xiaoya's hand, preventing her from letting go. The pain from this tugging motion aggravated Xiaoya's wound, causing her to tremble involuntarily. Perceiving her shudder, the little scorpion became increasingly convinced that the opposing scorpions posed a threat to Xiaoya. It promptly summoned 15 spirit beasts to safeguard her. The spirit beasts, aware of the misunderstanding, found themselves in a predicament, as the little scorpion remained oblivious, heroically attempting to rescue the damsel in distress. Nevertheless, under its master's command, they had no choice but to forge ahead. Wait, are you suggesting that the little scorpion is both deaf and blind? What on earth has transpired? Observing the little scorpion's peculiar behavior, Even the 3 other scorpions recognized the anomaly. I do not know. I merely happened to pass by and, seeing its pitiable state, agreed to help. It was it that conveyed its inability to see or hear. Suddenly, a cluster of azure orbs encircled Xiaoya, emanating a glowing blue light, an unmistakable signal of an impending attack. Although she had never encountered these tiny creatures before, she was certain they posed no threat to her. With Xiaoya's calming presence, the little scorpion finally settled down, and she held its tail as they followed behind. Under the guidance of the burly figure, they arrived at a welcoming hillside. Wow, it must be incredibly comfortable to live here. Xiaoya marveled at the reception pavilion. The grassy expanse opposite the hill had been meticulously cleared, with a quaint little pavilion constructed from stones nestled amidst the greenery, while the surrounding area served as a training ground for new recruits. The newly enlisted members trained diligently there, and the tidiness of the space reflected their daily efforts. You and Big Brother Scorpion should wait here for a moment. I will go inform Captain Jinmeili. All right, I will keep an eye on it, Xiaoya replied politely, quickly becoming familiar with the Sentinel Scorpion. You have no idea how formidable Big Brother Scorpion is. He is the cleverest among us. Even Captain Jinmeili pales in comparison to him. Really? I thought he looked a bit dazed. I never imagined he was so impressive. Indeed, you ought to know. In just 2 weeks, Big Brother Scorpion advanced to a 3rd-tier mutated scorpion, while I only recently evolved to the 2nd tier. After a brief conversation with the Sentinel Scorpion, Jinmeili arrived promptly. The pink scorpion before them, though not particularly large, stood out remarkably among the many brown scorpions. Her presence was strikingly evident. With a sudden thud, Jinmeili greeted the little scorpion with a playful tap. This fellow was perfectly fine, yet he worried himself unnecessarily throughout the night. Are you not blind? And deaf as well? How could you possibly know that I have arrived? Upon hearing that the little scorpion was both blind and deaf, Jinmeili initially feared it had been dissected by the doctor. However, it now appeared to have merely injured one leg, with no other issues in sight. Boss, your blows to my head remain as forceful as ever. I surmise it must be you who has come, after being pricked by the little dog. I have become both sightless and hearing impaired. The little scorpion anticipated that Jinmeili would indeed inquire about this matter, thus it spoke without restraint. Alas, yet another injured creature. Which means additional work ahead. Xiaoya, having just awakened from the shock of Jinmeili striking the little scorpion, winced at the sight of the impact. Hello, I am Xiaoya. Are you the esteemed Jinmeili who has rescued countless scorpions? Who are you? Why have I never seen you before? The scorpion, appearing rather pitiful, confirmed that it had not encountered her prior. I am from the neighboring experimental area, not from here. Could you elaborate? Just the day before yesterday, our experimental zone was invaded by a multitude of armed humans, equipped with advanced weaponry. Those 4th-tier mutated scorpions were regarded as mere prey in their eyes. With a single strike, they rendered us powerless, and many of my brethren were captured by them. In an effort to evade these humans, we attempted to breach the Iron Gate. With the assistance of numerous 4th-tier mutated scorpions, we managed to create a small opening. At that moment, the humans had already discovered our presence and were closing in on us, yet the opening was barely large enough. No one can escape, for the 3rd-tier mutated scorpions are of such immense size that even those of the 2nd tier cannot enter. Thus, at that moment, only I, a solitary scorpion, managed to flee, for I was too diminutive. For an entire year, I remained a 2nd-tier mutated scorpion. I crawled along the ravaged passageway until I arrived here. I believed I had escaped, only to discover that I had merely exchanged one prison for another. Oh, how I mourn the sacrifice of my brothers and sisters who fought against the humans to grant me the time to flee. Chapter 49. The System's Acknowledgement. Escaping the novice village as Xiaoya recounted her tale, tears streamed down her face. She felt an overwhelming sorrow for having painstakingly escaped, only to find herself in yet another confinement. The atmosphere was heavy with despair, a profound silence enveloping the surroundings, and her words dripped with melancholy. Initially, the scorpions listened intently to Xiaoya's narrative, but as her story progressed, despair began to seep into their hearts, for they understood that one day, the next to be captured would inevitably be themselves. Jinmeili felt little fear. She had long since realized that she could not be just a pet languishing in a cage. Yet, she could still envision the scene, all the scorpions, in a bid to provide one scorpion with enough time to escape, chose to battle fiercely against the formidable, aberrant humans. Surely, it was a scene of tragic yet magnificent sacrifice. Suddenly, a small scorpion shattered the somber atmosphere. It was the only one unaffected, for it could not hear. No wonder your body bears so many wounds. It turns out you were injured by the iron cage. Since you have rescued the little scorpion, we shall treat you with utmost hospitality. We have some exquisitely delicious food here. Jean Meili paid no heed to the little scorpion, for she was not one to offer comfort. However, she detested the idea of her kin sacrificing themselves for her sake, knowing well the anguish it could cause. In an effort to lighten the mood, she decided to shift the conversation. I am fine. I merely recalled that day and felt a tinge of sorrow. I truly cannot contain myself. Since the little scorpion has been delivered, I shall not intrude any longer. I will take my leave now. Jean Meili exhibited an unprecedented seriousness. If too many scorpions became aware of this matter, the repercussions could be substantial. She retrieved a stretcher from her spatial ring, instructing her subordinates to carry Xiaoya ahead to the base, leaving only herself and the little scorpion behind. Little scorpion, you have once again achieved a great feat. You intercepted such crucial intelligence. Even while lost, you have managed to excel. Jean Meili had gathered 3 vital pieces of information. The second, once the scorpions advance to the 4th tier, the humans will begin to tighten their net and capture them all, for the humans possess formidable strength. The third, the cage can be broken, but it requires a power level of 5 or above, reaching the strength of Scorpion Mother. This explains why they have bound her with chains. I forgot that you cannot hear me. Little Ball, do hurry and call your master to follow. Do not get lost again. Little Ball replied, how can I call? I cannot even fly now. I am merely a charming little orb. Indeed, one must rely on oneself. Upon returning to the base, Jean Meili instructed Xiaobai to attend to these patients, for she had many matters to attend to, and merely treating the wounded would keep her occupied for quite some time. Have we arrived at the base, boss? I wish to examine my blueprints, inquired the eager individual. What are you staring at, you fool? Just lie still, came the brusque reply. The legs of the little scorpion were bound securely. As the wounds inflicted by the small dog were indeed severe, one of its long legs had been rendered utterly useless, leaving it to function as a 7-legged creature henceforth. After tending to the scorpion, Jean Meili gazed at the dwindling supply of bandages and sighed. Why are they all gone? I distinctly remember having a plentiful stock. Approaching Xiaoya's bedside, she was confronted by the gruesome sight of deep, jagged wounds that elicited a sharp intake of breath from her. It was a truly harrowing scene. Xiaobai observed Jean Meili as she bandaged the injuries, not daring to utter a word. This is hardly proper treatment. Master, it is merely its foot that is injured. Yet you have wrapped its entire body. What kind of practice is this? The little scorpion was not an isolated case. The ward was filled with patients, each a testament to Jean Meili's handiwork. According to her reasoning, the wounds were susceptible to bacterial infection, necessitating comprehensive bandaging to expedite healing. Before long, Xiaoya was fully dressed in bandages, and Jean Meili meticulously tied a bow atop her wrapping, declaring it complete. Due to the host's sister's successful treatment of 20 critically injured patients, their health had been assured. Congratulations were in order for the host, who had unlocked the title of Little Doctor. The completion rate for the physician title stood at a mere 0.1, with a long journey ahead to reach the ultimate title of Little Medical Immortal, requiring the treatment of 20 times 999199980 critically injured patients. Additionally, the host was rewarded with a mid-level gift pack. Due to the host acquiring 5 titles, Little Chef, Little Miner, Little Warrior, Future Overlord, and Little Doctor, she successfully completed the novice initiation of the Scorpion Beauty System. Congratulations to the host for earning the system's recognition and unlocking the fundamental function of beauty degree acquisition within the Scorpion Beauty Cultivation System. Having attained the challenging titles of Little Warrior, Future Overlord, and Little Doctor, the host exceeded the system's expectations, thus successfully emerging from the novice village and receiving a beauty degree of 30. Jean Meili scratched her head in confusion, pondering how she merely bandaged 20 injured individuals, none of whom were seriously wounded. Why, then, was the task considered completed? What, she wondered, was this beauty degree, and what purpose did it serve? Troubled by a myriad of questions, Jean Meili made a significant decision to disregard it all, as she could not make sense of it. The completion of the Little Doctor task was indeed an unforeseen circumstance, as Jean Meili had wrapped all the patients to resemble those with severe injuries, leading the system to assess them as critically wounded, thus inadvertently fulfilling this challenging title. The Scorpion Beauty System is rather esteemed, disinclined to be treated as a mere low-grade storage box, and reluctant to provide excessive assistance. Hence, It recognizes the host's capability and qualifications for inheritance only upon the acquisition of 3 challenging titles. Haha, I, Jeune Meili, have finally emerged from the novice village. Yet, why do I feel no joy? Does the system look down upon me? Humph. Complaints aside, Jeune Meili, indifferent to trivial matters, chose to pardon the system, especially in light of the intermediate gift pack it had bestowed upon her. Chapter 50. So this is how the system works after tending to the injured. Jeune Meili did not take a moment's respite. She had to proceed to the conference hall to address various reports. Jeune Meili mused, alas. My arduous scorpion life must continue to accompany the drafting of documents. The leader, Xie Sanqi, representing the combat team, presented a summary of the recent battle. The skirmish against the slimes had resulted in considerable casualties. Despite understanding the slimes' behavioral patterns, the team members found it exceedingly difficult to implement effective evasive maneuvers during the assault. A deficiency in training leading to numerous injuries among comrades. In total, 12 scorpions sustained minor injuries, while 4 suffered severe wounds. The remaining personnel were fit to resume their duties. In the aftermath of this engagement, Xie Sanqi, on behalf of the combat team, proposed 3 significant requests for consideration. First, to expedite the training regimen for the younger scorpions, initiating it immediately upon the return of the injured, as the team must grow stronger. Second, there was a plea for enhanced training equipment, as the previous gear had proven inadequate. Third, the team sought to continue utilizing the old mine as a training base. The training plan for the younger scorpions is established by you. I merely offer suggestions. However, the intensity of the proposed training does seem rather excessive. I hope you can provide the team with a period of adjustment. As for the matter of equipment, it may take a bit longer, should you require it urgently. I suggest you discuss it with the newly appointed head of the engineering team, to whom I have entrusted the compressor. Feel free to use the old mine. It has been sufficiently excavated by the mechanical dogs and is quite suitable for training purposes. After Xie Sanqi departed, a considerable number of captains arrived one after another. Fortunately, with the assistance of Xie, various trivial matters were swiftly resolved. Although the solutions were not flawless, they were ultimately effective. Ah, it is finally over. I am off to indulge in some leisure time. I am utterly fatigued. Wait, no, my leader, you still need to grill food, repair tools, and oversee the construction of the villa. Xie meticulously reported the tasks that Jeune Meili was to undertake next. Hey, this is too difficult for me. Seeing the helpless expression on Jeune Meili's face, Xie silently gave her a thumbs up in his heart. Although he often slacked off, he still exhibited the demeanor of a leader during crucial moments. Congratulations to the host sister for receiving the genuine admiration of Scorpion Xie, earning a beauty score of 0.001. The sudden notification from the Scorpion beauty system brought a flicker of joy to Jeune Meili. Being praised unexpectedly felt quite pleasant, though it also left her somewhat speechless. I mean, seriously? This system is rather stingy, isn't it? What use is a beauty score of 0.001? At least give me a whole point. As a future Scorpion beauty, external validation is essential. Only heartfelt praise is worthy of noble beauty. Furthermore, host sister, I can responsibly inform you that 0.001 truly serves no purpose. Jeune Meili felt even more at a loss. If it's useless, then why bother with this beauty score? Host sister, there is a saying that goes, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Although a score of 0.001 is insignificant, accumulating 1,000 of them would indeed be beneficial. Jeune Meili, taken aback, opened the system interface and was astonished to discover a shop-like icon appearing in the lower right corner, albeit secured with a lock. Upon clicking the system shop, a dialog box emerged, inquiring whether she would spend 30 beauty points to unlock the system shop, offering 2 options, yes or no. What? Unlocking the system shop requires 30 beauty points? Why not just rob it? Must I have Xie thank me 30,000 times? Dear host, you must trust in the principle of value for money. The treasures within this shop are plentiful, a voice echoed, reminiscent of a cunning merchant peddling wares. Jeune Meili found herself in a quandary. She possessed a mere 30,001 beauty points, and spending that would leave her utterly impoverished. Yet, the system claimed there were indeed wonderful items, so should she take a chance? Boss, what are you muttering to yourself about? We have numerous tasks yet to complete. Xie, noticing Jeune Meili standing still in her musings, kindly reminded her. Congratulations, dear host, on unlocking the system shop, deducting 30 beauty points. Welcome to the system shop. As a first-time user, You are granted an 20 discount, applicable only to the first item. Jean Meili, torn in her decision, was suddenly interrupted by Xiaobai, causing her small hand, poised over the unlock button, to click it inadvertently. She watched in dismay as her beauty points plummeted to 0. Oh wait, she still had 0.001 left. Jean Meili felt utterly despondent. System, can we negotiate? She implored. This system does not accept returns, came the cold response. The platform still offers a 7-day unconditional refund policy, let alone in this case where it was merely a mistake on my part. This system does not accommodate returns. Jean Meili's mood soured instantly. She didn't even want to cast a glance at the system store. Throughout the journey, she cast a resentful gaze at Xiaobai, as if he owed her 30,000 yuan. Xiaobai, equally unnerved by this inexplicable stare, felt his scalp tingle. His confused and helpless little eyes revealed an underlying sorrow. What had he done to provoke the boss? Jean Meili tossed a roasted insect to Xiaobai, as she always experimented with new proportions, offering it to the little scorpion to gauge its flavor. Congratulations to the host sister for receiving Xiaobai's heartfelt gratitude, earning a beauty point of 0.002. With his mouth glistening with oil, Xiaobai licked his lips repeatedly, clearly relishing the treat. Suddenly, Jean Meili realized she might have stumbled upon a lucrative avenue. Should she offer another? As expected, Jean Meili gained an additional 0.001 in beauty points. However, when she tried to give him another, the effect vanished. Holding the food in his hands, Xiaobai was caught in a dilemma, to eat or not to eat. Why did the boss treat him to something special after looking so fierce moments ago? Surely, there must be a hidden agenda. Boss, I can't accept this. Please don't give it to me, I'm frightened. Jean Meili replied. Am I someone who would devour you? You don't even thank me for the food. Forget it. You can owe me for now. My 30,000 expressions of gratitude are not so easily repaid. Deliver these to the ward, to bring joy to those patients. And simply say that I personally baked them. Since Xiaobai cannot reap any benefits, Jean Meili has set her sights on those patients. If everyone contributes a little love, then a beautiful tomorrow shall be theirs. The thought of accumulating vast amounts of beauty points spurred Jean Meili to hasten her tasks. Today, she resolved to work overtime and produce even more. Congratulations to the host sister for receiving gratitude from Scorpion Xiaowui, earning 0.002 beauty points. Gratitude from Xieli San, earning 0.002 beauty points. Accumulating 0.002 beauty points. Beauty points 0.001. In less than 10 minutes, Jean Meili was inundated with a flurry of thanks. However, as she observed her beauty points gradually increasing, a frown adorned her face. What is the meaning of this? Over 30 portions of high-temperature roasted insects only garnered 0.063 beauty points. At this rate, it would take an eternity to accumulate a full point. Chapter 51. Xiaoya Falls, ill how peculiar. Why have I not received any beauty points from Xiaoxia? This fellow adores high-temperature roasted insects. Could it be that he finds my cooking unsatisfactory? Jean Meili searched twice, but could not find any expression of gratitude from Xiaoxia. Just as she was pondering this, Xiaobai rushed over in a flurry. Boss, trouble looms. The master has given his food to a scorpion named Xiaoya, only to discover that she is burning with fever and seems in dire straits. Boss, do you want to check on her? The master says she appears to have a fever. Could it be true? Beads of perspiration trickled down Jean Meili's brow. Within the confines of the dungeon, the scorpions harbored an acute dread of succumbing to illness, for they were left to weather such afflictions unaided. Jean Meili scoured the entirety of the dungeon, discovering a meager assortment of medicinal herbs and an even more limited array of pharmaceuticals. At present, she had positively identified and experimented with a single herb, a hemostatic plant used for soaking bandages. As for antibiotics and the like, Jean Meili was certain that she could not concoct them. We must hasten. I shall see if I can render assistance. Should inflammation set in, I shall be rendered helpless, and we shall be forced to resign ourselves to fate. Little scorpion, how did you manage to escape? The sightless and deaf little scorpion, of course, could not heed Jean Meili's query, but it could discern the approach of a scorpion through the vibrations in the ground. Elder brother, is that you? Little Ya's head is burning up. What shall we do? Elder brother, please hasten to her aid. Little scorpion addressed the air. Master, pray do not obstruct my path. Allow elder sister Jean Meili to enter and succor her. Xiaobai drew little scorpion aside, and Jean Meili entered the dwelling. Upon crossing the threshold, Jean Meili beheld a dimly lit chamber wherein scorpions, each swathed into a spherical form, were consuming sustenance, punctuating their repast with exclamations of gustatory delight. Jean Meili swiftly located the spherical form of Littleya, for the bough that adorned it had been meticulously fashioned by Jean Meili's own hand, and was thus readily identifiable. Reclining upon a bed of straw, Littleya was drenched in perspiration and convulsed sporadically, betraying the profound discomfort she was enduring. Could it be that the wound has become inflamed? Her injury must have occurred several days prior. Owing to the absence of proper treatment, coupled with an excess of grief, her resistance has waned, and her constitution has been enfeebled. Jean Meili retrieved a tattered piece of cloth from her spatial ring, tearing it into strips. This rag had originally been used by soldiers to carry their supplies, and Jean Meili had fortuitously salvaged it, now finding it remarkably useful. She spread the strips out and soaked them in the icy spring water before placing one upon Xiaoya's forehead. As she carefully unwrapped the tightly bound bandages, several slightly reddened wounds were revealed. Fortunately, they were not severe. Please hurry and drive away the scorpions nearby. She cannot endure too much heat. Jean Meili cleaned Xiaoya's wounds with another strip of cloth and carefully sprinkled a small vial of medicinal powder over the inflamed areas. Then, she wrapped a clean bandage around them. This is the only vial of medicinal powder I possess. You must understand that it takes an entire plant to produce even this little bit. Do not take this powder for granted. You must persevere. Once the wounds were tended to, Xiaoya began to calm down. Seek out a scorpion that is idle to assist her in changing the cloth. It should be done every 60 breaths, and the water must be replaced with cold water. I must prepare food and do not have the time to assist her further. Having given her instructions, Jean Meili departed, her mind occupied with numerous tasks. Bai pondered the situation, concluding that the scorpions curled up in balls were unsuitable for help, and the others were busy with their own work, leaving him with little time. However, there was one scorpion that was currently unoccupied. It was undoubtedly the least busy at the moment. I shall summon it now. It is so clever, it often boasts such a simple task. I could accomplish it with my eyes closed. Even if Master is truly blind now, it will surely have no impact. Upon hearing the vibrations of footsteps, the little scorpion immediately exclaimed, "Is that you, boss? Xiaoya's forehead is burning. What should we do? Please save her." Xia Bai, without a moment's hesitation, dragged Master into the sick room and handed him the cloth soaked in water. "Master, you surely wouldn't want anything to happen to Xiaoya. Let me teach you how to change the cloth." Feeling the cold cloth in Xiaoya's forehead, the little scorpion quickly understood that it was meant to cool her down. Step by step, guided by Xia Bai, the astute little scorpion swiftly learned the process. "Master, change the cloth every 60 breaths. Jean Meili has already left. She has a multitude of tasks to attend to. For now, it's just you, the idle scorpion. And Xiaoya can only rely on you." Seeing that the blind little scorpion had mastered the cloth changing, Xia Bai was reassured that his master could indeed perform tasks with closed eyes. As for changing the water, he would let Master's spirit beast handle that. The rest would depend on Xiaoya's own resilience. "Master, please keep an eye on Xiaoya. I must take my leave for now." Xia Bai hurriedly departed, needing to urge Jean Meili to get to work. "Rest assured, everything will be fine. You must hold on. This minor fever will surely pass." The little scorpion tirelessly replaced the cloths, determined to continue as long as Xiaoya's fever persisted, knowing that only through this effort could she be saved. "When you awaken, I promise to take you to savor all sorts of delicious food. Once I grow stronger, I will take you and the boss away from here to explore the world beyond." The master proclaimed that the world is a beautiful place, and we must venture forth to witness it. Rest assured, the master surely possesses the means to lead us out. Under the attentive care of little scorpion, little Ya's fever gradually subsided, and her breathing became more tranquil, as if she could hear the soothing words of little scorpion, eliciting a long-lost smile upon her lips. Meanwhile, Jean Meili, who was roasting food, began to ponder the sudden influx of system notifications. Congratulations to the host sister for receiving the heartfelt praise of Scorpion Little Scorpion. Gaining beauty points of 0.001. Congratulations to the host sister for receiving the heartfelt praise of Scorpion Little Scorpion, gaining beauty points of 0.003. Congratulations to the host sister for receiving the heartfelt praise of Scorpion Little Scorpion, gaining beauty points of 0.002. One notification after another brought immense joy to Jean Meili. Although she was unaware of the reason for Little Scorpion's sudden gratitude, witnessing her beauty points accumulate was undeniably delightful. Unexpectedly, it turned out that Little Scorpion was the true source of wealth, with points that seemed never-ending. Chapter 52. The system store roasting insects is a frequent yet monotonous task. Although the captured insects can be directly tossed into the furnace, they cannot be roasted for too long, despite their mutated evolution allowing their exoskeletons to withstand higher temperatures. Prolonged exposure would char the proteins within, rendering them utterly unappetizing. By placing 20 portions of materials into the furnace, one need only wait approximately 5 minutes for the high-temperature roasted insects to emerge. Congratulations to the host sister for receiving heartfelt praise from Scorpion. Earning a beauty score of 0.002, the system once again conveyed the news of gaining points. Scorpion is truly generous, delivering points to me once more. Since I have some leisure time, let us explore what treasures lie within this intriguing Scorpion Systems shop. Upon opening the system and accessing the shop, Jinmei was astounded by the array of items available. The goods on the shelves appeared exceedingly delectable. Why do I say they look appetizing? Because the shelves were adorned with a dazzling variety of food, predominantly desserts. I casually selected one item. Name, Sweet Volcano. Safety level, superior. Deliciousness, 280. Nutritional value, 758. Cooking level, 1. Digestion speed. For years, calculated based on the host's current digestive capacity. Main ingredient, sweet flower nectar. Preparation method, harvested from the core of an active volcano maintaining a temperature of 10,000 degrees Celsius within a galaxy, cooled down, and then cultivated with rare sweet flowers. These flowers bloom and wither, enduring the harshness of winter, summer, drought, or floods throughout the year, yielding nectar from the same flower annually. After 4 years, the final ingredient can be obtained, which, when combined with ordinary food and subjected to a simple roasting process, is transformed into the dessert Sweet Volcano. Effect: host beauty score increases by 1,000. Exchange price: 100,000 beauty points. How exorbitant! Jinmei then clicked on the next item. Title: Ordinary Year's Safety Level, Supreme Deliciousness, 780 Nutritional Value, 1758 Culinary Grade, 5 Digestion Speed, 14 years, calculated based on the host's current digestive capability. Main ingredient: pink fan fruit effects. Host beauty, 5,000. Wisdom, 10. Introduction. Humanity only learns to appreciate the mundane and unremarkable years when faced with loss, pausing to reflect on the true value of what they once possessed. Redemption price, 500,000 beauty point system. Are you certain you are not jesting? It seems these items are beyond my reach. Host, dear sister. This system would never barter you away. These items are solely prepared to transform you into the most beautiful being in the world. Thus, even in the face of formidable challenges, you must persevere without hesitation. System, I am not swayed by such platitudes. I can recite motivational phrases too. If I stumble, I shall remain where I fell. I shall go on strike. In consideration of the host's begrudging acceptance of this system, a special lottery event is initiated. Requiring neither 999 points nor the sacrifice of possessions, merely a hint of beauty points is needed for a single spin. As this is the host's inaugural use, a complimentary chance to spin is granted. A grand wheel with 100 segments materializes before Jinmei. Except for one segment marked random dessert, all others are denoted by system. Why are all the segments on the wheel marked with question marks? Host, dear sister, filling the wheel with question marks enhances its air of mystery. Once you make the transition, you will truly comprehend what it is. With a sense of bewilderment, Jinmei pushed the wheel. She had always despised the wheel, having failed to land on numerous desirable systems, yet it had chosen the Scorpion beauty system for her, rendering her experience akin to having no system at all. As expected, the wheel came to a halt on 3 question marks. A brilliant light flashed, and gazing at the golden glow, Jinmei felt a surge of fortune. Oh my! Jinmei has finally experienced a stroke of luck, and astonishingly, she had drawn a golden prize. However, as the light faded, her anger surged. What? It was merely a thank you for your patronage? Why did the thank you for your patronage effect look so exquisite, glittering with gold? Congratulations, host sister. You have obtained a golden thank you for your patronage one, which has been added to your backpack. Jinmei's mood was akin to a roller coaster, oscillating between elation and despair, especially upon seeing that shimmering thank you for your patronage in the system warehouse. Alas, why is it called the beauty system when it should be dubbed the prankster system? It is far too unfair. Oh no, it is excessively tormenting the Scorpion. Oh sister, this system does not engage in pranks, nor does it target scorpions. It is merely your good fortune that led to this draw. and the system does not offer returns or exchanges. Junmei felt as though she had boarded a treacherous vessel. With a deep sigh, she clicked on the glittering "Thank you for your patronage." Congratulations, host. You have activated the golden "Thank you for your patronage," triggering the golden effect, and you have received tenfold items. Congratulations, host sister. You have obtained Gene Fruit 10, which has been added to your backpack. It truly is a golden effect. Regrettably, it is merely a genetic fruit. Although Junmei expressed her complaints, she was still quite content with the 10 genetic fruits. After all, they were obtained without cost. Long live free benefits. Boss, you seem lost in thought again. What does free benefits mean? Once Bai left the hospital room, he rushed to find Junmei, feeling an immense sense of responsibility as her translator, believing he must always be by her side. When did you arrive? What is that smell? Oh no, my roasted insects. Junmei hurriedly retrieved the 20 portions of high-temperature roasted insects, relieved that they were not overly charred and might still be edible, perhaps. Boss, why have you been so absent-minded lately? Look, the roasted insects are burnt. What a shame to waste 20 portions of food. We cannot allow food to be wasted. By the way, has that fellow in the cell awakened? Send these 20 portions to him and see if we can extract some valuable information. Boss, your wisdom is unparalleled. Bai loathed those bandit scorpions deeply. Although his ire was primarily directed at the Scorpion Bandit King, it would still be amusing to irritate his companions. Boss, let me go personally. I am certain I can elicit useful information. Even if you cannot, it is of no consequence. Do not make things difficult for them, nor allow them to starve. We have a wager with the Scorpion Bandit King. Chapter 53. The strongman. After storing the cooked food in a spatial ring, the next task was to oversee the work. Previously, it was the little scorpion who handled the supervision, and Junmei was not fully aware of the villa's progress. Now she could observe it carefully. The villa is conveniently situated near the temporary conference hall, requiring only a short walk to reach it. The framework of the first floor has been repaired, but due to the height of the scorpions reaching half a meter after their third evolution, the originally designed 1-meter-high structure proved inadequate. Consequently, the construction team dismantled part of the previously laid flooring and increased the height, designing the second floor to be 2 meters. This alteration, however, presented numerous challenges. Fortunately, when Junmei initially designed the residence, she opted for a larger cross-sectional area, which meant that other areas of the first floor did not require demolition. Lacking steel reinforcements, the scorpions resorted to shaping cement to resemble rebar and laid it in place. Fortunately, the dungeon was abundant in stones, which the scorpions fashioned into capstones to support the mixed cement pillars, while also laying down a considerable amount of gravel pathways. Nonetheless, various issues arose during the construction of the second floor. The materials they possessed lacked sufficient thickness and hardness. Cement was overly cumbersome as a substitute, while straw proved to be too unsafe, compounded by the absence of wood. As a result, many of their supports were replaced with cement, which was not only difficult to transport, but also posed safety concerns. The problem was elegantly resolved once Junmei devised the compressor. By mixing straw with cement, they could create exceptionally sturdy boards capable of replacing all the unstable cement pillars. Although this increased the workload, it significantly enhanced safety. The new layout of the second floor has since been completed. On the construction site, the scorpions employed specially crafted ropes to bind the straw bricks mixed with cement, using sheer strength to hoist them up to the second level. For the mutated scorpions, lifting a single brick is not a strenuous task. However, after numerous repetitions, they too become fatigued. Junmei, observing the construction team drenched in sweat, felt a twinge of compassion. Everyone, take a break. I have brought you energy water and food. She had prepared roasted high-temperature insects and moisture-rich energy blocks, placing them on a ready cart, hoping to provide them with sustenance to replenish their strength. Upon receiving Junmei's command to rest, the team leader had no choice but to instruct the scorpions to cease their work and allow them to dine early. The boss actually transported so much food by herself. She is too kind to us. Congratulations to the host for receiving heartfelt praise from Scorpion Sieiwu, resulting in an increase of 0.002 in beauty points. Congratulations to the host for receiving heartfelt praise from Scorpion Sieiwu, resulting in an increase of 0.003 in beauty points. A series of notifications caused Junmei's points to rise significantly. Not only could they enjoy the food, but they also had the opportunity to rest a little longer. The scorpions were immensely grateful to Junmei. Eat plenty. for I have prepared a substantial amount of roasted insects. If there isn't enough, feel free to come back for more, but please do not waste. How wonderful it is that we can enjoy more delicious roasted insects. The boss is magnificent. She is so generous, allowing us to rest and offering us extra servings. It is truly touching. Congratulations to the host for receiving heartfelt praise from Scorpion Xiaoyu Wu, resulting in an increase of 0.003 in beauty points. Congratulations to the host for receiving heartfelt praise from Scorpion Xiaoyu, resulting in an increase of 0.002 in beauty points. Zhen Meili successfully garnered 2 waves of gratitude, gradually increasing her meager points. Captain, I have a suggestion, she called over the construction team leader. You see, they are laboriously lifting bricks with brute force, which is both exhausting and inefficient. I have devised a method to facilitate the moving of bricks more effortlessly. With that, Zhen Meili procured a piece of compressed wood, skillfully cutting it into 4 oddly shaped cylinders along with some short wooden planks and hooks for stabilization. Can these truly save us much effort? The captain gazed skeptically at the wooden tools in Zhen Meili's hands. Let us have a competition. I will construct a pulley with these tools, and you can choose 3 of your strongest team members to compete against me in moving the same number of bricks. Who can finish first? But you are the leader. How can you do the labor? The captain initially hesitated, contemplating that although they referred to her as leader, it was merely a sign of respect. They all knew her limitations. As the weakest among them, even a short run would leave her exhausted. However, after a moment's reflection, the captain decided against undermining Zhen Meili's confidence, allowing her to remain a carefree little scorpion. Thus, he altered his response. Do not underestimate me. I possess considerable strength. How about we raise the stakes? If you win, I shall grant you a day off. What do you say? The onlookers, eager to witness the spectacle, erupted at the prospect of a day off. Leader, you said it. We shall not go easy on you. The crowd of scorpions cheered. Go away. How can the boss do heavy work at such a young age? Stop making a fuss. The captain certainly does not wish for Zhen Meili to get injured due to this competition. She is the backbone of the entire team. Are you afraid to compete? Are you fearful of losing to me? Worry not. If you happen to lose, I assure you, I shall not mock you. Zhen Meili employed a provocation tactic, causing the scorpions to become restless. Their leader, a formidable female scorpion, looked down upon these brawny men. Let us compete then. The captain has entrusted me with this task. No need for 3. I alone can surpass you. Are you capable, or shall I take the lead? Boss, I shall grant you 10 minutes. The construction team's atmosphere grew lively. The captain, unable to withstand the pressure, reluctantly agreed. However, for safety's sake, he decided to assist Zhen Meili personally, planning to discreetly lend her a hand. It's settled then, you 3 against me. Let us see who can move more bricks in 20 minutes. Zhen Meili secured the pulley, wrapping the rope around a slender cylindrical object, and then secured it on the 2nd floor. Boss, are you certain you will just be standing below and pulling? This is a height of 2 meters. Are you really not coming to the 2nd floor to lift the bricks? Shall we send a scorpion up for you? No need for that. But do remember not to cry if you lose. Hee. Zhen Meili would not go easy on them. The captain stood as the referee on the freshly repaired 2nd floor. The competition commenced. Zhen Meili tugged on one end of the rope, causing the 4 pulleys to rotate, gradually lifting the bricks from the basket, which were swiftly transported to the rooftop. Due to the pulley system, Zhen Meili effortlessly completed the transportation of the first basket of bricks. Hurry up, I will be moving 4 times the amount of bricks shortly. The 3 scorpions on the 2nd floor continued to watch the spectacle, showing no inclination to intervene. They intended to grant Zhen Meili some leeway. After all, it would be unbecoming for 3 older scorpions to bully their weaker counterpart. Boss, that's 4 times the grass bricks. I can barely move them. Are you sure you want to give it a try? The captain gazed at Zhen Meili with concern. Without offering an explanation, Zhen Meili tugged on the rope. Not bad. She could manage it. Under the watchful eyes of all the scorpions, Zhen Meili effortlessly lifted the quadrupled load of bricks. Boss, are you pretending not to be able to run? You must be a powerhouse, right? Chapter 54, The Assembly Line Factory. Stop staring. If we lose to the boss, we'll be humiliated. Upon witnessing Zhen Meili lift 4 times the grass bricks, the scorpions who had once mocked her fell silent, realizing that she was playing the role of the underestimated. With a rhythmic heave-ho, they felt as though they had never exerted themselves so vigorously. Let us go? Let us go, let us go? The scorpions waved their flags in encouragement. What had begun as a mundane competition transformed into an intense contest. The three scorpions were drenched in sweat, driven not by glory or faith, but by the desire to avoid a humiliating defeat. Junmei, however, did not increase the number of grass bricks. It was not due to a lack of strength, but rather because she sensed that the quadrupled load was already at its limit. Adding more would risk the fragile wooden structure failing under the pressure. Time's up. At the captain's command, both sides came to a halt. During the 20-minute span, Junmei managed to transport a total of 608 grass bricks, while the trio of scorpions moved only 588 bricks. Junmei narrowly triumphed, primarily because she initially completed one more trip than the three scorpions. Although the pulley system proved to be exceptionally useful, each time Junmei transported a brick, she had to pull twice as much rope, for the pulley merely alleviated the effort required. This resulted in significant fatigue for Junmei, leaving her utterly exhausted and unable to continue. Had she known, she would not have wagered on the 20 minutes. It nearly wore her out. The three burly men were filled with regret, realizing that had they not allowed Junmei to take the lead from the start, victory would have been theirs. Now, utterly spent and still defeated, they conceded, "Boss, you are truly formidable. We admit our defeat." The three scorpions collapsed onto the ground, devoid of any strength to continue working. "Today, you shall have a half day off, as the bricks have nearly all been moved. It's just in time for the captain to handle some pulley work. We shall resume tomorrow. Long live the boss." Upon issuing the command, Junmei was met with jubilant cheers from the scorpions, who doesn't relish a moment of respite. Congratulations to the host, for she has received heartfelt praises from Scorpion Xiaoyi Wu, earning 0.003 beauty points. Congratulations to the host, for she has also garnered sincere commendations from Scorpion Xiaojiu, adding 0.002 beauty points to her tally. With yet another wave of blessings, Junmei felt a deep sense of satisfaction. At this pace, she was confident that she would soon accumulate enough beauty points. However, her role as the overseer could be deemed a resounding failure, given that the entire team had been granted half a day off. The next task at hand involves the fabrication of props. Previously, the props were constructed from fodder, which proved to be ephemeral in nature, deteriorating after a single use. Consequently, it is imperative to produce a substantial quantity of props daily to meet the demands of the team. Within the makeshift factory, there are a total of 10 scorpions in the engineering team, and it is evident that there is a shortage of manpower. Yet, at this moment, they appear remarkably leisurely. Are you all idling away? The construction team leader, witnessing the majority of the scorpions lounging idly around the factory while only 3 exert themselves in labor, is filled with frustration. "Boss, Captain C.S. Sanlu, we are not being lazy, as we only have one machine. We must wait until all the compressed materials are produced before we can commence our work." The scorpion, feeling unjustly accused, guided Junmei and Captain C.S. Sanlu into the factory. "Boss, Captain, look, we have completed the props, and they are all neatly stacked over there." A few scattered tools are piled in a corner of the factory's storage area. While not abundant, they indeed indicate that work has been accomplished. "Wait a moment. You will need to collect materials from me shortly. We are taking turns." The guiding scorpion approached the engineering team leader, revealing that the compressor had already produced the necessary parts, now stacked to the side. The final material required is compressed grass stalks, which necessitate a mixture of weed stems, lime powder, and water in a ratio of 3:1:1. Quickly bring over the water and the grass stems. Under the direction of the construction team leader, Xie Ilio, 2 scorpions frantically selected materials. After much effort, they managed to separate the grass stems, and then, using a rudimentary scale, weighed them to ascertain the proportions. Once determined, they poured the materials into the compressor. The machine operated with remarkable speed, and soon, one end of a compressed grass stem emerged from the outlet. One scorpion swiftly grasped the end and pulled the lengthy stem out. At last, all the materials required for the construction cart were assembled. They were ready for transport. The little scorpion quickly collected the materials, as it was time to commence work, for assembling a construction cart would take a considerable amount of time. "Boss, what brings you here?" "Oh, nothing much. I merely came to observe how you work." "Please, continue." Junmei did not interrupt them, but instead wished to witness their labor. However, with one material missing, they had to start the entire process anew. The leader began instructing the other 2 scorpions to expedite the preparation of the next batch of materials. The trio spent a considerable amount of time gathering supplies, as each material required various components, each with distinct raw materials and differing compression ratios. The three scorpions were engaged in a continuous cycle of weighing, separating, and mixing materials. And during their labor, the machine remained idle, resulting in a significant waste of time. Furthermore, each time they completed a part and transitioned to another. It was fortunate that the construction team leader had a sharp memory to recall the formula. Otherwise, such constant switching would surely lead to chaos. Now I truly understand why your work efficiency is so sluggish. Junmei, upon observing their working methods, could not help but exclaim in exasperation. Look, you possess 10 scorpions, 6 of whom are idly waiting for materials. Why not enlist their assistance in distributing the supplies? Such manpower is being squandered. Call them over. I shall reorganize the distribution. Your current rate of preparation is far too sluggish. The 10 scorpions were summoned, encircling Junmei as they attentively listened to her instructions. Listen closely. I shall introduce you to a method known as assembly line. My approach draws inspiration from the assembly line operations of factories in my previous life, wherein all components are produced in a decentralized manner, systematically disassembling the process. At the conclusion of this sequence, a product is completed. This is the swiftest means of mass production. Under Junmei's guidance, 3 scorpions were assigned to transport materials, 3 were tasked with separating the necessary raw ingredients, another 3 undertook weighing, and 1 scorpion was designated to feed the materials into the machine. Throughout this procedure, the compressor remained operational, producing components in batches, thus maximizing both human and material resources. Junmei's inaugural assembly line factory was officially launched. Chapter 55. The Doctor Awakens. The efficacy of the assembly line factory soon became evident. Previously, the production of 10 construction carts required an entire morning. However, now, in a mere half hour, the components for 10 carts were completed. Boss, this method is exceptionally effective. By adhering to this system, not only can we expedite preparations for the construction site, but the training for the combat team can also be swiftly organized. Boss, await my good news. Ilio, the leader of the engineering team, expressed his excitement with a promise. You needn't work incessantly. Come over and have something to eat. I've brought your meals. Once you've filled your stomachs, you can resume your tasks. Junmei retrieved the food from her cart and distributed it among the scorpions. Indeed, the scorpions quickly developed feelings of gratitude and appreciation for Junmei's decision to grant them an early respite. Congratulations to the host sister for earning the heartfelt gratitude of Scorpion Ilio, gaining a beauty score of 0.004. Congratulations to the host sister for earning the heartfelt gratitude of Scorpion Siwu, gaining a beauty score of 0.002. Congratulations to the host sister for earning the heartfelt gratitude of Scorpion Siwu, gaining a beauty score of 0.002. Junmei once again experienced a surge in her beauty score. Boss, trouble is brewing. The mechanical dog has awakened. Bai hurried over, having been engrossed in the interrogation. Suddenly, he heard the mechanical dog begin to unleash its wrath. No, it was more accurate to say it was cursing the scorpions. You pitiful little pests have dared to ruin my universal toolbox. I shall not let this go unpunished. The mechanical dog roared in a frenzy, causing Bai to lose interest in interrogating Scorpion Dao Wu. He realized he must promptly inform Junmei about the mechanical dog's awakening. The mechanical dog had inflicted considerable damage on their team, especially during the battle with the slime robot, which had deeply impressed upon the scorpions the reality of their own frailty. Consequently, the mechanical dog had become a figure of considerable danger in the minds of the scorpions. I'm on my way. Junmei was acutely aware that the lives of her group of scorpions were entirely in the hands of the puppeteer behind the mechanical dog. From the confiscated props alone, she could deduce that the operator wielded considerable influence. If matters were mismanaged, she was certain that the ordeal experienced by Xiaoyao would tragically replay within their confines, and likely at an even earlier juncture. When we encounter the little dog, be sure not to mock it, nor provoke its ire. We must treat it as an esteemed guest. Do you understand? She dismissed further explanations, urging haste. Junmei chose to navigate the situation step by step. After the doctor logged off, he was promptly summoned by the city lord for a meeting, which, aside from work-related discussions, also included a session of reprimand. News of the doctor's 2-day escapade in virtual reality rapidly circulated among the soldiers, transforming from a mere pastime into a source of demoralization, and ultimately, a waste of their lives that hindered experimental progress. Rumors soon morphed, and the city lord, Xiaoyan, inevitably caught wind of them. His dissatisfaction was palpable, as numerous experimental tasks remained unfinished, particularly concerning a batch of test subjects apprehended days prior, which the doctor had yet to address. The doctor had squandered precious time indulging in games instead. Consequently, upon awakening, he was summoned by the city lord for a heart-to-heart, the essence of which revolved around admonishing him to eschew distractions and focus on his work, while disregarding the unfounded gossip. The doctor, however, was disinclined to elaborate, allowing the words to pass through one ear and out the other. Nevertheless, he remained confident that the traps he had set would ensnare the scorpions and facilitate the rescue of the little scorpion, thus not overly concerning himself with the situation. By the time the meeting concluded, it was already quite late. Coupled with the fact that the doctor had to address a backlog of work, the night swiftly slipped away. However, he was perplexed as to why he had failed. Not only had he transformed the versatile toolbox into the form of a slime monster, but he had also integrated the evasion chip from the mechanical dog into the core of the toolbox, allowing it to shift locations upon being attacked. Logically, the swarm of scorpions should not have been able to locate the core of the slime monster. Yet the truth was undeniable. His slime robot had been destroyed, and with it, the versatile toolbox was also rendered inoperative. As the toolbox lacked a camera, the doctor was unaware of the events that had transpired. To unravel the mystery and ascertain the condition of his experimental subject, the scorpion, he resolved to enter the gaming pod. However, upon opening his eyes, he discovered himself bound tightly, with even his mechanical arm restrained. Clearly, these scorpions had uncovered his hiding place. This infuriated the doctor, a distinguished PhD in biology. He found it humiliating to repeatedly be bested by a pack of second-stage mutated scorpions. The thought of such a humiliation becoming public knowledge was unbearable, especially after receiving a scathing reprimand from the city lord. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Seeking an outlet for his frustration, he realized that venting outside was not an option, as he did not wish to tarnish his reputation. Thus, berating these inferior mutated scorpions seemed a fitting means of release. Unfortunately for him, he did not inhabit the world of Jeune Meili, where insults were plentiful. Coupled with his advanced education, the doctor struggled for quite some time, but could not muster a single unpleasant curse. You wretched scorpions, the detritus of the food chain. I hold no desire to dissect your pathetic forms. Your mere act of guarding me is the pinnacle of your existence. You cold-blooded beasts, release me at once, or you shall face dire consequences. Boss, that mechanical dog is confined right there. Before even reaching the door, Jeune Meili was met with the familiar sound of vitriol, a distinctly recognizable synthetic voice. Release me, you foul insects. Worthless vermin. Jeune Meili and the little scorpion arrived at the doctor's cell. A rudimentary cross made of straw bound the doctor, with the very chains of his own making ensnaring him. Little pup, do temper your ferocity. If you wish for our mercy, simply divulge the method to cure the little scorpion, and I shall grant you your freedom. No way. It is my quarry. Had I the time, I would have dispatched someone to capture it long ago. Tell me, how is the little scorpion faring? Is it once again blind and deaf? The little scorpion is quite well, but why do you wish to capture it? It is merely a foolish creature, barely a month old. Have you misjudged its worth? Foolish? It is a prodigy. Do you not understand? To evolve to the third tier in merely half a month, and to do so with such perfection. This is a talent that is exceedingly rare. The doctor believed that while these little scorpions might question their own capabilities, they must never dare to doubt his discernment. Such an affront would be intolerable. Chapter 56. Biological Hierarchy. Is the little scorpion truly that formidable? Do you intend to capture it and transform it into the grotesque form of the scorpion thief confined in the neighboring cell? Jeune Meili continued to probe, fully aware of the exceptional talent possessed by the little scorpion. How could that be? Those mechanical scorpions were merely enhanced through pharmacological means. They could never be compared to a prodigy like the little scorpion. I only equipped them with mechanical enhancements to avoid embarrassment. As for the little scorpion, I am determined to cultivate it into the legendary disaster beast, a sovereign that gazes down upon the world. The doctor's mechanical dog held its head high, driven mad by the grandeur and marvel of his transformation plans. What is a disaster beast? Is it truly that extraordinary? Jeune Meili suddenly found herself intrigued. She had only heard of dominant creatures from Scorpion Mother, yet the term disaster beast was unfamiliar to her. This was the perfect opportunity to extract information from the mechanical dog. Allow me to enlighten you, you feeble and uninformed little scorpions. There are two types. One is ravaged by the toxins of the apocalypse, becoming exceedingly ferocious. They possess immense combat prowess but have lost their sanity, existing merely as powerful beasts. The other type comprises beings immune to the apocalypse toxins, which includes your kind. Their most distinguishing features are their advanced evolutionary state and intelligence. Moreover, they possess a most apparent trait. They are edible, not only delectable, but also highly nutritious. Jinmei asserted her charm, declaring that she was certainly not meant to be consumed. Mutant organisms in this world are categorized into tiers ranging from 1 to 10, each echelon representing a significant leap in power. Ascending a tier bestows upon them extraordinary abilities. It is precisely due to your remarkable nature that we can find and study you. However, these tiers are merely indicative, as many creatures possess vulnerabilities. Discovering these weaknesses makes overcoming higher-ranked opponents a plausible feat. For instance, you exploited the vulnerability in the legs of the Tier 5 Scorpionic Marauder, disabling its leg components and ultimately prevailing. Jinmei stated that she was unaware at the time. The subsequent classification is overlord organisms, mutant beings that have transcended the boundaries of life. Only a select few organisms can overcome life's limitations and attain overlord status. They can emerge from any tier through mutation, meaning that even a Tier 1 mutant organism, given the right opportunity and inherent talent, can evolve into an overlord. Conversely, without sufficient aptitude, even a Tier 10 organism will be unable to advance. Upon mutation, their power surges dramatically, and when they reach a certain stage of development, a single overlord can pose a threat to an entire city. Their ranks are divided into 4 stages: neonate, adolescent, prime, and apex, each presenting an escalating degree of peril. Beyond overlord organisms lie the calamity beasts. These are overlord-level creatures that have either matured over millennia, or perhaps even tens of millennia, or have acquired certain rare and potent treasures. When the moment is ripe, they metamorphose into calamity beasts, monstrous entities capable of unleashing devastation upon an entire nation. However, they are not the mightiest beings. There exist species known as star beasts, capable of devouring an entire planet in a single gulp, terrifying creatures that have lived for millennia. Furthermore, the legendary figure known as Cho Tion once proclaimed that star beasts are merely the beginning. The scorpions listened in rapt attention, astonished that they could evolve into such formidable entities. Good heavens, are you deceiving us? If the little scorpions transform into monsters, won't humanity face extinction? They are referred to as disaster beasts, not monsters. We humans are not easy prey. There are many among us who can vanquish such beings. Incredible. Humans can truly be this formidable. I ponder why I am sharing so much with these wretched creatures. My frustration is overwhelming. I have no time to spare, as I am burdened with numerous tasks. Thus, time is of the essence. Release me at once and take me to meet the little scorpion. The mechanical dog's words instilled a flicker of unease in Jinmei. What was inevitable had finally arrived. What do you intend to do? This is not a place you can enter or exit at will. Though you boast with great skill, remember that you are currently our prisoner. Xiaobai held little regard for this self-important mechanical dog and retorted sharply. Do not speak carelessly. Jinmei glared at it. Do you not see that I am currently suffering from a headache? Who do you think you are? This dungeon falls under my jurisdiction. I am more than capable of leaving. What do you intend to do with my master? I care not for your malicious intentions. You must first get past me. Jinmei, upon witnessing the irritable demeanor of Xiaobai, found herself beset by a headache. Her admiration for Xiaobai stemmed from his unique and extraordinary ability known as loyalty, which, while lacking practical utility, instilled unwavering allegiance towards those he deemed worthy. Who wouldn't cherish a devoted subordinate? This very trait was a significant factor in Jinmei's decision to bring him to the base without undergoing a thorough evaluation. However, the predicament arose when someone threatened his mentor, causing this characteristic to manifest, much to Jinmei's dismay. The adversary is likely a formidable figure. Please do not exhibit blind loyalty. Little Scorpion is your mentor? Allow me to inform you. If Little Scorpion does not extract those few needles soon, he will indeed become a genuine blind and deaf individual. I certainly do not wish for any harm to come to the specimen. The doctor, unfazed, acknowledged his overwhelming workload. With Little Scorpion having already lost a significant limb and on the verge of becoming blind and deaf, how could he possibly showcase him in the future? How am I to ascertain the truth of your words? You are a deceitful individual who refuses to accept defeat. Xiaobai harbored no fondness for the doctor. No. I choose to believe. Jinmei intervened, pulling Xiaobai aside. If I am not mistaken, you are not the direct overseer of these cells. I surmise you are a scientist who also dabbles in biology. Oh, how did you discern that I am a scientist and a biologist? What leads you to such a conclusion? Firstly, your ability to effortlessly repair most machinery, particularly that versatile toolbox, suggests that you may indeed be a scientist. Moreover, based on my observations, it appears that you can comprehend our conversation without the need for translation. And your thorough understanding of mutated scorpions leads me to confidently assert that you are indeed a biologist. As for how I became acquainted with these two names, it was relayed to me by Scorpion Mother. If you doubt this, feel free to inquire. Jin Meili deflected the responsibility onto Scorpion Mother. Knowing it could not be investigated further, I must admit, your intelligence is rather impressive. Thus, I wish to discuss a matter with you. The doctor has long recognized Jin Meili's uniqueness, yet she has failed to meet expectations. Despite her high intelligence, her capabilities are considerably lacking, making her cultivation a poor investment, less favorable than that of Xiaobai, leading the doctor to hold little hope for her. Chapter 57. Acupuncture. Why should I assist you? What aid can I provide? What benefits shall I gain? Jin Meili concluded that rather than engage in a drawn-out negotiation with this doctor, it would be more prudent to lay her cards on the table. From the doctor's demeanor, she had ascertained that there was no intention to exterminate them in this experimental zone, nor did he currently have the time to capture the young scorpions, which allowed her to relax. My time is precious. I may not have the opportunity to rescue the young scorpions, so I shall directly divulge the method for their salvation. However, you must agree to one condition. The advantage lies in the method for rescuing the young scorpions, a coveted treasure that others would seek in vain. Very well. Come forth, Scorpion, and release the doctor's restraints. Treat him with utmost hospitality. Upon uttering these words, Jin Meili suddenly felt an innate potential for banditry awakening within her. Perhaps in the future, she might consider a life of brigandage. The chains were unfastened, and the young dog was swiftly liberated. The doctor maintained his lofty demeanor throughout the exchange. Pray do not address me as Doctor, as it is rather uncouth and reminiscent of an insult. Remember that my surname is Jia. Pseudo-doctor? That cannot be, as you are indeed a genuine Ph.D. The doctor remained silent, though his heart was at peace. After all, from his youth, he had grown accustomed to being addressed as Student Jia, Teacher Jia, Bachelor Jia, Master Jia, and Dr. Jia. Would it not be improper to incur a debt and then default on it? Jin Meili avowed that she was by no means a person who reneged on her word. I am a debt-dodging scorpion, not a human. Once little Scorpion is rescued, I shall disregard you. He assured her that she would consent, as little Scorpion had been blind for nearly 24 hours. Due to the passage of time, its blood vessels had become obstructed. Consequently, she must master what he taught her and endeavor to rescue it as soon as possible. Dr. Jia retrieved an ivory needle from the canine's maw and presented it to Jin Meili. This was a tooth from a mutated elephant of the far north. As it dwelled in the perpetually frozen polar regions, its ivory, subjected to the frigid, icy winds, possessed an inherent chill. An ivory needle fashioned from its tusk could effectively transmit medication into a creature's bloodstream and possessed inherent antiseptic properties. Provided it remained intact, it would not cause infection. This item was exceedingly rare. He possessed but one. This ivory needle had originally been intended to save Scorpion Thief V, but now it was benefiting her. It was a yellowish, jade-like needle. The ivory needle's head featured a reservoir containing a transparent liquid. At a cursory glance, it appeared unremarkable, merely a slender silver needle. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover a myriad of intricate microchannels. The seamless design combined with the silky texture of ivory allows for the liquid to be infused into the organism without a trace. The design ensures that the medicinal fluid can flow out without the possibility of reverse entry, effectively preventing any risk of infection. It is important to remember that only a small amount of liquid needs to be injected each time, and this needle must be carefully safeguarded. Wait a moment. I will print the entire text of biological acupuncture technique for you. Today, Jin Meili was truly astonished. This dog could actually print. A canine printer. The mechanical dog swallowed some weeds and, unbeknownst to it, performed numerous operations within its body, eventually spitting out small green slips of paper. What is there to look at? This dog was previously taking up too much space, so I made some modifications. Its original function was to print. Why the fuss? Jin Meili was speechless. If its inventor knew that their creation had been whimsically altered by a doctor, transforming a sophisticated bionic robot into a mere printer, they would surely be mortified. After the cards were printed, Dr. Jia suddenly took action. utilizing Chinese characters for printing. How could the scorpion recognize them? It was a pity that my meticulously summarized acupuncture methods were first seen by a scorpion. Zhen Meili took the card and was astonished by the dense array of characters. My goodness, this must contain around 120,000 words. How overwhelming. Wait a moment. I will give you an illustration for your own study. Hold on. What are you doing? The illustration was not yet fully printed when the mechanical dog drooped its head and powered down, abruptly disconnecting the doctor. The City Lord's men came to retrieve the Doctor's gaming pod. Boss, is it possible that the puppy has an upset stomach and then crashed? Xiaobai pointed at the green residue expelled by the puppy. Zhen Meili wished to avoid an explanation. The printer, after processing the fibers from the weeds, discharged the remnants, which Xiaobai mistakenly believed to be a sign of the puppy's distress. After removing half a sheet of blueprints, Zhen Meili promptly commanded Xiaobai to resecure the puppy. Isn't this inappropriate, boss? Didn't you say you would let it go? It was indeed released, but I have captured it again for the offense of indiscriminate elimination. Xiaobai remained silent. With only half a blueprint in hand, Zhen Meili faced a formidable challenge in treating the little scorpion. The 8 methods of acupuncture include regulation, unblocking, guiding, resolution, warming, seizing, supplementation, and draining. The first article on acupuncture states, yang deficiency requires qi supplementation. If qi is deficient, it must be drawn forth. If the blood is abundant, it must be resolved. Zhen Meili gazed at these words, her mind racing. Could a scorpion of her modest intellect truly retain this knowledge? System, please come to the aid of this unfortunate little scorpion. I cannot bear to watch any longer. Sob, sob, sob. Dear host, this system is more than willing to assist you with your difficulties. Simply imprint this knowledge in your mind, and you shall master it instantly. However, based on your cognitive capacity, there is an 80% chance you will end up as a fool. Why is that? Because forcibly imparting knowledge may damage the memory region of the host, resulting in a transformation into an entirely different person, most likely a fool. Thus, self-study is highly recommended. Rest assured, dear host, that the explanations provided are exceedingly thorough. Should any doubts arise, you may consult this system. As long as you refrain from eating or drinking and dedicate 3 months to your studies, you will completely master the knowledge contained herein. At this moment, Zhen Meili yearns to cry out, I do not wish to study. I long to indulge in leisure. Can this half-image of the system save little scorpion? It is worth a try, though it may only remedy little scorpion's ears, thereby restoring its hearing. Zhen Meili believes that as long as little scorpion's hearing is restored, she can engage in leisure without concern, though, alas, she must also study, for the scorpion's life is fraught with hardship. Chapter 58. The Love of Little Scorpion Wonderful. You have finally ceased to have a fever. Little Scorpion was elated, akin to a child. Indeed, it is merely a child. Setting down the strip of cloth in its pincers, it felt a slight ache from the exertion, unaware of how many times it had changed the cloth. Once the tension subsided, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over it, compounded by the fact that it had not eaten. Little Scorpion felt exhausted, drowsy, and hungry, yet it refrained from touching the 2 plates of its favorite high-temperature roasted insects by Xiaoya's bedside. After confirming once more that Xiaoya no longer had a fever, Little Scorpion's anxious heart finally found solace. Before long, it curled up on the floor beside Xiaoya's bed and fell asleep. Standing, Little Scorpion measured half a meter in height. And even when lying down, it remained slightly taller than the sickbed. The size difference was still quite pronounced. Meanwhile, Xiaoya, who lay on the sickbed, had already awoken. Though her body was too frail to exert much strength, she gazed at the azure scorpion sleeping beside her and sighed. She was both unfortunate and fortunate. In the experimental zone where she once resided, only a handful of elder siblings had shown her kindness. Tragically, they chose to confront the adversities in order to secure their own escape. Consequently, she lost her family and her home. However, those misfortunes have now faded into the past. To comfort her, the little scorpion incessantly narrated stories, albeit they were not particularly enchanting, merely tales of daily toil and life. Yet, this gesture deeply moved Xiaoya, evoking a sentiment distinct from familial affection. Nevertheless, Xiaoya harbored no desire for the little scorpion to develop feelings for her. After all, she was merely a second-tier mutated scorpion, with half of her lifespan already behind her, and her appearance was rather ordinary. She felt unworthy, believing that the little scorpion deserved a brighter future. With great effort, Xiaoya rose and spread the grass mat beneath the little scorpion, understanding that even cold-blooded creatures fear the chill. Her stomach rumbled. It had been a long time since she last ate. Upon noticing two exquisitely presented high-temperature roasted insects beside her sickbed, warmth filled her heart. For she knew the little scorpion must have given her its portion. Xiaoya took one and tasted it. What is this? How can it be so delicious? Her manner of eating was far from graceful. It could be described as ravenous. For having endured calamities, solitude, and illness, maintaining decorum was a challenge even for humans, let alone for a scorpion. Unable to resist, she consumed both portions of the roasted insects. Originally, she had intended to save one for the little scorpion, but her hunger overwhelmed her, and the high-temperature roasted insects were simply too delectable. It was only as she finished that she realized she had eaten them both. Overcome with guilt for having devoured the little scorpion's share, she cast an apologetic glance towards it. At first, she was solely focused on leading the way, unaware that the third-tier little scorpion possessed an unexpectedly charming appearance. Its slender form and dignified visage resembled that of a sword-wielding general. As she gazed, she found herself entranced. The little scorpion, in its second tier, had not been particularly appealing. However, due to a unique advancement method, its beauty had surged to an impressive 30. Marking a remarkable transformation akin to that of an ugly duckling blossoming into a graceful swan. Thoughts during the day haunted her dreams at night. The little scorpion, restless in slumber, occasionally murmured for Zhenmeili to come to its aid. Deprived of hearing, the little scorpion was oblivious to Xiaoya's name. Yet everyone knew precisely who the her was that the scorpion referred to. The little scorpion's sleep-talking elicited a mix of joy and sorrow in the ailing Xiaoya. Her heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. "Boss, hurry up. We are almost at the ward." A voice from outside the door interrupted Xiaoya's reverie. She quickly shut her eyes, feigning that nothing had transpired. The speaker was, of course, Xie Bai, who, upon learning that Zhenmeili had a method to save his master, felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Zhenmeili, exasperated, sensed the escalating effects of Xie Bai's ability loyalty. I understand. Two scorpions entered the ward, and seeing the larger and smaller scorpions resting, they hesitated to intrude. You actually allowed the little scorpion to tend to the patient? What were you thinking? It is blind. What if it inadvertently harms Xiaoya? Boss, didn't you ask me to find a spare scorpion? Well, Master is the only one available. Nonetheless, don't worry, boss. Master can resolve issues even with his eyes closed. Zhenmeili found the phrase somewhat familiar, reminiscent of the moments when she boasted to Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia, is this such a simple task that you cannot manage? I could accomplish it even with my eyes closed. Zhenmeili could not recall the circumstances under which she had admonished Xiaoxia, yet the boasting lingered in her memory. From now on, you must not emulate your master's arrogance. However, the master was not merely boasting. He had indeed succeeded in his endeavors. He had assisted Xiaoya in changing her bandages with his eyes shut. Zhenmeili was at a loss for words. Indeed, she was the one engaging in boastful talk. Carefully extracting the ivory needle, Dr. Jia had emphasized the necessity of meticulous handling, as its structure was exceptionally intricate. Damaging it would render it utterly useless. System, what should I do next? According to the tome, host sister, your primary method should be purgation. For acupuncture, select the points of Yifeng, Tinghui, Zhongzhu, and Xiaxi. Insert a needle at each to alleviate blockages, invigorate blood flow, and dispel stasis. Zhenmeili was utterly bewildered. What? Who am I and where am I? In simpler terms, she needed to needle these specific points, adhering strictly to the prescribed sequence and depth as outlined in the text. The system presented an image detailing the various acupuncture points on Xiaoxia. Host sister, you merely need to follow the illustration. Noticing that Xiaoxia was peacefully asleep, Zhenmeili opted not to rouse him and commenced the acupuncture according to the system's guidance. The needle was remarkably sharp, effortlessly piercing through Xiaoxia's skin. If only it could serve as a weapon or a bow and arrow, how splendid that would be. Boss, this is excessively extravagant, isn't it? Did not Dr. Jia mention there was only one? I cannot bear to part with it. I am merely astonished. Do you understand? Under the system's directive, Zhenmeili administered the procedure 6 times before fulfilling the system's requirements. Is that sufficient? Gazing at the punctures on the little scorpion's veins, Xie Bai vowed never to fall ill again, for the prospect of injections is quite terrifying. It should be all right, yet the little scorpion is truly remarkable. Despite enduring so many punctures, it remains unconscious. Of course, part of this is attributable to the icy nature of the ivory needle. But another reason lies in the little scorpion's exhaustion. Having been confined by the doctor for an extended period, wandering throughout the night, and then caring for Xiaoya. It has had no respite. Boss, should we carry it back to the sickbed? After examining Xiaoya's condition, Zhenmeili smiled knowingly. What? What does Sherma mean? Is it more formidable than a master? It's nothing. If you don't understand, refrain from asking. Let us hasten our departure and not linger as unwelcome guests. Zhenmeili pulled Xie Bai away, leaving behind the bashful Xiaoya and the peacefully slumbering little scorpion. Chapter 59. The weight loss plan I cannot manage any longer. Why are there so many tasks today? I am gravely suspicious that the little scorpion has been shirking its duties, as there are issues everywhere. Under Xie Bai's supervision, Zhenmeili has finally completed all her tasks for the day, leaving her utterly exhausted. She has discovered that her team is plagued by various problems, each in need of resolution. The little scorpion's knowledge does not match Zhenmeili's breadth. While it excels in certain areas, such instances are few. In matters where it falters, numerous oversights occur. For instance, the concealment tactics employed by Team B are rather monotonous, merely crouching in the bushes, which leads to their swift discovery, lacking even the basic camouflage attire. The combat team members exhibit a general deficiency in strength. The expansion team currently finds themselves without tasks, among other issues. The most pressing concern among these is the significant misallocation of personnel and the problematic grouping of the Scorpion team. There are insufficient hands where work is required, while there are excessive hands where work is unnecessary. Consequently, Zhenmeili intends to deliberate on a reorganization of the group once Little Scorpion has recovered. The reason for this delay is her desire to refrain from exerting her mental faculties today, as she feels utterly fatigued. Zhenmeili is disinclined to ponder over much. Everything will be addressed once Little Scorpion is back on her feet. As soon as work concludes, she retreats into her makeshift quarters, shutting the door behind her, isolating herself from all. Ah, how I have longed for you, my grand bed. What is this beauty days chart? Zhenmeili opens the envelope, which details the beauty points accumulated today, with a total of 454 expressions of gratitude, yielding a sum of 188 beauty points. The overwhelming tally of over 400 expressions of thanks deeply moves Zhenmeili, not merely because today's beauty points have reached a meager total, but rather due to the heartfelt gratitude received by her modest team of 83 members, which exceeds fivefold. Reflecting on her solitary past as an orphan, Zhenmeili acknowledges her present reality. Although she has transformed into a scorpion, she now possesses more than 80 sincere brothers and sisters. This realization fills her with warmth. And at this moment, Zhenmeili's spirits soar, allowing her to completely forget the weariness of the day. Little Ball, do you envy me? I have so many siblings, and I will surely ensure their safe passage out of the experimental zone. Little Ball, I have siblings too, so what is there to envy? Host sister, shall we conduct the daily physical assessment? The Scorpion Beauty System performs daily evaluations on Zhenmeili to monitor her progress. Yes. Measuring system. Name, Zhenmeili. Host. Age, 18 days. Measurement count, 18. Completed. Weight, 45 kilograms. Overweight, decreased by 0.5 kilograms from yesterday. Height, 0.3 m. Below average. Total length, 1.03 m. Average. Strength, 20. Unchanged. Speed, 20. Unchanged. Intelligence, 120. Average human IQ. Quality, red, white, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple, black. Beauty score, 21. Increased by 1 from yesterday. Skills, pincer attack, tail spike, acupuncture. Not yet mastered. Level up experience, 60134 15,000. Undigested 25. Digested. Surplus energy of 1100 converted to 1 kilogram. Comprehensive evaluation. Weight decreased by 0.5 kilograms from yesterday, with a total weight loss of 1.6 kilograms today. Due to the host sister's elevated status in the eyes of the scorpion, her beauty score is 1. In light of the host's active participation in weight loss, a reward of beauty score 0.1 is granted, with hopes for further diligence. Who would have thought that weight loss could yield rewards? And such a generous one at that. Indeed, dear host sister, while inner beauty holds paramount importance, external beauty is also an indispensable facet. Thus, I have resolved to embark on a weight loss journey. Zhenmeili has, for the third time, firmly decided to shed some pounds. Look at you, little ball. You've become quite round. Eating again. You shall join me tomorrow as we form a dynamic duo for weight loss. We shall surely succeed. for the sake of points and the ability to indulge in delectable cuisines. With a mix of exasperation and determination, Jeune Meili seized the energy bar from the grasp of the little ball, embodying the spirit of one who refuses to let a friend falter in their endeavors. Little ball retorted, "I'm perfectly fine. I have no intention of dieting. I can still eat. If you wish to lose weight, go ahead. I barely weigh under 2 kilograms. Why should I bother?" In truth, Jeune Meili exercises diligently each day and invests considerable time in her weight loss efforts. Despite her relentless attempts, she struggles to metabolize the excess energy consumed, which accumulates over time, ultimately manifesting as additional weight. Consequently, the weight she sheds is merely the result of yesterday's indulgences. In simpler terms, she eats too much and finds herself gaining weight instead of losing it. With her goals set, Jeune Meili reclined comfortably on her bed. All right, the first step in losing weight is to ensure a hearty meal and a good night's sleep. We shall tackle it tomorrow, right, little ball? The little ball nodded in agreement, acknowledging that one must be well fed to have the energy for weight loss. However, a system notification interrupted. "Host sister, there is another crucial task you have yet to complete. You have not yet read Dr. Jia's book Biological Acupuncture Techniques." The system's untimely reminder elicited a groan from Jeune Meili. "I have no desire to read that. It contains a staggering 120,000 words. Yet again, it is the ancient prose. Why must one remind oneself?" Honestly extracting the green booklet, the densely packed characters cause her great distress. Biological acupuncture techniques begins with, "All things are born with spirit, dispersing qi and blood, nourishing the spleen, converging in the cosmos, transforming essence into 361 acupoints. The Tying Lung's 11 acupoints, the Central Palace, Cloud Gate, Heavenly Abode, the most preserved at the White Kyre, the Channel of the Traverse, the Great Abyss, the Fish Ridge, the Thumb's White Flesh, the Resistance Point, and the Lesser Merchant akin to chive leaves." Time spent reading always passes swiftly. An hour later, Jeune Meili drifted into slumber. It was not fatigue that overcame her, but rather the overwhelming abundance of content that rendered her unable to retain it, leading her to succumb to sleep. At the break of dawn the following day, Jeune Meili, with bleary eyes and her little companion, strapped on her weighted gear and commenced their morning practice. The total burden weighed 10 kilograms, an increase of 1 kilogram from the previous day. Today, she was brimming with vitality. "Come on, Jeune Meili, cheer up, little companion. We must shed a kilogram today." Jeune Meili encouraged herself. There was no beautiful sunrise, no melodious birdsong, no fresh air, nor refreshing breeze, only the artificial light akin to yesterday, the slightly taller patches of weeds, and the motivating cheers of her older siblings. "Eldest, you're up for a run again. Are you attempting to lose weight today? Keep it up, we believe in you." Along the way, many onlookers witnessed Jeune Meili's rhythmic strides, their initial confusion evolving into accustomed acceptance. "You all keep it up too." Weighted running is one of the essential training routines for Jeune Meili every morning. Each day, she departs from the base, completing 3 laps around the southern district. The dungeon measures a mere 200 meters in length, so her 3 laps amount to a distance of 2 kilometers, which is still a considerable stretch for the little scorpion. However, today, Jeune Meili has thoughtfully prepared a rope as she runs ahead. A plump little ball rolls behind her on the ground. "Catch up, little ball," it exclaims. The humble little ball can only complain as it rolls along, lamenting that as a spirit beast, it is meant to soar, questioning the utility of running. "Slow down. Didn't you see that large rock?" Chapter 60. Training with stakes. The little ball cries out frantically, unleashing its abilities to fend off the stones along the path. A small azure energy shield materializes before it, albeit only a modest fragment. With this minuscule shield, the little ball manages to survive Jeune Meili's relentless training. After the baptism of genetic fruit, it has learned to project its abilities externally, forming a shield to ward off the stones lining the route, rather than merging with external objects. Jeune Meili discovered yesterday that the little ball's powers had been enhanced, which is why she felt confident tying it up, while also training its newfound abilities. After all, she could not bear the thought of such a charming little ball getting hurt. "Go, big brother." Sanchi leads his team, surpassing Jeune Meili for the second time. They, too, are engaged in training. As one of the subgroups with the fewest injuries in the combat team, they have long since resumed their training routine. Due to the profound remorse stemming from the previous battle, Sanchi felt that the capabilities of his team were woefully inadequate. In a bid to train his comrades, the third squad also engaged in rigorous running exercises. Unlike Jinmei, who bore a modest weight, their burden equaled their own body weight, a staggering 25 kilograms. Watching the swarming scorpions far surpass her, Jinmei seethed with frustration. Why, despite both being scorpions and second-tier mutated creatures, was there such a vast disparity? After 3 laps, breathless and exhausted, Jinmei realized that her additional weight was indeed too much, nearly exhausting her. Siesanchi also halted his training. They had run twice the distance compared to Jinmei, yet their time remained the same. Next time, do not run with me. It's simply infuriating. Jinmei observed them surpassing her lap after lap, perplexed. After all, she was a scorpion with enhancements. Why was she so lackluster? Thus, Jinmei resolved to run alone at her own pace, ensuring she would not be demoralized by their performance. It's not that we are too fast. It's that you are too slow. Even Xia Bai runs faster than you. Jinmei felt as if she had sustained 999 points of damage. I was merely jogging, allowing you all to keep up, a certain scorpion declared nonchalantly. Ha ha. Humph. Do not presume that speed equates to prowess. Let me show you what true skill looks like. Follow me. She led the other scorpions to a grassy area where compressed logs lay stacked. In a moment, I will mark a few spots. And you shall carry these logs and insert them upright into the soil. How deep should we dig, boss? Digging half the length of the compressed wood suffices. Then insert the stick within, ensuring the wood remains steady. This particular plot was carefully selected by Jinmei. The soil is notably rich and devoid of stones, facilitating the excavation. The half-meter wood is buried underground, leaving an equal height above. A firm kick confirms its stability. Standing upon it guarantees no fall. With the diligent efforts of the scorpions, 36 pieces of compressed wood are now embedded in the earth. This quantity shall suffice for the time being. Once you all become more adept, we shall bury the remainder. Jinmei nods in satisfaction. Boss, what purpose do these serve? They seem less practical than the previous scarecrow. These are called plum blossom stakes, excellent for practicing footwork. Legend has it that a human named Zhou pioneered this technique to train in the fabled plum blossom fist. At that time, his martial prowess was unparalleled, having vanquished countless masters from across the land. His formidable skills were honed through this very practice. Though Jinmei's abilities do not match such greatness, she is quite adept at spinning tails, leaving the scorpions in awe. Boss, please teach us how to perform this plum blossom fist. The scorpions gaze at Jinmei with eager, fervent eyes. Rest assured, I shall not teach you. For I am equally unversed in this style. My only expertise lies in the chaotic Wang Ba fist. Jinmei knows little of martial arts, and even if she did, how could she, as a mere scorpion, engage in combat? Upon hearing her admission of ignorance, the scorpions display expressions of disappointment. Although I am not proficient in the plum blossom fist, it is evident that one can grasp the essence of this martial art while practicing on the plum blossom stance. Thus, you may also experience a sudden enlightenment. Observing the leader's demeanor, which conveyed an air of unwavering belief, the scorpions collectively expressed their skepticism. Just kidding. In truth, these plum blossom stands are intended for you to hone your balance. Have you noticed the pile of small wooden sticks and barrels? Jinmei discreetly retrieved wooden barrels, small wooden sticks, a large water barrel filled with water, and an empty large barrel from her spatial ring while you were engaged in your tasks. Placing them on either side of the plum blossom stance. Allow me to demonstrate. Jinmei filled 4 small water buckets with water, grasping a wooden stick with each arm, with a bucket of water at both ends of the sticks. Pay close attention. All you need to do is mimic my movements. Balancing the water as you traverse the plum blossom stands, and then deposit the water into the empty barrel on the opposite side to succeed. Jinmei cautiously stood upon the plum blossom stand, swallowing hard as her long legs seemed somewhat uncooperative, fixated on another stand half a meter away. A twinge of regret washed over her for having volunteered to demonstrate. Watch me. Here I go. With a vigorous leap, Jinmei landed firmly on the adjacent wooden stand. Though water from the barrel splashed onto the ground. Under the watchful gazes of the scorpions, Jinmei felt her cheeks warm with embarrassment. It appeared she would serve as an example of what not to do. With a sigh, she lamented that had she retained her former slender physique, she would have effortlessly traversed the stands. However, the cow was indeed blown away, and Jinmei had no choice but to bravely step over the wooden stake. The water in the barrel had long since evaporated, and one of the barrels was sent flying, landing squarely on the head of a spectator. Have you all comprehended this? The water in the barrel must not be entirely spilled. At the very least, one should retain half a barrel, as that can be deemed a success. You must understand that those humans can manage not to waste a single drop. After witnessing their leader's exceedingly awkward performance, Siasachi felt it was surely child's play. As the team captain, it intended to take the lead and demonstrate its prowess. The first time on the wooden stake, Siasachi felt no anxiety. Rather, it was filled with a hint of excitement. However, the plum blossom stake was far from the simplicity it had imagined. Standing atop the stake, it finally comprehended why Jinmei appeared so uncoordinated. With the intention of proving itself, Siasachi made its inaugural leap, only to miss and stumble, its lengthy legs slipping, resulting in a fall to the ground. Chapter 61. The Blueprint for the Siege, Engine Ha. Seeing Siasachi make a fool of itself, Jinmei couldn't help but burst into laughter. Boss, it was your water that spilled onto the stake, causing me to lose my footing. Siasachi waved its pincers, hastily explaining, for it had truly lost face. The captain was the first to get stuck in the mud, haha. Jinmei paid no heed to Siasachi's explanations. Although it spoke the truth, it was indeed Jinmei's spillage that led to Siasachi's unfortunate start. This is precisely to train your steadiness. In the future, there will be moss atop, and the outside world is fraught with various dangers. Therefore, you must withstand the pressure, lead your team, traverse mountains, cross plains, and secure victories. Jinmei's second hidden talent for inspiring others once again came into play. The spirits of the scorpions surged, as they conjured up numerous aspirations within themselves. We must protect our brethren and overcome various foes. Thus, I accept this failure and shall rise again, stronger than before. One exclaimed, Captain, you cannot skip ahead. It is my turn next. Another chimed in, and I shall follow after. A third scorpion declared eagerly, prompting the captain to remain silent. Jinmei was taken aback by the determination of this group of scorpions. Although their innate abilities were modest, limited to the orange tier, with their ranks ranging from white, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple, to black, their strength was a product of diligent training. After all, when talent falls short, hard work must fill the gap. Yet, Jinmei mused, ironically, I find myself at the bottom of this hierarchy, my talent ranking even lower than orange. How arduous this scorpion life is. Observing her industrious little scorpions, Jinmei resolved to strive for improvement herself, vowing not to become a mere plump scorpion. A life imbued with purpose is both tranquil and beautiful. With her training goals firmly established, she embarked upon her daily routine. Jinmei's regimen consisted of scheduled runs, workouts, dieting, preparing meals, delivering food, finding ways to relax, reading before bed, and occasionally using a small ball as a pinprick experiment. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had flown by. The love-struck little scorpion, after Xiaoya's recovery, felt utterly at a loss. However, under Jinmei's encouragement, the little scorpion became quite attached to her. The once monotonous and busy life was now filled with laughter thanks to Xiaoya's presence, who gradually won the acceptance of the other scorpions. Love is indeed a vibrant elixir. It drips where it falls, merging seamlessly, leaving no trace or sound. It cannot always be tumultuous, creating waves everywhere. More often, it resembles a serene pool, tranquil and modestly blushing. The little scorpion continues to be exploited for its labor by Jinmei, its hearing fully restored, albeit with a slight discomfort at the sight of the needle prick. Although vision remains elusive, the assistance of Xiaoya ensures that the little scorpion's tasks proceed smoothly. Yet, this predicament leaves Xiaobai in a quandary. With Xiaoya's presence, it has become an oversized light bulb, gleaming between the two scorpions, blissfully unaware of its own role. Master, when will you teach me the remaining strategies and tactics? I've memorized all the previous ones. Wait until I finish my work. Can't you see that I'm currently occupied? The important task given by the boss remains incomplete. What task? The boss instructed me to protect Xiaoya diligently, treating her as a precious treasure. The little scorpion then turned to Xiaoya, asking, where shall we go next? Xiaobai mused on how its astute master seemed so dull in front of Xiaoya, unable to comprehend the words of their leader, Jinmei. According to the plan, we shall proceed to the engineering department to receive a new batch of crucial components. Each time Xiaoya's melodious voice graced its ears, the little scorpion eagerly envisioned her appearance, surely a beautiful and talented scorpion. All right, let us depart. I will show you our greatest invention, which I anticipate with great enthusiasm. With Xiaoya's assistance, they stumbled towards the makeshift factory of Captain Xiaoyo, the leader of the engineering team. Master, wait for me, Siasachi exclaimed, his large bulbous head glowing. At the entrance, piles of components lay on engineering carts. After Xiao Xie signed for them, the team as scorpions began to transport the items in batches to a hastily constructed grass hut, marked with a sign that read military restricted area, unauthorized personnel keep out. Master, Boss Jin Meili said that outsiders are not allowed here. Xie Sanqi fervently protested against Xiao Xie bringing Xiaoye into the grass hut. I merely wish to show her my treasures. You mustn't stop me. Xiaoye is also my treasure. Thus, she is not considered an outsider. Beside them, Xiaoye's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. There is no need to say it so loudly. Could this be construed as a confession? No. I mustn't allow Xiao Xie to develop feelings for me. Yet I can't help but feel a surge of happiness. However, Xiaoye had only been there for 2 days. It's all right. Weren't you brought to the base by Boss Jin Meili on your very first day? Faced with an insurmountable obstacle, Xie Bai found himself powerless. After all, the blueprints were with the master. Although he had seen them, he lacked the master's memory and had not fully retained the details. As a participant, he too eagerly anticipated the master's prompt construction of the siege engine. The grass hut opened, revealing a stark interior filled with components, leaving only an empty space. Yet, the hut was remarkably bright, as Jin Meili had installed a single light bulb inside, signifying the immense importance she placed on this weapon. On the 1st of August, let us commence our assembly. First, we shall construct the framework of the cart for the components. I recall having instructed you on this previously, so let us begin promptly. Very well, master, replied the little scorpion as it examined the suitably firm parts with great satisfaction. This marked the 3rd batch of components, and in order to assess their hardness, the team leader had undertaken no less than 100 trials to achieve the current set. The allure of invention for these 2 scorpions was utterly irresistible. Master, this is exceedingly difficult. I still cannot piece it together properly. Could you possibly retrieve the blueprint? Xie Bai had long desired the blueprint, yet observing his superior assemble the wood with his eyes closed, he felt capable himself. Alas, reality dealt him a harsh blow. I have placed the blueprint in the secure storage. It is atop that large box. I shall fetch it at once. Xie Bai scampered off eagerly. Xiaoye held little interest in the wood. As she watched the 2 scorpions manipulate the rigid timbers, a sense of disappointment washed over her. So, the treasure that the little scorpion spoke of was merely wood. Did that imply she too was akin to a piece of wood in his eyes? Shaking her head, she felt herself sinking deeper into her thoughts, realizing this was not a promising sign. After all, she and the little scorpions were ultimately not of the same ilk. However, the blueprint did capture her attention. Little scorpion, does having the blueprint mean we can create the treasure you mentioned? Indeed, it is the essence of the siege engine, detailing the entire crafting process of this marvel. The blueprint truly is remarkable, a different light sparkling in Xiaoye's eyes. Chapter 62, New Equipment, Geely Suit Master. I have found the blueprints, Xie Bai exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, waving a yellowed piece of paper in front of Little Scorpion, regardless of whether he could see it. Let us get to work. I am eager to see this treasure come to life. Little Scorpion remained engrossed in assembling the components, unaffected by his apprentice's enthusiasm. But master, you cannot see. Xie Bai suddenly remembered that his mentor had lost his sight. Never mind. Xiaoye will assist me. She is my eyes, he replied. Xiaoye's face flushed crimson at this remark, while Xie Bai felt as if he had been served a mouthful of dog food. All right, let us proceed. With the blueprints in hand, Xie Bai's pace quickened. The schematics detailed the construction methods for 4 types of siege engines. The first type is a catapult designed for long-range assaults, renowned for its formidable striking power and extensive range. Its overall capabilities are the highest among the 4 engineering vehicle types. However, it does possess drawbacks. It requires 4 scorpions to operate simultaneously and has a relatively low accuracy rate. Furthermore, the material consumption is significant, particularly the demand for composite ropes produced from compressed high-quality grass fibers. Its greatest disadvantage lies in its cumbersome transport. Not only does it necessitate the movement of a substantial amount of stones, but the machine itself is quite large, requiring disassembly for transportation. The second type is a battering ram, characterized by its massive wooden structure with a pointed, horn-like front. Its advantages include swift movement and considerable damage to gates. However, the drawback lies in the high difficulty of compression and significant complexity. The third type is the cloud ladder used for scaling city walls. Akin to a rescue vehicle's retractable staircase, compact and easily transportable, capable of being directly raised to the city gate. The final type is the most formidable weapon. A lethal meat grinder. As the name suggests, it is not to be trifled with. Constructed entirely of high-impact iron, it features sharp barbed hooks and generates immense destructive power through its spiraling rotation. The last two models, the Scorpion and Seabai, remain underdeveloped. One due to the overly intricate material structure, the other due to the absence of iron, rendering it ineffective if constructed from wood. Nevertheless, the Scorpion is not currently fabricating a siege vehicle. These components are merely assembling the base of an ancient war chariot. Xiaoya silently observes from the side. Although she finds it tedious, as the Scorpion's temporary assistant, she retrieves a cloth and gently wipes the sweat from the Scorpion's brow. Under the diligent assembly of the two Scorpions, the base of the war chariot gradually takes shape. On the surface, it appears to be a simple wooden cart with 6 wheels, yet upon closer inspection, it reveals numerous interfaces, loops, and grooves. Is this sufficient? Xiaoya muses, puzzled by the cart's apparent ordinariness. Do not underestimate it, Xiaoya. On the battlefield, it is a divine weapon. While it lacks offensive capabilities, it can transport substantial resources. Indeed, this contraption is impressive. Its carrying capacity is substantial, Seabai interjects. Isn't it just a cart? How can a cart compare to it? Seabai interjects again. No. Transportation is merely a secondary function. Its true purpose lies in serving as the foundation for a siege engine. With its substantial load-bearing capacity and ease of transport, one can assemble an engineering vehicle on-site by merely bringing enough components, thereby unexpectedly overcoming the enemy. Xiaoyan found it difficult to comprehend Xiaoxi's explanation. As an ordinary Scorpion, her imagination paled in comparison. However, she could discern the formidable nature of this contraption. Seabai, Boss Jinmei is looking for you. You should hurry over. I'm coming. Preoccupied with the ancient war chariot he had assembled, Seabai failed to notice a yellow piece of paper left amidst the pile of parts. Once Seabai, the oversized distraction, departed, only Xiaoxi and Xiaoyan remained in the thatched cottage, creating an awkward atmosphere. Xiaoyan, allow me to further elucidate the ancient war chariot. Xiaoxi regarded Xiaoyan as a treasure, and believed that the siege engine, too, was precious. Thus treasures would naturally be drawn to one another. Oh, Xiaoyan had little interest in the heap of timber. However, witnessing Xiaoxi's earnest explanation brought a smile to her face, as she thought how delightful his serious demeanor looked. This engineering vehicle has a core component. If it is removed, the entire siege engine would collapse. Meanwhile, Xiaobai was summoned to the conference hall by Xiaoxie. Bai, I have an excellent idea. I wish to train a new type of reconnaissance team, but since Xiaoxi is incapacitated, we can only rely on you to test the new design of the camouflage suit. Although Seabai's intellectual capacity may not surpass that of Little Scorpion, nor does he possess her formidable abilities, Jinmei holds him in considerable esteem as one of the two Scorpions in their midst who exceed her. However, I wish to collaborate with my master on the research of the offensive vehicle. Alas, with Little Scorpion having Littleya by her side, what purpose do you serve in this endeavor? Quickly, attend to your tasks. I have a significant announcement to make tomorrow. What is this momentous matter? A secret. Jinmei deliberately teased him. She retrieved the camouflage suit from her spatial ring and draped it over Xiaobai. This attire is known as the camouflage suit, which will be allocated to the reconnaissance team members. As long as you remain motionless while concealed in the underbrush, you shall not be discovered. At this moment, Xiaobai was engulfed in foliage, some thick and others sparse. This item indeed appears exceedingly useful. I believe I could remain hidden throughout the night without being noticed by the Scorpions. Intrigued, Xiaobai exclaimed, My goodness, you are truly remarkable. The system notified that Jinmei gained an additional 0.03 beauty points. Very well. I entrust you with a task. Conceal yourself in either the southern or eastern district with this energy block, and remain hidden for one night while I send the entire combat team to seek you out. You must not allow them to discover your whereabouts. To assess the efficacy of the camouflage suit, Jinmei deemed it essential to conduct a military exercise, which would also serve to train the members of the combat team efficiently, truly a dual benefit. Master, when shall I set forth? Now seems appropriate. In half an hour, I shall instruct Xie Sanqi and the others to commence their search for you, but be cautious not to be found immediately. It is impossible, I swear. In the name of the foremost disciple of my master, they cannot find me. As she watched Xie Sanqi depart, Jinmei sighed. Little Scorpion, this is as far as I can assist you. Xie Sanqi has removed the obstruction. Do not let me down. Dismissing Xiaobai was merely incidental. The military exercise was indeed genuine. Jinmei had invested considerable effort into organizing this event. Chapter 63. Joint Military Exercise on the Plum Blossom Stakes. Xie Sanqi led his team in arduous training. However, they were facing a dilemma, despite 2 days of practice. Not a single scorpion had succeeded in crossing the Plum Blossom Stakes, and the bucket still contained half its water. Boss, how did you manage it last time? I have tried for 2 days, and my best attempt left a quarter of the water remaining. This is exceedingly difficult. Please come and teach us. Upon seeing Jinmei approaching, Xie Sanqi eagerly posed the question. That is due to your insufficient training. One cannot rush the process. Thus, train gradually and persistently, and you shall surely reap rewards. Jinmei, of course, would not admit to having cheated with the spatial ring, so she attributed it all to your lack of effort. Boss, could you possibly try once more? This time we will surely study diligently. Of course not. I am here to assign you tasks. Assemble. At Xie Sanqi's command, the 7 scorpions swiftly gathered. The squad leader of the combat team issued orders as the joint exercise commenced. The third group of the combat team, designated as the offensive red faction, was tasked with locating the reconnaissance representative, Xiaobai, who was concealed in a corner of the southern or eastern region, away from the base. This exercise was to last for 8 hours and was categorized as a field drill, requiring each participant to carry 4 barrels filled with water. Should the barrels be emptied or time elapse without finding Xiaobai, the red faction would be deemed unsuccessful. Conversely, if they located Xiaobai within the allotted time, victory would be theirs. This joint military drill was designed to test the participants' observational skills and the results of their training over the past 2 days. Do you have confidence? Yes. Are you determined? Yes. Can you accomplish the mission? Yes. Very well. The timer begins now. You shall set out immediately. Remember, although this is an exercise, you must give your utmost effort. Following this brief introduction, the scorpions were filled with excitement, eager to commence. The joint military exercise officially began. Captain, what should we do next? Fill the barrels with water. We must act swiftly. You 4 head to the southern region while we proceed to the eastern region. Although Chief Jinmei had allotted us 8 hours, as aspiring and capable soldiers, I will impose an additional requirement. Find Xiaobai within 4 hours. Understood. The task was straightforward. Victory would be achieved by simply finding and making contact with the concealed Xiaobai. The scorpions, brimming with confidence, believed that Xiaobai's speed could not surpass theirs. Thus all they needed was to uncover his hiding place to secure their triumph. Xie Sanqi, leading the way with a pair of tongs gripping 4 buckets of water, set off towards the eastern district. After 2 days of rigorous training, it could now crawl steadily, and not a single drop of water spilled from the wooden barrels along the journey. The leader's training methods proved effective. I sensed that my footing had become more stable. Next, it was imperative to locate Xiaobai. Aside from the base, the most advantageous hiding spot in the eastern district was the welcome pavilion beside a small hill. This area was abundant with excellent hiding places among the grass piles. Upon seeing the team leader depart, the remaining scorpions gradually vacated the training ground, brimming with confidence. Little did they know that after the last scorpion had left, the grass nearby stirred ever so slightly. The master was right. The most perilous places often serve as the safest havens. Indeed, as long as I remained here, they would never find me. Xie Sanqi began to search around the pavilion. Although the 4 buckets were not particularly heavy, holding the tongs aloft for an extended period was quite exhausting. What was that? Xie Sanqi noticed a slight movement in the nearby thicket and, without a doubt, sensed that a scorpion lay concealed within. Aha, I found you. Carrying the water. Xie Sanqi approached the rustling grass pile step by step. A green semi-spherical object gradually became visible before its eyes. Could it be that the leader had outfitted Xiaobai in a green cloak? Xie Sanqi harbored no doubts and felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of locating Xiaobai so swiftly, eager to capture it immediately. Gotcha! The small tongs poked into the green sphere, and Xie Sanqi felt it had accomplished its mission flawlessly. Quack! A familiar sound echoed through the air. It was the little frog. At that moment, the frog's mouth was filled with crispy roasted insects, a delightful bounty it had stealthily pilfered while Jinmei was momentarily distracted. In search of a scorpion-free haven to enjoy a candlelit dinner with its crispy roasted insects, the little frog chose a patch of grass as its dining locale. Just as it was savoring the delicious meal, it was utterly unprepared for the sudden realization that Captain Xie Sanqi had discovered its clandestine feast. Ribbit, ribbit. You must hear my defense, croaked the little frog. Sanchi felt a familiar jolt run through his body as countless ants began to scurry upon him. Ribbit, ribbit. The frog exclaimed, oh no, oh no. Being caught is one thing, but now I've left the captain paralyzed. There is no way to explain this. Sanchi retorted. Little frog, why aren't you at the base where you belong? What are you doing here? Wait, what are you doing? Don't touch my water. In less than 20 minutes after the competition began, Sanchi found himself successfully eliminated. Observing the despondent Sanchi, the little frog felt compelled to seek out Junmei and apologize. After all, it had merely indulged in a single roasted insect. Surely, it did not warrant such a stern gaze. Time passed swiftly. Xiaobai lay in wait by the plum blossom stakes for a while before stealthily making his way northward. After crouching for a short while, boredom overtook him, and he drifted into slumber. It was uncertain how long he slept, but he was abruptly awakened by the rustling of the grass. A shadow appeared at the periphery, moving with remarkable speed and considerable size. An ominous sense of familiarity washed over him, filling the air with a stifling tension. Xiaobai deduced that it was a scorpion. Specifically the notorious scorpion thief 2, the malevolent creature that had enslaved them. What could its intentions be? Junmei had an agreement with them, had she not? The shadow flickered uncertainly under the dim light, yet it did not breach the boundary of the southern district. It honored the pact made with Junmei. Before the onset of conflict, none may cross the dividing line between the north and south. The shadow stood immobile in the distance, seemingly awaiting something. Xiaobai dared not stir, yet he was confident that he had not been detected. Time passed slowly, but Xiaobai remained tense, unwilling to relax his guard. Soon, another shadow emerged from the direction of the base. Due to the lighting, Xiaobai could not discern its identity, but it was evident that it was a second-tier mutated scorpion. The two shadows converged, engaged in a conversation unknown to Xiaobai. The figure of Scorpion Thief 2 pointed aggressively at the other shadow, which appeared reluctant, as if it wished to negotiate certain terms. Ultimately, however, the shadow handed over an object to Scorpion Thief 2. What could it be? Could there be a traitor in our midst? Panic gripped Xiaobai. There was a traitor within Junmei's ranks, and one residing in the base at that. This was perilous. Chapter 64. A traitor emerged. The dim light elongated the two shadows, which, in Xiaobai's eyes, resembled two ravenous wolves, their sharp teeth poised to devour Junmei's team. Even as the shadows faded from view, Scorpion Thief 2 remained motionless. Deep in thought, had I been discovered? Sweat began to bead on Xiaobai's forehead as memories of his imprisonment resurfaced, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. It recognized that, in its current state, it was no match for its opponent. If discovered, it might not even have the chance to flee. Who goes there? It seemed to notice a rustle in the bushes beside Xiaobai, as a shadow began to approach the thicket where he concealed himself, constantly scanning the surroundings, seemingly in search of anything suspicious. Please, do not come any closer. The slightest tremor it had inadvertently made had caught the attention of Scorpion Thief 2, and Xiaobai could only pray to remain undetected. If revealed, the news of an undercover agent at the base would never reach Junmei, putting his master in peril. The shadow continued its slow approach, having detected the movement in the underbrush, yet it saw no visible creature, prompting it to investigate further. What to do? What to do? It is coming closer. No, I must remain calm. I must maintain my composure. My master has always said that in times of crisis, one must remain the most collected. The shadow drew nearer, and Xiaobai could see the glint of cold steel illuminated by the dim light. Quit hiding. I see you. Scorpion Thief 2's chilling laughter echoed. However, Xiaobai remained motionless, understanding that any movement would indeed betray his position. Scorpion Thief 2 was merely attempting to intimidate him. Seeing no further action, Scorpion Thief 2 pointed toward a patch of grass, and a glimmering blade shot forth, piercing through the underbrush. It was a sharp, silver metal dart that sliced through the resilient grass with ease, leaving a clean, precise cut. It is worth noting that while a knife can effortlessly sever a thick mat of grass, it struggles to cut through a mere sheet of paper suspended in midair. The resilient grass was effortlessly severed, indicating the remarkable speed and sharpness of this metallic hidden weapon. With a forceful tug, Scorpion Thief 2 retracted a nearly invisible thread, withdrawing the metallic projectile. It seems I had misjudged the situation. The reconnaissance device accompanying Scorpion Thief 2 had indeed alerted it to movements within the distant underbrush, albeit fleetingly. Yet it had still keenly detected the anomaly. Cold sweat trickled down Xiaobai's brow as the blade had just sliced through the weeds on his combat gear. embedding itself into the earth beyond, a distance exceeding 10 meters. Astonishingly, the metal projectile had shown no signs of deceleration. Xiaobai silently rejoiced, recalling his master's advice, and immediately composed himself. He remained perfectly still, narrowly evading this perilous encounter. "Bai, where are you? The competition has concluded. Stop hiding." A voice from afar called out. Searching for Xiaobai, it belonged to a member of Xie Sanqi's third squad. It appeared they had sensed the approach of the scorpions long before, prompting Scorpion Thief 2 to attack directly rather than engage in a gradual search. Xiaobai glanced toward the position of Scorpion Thief 2, only to find it vanished, as though it had never been there at all. They are truly formidable. We must devise a more effective strategy against them. However, the immediate priority is to ascertain who the traitor is. I hope it is not her. 2 hours had elapsed since the exercise was scheduled to end. Yet Xiaobai had not yet reappeared, prompting Xie Sanqi to lead the squad in a search for him. Do you think Xiaobai might have gone to the northern district? Otherwise, how could we possibly have lost track of him? Indeed. After carrying water for 8 hours, my entire scorpion felt numb. I still wanted to find out where Bai was hiding, but he seemed to have vanished into thin air. Could it be that our leader, Zhen Meili, orchestrated this? It hardly seems like an act. Nevertheless, the captain searched the base thoroughly yet failed to locate Xiaobai. Speaking of the captain, he initially claimed he would find him in 4 hours, yet unexpectedly, he was the first to be eliminated. How we could laugh at him for a long time. The two scorpions communicated as they progressed, having developed a rudimentary form of vocal interaction over their prolonged companionship. Xiaobai observed the scorpions conversing before him, secretly amused. He felt a sense of pride in being so close while they remained oblivious to his presence. "Look, someone dropped a piece of energy milk," he exclaimed, tossing the energy milk chunk at their feet. "It was me who dropped it." They both insisted simultaneously, their gazes locking onto Xiaobai. "Bai, how could you be here? Surely you didn't overhear our previous conversation. Why are you hiding in such an obscure spot? We've been searching for you for 2 hours, and finally, we found you. How have you become so elusive?" The two embarrassed little scorpions felt utterly humiliated, wishing they could dig a hole and bury themselves. "Quick, help me up. I've been squatting for too long." "Stop standing there in shock. We can reminisce later. I have urgent business to attend to with Leader Zhen Meili." As he passed by Captain Xie Sanqi, Xiaobai, whose body was covered in grass, deliberately cast a glance at him to repay the long-standing grudge of being mocked as the newcomer. Xiaobai spoke to Zhen Meili. "What's the matter? We're all comrades here. There's no need to whisper." Zhen Meili harbored great trust in her fellow comrades and often spoke her mind candidly. "Boss, this matter is of utmost importance. I can only confide in you. Not even my master can be informed. It may pertain to my future master's wife. Although I sincerely hope my suspicions are unfounded. Has your master already settled things with Xiaoya? That was remarkably swift. Truly, he is my top subordinate." "Boss, I am not jesting. This is a serious issue. Could it be that you have developed feelings for your master's wife? That is absolutely unacceptable. If you dare entertain such thoughts, we need to have a serious discussion." Listening to Zhen Meili's wild speculations, Xiaobai felt utterly exasperated. He insisted that it was impossible for him to be that kind of scorpion, and furthermore, his master's wife was not particularly attractive. However, appearances were trivial. What truly concerned him was the peculiar glint in Xiaoya's eyes whenever the three of them stood together. A fleeting expression that seemed to convey a desire to dismiss him. Yet, she was his master's wife. How could he possibly distance himself? What about his training and his quest for strength? Amidst the bizarre gazes of his comrades, Xiaobai was dragged away by Zhen Meili for a private admonition. "Boss, listen to me. I genuinely have something crucial to share with you." "Wait a moment. Boss, what is that in your hand?" "A gentleman uses words, not fists." "Boss, don't come any closer." Chapter 65. Is Xiaoyu a traitor? A gentleman speaks rather than resorts to violence, such is the essence of a gentleman. And yet I am but a woman. As Xiaobai beheld Zhen Meili raise the enormous iron-spiked club, regret began to seep into his heart. This formidable weapon was crafted with his own hands. However, Xiaobai never anticipated that the first creature this lightweight, yet powerful club would strike would be none other than himself. The design of the club was exceptionally clever, particularly with its grip, which had been ingeniously modified to a socket-style design, allowing the pincers to fit snugly inside. With a few adjustments to the mechanisms, it was ready for use. Once equipped, swinging the club felt as effortless as waving a hand. From an outsider's perspective, The club appeared as though it had seamlessly merged with Jean Meily's arm, as the massive weapon swung menacingly in his direction. Xiaobai's cries of despair echoed through the air. Ah, help, boss, please allow me to explain. Bang. The scorpion, still lingering in the conference hall, was taken aback. Not expecting that Jean Meili would genuinely take action, they couldn't help but silently pray for Xiaobai's safety. Yet, Jean Meili did not strike him. She merely intended to intimidate him, though the outcome was rather unexpected, due to the host sister's use of violent threats against her subordinates. 10 intelligent beings experienced a sense of dread. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the title Violent Scorpion, with a completion rate of 0.1. To ultimately achieve the title of Queen of Violence, it remains necessary to instill fear in an additional 999 intelligent beings. Congratulations to the host for receiving a small gift package as a reward for the title. Jean Meili was deeply dissatisfied with this title, after all. She was destined to be the Scorpion Beauty. How could she bear the label of a violent woman? System, can I forego this title? I am not a maniac. How can one accuse me of violence? Host, are you certain you wish to disable the title function and activate the title removal function? Yes. Congratulations, host. You have successfully disabled the title function and activated the title removal function. You will no longer receive any additional titles, and the title reward function has been disabled. Jean Meili suddenly realized something was amiss. She only wished to discard this title. Oh wait, I meant to have you remove this title. Not to disable the title rewards altogether. Without titles, where shall I acquire my gift packs? Host. Only by obtaining all 999 titles can the function to remove other titles be activated. Given the current circumstances, the probability of you acquiring 999 titles is exceedingly slim. Therefore, the system offers you an alternative. Disabling title acquisition will alleviate the need to obtain so many titles, allowing you to activate the title removal function in advance. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Can I not have a second thought? Host, you did not inquire. This function is one time only and does not support reactivation. Does that mean I shall never receive gift packs again? Theoretically, yes. However, the host can obtain a gift pack by completing the ultimate title. Is this not cutting off her own path to advantages? Without the gift package, how can she obtain it and acquire valuable items? You are misleading consumers. Boss, you are talking to yourself again. What is a consumer? Seeing the boss dazed across from him, Xiaobai gently reminded him. It's all your fault. You have caused me to lose a fortune, no, several fortunes. Xiaobai, what have I done? Speak quickly, what is the matter? If you have truly committed an act of treachery against your master, I will clear the way for your master. Moreover, you have caused me to incur losses amounting to several fortunes. You are now a great sinner. Should you dare to commit such an act? I will ensure you understand the meaning of multiple punishments for multiple crimes. Xiaobai recounted in detail his stakeout at the edge of the grasslands in the southern district. What? You say there is a traitor among us? Jean Meili could hardly believe it. These people were all allies. How could they betray their own? Boss. Keep your voice down. Do you want the whole world to know? How do you know the traitor must be Xiaoya? Let me explain my reasoning. First, only we insiders know about our base, and Xiaoya has only recently arrived, making her highly suspicious. Second, the scratches on her body clearly indicate mechanical injuries. I suspect they were inflicted by the scorpion thieves, so I theorize she has employed the ruse you mentioned, boss. Third, her deliberate approach towards the master suggests she must know he possesses crucial intelligence. This is what you referred to as the beauty scorpion scheme. Fourthly, I have observed that her gaze towards the master is distinctly different. That particular expression in her eyes sets her apart from how she regards others. Moreover, she frequently blushes, which surely indicates that she, like you, has committed some misdeed. The more Jean Meili listened, the more incredulous she became. While it is true that Xiaobai possesses intelligence, his thoughts seemed to have strayed awry. Have you perhaps misinterpreted the situation? What does it mean to blush due to a guilty conscience? And when have I ever blushed? I believe you are pushing your luck. Jean Meili raised her wolf fang club, intending to make Xiaobai, who had not been reprimanded for 3 days, understand the reason behind the flower's vibrant hue. Calm down, my friend, the master advised. In all matters, one must maintain composure. One should not resort to violence at the slightest provocation, but rather win others over with virtue. Besides, I merely harbor doubts. I am not certain it is she. Perhaps I should inform the master. However, it would not be prudent, for little Scorpion's mind is entirely preoccupied with Xiaoya, and he would certainly not suspect her. Therefore, let us keep this matter confidential for now. I shall devise a plan. Do you also suspect Shaya, my friend? It is not necessarily her who is at fault. Yet you have indeed accomplished a significant feat this time. Tomorrow, I shall acknowledge your contributions. Are you referring to that momentous announcement to be made tomorrow? Yes, indeed. Might you share a hint? Very well, since we shall require your assistance tomorrow, I will divulge this in advance. We are to convene the second commendation ceremony. Chapter 66. The second commendation conference. The dungeon, devoid of the distinction between day and night, remained unchanged, as resilient weeds greedily absorbed the energy of the light, yearning to grow a little more. The only difference was the absence of the bustling little scorpions. Ah, how disappointing! The exclamation shattered the silence, echoing throughout the surroundings. Yet it did not disturb the slumbering scorpions. This was not due to the soundproofing quality of Jeune Meily's room, but rather because they had grown accustomed to their leader's nightly lamentations. The voice belonged to none other than Jeune Meily, who was mercilessly pummeling a small ball to express her dissatisfaction with the system. After diligently accumulating 5 points of beauty over the past few days. This is what you present to me? Gazing at the array of thank you for your patronage in various hues within the system's backpack, Jeune Meily was left speechless. There was the dazzling red thank you for your patronage, the sky blue thank you for your patronage, the imperial purple thank you for your patronage, the moonlit white thank you for your patronage, and the rosy thank you for your patronage. Dear host sister, this system has always prided itself on its reputation for fairness and transparency. Do not unjustly accuse this system. Receiving these items is solely due to your exceptional luck. You have managed to obtain 5 thank you for your patronage in a row, despite the Wheel of Fortune containing only 10 such items among 100 spaces. With the 5 you have drawn, alongside the previous one, you need only to draw 4 more thank you for your patronage to achieve a nightmarish level of accomplishment. Alas, it is unfortunate that the achievement system has been deactivated by you, dear host sister. The system poured salt on Jeune Meily's wounds, causing her considerable distress. It was evidently the system's failure to communicate clearly that left her feeling exasperated. She lamented the misfortune that seemed to compound upon her, directing her ire towards Xiaobai, unceremoniously placing the blame squarely on it. Don't even mention this to me. It infuriates me. I have no interest in any achievement rewards. She huffed. Aside from 5 rather attractive thank you for your patronage items, Jeune Meily's system backpack contained Gene Fruits X16, a gift package X1, a small gift package X1, and a flower basket X1. Taking a deep breath, she clasped her hands together in prayer. May the great sage bless me, may the Calabash brothers safeguard me. May Lord Guan protect me. After invoking various blessings, Jeune Meily promptly opened all the thank you for your patronage items in one go. The system notified her 5 times in succession, eliciting a radiant smile from her. She finally experienced a stroke of good fortune. Everything was prepared, and she was simply awaiting the commencement of the awards ceremony the next day. In her habitual manner, Jeune Meily opened the green booklet to peruse its contents. Despite her earnest study, she had yet to grasp even the basics, though she was grateful that the system's repeated reminders had enabled her to memorize all the acupoints. Observing her engrossed in reading, the little ball predicted that she would surely succumb to sleep within 2 hours. Reading not only broadens one's horizons but also cultivates one's character and can even usher one into the realm of dreams. An hour and a half later, Jeune Meily drifted into slumber. On the following morning, instead of engaging in her usual morning run, Jeune Meily dedicated herself to preparing the venue. This time, she intended to orchestrate the awards ceremony with greater grandeur. Jeune Meily has already issued the notification, so she must prepare the venue before the meeting commences. A series of compressed wooden barrels have been arranged on the stage, adorned with foliage, rendering their contents a mystery to all. Furthermore, to enhance the formal atmosphere of the meeting, Jeune Meily has meticulously set up a captain's platform, with 10 sets of tables and chairs crafted from compressed wood neatly lined up. The podium has also been temporarily fashioned from compressed wood, featuring a small staircase on either side, allowing for a seamless ascent and descent during the award presentations. The audience seating below the podium has been arranged with dining chairs, totaling a pristine collection of 81 seats, complete with dining utensils thoughtfully provided by Jeune Meily herself. Finally, after 3 arduous hours, Jeune Meily has successfully prepared the venue for the awards ceremony. Under the guidance of Xiaobai, the scorpions have begun to arrive at the venue in succession. A hush falls over the crowd as we convene the second awards ceremony. I shall be your host, a designated correspondent and royal senior translator. Dressed in a sleek black jacket, with a tie elegantly fastened at his chest, Xiaobai presents a refined appearance. A peculiar device, resembling a sphere and a cylinder, is clamped in his pincers. As he speaks, several black rectangular devices simultaneously broadcast his voice. Indeed, this is the remarkable invention Jean Meili acquired from Thank You for Your Patronage, featuring random electronic devices and 9 yuan free shipping mini clothing sets. The introduction of these novelties has stirred a cacophony of sounds among the scorpions, disrupting any semblance of quietude. Xiaobai, when did you become so handsome? With your striking appearance, I wish I could have a set of clothes like yours. Why is Xiaobai's voice so loud? My ears can hardly bear it. This infernal passive skill. I wonder if there are still delicacies left from the last award ceremony. I long to savor them once more. What purpose do those numerous wooden barrels serve? Who received the news in advance? Look. The compressed wooden planks used for the podium were provided by our engineering team. And these chairs, we arranged them too, quite comfortable, aren't they? After more than 20 days of interaction, these scorpions have unified their language. Except for a few newcomers and their leader, Jean Meili, the rest can communicate quite normally. Thus, the scene is quite chaotic, with everyone speaking at once. Although they all heard Xiaobai's words, none paid heed, indicating that Xiaobai's authority is still insufficient. Silence. A booming voice resonated throughout the venue. A robust and towering scorpion stood at the center of the podium. Instantly, the cacophony ceased. Thank you, Captain 07. Xiaobai expressed his gratitude repeatedly. The speaking scorpion was Captain Xia Lingqi, the leader of the combat team, undeniably the core figure of the entire group. Its unique skill, leadership, has solidified its position as the commander of the combat team. It is no exaggeration to say that Jean Meili's authority pales in comparison. Now that everyone is quiet, I shall announce something. The second awards ceremony is officially underway. Today also marks the 20th day since the establishment of the Jean Meili team, a day of profound significance. Standing on the stage, Xiaobai spoke with palpable excitement. Originally, this task was meant for the master, but due to unforeseen circumstances, the master was unable to fulfill this role, thus the honor of delivering a speech fell upon him. Now, let us proceed with the first agenda item. Please give a warm round of applause to welcome the 10 captains to the stage. Chapter 67, Unfair. The first to be introduced is the captain of the combat team, Xia Lingqi, a paragon of strength and authority. Under his leadership, the combat team has achieved remarkable victories, instilling a sense of awe even in our leader, Jean Meili. Please take your seat, Xia Lingqi. Jean Meili. That is not what I meant. It is not fear I have for him. It is respect. Do you understand? Given that the combat team comprises the largest number of members, and with 4 captains, there are a total of 32 scorpions. They immediately erupted into applause. And soon the other scorpions joined in, for as the core of the Jean Meili team, they held Xia Lingqi in high esteem. This outpouring of admiration caused the typically stoic Xia Lingqi to slightly lower his hat, wishing to conceal the overwhelming emotion that played across his face. Despite his serious demeanor, he was easily moved at heart. Thank you all for your unwavering support for the captain. Next, let us welcome the second captain, the leader of the engineering team, Xia Ilio. I trust everyone is familiar with this captain, as all our tools have undergone his meticulous inspection. Every day, he provides us with a plethora of props and items. As the second in command of the team, his contributions are indeed invaluable. Amidst a resounding applause, Xia Ilio, clad in a muted brown attire, ascended the podium, a distinctive emblem on a component of his clothing signifying his identity as an engineer. Reluctantly, he took his seat. Burdened by numerous tasks awaiting his attention, the meeting felt like a cumbersome delay, had it not been for Jean Meili's provision of the assembly line method, which proved immensely helpful. He would have felt more at ease declining the invitation and continuing with his work. Next, Jean Meili's foremost aide, my esteemed mentor, was called forth. Surely, everyone has witnessed his remarkable abilities and wisdom. With the support of Xiaoya, Xiao Xie settled into the third chair, adorned in a scholar's robe, holding a white fan. Xiaobai cast a perplexed glance at Jean Meili, questioning why she had also brought Xiaoya, likely a traitor. However, Jean Meili offered him a reassuring gaze, prompting him to proceed. Next, we invite the construction team leader, Xia Sanlu, the reconnaissance team leader representative, Xia Sijio, the sales team leader representative, Xia Wubai, and the collection team leader, Xia Yi, to the stage. The 4 leaders entered one by one, each garbed in distinct attire. A safety helmet paired with a yellow construction outfit, a purple robe complemented by a black lining, resembling a fierce warrior's garb, donning a celebratory outfit of the god of wealth, complete with ingots, and a heroine-esque attire featuring a green outfit adorned with ribbons. Finally, let us welcome our diligent intern, chef, and doctor, who also serves as the team leader, the astute and charming Jeanne Meili. Though occasionally mischievous, she consistently guides us toward success, and most importantly, her culinary prowess is formidable. Let us give her a warm welcome. Xiaobai initiated the applause, and the scorpions soon followed suit. Jeanne Meili donned a mysterious and charming purple magical robe. She sat obediently on the 8th chair, cradling a small ball, appearing quite docile. Yet her mind churned with thoughts of how Xiaobai must be taught a lesson. Who had been mischievous? Next, the newly appointed logistics team leader, Xia Bailing, alongside the representative of the patrol team leader, Xia Erjiu, was invited to the stage. The newly inducted Xia Bailing felt a surge of anxiety. She had not anticipated ascending to the role of leader so suddenly, nor had she expected to take the stage. As she navigated the stairs, she nearly stumbled, but was fortunate to receive assistance from Xia Erjiu, preventing a fall, though it only added to her embarrassment. Clad in a simple black and white servant's uniform, Xia Bailing was the second female scorpion leader after Xia Yi. I refuse to accept this. A discordant voice echoed from the audience, emanating from a second-tier scorpion who expressed dissatisfaction, pointing towards the stage. Why should a newcomer be allowed to take the stage? I am also a patrol team leader. Yet I am not permitted to ascend, while Xia Erjiu is. The voice belonged to Xia Lulu, the leader of Patrol Team B, responsible for patrolling crucial areas such as the warehouse, and previously the leader of the expansion team. The unexpected situation left Xiaobai somewhat flustered. The selection of these leaders had been agreed upon by Jeanne Meili and the master, and at that time, he had been hiding in the underbrush, unaware of the proceedings. Xia Lulu, please calm down. Could we possibly discuss this after the meeting concludes? As a newcomer, you undoubtedly align yourself with them. I fail to comprehend why. On your very first day, you were escorted to the base by the esteemed Jeanne Meili, while we had to endure several days of trials. This is utterly unjust. Xia Yoyo's voice crescendoed with intensity, leaving the surrounding scorpions astonished by his retort. They were well aware of Xiaobai's capabilities, yet they could not fathom why Jeanne Meili permitted his immediate entrance without scrutiny. Observing the scorpions engage in fervent discussion, Xia Lulu intensified his grievances. And what of that Xiaoya? She, an outsider, brazenly entered the forbidden grass hut. As the captain of the guards, I am prohibited from entering. What gives her the right? His words ignited a chorus of agreement among the scorpions. Indeed, Xiaoya, having saved the little scorpion, has been clinging to its side. What right does she have to breach the rules? Yes, we toiled diligently to earn our rewards. Why does she, having contributed nothing, benefit without effort? The atmosphere once again descended into chaos, leaving the scorpions in a state of anxiety. Xiaoya, however, remained unfazed by the scorpions' reactions. She understood that as an outsider, it would be challenging to integrate into this new collective. Even within her original team, she had only a few relatives. Nonetheless, the discussions among the scorpions did instill a tinge of fear within her. Although Xiaoya did not retaliate, little scorpion could no longer contain itself. Had it not been for Xiaoya's firm restraint, it would have long since commanded its spirit beast to bind that loquacious captain. Do not slander Xiaoya. She is my savior. Had it not been for her, I might have wandered into the territory of the scorpion thieves. Do not be agitated, little scorpion. They are not wrong. I have indeed relied on you too much during my stay here. It is my fault. I shall depart from the base. Xiaoya's voice trembled as she attempted to dissuade little scorpion from acting impulsively. It is all right. I will not allow them to slander you. I have faith in you. Allow me to handle this, little scorpion reassured her, unwilling to see the one who saved her fall into trouble. Xiaoya, you cannot leave. Big brother scorpion. You must not shield her just because she saved you. I suspect she may very well be a spy sent by the scorpion thieves. Xia Lulu's accusatory tone was backed by reason, for she had witnessed the events in the conference hall the previous day. Due to Jeanne Meili's loud voice, many captains had heard, and she was no exception. Do not speak recklessly. Xiaoya cannot possibly be that kind of scorpion. How could she be a traitor? If you continue to spout such nonsense, I shall not hold back. Little scorpion vehemently defended Xiaoya, resolute in not allowing anyone to tarnish her reputation, not even his own leader. Tensions flared between the two parties, both ready to erupt into conflict. Chapter 68. Xiaoya's predicament. Big brother scorpion, leader. When you both attended the meeting in the conference hall, Xiaoya did not accompany you. I distinctly saw her sneak out with something in her possession. Xia Lulu shouted, revealing what she had observed while guarding the warehouse. A wave of astonishment swept through the scorpions. Upon hearing Jin Mei's shout about a traitor, Xiaoya had immediately become the primary suspect among the captains present, and it was indeed her. No, this cannot be. Xiaoya would never do such a thing. She has been with me these past few days. Little Scorpion was filled with indignation. How could someone as kind, thoughtful, and gentle as Xiaoya possibly be a traitor? I left because. Before Xiaoya could finish her sentence, Xia Lulu interrupted, for she had already confessed. Look, she has admitted it. She did indeed leave. She is undoubtedly the traitor. Quickly, tell us what you took with you. And why did you leave? I cannot believe you are truly a traitor. It's a disgrace that Big Scorpion treated you so well. The heart of a scorpion is truly inscrutable. Who would have thought you could hide it so deeply? No one desires a traitor within their ranks, nor does anyone wish for a companion, with whom they have shared countless moments, to become an adversary. Thus, Xiaoya, as an outsider, became the target of everyone's ire. The commendation ceremony painstakingly prepared by Jean Mei gradually morphed into a public denunciation of Xiaoya, with all the scorpions chattering away, while Jean Mei remained silent. Oh no, it seems I may have left the siege engine blueprint in the thatched cottage. That item is incredibly valuable. Xiaobai suddenly recalled that when he was summoned to don the protective suit, he had neglected to secure the blueprint, leaving it behind in the cottage. Boss, master, I will go search for it. We must not lose it. Xiaobai dashed away. For the siege engine blueprint was crucial to his team's survival. In roughly a week, they would need it to launch an assault on the formidable fortress of the Scorpion Thieves. Boss, this is terrible. The siege engine blueprint is missing. It is all my fault for being so engrossed that I forgot to put it away. Jean Mei nodded, displaying no astonishment. The ultimate objective within the thatched cottage was, of course, the blueprint. With a traitor among them, it was evident that the item lost was indeed this very blueprint, and she bore no blame towards Xiaobai. Let us refrain from further discord. Instead, shall we cast our votes? Xia Liuli's suggestion was met with unanimous agreement from the scorpions. Their gazes towards Xiaoya suffused with indignation. Very well, those who deem Xiaoya a traitor, raise your pincers. Except for Jean Mei and the little scorpion. The remaining scorpions all raised their pincers in unison. Altogether, with Xiaoya included, there were 84 scorpions, and the number of votes in favor totaled 82. The little scorpion and Jean Mei cast dissenting votes. The little scorpion was momentarily taken aback. Xiaoya, what are you doing? Why did you even raise your own hand? The little scorpion had anticipated this outcome. With Xia Liuli's evidence and witnesses, it was unlikely that any scorpion would still believe in Xiaoya. Little scorpion, refrain from speaking further. I do not wish to put you in a difficult position. After all, I am but a worthless life. Thank you for your kindness these past few days. No, this cannot be. You need not take the role of a traitor. Why do you confess? Despite their brief acquaintance of merely a few days, the little scorpion was convinced that Xiaoya would never betray them. She must have been compelled by circumstances beyond her control. Xiaoya, do you have anything else to say? In the absence of a reasonable explanation, you shall be confined to prison to keep company with them. Xia Liuli's words pressed heavily upon Xiaoya. I am not a traitor. It is true that I took something from within, but I have not betrayed anyone. I simply... Crystalline tears cascaded down, landing upon little scorpion. She choked with emotion, unable to articulate her thoughts. Even if she could, what purpose would it serve? The words she longed to express were suppressed, swallowed down. Perhaps acceptance was the most felicitous release. Little scorpion would likely forget her soon enough. After all, she was unworthy of its affection. Little scorpion, I am sorry. I do not wish to implicate you. Refrain from conflict with your brethren. I am merely an outsider. Allow me to bear the mantle of the traitor. Hold. Just as the combat team members ascended the stage, ropes in hand, poised to bind Xiaoya, Jean Mei interjected. Whether one is a traitor is not a matter to be determined by mere clamor. I possess a remarkable instrument that can ascertain the true culprit. Jean Mei retrieved a small cement bucket from backstage. This wondrous artifact is known as the Stone of Allegiance. I shall place it within this bucket. She brandished it before the assembled scorpions, and indeed, the sound of stone colliding with cement echoed forth. Whosoever ascends the stage and touches this stone, if they are a traitor, their hand shall be stained black. With that, Jean Mei extended her roseate pincers into the bucket, rummaged about, and then raised them aloft. Her pincers remained unchanged, still a delicate pink. If there is a scorpion with malintent, their pincers will turn black. Xia Lulu, come forth. Xiaoya, you as well. The assembled scorpions gazed at Jean Mei with bewilderment. Could such a legendary stone truly exist? Xiaolulu was drenched in sweat, feeling that he had perhaps overstepped his bounds today. However, in the presence of the other scorpions, he felt compelled to comply and reluctantly took the stage. Xiaoya, although you claim to be a traitor, the evidence against you is rather tenuous. To prove your innocence, why not touch the stone within? Xiaolulu continued. You need not be apprehensive. This stone poses no harm to your body. It merely serves to facilitate a comparison between you and Xiaoya. This prop is remarkably accurate. The two scorpions extended their pincers into the cement bucket, mimicking Zhun Meili's actions as they stirred the contents. Now, raise your pincers. Both scorpions lifted their pincers simultaneously. Xiaolulu's remained unchanged. However, Xiaoya's pincers transformed into a deep black, coated with dark ash. Indeed, it is you. I cannot believe you have truly betrayed us. Zhun Meili exclaimed vehemently. The scorpions in the audience gasped in astonishment, their eyes filled with admiration for the ominous cement bucket. Xiaolulu was equally taken aback, never having anticipated that Zhun Meili possessed such formidable props. Thankfully, he had been clever. Bring Xiaoya here, bind her, and confine her in the conference hall. I shall interrogate her thoroughly tonight. Boss, you must be mistaken. Xiaoya is certainly not that kind of person. The little scorpion found the notion of using a stone to determine treachery utterly ludicrous. Indeed. Chapter 69. The cause of Jean's boss. This stone is truly extraordinary. I must give it a try. As Xiaobai spoke, he reached into the cement bucket and soon grasped a stone. The texture was unremarkable, merely an ordinary stone, devoid of any special qualities. Why isn't the loyalty stone being used? It feels like something picked up casually from the roadside. Zhun Meili, observing Xiaobai's curious demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, who asked you to try it? You are correct. It is just an ordinary stone, albeit with a layer of grass ash applied. Huh? Xiaobai was taken aback, realizing that the loyalty stone was merely an ordinary stone. Do not be surprised. Do not extract it yet, with so many scorpions watching below. Wait until you are in a place devoid of scorpions to examine it. Xiaobai. Zhun Meili handed him a cup of hot water and ushered him to the backstage. Shortly after, Xiaobai emerged with wide eyes, remnants of the unwashed black grass ash still clinging to his claws. Could it be that I too am a traitor? But why have you, boss? And Xiaolioli not gotten your hands dirty? Are you foolish? As long as you do not touch the stone, your hands will remain clean. Xiaolioli refrained from touching the stone out of guilt, thinking himself clever. What? So, Xiaoya is not a traitor after all. The true traitor is Xiaolioli too. Out of guilt, dared not touch the stone, and thus his claws remained spotless, while Xiaoya, having touched the stone covered in grass ash, ended up with blackened claws. Xiaobai suddenly understood, yet he soon fell back into confusion. Then why, boss, did you not expose him, but instead accuse Xiaoya? I suspect there may be more than one traitor among us. Thus we must remain discreet. I must devise a plan to identify all the traitors. You are incredibly astute. My leader, it is no wonder that the master often praises you. The commendation ceremony will proceed as scheduled. I will strategize to uncover the enemies while you fulfill your role as host. Everyone, please quiet down. Today we have successfully apprehended the traitor Xiaoya, a commendable achievement, and we have thoroughly thwarted the nefarious schemes of Scorpion Thief. I extend my gratitude to all for your assistance. Now, I have an urgent announcement. Please lend me your ears. The microphone carried the voice of Xiaobai to the ears of the gathered scorpions. After some initial commotion, they gradually quieted. In recognition of everyone's contributions during this operation to uncover the traitors, our leader Zhun Meili has decided to distribute all the rewards from this commendation ceremony to the brothers and sisters present as a token of appreciation. Xiaobai delivered an impassioned speech, particularly emphasizing Zhun Meili's decision, even though he was unaware of the reason behind his leader's request. How wise our leader is. I never anticipated that I too could receive a reward typically reserved for the captain. Our leader always considers our well-being. It is truly moving. Long live our leader. Congratulations to the host sister for receiving the heartfelt gratitude of Scorpion Xiaolingqi, earning a beauty score of 0.005. Congratulations to the host sister for receiving the sincere blessings of Scorpion Xiaolio, earning a beauty score of 0.002. Congratulations to the host sister for receiving the genuine admiration of Scorpion Xiasanqi, earning a beauty score of 0.004. As she gazed upon the incessant stream of system notifications, Zhun Meili maintained a facade of composure, yet internally, her heart blossomed with joy. Observing the scorpions, she mused on the sincerity of their gratitude towards her, relishing the thought of unearthing their true feelings with the aid of her enhancements. While accumulating points, Zhenmeili yearned to utilize the system's beauty-enhancing name prompts to uncover any remaining traitors, although she hoped there would not be too many. Bring forth the barrel. A wooden cask, overgrown with weeds, was hoisted by two scorpions. This was Zhenmeili's clandestine reward, strategically placed behind the podium. Xiaobai, upon unveiling the large barrel, carefully removed the weeds and gingerly presented a plump, round fruit, placing it upon the podium. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air, enveloping the surroundings. Even the small ball, which had been dozing beside Zhenmeili, stirred, opening its drowsy eyes. Ah, what a delightful scent. So familiar. Wait, isn't this the fruit I had last time? May I have another? Everyone, look here. This exquisite fruit is known as the Jin fruit, a wondrous delicacy that thrives in the outer world, Zhenmeili proclaimed, concealing the truth from the other scorpions. Despite its spherical appearance, the fruit was indeed a sphere, but one bite would unleash a cascade of sweet juice that would fill your mouth, offering a delicate and refreshing taste that was both delectable and juicy. After savoring one bite, you would crave a second, a third, ensuring that with each taste, your affection for it would only deepen, leaving you blissfully satiated. As Xiaobai spoke, he found himself salivating, unable to resist the allure of the fruit so tantalizingly close. Its aroma was irresistible, yet he had to suppress his desire to indulge. This fruit was not merely delectable, its properties were immensely powerful, capable of significantly enhancing everyone's abilities and accelerating their digestive processes, enabling them to transform into third-tier mutated scorpions at an expedited pace. However, the quantity of this fruit was limited, with effects only applicable upon consuming the first one. Zhenmeili, the leader, had endured countless hardships and worked tirelessly day and night to acquire these 81 fruits, so it was imperative that everyone consumed them without leaving a single morsel behind. All three thank you for your patronage tokens had been exchanged for Jin fruits. Initially, Zhenmeili could only allow select members of the battle team to partake, but now, thanks to one of the tokens, she had miraculously obtained a total of 50 Jin fruits, bringing her total to 86, ensuring that every scorpion would receive one. Traditionally, distribution had been based on merit, which meant that many scorpions would be left without this fruit. However, there was no need for concern, as Zhenmeili had just announced that she intended to distribute them all equally, assuring everyone that each scorpion would receive their share. Without further ado, let the captains now collect the fruits for their teams. The large, plump fruits exuded an alluring fragrance, enveloping the entire base in a delightful aroma. My goodness, what could this possibly be? It is simply divine, delicious, yet remarkably large. I feel utterly satiated. I sense an invigorating energy coursing through my entire being. The scorpions can distinctly perceive their full bellies. Beyond mere satiety, this fruit also nourishes their bodies. Zhenmeili observes that their potentials are gradually transforming, with nearly all scorpions experiencing a significant enhancement in quality. Given the limited supply of fruit, Zhenmeili refrains from consuming any herself, as an elevation in her red quality would yield minimal benefit. It is far more prudent to empower her subordinates. For instance, when Xiaobai received one, it had long been yearning for it and devoured it with quite an unsightly eagerness. Having already attained green quality, upon consuming the fruit, it ascended directly to blue quality, greatly augmenting its strength. Although Xiaobai possesses a remarkably high blue quality, due to its late joining of Zhenmeili's ranks, it will not advance further for another week. Amidst the excitement of the scorpions, Zhenmeili finds herself in a state of discontent. Aside from the few scorpions that have departed, there are indeed other traitors among them. It is unexpected that they have concealed themselves so adeptly. Chapter 70. The role of meritorious deeds. Thus, Zhenmeili cannot ascertain whether these scorpions are indeed traitors. In an effort to avoid alarming them, she must temporarily categorize them as suspects, dispatching a scorpion to covertly monitor their actions. Fortunately, the only confirmed traitor at this point is Xiaolulu. It seems she must take action against it. In Zhenmeili's mind, a set of procedures had taken shape, and she firmly believed that these scorpions would inevitably reveal their true colors. Under the auspices of Xiaobai, the commendation assembly unfolded with remarkable smoothness. Although the rewards of Jin fruit were absent, the merits established by Zhenmeili could still be duly allocated based on contributions. Even though such merits were intangible, they proved to be exceedingly useful. Let us commence with the announcement of recent achievements. First, we acknowledge the combat team led by Xiaolingqi, which made significant contributions in the battle against the slime robots, earning a commendation of 300 merit points. Xiaobai subsequently informed the Scorpions of their contributions and corresponding point rewards. Xiaobai inquired Sanchi, do these merit points serve any purpose beyond obtaining food? Sanchi boasted an impressive total of 800 merit points, having consistently excelled in combat and participated in various activities, including a fair share of errands. Silence, please. Based on the current points system, Zhen Meili, Little Scorpion, and the team leaders have collaboratively devised several merit exchange options. Clearing his throat, Xiaobai continued with the announcements. Firstly, merit acquisition will be linked to your production and daily lives. A detailed points table will be posted at the entrance of the conference hall after the meeting concludes. Of course, the method of posting will not involve paper, as Zhen Meili lacks the resources to produce paper in the resource-scarce dungeon. However, since these Scorpions are not familiar with Chinese characters, given their complexity and depth, which even Little Scorpion is still in the process of learning, this will pose no issue. For some ordinary Scorpions, this situation is akin to a nightmare, as they can only recognize a few patterns. Below are the prices. Energy milk blocks, 10 merit points each. High-temperature roasted insects, 10 merit points apiece. Compressed wood, 10 merit points per meter of standard wood. Cement buckets, 5 merit points each. Wooden boards, 10 merit points for 3. What? The price of roasted insects has risen from 5 merit points last time. I desire some of that compressed wood. My lair is in a state of disrepair. Alas, I possess only 108 merit points. How difficult it is. How many merit points do you all have? Oh no, I cannot do the math. What can I acquire with 200 merit points? Brother, allow me to teach you arithmetic. Just hand me a high-temperature roasted insect. Do not believe him. I excel at calculations. Just give me a wooden board. The discussion among the Scorpions grew increasingly fervent, as one could imagine the allure of the items listed above for them. Xiaobai once again dropped a bombshell revelation, causing a stir among the assembled Scorpions. Although the rewards are meager, I only have 150 merit points. What a challenge. I shall abandon learning arithmetic and aim to become a camp leader instead. But without mastering arithmetic, how will you know if you possess sufficient merit points? Surely, it is not just this one Scorpion harboring such thoughts. Even the typically serious leader of the combat team, Xiaolingqi, is eager to join in, though his merit points only amount to 300, recently acquired. As for the reason behind the scarcity, it is because he has devoted all his points to procure food and generously rewarded the members of his combat team. Xiaobai articulated the paramount significance of merits, which is housing. Zhen Meili believes that as a cohesive unit, they ought to abandon the primitive existence of mere survival and strive towards a more elevated lifestyle. Good heavens! Could I possibly reside in a house akin to that of Leader Zhen Meili? But alas, that is a villa. How could we afford such an exorbitant dwelling? Leader Zhen Meili would undoubtedly inflate the housing prices. I have a foreboding that they will rise. Nonsense. Leader Zhen Meili is so benevolent towards us. Surely it won't be excessively priced. Chapter 71. United against the foe everyone. Please remain silent. I can envision that you are all quite familiar with the significance of merits. So let us proceed to the next agenda of our commendation ceremony. Xiaobai's voice resonated through the speakers, reaching the ears of every Scorpion present. Having mastered the use of the microphone in his grasp, the previously raucous Scorpions fell into a relative hush. In our endeavor to enhance our base and address the challenges faced in our daily lives, after thorough discussions among Leader Zhen Meili, Little Scorpion, and various team captains, we shall inaugurate a bounty section, where the content and rewards of the bounties will be delineated in a new column. Upon hearing this new term, the Scorpions in attendance appeared bewildered. Do not fret, allow me to elucidate. The process of the bounty is as follows. Initially, the party offering the bounty will post a query, for instance, the need to customize a wooden table. One may register with the staff at the bounty section, indicating the tasks to be accomplished along with the necessary requirements and the amount of merit to be earned. Should the criteria be met and a portion of the commission paid, the staff will post the bounty in the relevant section and showcase it in the bounty hall. Within the assembly hall, there happens to be a Scorpion in need of merit, which coincidentally possesses the skill to craft tables. It can present the bounty marker, register with the staff, and complete the task within the stipulated time frame. Once the table is constructed, it can be handed over to the staff, who will then relay it to the bounty issuer. The issuer shall receive the table, while the contributor will earn the corresponding merit. This represents an efficient solution to the lack of necessary items. When Jeanne Meili conceived this idea, she felt exceedingly clever, as it not only alleviated her workload but also allowed her to reap a profit in merit. However, the scorpions in the audience did not respond fervently. After all, they had no need for tables and were illiterate. The concept of a bounty was somewhat perplexing to them. Can't I just do it myself? Why should I entrust it to others? And why should I pay a commission? Who would agree to that? If you need tables, I can make them for you. A bit less merit is acceptable. What if housing prices rise excessively? I fear I won't have enough points. How can I dare to issue a bounty? Jeanne Meili mused. Why is this so different from what I envisioned? Shouldn't I be receiving some praise? Although the benefits of this bounty have yet to be discerned by everyone, it will prove to be of immense significance when you find yourselves in need, facing challenges. We're pressed for time. Therefore, let us await the unfolding of events. Xiaobai, noting the disinterest of the scorpions, merely made a passing remark before proceeding to the next agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down as we now enter the final segment of the award ceremony. A matter of great importance that pertains to the future of our base. In 1 week's time, we shall confront the formidable scorpion thief and take on the stronghold they have constructed. Xiaobai's tone was laden with gravity, and the atmosphere in the room gradually grew somber. Surely, you have all witnessed the prowess of the Scorpion Thief 5, whose body has been enhanced, granting it tremendous strength. Coupled with their inherent status as third-tier mutated scorpions, they possess formidable capabilities. Many of the scorpions have suffered under the oppression of the Scorpion Thief, and without the assistance of Jeanne Meili, they might have fallen prey to the harsh laws of nature. In light of this, they began to offer a wave of beauty points in gratitude to Jeanne Meili. First and foremost, I must responsibly inform you that the strength of the Scorpion Thief 5 far surpasses that of the previous Black Slime robot. Unlike the slime robots, which engaged in monotonous attacks, these beings possess not only high intelligence, but also enigmatic technological weaponry and abilities. Thus, to triumph over them, we must unite in collaboration. Xiaobai's words brought a hush over the previously raucous scorpions. The threat posed by the formidable Scorpion Thief was too great. The remaining 5 modified scorpions were exceedingly powerful. Our leader, Jeanne Meili, had secured us 2 weeks and a singular opportunity, yet nearly a week had already elapsed, leaving us with just over a week to prepare. Despite our relentless efforts to seize every fleeting moment, overcoming such a formidable foe remained a daunting challenge. Xiaobai paused, observing the expressions of the scorpions, fully aware that it was imperative to ignite their resolve further. Additionally, we had recently captured the traitor, Xiaoya, who had betrayed us by handing over the blueprints of our secret weapon to the enemy. This revelation indicated that we must brace ourselves for the possibility of our weapon being deciphered. Simultaneously, we had to guard against the risk of the enemy utilizing those blueprints to forge their own weapons and potentially launch an assault against us. As the moment was ripe, Xiaobai began to speak. The reason this was positioned as the final agenda was to present you with 2 choices. First, to depart from the base and sever ties with us. Second, to remain ever ready for sacrifice. Should you choose to leave, you could evade the turmoil of battle and may later join the Scorpion Thief. Neither Jeanne Meili nor the captains would impede your decision. Furthermore, the fruit you consumed would facilitate your evolution to the 3rd tier, ensuring that your future achievements would not fall below the 5th tier. If you wish to depart, now is the opportune moment, as that fruit serves as Jeanne Meili's final gift to you. The scene was enveloped in an eerie silence, as they were already aware of the impending battle between Jeanne Meili, the little scorpion, and the Scorpion Thief 5. The colossal explosion and terrifying sounds had made it clear just how formidable their opponents were, evidenced by the massive crater left in the wake of the blast. However, this silence did not linger for long. I will not retreat. It was the Scorpion Thief who threatened me back then, and I shall fight to the bitter end, proclaimed one, asserting their newfound resolve. I am no longer the timid person I once was. I too shall remain. Without Jeanne Meili, there would be no me today. If it weren't for her kindness, I would have perished from hunger long ago. This base is my home, though my abilities may be lacking. If they wish to destroy my home, they must first trample over my body. I feel the same. I fear them not. Another echoed. Count me in. Though I may not be strong, I shall use the brick in my hand to strike them down. As the rallying cry spread, no scorpion chose to flee. This unwavering solidarity brought great comfort to Jeanne Meili. Her comrades proved to be remarkably dependable, despite the possibility of traitors among them. It did not diminish her trust in her team. This trust stemmed from 2 reasons. First, for the sake of the base's safety. Jinmei had subjected this group of scorpions to rigorous tests. Secondly, these members had all endured the oppressive might of the scorpion thief, nurturing a deep-seated animosity towards them. The cacophony of shouts gradually coalesced into a unified declaration. To defend our homeland, who if not us? To defend our homeland, who if not us? To defend our homeland, who if not us? Very well, since no scorpion has escaped, I assure everyone that we shall undoubtedly triumph over our adversaries. With the esteemed Jinmei leading us, alongside the military strategist Xiao Xie and our combat team members, they shall transform into a formidable blade, launching our assault on the stronghold of the scorpion thief. Chapter 72. One must work diligently. The commendation ceremony concluded amidst the fervent shouts of the scorpions. What was intended to be a half-hour meeting stretched into 2 hours. However, the meeting yielded the anticipated results. I assign you a task. Keep a vigilant watch over these scorpions and monitor their activities. Boss, why do you suspect them? Look, Xiaolingi is among the first batch of scorpions. She is practically an elder in our ranks. And then there's CSC, who performs her duties with remarkable efficiency. She even assisted me in organizing the storeroom last time. Yet, one may know the scorpion's face, but not its heart. I merely require you to observe them for 24 hours. As for how you choose to monitor them, that is entirely up to your ingenuity. Additionally, this task is confidential. Do not disclose it to anyone, not even your most trusted subordinates. Boss, you cannot be serious. With so many scorpions, how can I possibly monitor them for 24 hours? Wait, boss, are you attempting to shirk your responsibilities by sending me away? Why do you look so flushed, boss? Please do not hurry off. The number of scorpions is rather overwhelming, and I cannot manage them all. Jinmei realized that her desire to evade work had been uncovered by Xie Bai, and her face flushed with embarrassment as she promptly turned to flee, leaving only a graceful silhouette behind for Xie Bai to ponder. Jinmei, I'm off. After being busy for so many days, I can finally slack off. Following the commendation meeting, the base entered a state of wartime readiness. The scorpions' posts were all temporarily suspended, and even the villas that Jinmei had been longing for were all halted. The most evident change was the increase in the number of temporary factories, with makeshift production facilities occupying a significant portion of the base. Everyone was working overtime to produce goods. The most noticeable change was in the southern district's grasslands, which diminished at a visible rate each day. Everywhere, one could witness busy figures. Let's pick up the pace and transport this 16th batch of props to the factories. The faster we move, the more security we can provide for the soldiers on the front lines. The engineering team leader directed the scorpions as batches of supplies were transported to the factories one after another. Captain, you should take a break. Boss Jinmei said it's a shift system. You don't have to keep working. Xiaolio wiped the sweat from his forehead, having not rested for days. No, I can't allow any problems to occur with this batch of goods under my watch. It would be letting down this uniform. But Captain, you can't keep working every day. What if you collapse from exhaustion? It's all right, I'm in good shape. Cough cough, Captain. You really can't keep going like this. It's nothing. I'm just afraid. Never mind. I won't tell you. Captain Xiaolio, engineering team leader, continued to tinker with his compressor. Captain, Boss Jinmei is here. She's here to urge you to rest again. Please hold on for a moment. I shall find a place to conceal myself. I cannot allow that young girl to catch me, as it would significantly impede my work. Xiaolio was perpetually occupied, and the thought of Jinmei suggesting a break was his greatest dread. It was not that he was unwilling to rest. Rather, the emergence of the traitor, Xiaoya, during the commendation ceremony filled him with trepidation. He feared that there might be more traitors tampering with his materials. After all, the precise formulation of these compressed materials could not tolerate even a slight deviation. If any member of the combat team were to be injured due to his oversight, he would carry the burden of guilt for a lifetime. Where could Xiaolio be hiding? How could he dare to work incessantly for so many days without a break? What if he wore himself out? A pink figure dashed into the factory, scanning the surroundings in search of a scorpion clad in engineering attire. Boss, Captain. He is concealed among the piles of materials, just over there. This is infuriating. After all these visits, you only inform me today? The captain forbids me from speaking. The little scorpion replied, feeling quite aggrieved, as he was caught between two parties he could not offend. I see you. Will you emerge on your own? Or must I drag you out? With the little scorpion's assistance, Jinmei located Xiaolio, who had hidden himself amidst the stacks of materials, fearing his clothing would become soiled and thus had deliberately tossed it outside the pile. Noticing the lack of response, Jinmei decided not to spare him any further courtesy. Xiaolio, I just entered from outside, and my shoes are caked with mud. If I accidentally step on your clothes, it would be quite unfortunate. If you do not come out soon, I shall tread upon them. I will count to 3, 3, 2, 1. Jinmei was aware that the captains were quite fond of the 9 yuan free shipping mini clothing sets she had gifted them. No, no, no. I'm coming out immediately. Do not touch my clothes. Xiaolio emerged from a pile of materials, realizing that the garments were merely a decoy. Even his team members had been deceived. Upon his emergence, he promptly shielded his attire. Ah, you have indeed mastered the art of escaping like a golden cicada shedding its shell, cleverly placing the clothes amidst this thick heap of materials. Hoping I would rummage through it for ages? Jinmei exclaimed in exasperation, astonished by Xiaolio's cleverness in evading her. Girl, what is it that you seek from me? You may challenge me, but you must not harm an innocent garment. One should not toil excessively. I have instructed you to rest. Why do you refuse to obey? You have been working overtime for so many consecutive days. Were it not for the kind-hearted Scorpion's tip-off, I would still be in the dark. Why can't you learn from my example? Rest when it is time to rest, and work when it is time to work. Xiaolio shot a fierce glare at Scorpion, feeling somewhat guilty. Girl, I merely wish to contribute a little more, and truth be told, I am resting. Observe that I have placed a cushion near the compressor. I have been resting there. Do not presume to adopt a senior demeanor just because you are a few days older than I. I tell you, today you must heed my words and go rest at once, or I shall take a small knife and slice your clothes. No, 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 boss, let us speak amicably. Please do not ruin my clothes. It is not that I do not wish to rest, but I am concerned that someone may tamper with things. This matter is not something you need to worry about. Let me assure you, you are all my brothers and sisters. Betrayal is impossible. So, go ahead and rest peacefully. After all, the traitor Xiaoya has already been confined, so what is there to fear? However, I must admit I still harbor some concerns. Should any mishap occur, those inferior materials will undoubtedly affect our combat efficacy, and I absolutely cannot permit the presence of substandard products. Xiaolio declared with unwavering confidence. As if no force on earth could sway him, Jinmei, filled with frustration, found herself incensed. As the leader of this base, she had never feared anyone aside from the combat unit leader, Xiaolingqi. Yet, she had not anticipated facing another obstinate individual. Very well, if you show no compassion, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. You shall not receive your clothing. Jinmei brandished a gleaming knife, its sharp blade reflecting the conflicted expression of Captain Xiaolio. Even if you tear my clothes, I shall continue to work. Captain Xiaolio retorted defiantly, though his tone betrayed a hint of reluctance, for Jinmei had mentioned that this garment was the only one of its kind. Seeing that threats were futile, Jinmei became truly exasperated. If I cease work today, any shortfall in supplies at the front will be entirely your responsibility. No, we cannot halt operations. I object. Protests fell on deaf ears. As Xiaolio departed, Jinmei sighed. This group is so diligent that I feel embarrassed to slack off. To desire leisure, yet be unable to indulge in it. Wouldn't that spell my doom? Chapter 73. Reconnaissance and Counter-Reconnaissance. Jinmei, exasperated by the workaholic Xiaolio, found herself in a predicament filled with unspoken grievances. How could there be such an extraordinarily diligent Scorpion? It defied logic. The first day of the wartime state unfolded smoothly, matching her expectations, yet as days passed, the number of captains working as tirelessly as Xiaolio multiplied. Some openly claimed to be resting, while secretly sneaking into the factory to lend a hand, providing cover for one another. This only served to aggravate Jinmei further. However, she took solace in the fact that, thanks to the leadership of these captains, the factory's production efficiency had surged several-fold, aptly illustrating the adage, a team with faith possesses boundless strength. Yet, Jinmei found herself beset with numerous responsibilities. Each day, she had to apprehend the overzealous captains and team members, which kept her exceedingly busy. These captains and team members, having consumed the gene fruit, exhibited a marked enhancement in their intellect, rendering Jinmei often unable to locate them, as they deftly eluded her grasp. For instance, Captains Xia and Xia Bailing had taken to guerrilla tactics, and to this day, Jinmei had yet to catch them. With no viable course of action, she realized that she could not threaten the elusive Scorpions. Therefore, she resolved to rely on her teammates, urging the duo of master and apprentice to devise a strategy while also updating her on recent developments. Boss, what have you summoned us for? I have been diligently keeping an eye on those scorpions, Xie Bailing remarked, his demeanor increasingly frazzled over the past few days. The relentless 24-hour surveillance had proven to be quite a challenge for him. Where have you confined Xiaoya? Why can't I find her? Recently, little scorpion has been burdened with heavy thoughts, suffering from a severe case of love sickness. Each task seems devoid of motivation, and many responsibilities have fallen upon Jin Meili. Xiaobai, little scorpion has been secretly summoned by Jin Meili. Could you two not be so noisy? Can't you see I am in a foul mood? Jin Meili exclaimed, her frustration palpable. These two are the intellectual cornerstone of the base. Their current despondent state is utterly unbecoming. Boss, I'm blind to your anger. But where on earth have you imprisoned Xiaoya? I assure you, she is not a traitor. Bang! Jin Meili struck little scorpion's head forcefully, finding it quite satisfying. Enough. Xiaoya is fine. She is not a traitor. I haven't locked her up, but she cannot appear before the other scorpions for the time being. I knew Xiaoya could never be a traitor. Little scorpion's heart, heavy with worry for days, finally found relief upon realizing Xiaoya was safe and instantly transformed. Bye. Please report the situation on your end. How are those scorpions faring? Bang. Upon hearing Xie Bai ramble nonsensically, Jin Meili struck again, enjoying the sensation. Get to the point. Oh, Xiaolingi has been perfectly normal these past few days, though he seems to feel somewhat superior, taking pride in being the first to be recruited. He has not left the base. CSCU remains exceptionally proactive, diligently engaged in various tasks. Recently, he even took the time to assist other scorpions, once spending an entire night helping me. His enthusiasm is commendable, and he also has not left the base. Siasiba frequently makes mistakes at work, seemingly burdened by some hidden concerns, yet nothing appears amiss, nor has he left the base. The newcomer, Xie Cube, appears somewhat timid, while he does not shirk his duties. It seems he harbors a dislike for you, Chief, as I discovered that you had declined his request to join us on 3 separate occasions. And he too has never left the base. As for the others, Xie Sanziro and Xie Wuer, they exhibit no particularities, adhering to their routine work and life without venturing beyond the base. Something feels amiss, Chief. CSCE is exhibiting troubling behavior. His performance is alarmingly exceptional. Xiaoxia voiced her thoughts. Master, is there truly a problem with exceptional performance? Xiaoxia, where's the issue in this? Jin Meili and Xie Bai were perplexed. Bai, please describe the individuals you assisted and the scorpions you encountered during your work. I suspect he may be acting deliberately. Ah, Master. Please don't put me in a difficult position. With so many scorpions, how can I possibly remember them all? He has interacted with far too many subjects for me to recall, yet he is often seen near the captains, sometimes even bringing them food, a remarkably courteous scorpion. As for the individual he assisted, I only recall that fateful night, which seemed to be at Xie residence. What? Jin Meili gasped in astonishment, realizing Xie was under Xie Lu's command. Well then, let us observe further. We shall monitor Xie as well. Xiaoxia remained uncertain, fully aware that the traitor lurked in the shadows while she stood exposed. Any misstep could lead to revelation. And more scorpions, Master. I cannot endure this. With so many scorpions, how can I manage to monitor them all? Little scorpion, how is Xie Lu's situation? It appears to be quite normal. Though there is some conflict with Xie Ergio, they are always at odds. I suspect it may be due to our not allowing it to occupy that particular chair. No, Xie Lu is most likely a traitor. Xie Bai, did you not previously touch that loyalty stone? What was your impression? I did touch it, and my hands were covered in black soot. I thought I might be a traitor too. Exactly, because you are aware of your own loyalty. You dared to touch that stone. After all, anyone who touches it will have their hands smeared with black soot, which I applied. For only a guilty scorpion would refrain from approaching that stone. Boss, did you not touch the stone at that time? No wonder they say your hands are so pristine. Upon hearing the conversation between Jin Meili and Xie Bai, little scorpion suddenly realized that the so-called loyalty stone was merely a ruse. It was nothing more than a psychological tactic. Master, you were truly remarkable. You grasped it instantly while I pondered for a long time before understanding. Xie Bai felt disheartened. He had struggled to comprehend it, yet the master understood with just a few words. Scorpion is indeed infuriating. Yes, indeed, it was intentional. Had Xie Lu not betrayed us, it would undoubtedly have touched that stone, but alas, it overestimated its own cleverness and did not approach it. Jin Meili did not genuinely wish for a traitor in her team, Yet the reality was undeniably heartbreaking. Boss, I have an idea. Let us promote Xiaolulu. For many days, the little scorpion had refrained from using its intellect. However, upon unraveling its mental knot, a spark of brilliance ignited within. It broke into a mischievous grin, as if a grand scheme had taken root in its mind. As the little scorpion elaborated, Jinmei and Xiaobai also donned wicked smiles. You are quite devious. Little scorpion. Master, you are truly my idol. You certainly possess a cunning nature. Chapter 74, The Appointment of Xiaolulu. By the way, I have another question. How do we manage that group of individuals who persistently toil in the shadows? I cannot catch them. They refuse to rest, insisting that they cannot participate in battle and must instead support us silently from behind. It drives me to the brink of frustration. What if they exhaust themselves? Burning the midnight oil is akin to a slow suicide, Jinmei exclaimed, her petite feet incessantly pacing the floor in agitation. But they are doing it for the good of the base. There is nothing wrong with that, the little scorpion inquired, puzzled, as it sensed it might behave similarly. I require your advice, not a defense of their actions. Jinmei retorted angrily, brandishing her small pincers. Master, I believe the boss is right. I've been up for several days. I am utterly exhausted, and I too wish to rest. Xiaobai lamented, feeling quite aggrieved. Why was it that Jinmei didn't grant it a reprieve? After all, it had endured sleepless nights just like the little scorpion. Jinmei sketched a grand plan. Very well, but your points will be negatively impacted by 150,000. Let us see when you can repay that debt. Please, please, no, boss. I was merely jesting. I still need to save money to build a house. Xiaobai immediately conceded. I need my points to purchase compressed wood. I am determined to construct a villa just like the boss's. Jinmei and Xiaobai's jest sparked an idea in Xiaoxia. Boss, I believe we can inform them that after consuming the gene fruit, they must undergo recuperation. Otherwise, the fruit's effects will diminish. Indeed, how did I not think of that? Although the gene fruit has no correlation to staying up late, we can deceive them. Let them rest on their own. This is a splendid plan. I shall convey it to them at once. Jinmei quickly grasped the notion, leaving her disciples behind as she hurriedly set forth to issue commands. Bye. You too should attend to your tasks. It seems I've been rather despondent these past few days. Xiaoxia sprang into action, preparing for the execution of her scheme. The following day, several special orders were disseminated, inciting discontent among many scorpions. The reasons were apparent. Although uncovering the traitor was a significant achievement, her presentation at the recognition ceremony left many scorpions feeling disdainful. Wasn't Xiaolulu merely envious of Captain Hierarchy? Had it not been for her serendipitous discovery of the traitor, she would not be in her current position. Do not speak recklessly. She is the commander now, accumulating merit even without labor each month. The second order pertained to the reassignment of the secret weapon manufacturing team, comprising the following scorpions. The principal leader, Xiaoxia. Combat team members Scalingi and Xiaosanyi. Reconnaissance team member Xiaoxi. And patrol team member Xiaoichi, all directly managed by Commander Xiaolulu. This second order elevated Xiaolulu's status further, solidifying her position as a true commander, to whom even the esteemed Xiaoxia must yield. Responsible for the research of secret weapons. How impressive. Commander Xiaolulu, please take good care of me in the future. The third directive, due to the latest research, indicates that the digestion of the gene fruit is rather challenging. It requires a daily expenditure of 8 hours for recuperation. The most effective method for recuperation is rest, and prolonged overtime will squander the efficacy of the gene fruit, leading to physical ailments. Commander Xiaolulu, the leader of the engineering team, has already experienced adverse reactions. In order for everyone to advance more swiftly, all members are strictly prohibited from clandestinely working overtime. The veracity of the third command is somewhat exaggerated, yet its credibility remains substantial. What? No wonder my eyes have been dry and my head dizzy lately. I should have known better than to work overtime. After just 1 day's extra work, I feel utterly unwell. I must urge the commander to take a break, as he has not rested even for a day. I will go too. Our commander has been avoiding Captain Jinmei, unaware that she has his best interests at heart. The 3 directives were swiftly implemented, and the results were remarkably evident. It turned out that the grass hut for constructing siege engines had undergone considerable expansion, with several no trespassing signs prominently displayed. This instilled a sense of pride in Xiaolulu, for his status was no longer ordinary. Aside from himself, everyone else was deemed a bystander. This promotion made him feel as though he had ascended to a higher echelon. "Commander Lulu, shall we commence the construction of the siege engines?" Little Scorpion inquired politely. The blueprints for the siege engines were firmly etched in Little Scorpion's mind, enabling him to merely direct the other scorpions in their tasks. Xielingi, how do you envision the assembly? In a moment, I will entrust you with the entire set of parts. Remember, they must be securely fastened. CSC. This batch of materials needs to be assembled in this manner. Have you committed it to memory? I require 36 of these components. CHE. These ropes must be tied in a specified manner. You must ensure the integrity of each rope, for any mistake will render the war chariot unassemblable. A blind scorpion, revealing a formidable weapon-making method without reservation to the enemy, elicited a surge of joy in Xie Lulu. If he were to present this method to Xie Daogang, his proposal to become the ninth sworn brother would surely be accepted. Observing the little scorpion openly showcasing the blueprint's creation process to the others, Xie Lulu immediately abandoned the thought of sabotaging the wooden materials and swiftly signaled to the nearby scorpions. The signal was clear: do not move erratically. Absorb all knowledge possible. This siege engine is a remarkable asset, and we must present it to Xie Daogang. The scorpions in the corner nodded discreetly, evidently having received the signal. They concealed the glimmering metal in their possession and began to study diligently. Time passed without notice, and the scorpions completed their tasks. Xie Lulu, bring over the base of the ancient war chariot. You few, carry over the assembled materials. I will now demonstrate how to construct the attacking section of the siege engine and catapult from these components. The little scorpion's pincers danced swiftly, and even in blindness. It skillfully pieced the components together. However, this left the few traitorous scorpions utterly bewildered. Was the little scorpion performing magic? At present, there is no cause for concern if you find it difficult to comprehend. Take your time to learn over the next few days, as I shall guide you through the process meticulously. On the ancient war chariot, a colossal catapult has been completed. The enormous spoon-shaped projectile launcher, driven by gears, emits a thunderous roar. With a swift pull of the lever, the little scorpion executed a flawless arc with the spoon, demonstrating formidable power. One can discern from the sound alone that its might is considerable. Once stones are placed within, it is certain to demolish walls with ease, a force not to be underestimated. Chapter 75. Return to the team. Splendid results. Observe, this is merely the attack component of the siege engine, yet it possesses such remarkable power. Once we assemble its mobility mechanism, defensive apparatus, and ammunition loading system, it shall transform into a mobile artillery platform. Imagine the prowess of a moving siege engine. How formidable it shall be. However, time remains ample, and there is no need for haste. At present, you must learn to assemble the attack components of this machine. Once mastered, we shall progress to the next phase of assembly. The little scorpion was exceedingly pleased with the test. However, it did not afford Xie Lulu the opportunity to admire the work. With a decisive pull of another lever, a startling scene unfolded before the scorpions. The entire engineering vehicle, as if flung into the air like beans, disassembled before their eyes, scattering into a heap of parts that clattered down onto the base. Brother Scorpion, what have you done? After all our hard work, how could it just fall apart? The scorpions exclaimed in astonishment. Do not make a fuss. I merely wish to inform you that this lever is of utmost importance. You must remember not to disclose its existence to our enemies. Should it fall into the hands of the scorpion thief, with its remarkable speed, it could swiftly reach the siege engine and activate this device, causing our siege engine to disintegrate into mere fragments. Imagine the calamity of witnessing your weapons reduced to mere debris on the battlefield. Little Scorpion explained earnestly, divulging critical intelligence to Xie Lulu. This lever is the lifeblood of the entire mechanism. If it is found and activated, the siege engine will be rendered completely ineffective, disassembled into its constituent parts. But, dear little Scorpion, why do we not simply remove the lever? That would eliminate their opportunity, inquired a curious onlooker. Removing it would prove futile. Any substantial force applied to that specific area would still cause disassembly. Moreover, the lever serves a significant purpose and must be retained. If we are unable to carry it away in time, a mere pull would leave our enemies with nothing more than a pile of timber. This strategy effectively prevents them from appropriating our technology. Furthermore, it facilitates our dismantling efforts. Transporting such a large object is exceedingly cumbersome. Hence, we shall opt to transport the individual components instead. Upon arrival, we can reassemble it, catching them off guard. As long as we ensure the lever is concealed adequately, it will be exceedingly difficult to detect. Upon hearing this, a spark of intelligence flickered in Ciel Yoyo's eyes. Not only could I master the construction of this formidable weapon, but I could also discern the means to dismantle it. This would be a remarkable achievement, even in the midst of battle. I have devised strategies to cope with such challenges, rendering any potential mishaps a mere trifling concern. Most importantly, I can easily refrain from disclosing the methods of creation to Scorpion Thief, only revealing the means to decipher them, which is indeed a significant achievement. Furthermore, by doing so, I can discreetly retain a trump card for unforeseen circumstances. Why are you still dawdling? Quickly categorize the components and reinstall them. Have you mastered the techniques taught by our elder Scorpion? Take action and give it a try. The Scorpions, under the careful guidance of Jinmei, embarked on their arduous journey of learning. Life, filled with busyness, was both fulfilling and fleeting. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Engaged with the siege vehicles, these traders remained oblivious to the fact that, following the conclusion of the awards ceremony, the number of Scorpions in the base had significantly diminished. They seemed to have evaporated into thin air, as not a single one was to be seen during meals, exercise, work, or rest. Where have you all gone? It has been quite a while. Wait, what is this? Captain Sanchi, you have actually leveled up. The 30 missing Scorpions suddenly reappeared before their peers, with CS Sanchi having arrived ahead of them. Tomorrow marks the appointed time with Scorpion Thief, and of course, we must present ourselves. Let me share a secret with you. We have endured rigorous training for over a week. Observing CS Sanchi, who towered over even the smaller Scorpions, the diligent workers in the base felt a pang of unfairness. Why, despite adhering to Jinmei's directives to rest regularly, had they not leveled up? While these individuals trained tirelessly day and night and achieved advancement, besides CS Sanchi, a group of Scorpions stood not far away. Aside from Jinmei and Xiebai, the whereabouts and actions of the other Scorpions remain a mystery. Have you been practicing your breathing techniques as advised by our leader Jinmei? She mentioned that such practices are beneficial for digesting the genetic causes. What exactly is this breathing technique? We hardly have the luxury of time. This past week has been consumed by rigorous training. I must confide, it has been quite distressing. Each day felt like an eternity. Just as CS Sanchi was modestly boasting about his advancement to a third-tier mutated Scorpion, a magnificent Scorpion, adorned in gleaming golden armor, abruptly seized CS Sanchi and whisked him away. Captain Xielingqi, what are you doing? I'm merely reminiscing. This isn't a hindrance at all. You mustn't be reckless. Our specialized training is confidential, particularly regarding their assignments. Are you aware of this? Come with me. We must report our training results to Leader Jinmei. Captain Xielingqi's imposing presence captivated the attention of numerous Scorpions along the way. In contrast, CS Sanchi, who believed himself to be the epitome of perfection in his advancement, appeared rather ordinary. The two colossal figures pushed through the gathering of onlookers and arrived at the conference hall. Jinmei awaited them there, having been quite occupied throughout the week. However, all her efforts would soon prove worthwhile. Ultimately, the outcome would hinge upon the abilities and levels of evolution of these third-tier mutated Scorpions. Before Jinmei could speak, CS Sanchi deftly maneuvered around Captain Xielingqi and seized the moment to flatter her. Wow, even the little Scorpions don't stand as tall as you. It seems the energy nutrient blocks I provided are quite effective. Jinmei, basking in the glow of compliments, felt a pleasant uplift in her spirits. Having indeed succeeded in her weight loss journey, alas, she had yet to ascend to the next level. Enough of that, boss. We consume several energy bars daily, and we must train as hard as we eat. It's utterly exhausting. Why do you insist on eating so much each time? Xielingqi shot a glare at CS Sanchi, who had been quite the diligent trainee over the past week. CS Sanchi could be regarded as the most industrious member of the team, having worn out several sets of equipment brought by Jinmei through relentless practice. Boss, we have successfully completed our mission, a total of 30 Scorpions, with all 4 combat squad leaders achieving advancement. Furthermore, among the 5 accompanying team members, 2 have also achieved advancement. In this secret military training, we have successfully advanced 7 out of 10 combat Scorpions to the third-tier mutated Scorpions. Excellent. This far exceeds my expectations by a considerable margin. You all have worked hard. By the way, how is the progress of the 20 Scorpions that accompanied you? Report, boss. Everything is proceeding smoothly. Also, how did the clothes that Xiebai sent over fit? Are they suitable? Absolutely perfect. Wonderful. Now, you may take your rest. Tomorrow marks our day of reckoning. Prepare yourselves. Yes, yes. CS Sanchi and Xielingqi replied in unison, their voices resounding with unwavering determination. Chapter 76. The march to the stone fortress. The clarion call of the bugle resounded, a sound that Jeanne Meili was intimately familiar with from her past life, an inspiring and grandiose charge that echoed throughout the entire base. Victory is assured. Victory is assured. A regiment of scorpions stands in perfect formation, comprising a modest count of merely 31. Under the command of Captain Xie Lingqi, leader of the combat unit, they are organized into 5 rows, each containing 6 scorpions. The foremost row is led by Commander Xie Lulu, who oversees the siege engine assembly team. After over a week of diligent assembly, and despite the meticulous guidance of the young scorpions, they have yet to master the art of constructing the siege engines, leaving Commander Xie Lulu feeling somewhat disheartened. Is this endeavor truly so challenging to grasp? Fortunately, he possesses the secret to the siege engine's design. Due to the erroneous instruction provided by the young scorpions, they have been unable to learn the method of crafting the siege engines, compelling the young scorpion to preemptively construct 6 siege engines. Thus, the primary task of this squad is to maintain and replace the components of these siege engines. However, this is merely their facade. The remaining 5 squads are led by 5 third-tier mutated scorpions, each adorned in armor fashioned from countless intertwined strands of fibrous weeds. While this armor offers a modicum of protection, it proves ineffective against exceptionally sharp blades or explosives, rendering it akin to mere clothing in terms of defense. As the main force, these soldiers are each equipped with iron-long knives, while their leader wields a more cumbersome iron hammer. The source of this iron, of course, is largely attributed to the contributions of Scorpion Thief No. 5, whose mechanized components have been dismantled and melted down into molten iron. These weapons still employ the crafting techniques of Xiebai, allowing them to be seamlessly integrated with the pincers of the scorpions. However, to wield such cumbersome arms, the user's strength must reach a certain level. Onward. Under the command of Xie Lingqi, 30 scorpions marched in unison towards the northern exit of the dungeon. Captain Xie Lingqi, is it wise to take only a handful of scorpions? The scorpion thieves boast a force more than double our own. Observing the modest number of 30 scorpions, most of whom were ordinary second-tier mutated scorpions that had not undergone the secret military training, Xiebai's could not help but sigh deeply. This would indeed be a battle of the few against the many. Rest assured, their strength is formidable, and moreover, they are merely tasked with the assault. We also possess a secret weapon. Is the secret weapon a siege engine? However, the blueprints have already been handed to the scorpion thieves, so they are undoubtedly prepared. Xiabai had long regretted the loss of the siege engine blueprints. The scorpion who had summoned him to the meeting was none other than Xie Lulu. And when Xiabai entered the thatched hut with the blueprints, he failed to secure them properly, instead pinning them to his pincers, which allowed the vigilant Xie Lulu to seize the opportunity to steal them. Who speaks of a siege engine? Our secret weapon consists of those 6 traitors. Xiabai had kept a close watch on these traitors for an entire week, finally uncovering the news of their clandestine gatherings. A few scorpions had been seduced into betrayal and joined their ranks. Could it be that the master's plan has succeeded? To ascertain whether these scorpions are indeed traitors, I have gone several nights without sleep. The plan devised by the little scorpion has yet to bear fruit. Its success hinges on whether the enemy is willing to fall for the ruse. However, do not regard me with such scrutiny. Your rewards shall be addressed once the competition concludes. Jeanne Meili, perceptive as she is, cannot overlook Xiebai's intentions upon discovering the traitor. She has begun subtly hinting at the rewards owed to her. By the way, where has my master gone? Why have I not glimpsed his presence these past few days? Do not concern yourself with your master. He has embarked on another mission with Xiaoya and has been gone for several days. Now that the main team has set off, it is time for me to depart as well. Boss, where do you think you are going? That is a battlefield. You need not become cannon fodder. Nonsense. I am your leader. I am hardly akin to cannon fodder. Moreover, I have the little ball with me. What is there to fear? Jeanne Meili, with a habitual tap on Xiebai's head, found the gesture satisfying and quite relieving. Boss, master has cautioned against striking the head, claiming it can lead to foolishness. Could you refrain from tapping my head in the future? Furthermore, with the little ball's rotundity, what use could it possibly serve? Perhaps you ought to await our good news here. Little ball, you are the one resembling a ball. I am a spirit beast, merely a tad rounder than usual. You should proceed with the reconnaissance team. The benefits of the camouflage gear are indeed considerable. I have my own plans. There is no need for your persuasion. Jeanne Meili dismissed Xiabai and set off with Little Ball in another direction. Her strategy entailed a frontal assault by the 31 main scorpions. While Xiabai would maneuver from the eastern district to disrupt the enemy, with Little Scorpion and Xiaoya laying traps in the western district. The attack plan was refreshingly simple, a three-pronged encirclement from left, right, and center. Jean Meili, with a small ball in hand, traversed the thicket, gazing intently at the battlefield in the distance. Goodness, is this stone fortress truly the creation of the Scorpion Bandits? The stone bastion unfolded before her eyes, a semi-cylindrical wall constructed from piled stones, its upper section adorned with deer-like protrusions, upon which a solitary scorpion stood vigilantly surveying the horizon. These crenellations were merely half a meter from the top, designed primarily to safeguard the soldier scorpions as they observed enemy movements or launched assaults from behind the parapets. Small apertures at the upper and lower sections of the crenellations served as lookout and firing holes, respectively. Amidst the cylindrical wall, a series of square windows became evident, clearly intended for the installation of cannon ports to bombard the advancing foes. Dominating this semi-cylindrical fortress was a massive stone door, hewn directly from a 2-meter-high block of rock, which the Scorpion Bandits had transported to create these formidable stone gates. The walls, smooth and impregnable, were crafted from meticulously cut stone bricks, exuding an air of lethal resolve, rendering any attempt to scale them exceedingly arduous. Behind this stone bastion lay their stronghold. Any assault would necessitate breaching the fortress gates or crashing through the walls. The castle loomed like a stoic giant, its expressionless facade standing resolutely. Through the windows, several soldier scorpions could be seen crouching as they scurried past, heightening the atmosphere of tension surrounding the fortress. It was evident that the Scorpion Bandits had invested considerable resources into this formidable stronghold. Chapter 77. The siege. Standing at an imposing height of 3 meters, the siege vehicle boasts a robust assistance system, flanked by thick cement panels, with a catapult resembling a spoon at its rear. It is evident that this is Jean Meili's secret weapon, the siege catapult. The Scorpions have transported it to the opposite side of the stone fortress, with 5 squads safeguarding their respective siege vehicles, poised for an imminent assault. However, the enemy appears to have adequately fortified their defenses. The sturdy castle walls seem capable of repelling any onslaught. Additionally, the formidable soldiers of the Scorpion Thieves have positioned a series of black cannon barrels at small windows, targeting the advancing scorpions. At the summit of the stone fortress, several machine guns have also been mounted, likely disassembled from the mechanical scorpions and affixed to the battlements for use by the professionally trained scorpion soldiers. The offensive has yet to commence when the defenders initiate their counterattack. The machine guns unleash a torrent of fire, merciless bullets raining down. In an instant, these high-velocity projectiles seem to freeze mid-air, as if colliding with an invisible iron wall, before plummeting to the ground. Captain is formidable. Captain is invincible. Under the nurturing influence of gene fruit, Xielingqi has undergone a qualitative transformation, and after a week of rigorous training, he has successfully ascended to a 3rd-tier mutated scorpion. Awakening the passive skill golden armor, an invisible barrier forms before him, completely negating any ranged attacks that would not result in an instant kill, though it proves ineffective against melee strikes. Although the captain's skill can completely block ranged attacks, half of the damage inflicted upon the barrier will transfer to the captain's own body. This passive ability functions akin to a damage-reducing armor, mitigating 50% of the impact. We shall retaliate. Launch the stones. The 6 wooden supports at the base of the siege engine were driven into the ground by the captain to counteract the recoil. The specially modified ropes entwined around the machine sprang taut. Fire. Upon command, the team pulled down the lever, and 5 siege engines hurled the stones into the air. The 5 round stones traced a graceful arc through the sky, aimed at the stone fortress. Not so fast. Scorpion Thief 3, the 4th, leaped from the castle, drawing his blade to cleave the oncoming stones. However, confronted with 5 projectiles, he found himself at a disadvantage, for he was but a lone scorpion. Thud. 1 stone struck the fortress wall with precision, while 2 others were intercepted by Scorpion Thief 3. Yet, not all stones were thwarted by him. 1 sailed past, crashing into the wall and creating a deep indentation. Another met its demise, colliding with the ceiling of the dungeon. Although only 1 stone hit its intended target, its impact was astonishing, causing the entire castle to tremble and leaving a massive breach in the struck wall. Clearly, their stone defenses were no match for such formidable force. Excellent, it had an effect. If we continue to launch the siege engines, we can obliterate their gates. Let us crush them. How dare you assist the Scorpion Thieves and enable their tyranny? Prepare for the next onslaught. Our attacks must not wane. These scorpions have undergone merely a few days of training, yet they have all mastered the art of stone throwing, a skill so elementary that it requires little effort to grasp. With all their strength, the little scorpions launched a relentless second barrage. The speed of the stones in this second wave had noticeably diminished, yet the shorter distance rendered this inconspicuous. Scorpion Thief 3, witnessing the stones hurtling towards it, erupted in fury, leaping into the air to unsheathe its elongated blade, which gleamed ominously. In an instant, the stones above it were cleaved into countless fragments with a resounding crash, scattering into a multitude of debris. Scorpion Thief 3's third-tier talent. Sword technique significantly augmented its swordsmanship, enabling it to effortlessly slice through stone. A mere parlor trick. What are stones to me? However, an unforeseen event unfolded. The hollow stones released a mixture of water and white powder, which, upon contact, instigated a fierce chemical reaction, generating an abundance of heat and light. The quicklime dust spread across the ground, much of it directly contacting the metallic body of Scorpion Thief 3, which possessed excellent thermal conductivity. The reaction between the refined quicklime powder and water produced a significant amount of heat, causing the temperature to rise rapidly. Although it did not reach the theoretical 700 degrees Celsius, it was still above 400 degrees, and the heat quickly transferred through the metal into its body, inflicting considerable discomfort. I am being roasted alive. Save me. The dagger in hand fell to the ground, and Scorpion Thief 3 felt an overwhelming heat enveloping its body. Were it not a third-tier mutated creature, it would likely have been instantly incinerated. Outside the city gate, Scorpion Thief 3's form began to glow red. It rolled on the ground, desperately attempting to shed the cumbersome mechanical apparatus that had become unbearable. "Brother, help me." The anguished cry of the fourth brother could not be ignored. Scorpion Thief 3 knew it must obliterate those catapults. Just days prior, they had received intelligence that the critical weak point of the siege engines had been discreetly revealed by Cialulu. Scorpion Thief Strong promptly issued commands for the soldier scorpions to breach the city walls. The massive stone gate was notoriously difficult to open. Observing the sluggish movement of the stone gate, Scorpion Thief Strong could no longer contain its impatience. It leapt forward and forcefully pried open the granite door. The second volley of hollow stones, due to their insufficient mass, failed to inflict any damage on the stone fortress, merely clattering against the walls before plummeting to the ground. Although the second batch of stones did not harm the city gate, it did result in the loss of a general for Scorpion Thief Strong's forces. A surprisingly favorable outcome. Continue the assault. Time waits for no scorpion, commanded Scorpion Thief Strong as the third wave of stones hurtled toward them. The barrage of stones bore down with ferocity, leaving Scorpion Thief Strong in a state of distress, uncertain whether to retaliate or remain passive. Confident in its ability to shatter stones with a single blow, it nonetheless found itself vulnerable to this peculiar thermal assault. "Brother, fire the cannons. I shall dismantle their siege engines." Scorpion Thief 2, incensed by the sight of his injured fourth brother, resolved to utilize his swiftness to wreak havoc upon the catapults. "Do not act recklessly. What if it is a trap? You might perish there," the Scorpion Thief rebuked loudly. For it was astute enough to recognize that this could very well be a snare, as everything seemed too facile. The frequency of Cielyoyo's alerts was decidedly suspicious. "Do not fret. I shall have that traitor test it." It had exerted considerable effort to exert control over it. In the third wave of assault, stones hurled were detonated by the cannons atop the stone fortress. These were merely ordinary stones. Yet, they squandered 5 precious rounds of ammunition. Chapter 78. Luring the enemy in. Oh no. Oh no. The number 1 catapult has malfunctioned. It is jammed. What shall we do? The little scorpion flailed in disarray, tinkering with the siege engine, but no matter how it maneuvered the components, the spoon-shaped projectile launcher remained stuck, immovable. Clearly, some part of the catapult was jammed, obstructing the internal mechanisms from operating. "Captain Cialulu, please come quickly and repair it. It must be fixed without delay." Captain Sanchi, leader of Combat Group 3, shouted anxiously, fearing Cialulu might not hear. I'm coming. Responding to the call, Captain Cialulu hastened towards the siege engine with the repair crew. However, he had no intention of conducting a proper repair. He planned to concoct an excuse to gloss over it later. This scene was clearly observed by the Scorpion Thief through its built-in mechanical telescope. It was time to deploy a pawn. Had this fool not realized that he had already been exposed? All the traitors were confined within a single group. Thinking I was a simpleton? CSE ascended into the cockpit, wielding a tool to test whether the wooden components had shifted. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through its body, as if it had received some signal. With a mighty swing of the tool, it shattered the protective wooden casing concealing a hidden mechanism. A small lever emerged, revealing the secret device. With resolute strength, CSE yanked it. The towering siege vehicle, resembling a dragon king in a state of defeat, crumpled to the ground, disintegrating in an instant, with all its parts scattering like autumn leaves. As the largest two panels fell, CSE erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha. So easily vanquished. Its words left the other scorpions momentarily stunned, even causing the busy Xia Lu to startle. Have you lost your mind? We are under the very noses of the main forces. If you wish to perish, do not drag me down with you. Xia Lu was drenched in sweat. Initially, it was deeply dissatisfied with Zhang Mei Li's maneuvering, and it was only after being seduced and incited by CSE that it contemplated rebellion. However, it had no desire to expose its identity at this critical juncture. Seize them. In an almost instantaneous reaction, Xia San Qi charged forward, leveraging its overwhelming advantage as a third-level mutated creature. CSE and its band of scorpions stood no chance against its might and were swiftly subdued. Find them. You all go protect the other siege vehicles. CSE and its cohorts are traitors. Big brother little scorpion, we are not traitors. Only CSE is the traitor. We are wronged. Xia Lu, drenched in sweat and bound, dared not struggle, as long as CSE spoke. Their fate as scorpions would be sealed. Speak. Who are your accomplices? If you refuse to cooperate, I shall take your life this very moment. Xia Sanqi raised the iron hammer in his right hand, seemingly prepared to bring down the weighty instrument, weighing 80 pounds, upon the head of the one who dared to deceive him, turning him into nothing more than a puddle of flesh. I truly do not know. I am not a traitor. Xia Lu endeavored to maintain his composure, oblivious to the fact that his treacherous identity had long been uncovered by several captains. You are merely a bunch of useless fools, oblivious to the fact that your betrayal has been discovered. Nevertheless, I thank you for the information. It has been of great assistance to us, Captain Xia Lu. Ha ha ha. CSE unceremoniously stripped away the facade of hypocrisy that Xia Lu donned. Why would you do this? How dare you make such accusations? The real traitor is you. I was merely coerced by you. Bound and seething with rage, Xia Yoyo's heart burned with indignation. He had sincerely joined the ranks of the Scorpion Thief Strong's crew, serving as a crucial captain of the patrol team. He oversaw numerous secrets, knowing the quantities of essential supplies, the compressor, the furnace, and the Scorpion's duties, activities, and capabilities. Every piece of knowledge he possessed, he had divulged to Scorpion Thief Strong. Ha ha ha. How could we ever consider a traitor as one of our brethren? You are but a pawn, to be discarded once your usefulness has run its course. Ha ha ha. Upon finishing his taunt, CSE closed his eyes, falling into silence, clearly indicating that Scorpion Thief had abandoned this pawn. The revelation that the traitors were Xia Lu and CSE plunged the main force into chaos, as their concern shifted from the siege engines to the unsettling suspicion of whether there were more traitors among their ranks. They never anticipated that the harmonious and industrious demeanor of CSCU was merely an act. Suddenly, panic ensued. Xia Lu, as the leader, you have initiated a rebellion. I could take your life right now, and Zhang Meili would not utter a word of reproach, having provided you with an opportunity that you failed to cherish. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The hammer surged through the air with a menacing wind, causing Xia Lu to break into a cold sweat. Do not kill me. I will confess everything. CSCU delivered an array of sharp weapons to me over a week ago. These items are exceedingly sharp and remarkably effective, far superior to the stone blades provided by the base. I have a great fondness for them. Subsequently, he divulged numerous extraordinary secrets about the outside world, which I yearned to explore. Eventually, CSCU proposed that I join their ranks. I reasoned that it would be better to align with them than to endure humiliation at the base, so I acquiesced. Who prompted you to share this? Tell me, are there any other traitors among the Scorpions? I must know this immediately. Time was of the essence, and Xia Sanqi had no patience to listen to Xia Yoyo's past. It was imperative to unearth the identity of the traitor. Indeed, among our 31 elite troops, there are quite a number of traitors. Besides us, 3 other Scorpions are traitors, including the second unit Xia. Before Xia Lu could finish, a sharp blade was plunged mercilessly into its body. Viscous, azure liquid oozed forth from within. A flying dagger struck directly into its heart. piercing through with a precision that left the blade untouched by a single drop of blood, vanishing into the thicket. The Scorpion Thief 2 is approaching. Everyone, be vigilant. Protect the siege vehicle with all your strength. The sound of metal clashing resonated, a melodious and enchanting chime. Assimilation. The cells of Siesanchi were in a frenzy. As iron fragments decomposed and fused onto its left claw, while its body voraciously absorbed the surrounding metallic matter. Its left claw became encased in a layer of iron, while the hammer on its right claw gradually diminished, until it was entirely enveloped by Siesanchi's form. What? You have awakened the rarest skill of the mutated scorpion. Assimilation. Jealousy and hatred flickered in the eyes of Scorpion Thief 2. For it had learned from the doctor that the pinnacle of evolution for a third-tier mutated scorpion was the skill of assimilation. Chapter 79. The fifth siege vehicle, the cataclysm of over 3 millennia, had initiated a remarkable genetic evolution among the vast majority of living beings in the world. Evolution manifests in various forms. Some rely on intrinsic mutations, others on the plunder of genetic material from other organisms, while some are favored by nature itself. They delve into the deeper powers of their genes, unearthing the essence of life to showcase abilities that transcend the natural order, commanding the winds, transforming into rain, conjuring thunder, and unleashing lightning. Siesanchi's active skill, assimilation, belongs to this realm of extraordinary power, possessing the ability to manipulate a specific element. In this instance, Siesanchi commanded the exceedingly rare power of the iron element. However, controlling this power requires an exceptionally delicate touch, and the difficulty of manipulation is intrinsically linked to the purity of the iron. The higher the purity, the easier it is to control. This implies that if other metals are evenly mixed in, Siesanchi would lose his grasp over the iron. To address this, Jinmei utilized the furnace for several days, ultimately producing a mere fraction of raw iron. Enveloped in iron, Siesanchi grasped the fine thread of Scorpion Thief 2, attempting to discern the enemy's movements through it. Nevertheless, Scorpion Thief 2 would not afford him this opportunity. It had come with a singular purpose, to obliterate the 5 siege engines. Thus, it refrained from engaging extensively with these third-tier mutated scorpions. In the blink of an eye, Scorpion Thief 2 hurled dozens of throwing knives, their sharp edges not only severing the connecting thread, but also propelling toward Iron Man Siesanchi with formidable force. The clanging sounds echoed as the metallic blades clashed against Siesanchi's iron armor, producing dazzling sparks. All the throwing knives struck their target. Clearly, these razor-sharp blades inflicted no harm upon Siesanchi, as his iron armor deflected their assault. However, the knives did not fall to the ground. Instead, they became embedded within his iron exterior. Given that these blades were forged from alloys, Siesanchi lacked the capacity for immediate assimilation. Consequently, the knives protruded from his body like the quills of a porcupine, regrettably embedded within him. By the time Siesanchi regained his composure and lifted his gaze, he found Scorpion Thief 2 had vanished without a trace, evidently having no intention of engaging in battle. Alarmed, Siesanchi abandoned his pursuit and charged directly towards siege engine number 5. Just yesterday, before their departure, Jinmei had cautioned it that if Scorpion Thief 2 relied on its speed to dismantle the siege engines, it should abandon the other siege machines without hesitation, ensuring that the number 5 siege engine was the last to be destroyed. Although Siesanchi did not fully comprehend, it firmly believed that adhering to Jinmei's instructions would undoubtedly yield positive outcomes. In the span of a mere minute, only the number 5 siege engine remained. To prevent the emergence of traitors, all second-tier mutated scorpions distanced themselves from the siege engine, leaving only Captain Siesanchi, leader of Combat Team 3, and the recently advanced Cieliosi, leader of Combat Team 4, to guard the solitary siege artillery. Speaking of the number 5 siege artillery, it is worth mentioning its track record. After 3 attempts, it first struck the ceiling, then, after adjustments, still failed to hit the target, and on the 3rd attempt, it barely approached the mark, only to be obliterated by cannon fire. Thus far, it has not successfully hit the city wall, despite its considerably large muzzle. Are you certain you wish to protect this equipment? It has yet to score a hit. If you were to safeguard the number 2 siege artillery instead, perhaps we could retain a more accurate siege option. Let us defend as long as we can. If we can hold for just a few minutes, other captains will come to our aid. Do you think you can stop me? Suddenly, the voice of Scorpion Thief 2 echoed behind Siesanchi. In an instant, it materialized at Siesanchi's back. Enhanced with mechanical apparatus, its sides bore formidable weaponry. and dark muzzles emerged as bullets rained down upon Siesanchi. Bang! 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 Siesanchi's back was riddled with one bullet after another. His formidable abilities were in a frenzy. Although the projectiles failed to penetrate his metallic exterior, the sheer force of the impact caused him considerable discomfort, forcing his entire frame to recoil under the assault, leaving slender trails etched into the ground, where his long legs sank deeply into the mud. Xiaoyosi, a scorpion who had joined the ranks of Jinmei alongside Xiaoyoli, was taken aback by the betrayal of a former comrade, the outcome of which was a harsh abandonment. He felt a sense of injustice for Xiaoyoli and harbored a desire for vengeance against these ruthless adversaries. Vowing not to hold back, "Take this." Xiaoyosi raised the iron hammer in his right hand and brought it crashing down upon Scorpion Thief 2. Although he had successfully advanced to the third tier, his lack of remarkable talent meant that he had only awakened a common skill, bravery, which merely enhanced his attack power by 1%. The hammer struck the ground, creating a crater and sending clouds of dust into the air. Upon lifting the hammer, he found only tender green weeds sprouting from the pit, a disappointing outcome that fell short of his expectations. However, what awaited him was a flurry of flying daggers. Lacking the capabilities of Siesanchi, he could only defend himself with the hammer in hand. Though he managed to avert fatal damage, several daggers still sliced through his skin. Witnessing Captain Xie Liu's injury, Siesanchi rushed over to provide assistance. "Are you all right?" "It's nothing, just a minor wound." The slight injuries did not significantly hinder Xiaoyosi. He remained fixated on Scorpion Thief 2. "With such limited strength, do you truly believe you can contend with me? Just look at your lack of siege engines. How do you expect to secure victory? If you wish to dismantle it, you must first pass through us." The Scorpion duo steadfastly guarded the entrance to the cockpit. "Taste this." The back of Scorpion Thief 2 split open, revealing 2 missiles aimed directly at them. "Though I possess only 2 missiles, they are more than sufficient to claim your lives. To perish at my hands would indeed be a stroke of fortune for you." A thick plume of white smoke billowed from the missiles as Scorpion Thief 2 prepared to obliterate the siege vehicle. "Do not presume that wielding mere sticks can vanquish us." Unfazed by the missiles, Xie Liu remained indifferent. However, Siesanchi was taken aback. It had heard Jinmei recount tales of their battles with Scorpion Thief V, particularly emphasizing the formidable nature of its missiles. "Had it not been for a malfunction, I would have met my demise that day." "Assimilate." Siesanchi did not dare to delay and promptly mobilized all of its iron plating, transforming it into a colossal shield. Chapter 80, A Scheme Within a Scheme. "Hurry. Brace yourselves. We cannot allow the missiles to strike the siege vehicle." Xiaoyosi exerted tremendous strength, clutching the newly formed iron shield with his left hand while pressing down with a massive hammer with his right. Siesanchi strained to support the great shield, utterly exhausted after utilizing its abilities twice. The 2 missiles hurtled forth, striking the shield with pinpoint accuracy. Boom, boom. The resounding blast startled all the scorpions on the battlefield. Once more hearing the wrath of the thunder god heightened their already palpable anxiety. "So this is the source of the thunder's roar? I once thought it was a punishment from the heavens. How terrifying it is, that we must confront such a formidable foe. It can summon thunder. How can we possibly prevail?" "Thank you, Captain Siesanchi. Thank you, Captain Xiaoyu. Are you both unharmed?" There is worry among the scorpions. There is sorrow, there is fear, there is dread. The missile exploded, producing a thick white smoke that engulfed the entire area. To think one could stand against a moving vehicle. To ascertain whether these 2 scorpions had perished in the blast, Scorpion Thief 2 raised its pincers, from which 2 large blades sprang forth. Grasping the blades in its claws, the pincers alternated, and a gentle breeze emerged, dispersing the white mist to reveal 2 injured scorpions amidst a pile of fallen rocks. "You have not perished. So it is. No wonder you were merely wounded." It turns out that at the critical moment when the missile made contact with the shield, Siesanchi employed assimilation, altering the shape of the shield from a convex surface to a concave one, creating a guiding trajectory. The missile followed this path and struck the roof of the cell, the explosion resonating from above, without directly hitting them. Nevertheless, the aftershocks of the missile and the debris from the explosion inflicted considerable injuries upon the 2 scorpions. Cough, cough, cough. Did not the attempt to stand against a moving vehicle prove futile? Truly, you are the favored children of nature, a genius chosen by the iron element, yet alas. The inevitable fate cannot be altered. Today, you shall meet your demise at my hands. Scorpion Thief 2 gripped the blades tightly, and in an instant, It appeared before the two scorpions, the glint of the blade instilling fear, while the residual heat of the explosion left the scorpions in a daze. Sanchi closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death, though it filled him with profound reluctance. Cease. The captains who rushed to provide assistance quickened their pace, sprinting forward. Do not linger in battle. Prioritize the destruction of the siege engine. Beware of the encircling scorpions. Scorpion Thief 1 transmitted a message utilizing its abilities. Consider yourself fortunate. Scorpion Thief 2 wielded its blade with great force, disregarding Sanchi's fate, and charged towards the siege engine. Despite its formidable strength, it felt a wave of uncertainty when faced with the onslaught of multiple mutated scorpions, especially since its missiles had been exhausted. Before them stood siege engine number 5. With no scorpion able to obstruct its path. Should they succeed in dismantling the last siege engine of Zhenmei's main force, her fortress would become virtually impregnable. These scorpions were undeniably foolish, indiscriminately divulging the secrets of the siege engine. It was no wonder they faced defeat. With a claw, Scorpion Thief 2 pried open the wooden cover and glimpsed the lever inside. Having already destroyed 3 siege engines, it was well acquainted with the task at hand and seized the lever with force. As Scorpion Thief 2 pulled the lever of the siege engine, the anticipated collapse did not ensue. Instead, countless specially designed ropes erupted from the cockpit in all directions, intertwined with chains seized from the doctor. These ropes coiled around its body like serpents, binding it entirely. It became evident that siege engine number 5 was, in fact, a trap. The cockpit concealed numerous ropes and activation mechanisms, which accounted for its remarkably low hit rate, allowing the traitors to overlook its presence initially. The other siege engines merely served as decoys, designed to confound the enemy and lure the traitors. Notably, the first siege engine was equipped with a limiter by the cunning Scorpion. After 3 activations, it would inevitably jam. This malfunction would grant the treacherous gang led by Ciel Yuli an opportunity to approach the siege engines. This strategic plan proved remarkably effective. As Scorpion's impatience prompted the traitor Xie to act prematurely, seeking to ascertain the veracity of the lever's secret. Indeed, it was true. Scorpion had cleverly affixed the lever to a precarious point, ensuring that any attempt to pull it would result in the engine's disassembly. After confirming this revelation, Scorpion agreed to deploy Scorpion 2 to annihilate all the siege engines, recognizing the grave threat they posed. Aware that the number of traitors was not limited to 1, Zhenmei and Scorpion strategically placed several of the most likely traitors among the first 4 siege engines, ensuring that only the 5th remained untainted. This tactic provided Scorpion 1 with a greater opportunity to approach the cockpit while simultaneously safeguarding the 5th engine's concealment. To enhance the illusion, Zhenmei specifically dispatched Sanchi to support the 5th siege engine, aiming to lull the others into believing it was merely an ordinary siege engine. Successfully dismantling 4 siege engines and defeating the guards, Captain Sanchi and Captain Wu would undoubtedly lead Scorpion 2 to lower its guard. Coupled with the encirclement of the captains, this would leave Scorpion 2 with little time for careful deliberation, compelling it to act hastily in its attempt to destroy the siege engines. Thus, it was deceived and ensnared, the intricate scheme against Scorpion Thief 2 executed flawlessly. However, what Zhenmei did not anticipate was the relentless determination of Captain Sanchi and Captain Wu, who fought valiantly. It was precisely this fervor that enabled them to successfully prevent the missile bombardment from impacting the number 5 siege vehicle. Captain Sanchi, grievously wounded by Scorpion Thief 2, bore a gaping, blood-soaked wound that pierced through its back. Although it received prompt first aid, its life remained precariously balanced on the edge of danger. Stretcher, quickly, bring the bandages. Why the delay? Hurry up, Captain Skellinchi shouted, having previously assured Zhenmei that as the leader, it would be the one to bear the brunt of the injuries. Yet, faced with such severe casualties, it felt an overwhelming sense of distress. Captain, I shall avenge Sanchi by slaying Scorpion Thief 2, declared one of the captains. Count me in as well, echoed another, their fury palpable as they empathized with the bloodied wound of their comrade, as if it were their own. Captain Skellinchi yearned to deliver a crushing blow to Scorpion Thief 2, yet it could not. As the leader, it had to prepare for the ultimate victory. Chapter 81. Ambush within the confines of the number 5 siege vehicle, Scorpion Thief 2 struggled futilely against the bindings that constrained every point of leverage. Its body was riddled with an insatiable itch, yet it remained utterly immobile. How could ordinary ropes restrain a fully modified mechanical mutant scorpion? This was thanks to the doctor's teachings on acupuncture techniques. After much deliberation, Jean Meili and the little scorpion finalized the method of binding, skillfully leveraging the knowledge documented in their texts to adjust the direction and position of the ropes in accordance with the unique anatomical features of the mutated scorpion. The results were remarkably effective. After all, the little scorpion was merely a test subject on the siege vehicle, and it held a great deal of confidence in the trap. To mitigate any potential mishaps, some of the ropes were coated with the toxic secretions of a small toad, rendering Scorpion Thief too utterly at the mercy of the scorpion's whims. Through the lens of a telescope, Scorpion Thief 1 could clearly see Xie Lingqi lifting his third brother out of siege vehicle number 5 as if he were a small puppy. However, he could not venture outside the city, and the situation for Scorpion Thief 3 was equally dire. It was all my fault. I should not have allowed the third one, Scorpion Thief 2, to engage. It was a miscalculation on my part, entirely my fault. Yet, there exists no remedy for regret in this world. In the first battle, they had already lost 2 key members, one of whom was captured alive. If they dare to lay a finger on a hair of my third brother, I shall retaliate with electromagnetic projectiles. Scorpion Thief 1 seethed with anger. Do not fret. My second brother, we still hold a trump card. Our victory hinges upon Fifth Sister. Fifth Sister, Scorpion Thief 4, was the only female among their 6 modified scorpions. Though she was not particularly strong compared to her comrades, her abilities paralleled those of Xie Luxi, possessing only the ordinary skill of martial valor. It was time for Fifth Sister to commence her actions. Scorpion Thief Strong cast his gaze towards the eastern section of the dungeon, the sole area untouched by the ravages of war. Eldest brother, they are retreating, he exclaimed. No, if they succeed in their withdrawal, Fifth Sister will be in grave danger. Scorpion Thief 1 watched with a sense of unease as the group of scorpions retreated in an orderly fashion. It feared that its stratagem of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao might have been unveiled. No, they cannot escape. A sinister smile crept across Scorpion Thief 1's face. Brother, you wouldn't truly go through with it, would you? Scorpion Thief 1 felt a wave of trepidation. The very scenario it dreaded had indeed come to pass. Mind your own business. Those are my troops. Sacrifices are inevitable. Yet, this is too. Scorpion Thief 1 could not continue, only shaking its head in resignation. In a patch of grass to the northeast of the dungeon, a group of 8 mixed weeds lay in secret ambush. Captain Ciesigio, let us advance directly. We have been lying in wait for so long. One impatient little scout scorpion exclaimed. Ciesigio glanced at Xiebai. Let us wait a moment longer. Xiebai shook his head, signaling the group of scorpions to remain still. Accompanied by Ciesigio, the leader of the scouting team, they set off northward, clad in camouflage attire. Initially, they were supposed to lie in wait near the stone walls to the north of the dungeon. However, en route, Captain Ciesigio's scouting skills came into play, revealing a second-tier scorpion troop concealed in the underbrush. These scorpions were familiar to them, belonging to the same batch. Xiebai vividly recalled that day when Scorpion Thief Chong spoke on stage, exuding dominance. Instinctively, some scorpions chose to submit, including the few that stood before them now. Had it not been for deep-seated enmity, Xiebai might have admired Scorpion Thief Chong's audacity and opted to join their ranks. For this was a world where strength reigned supreme. Due to the suspicious movements of the scorpions, Xiebai resolved to follow them. Abandoning the plan to encircle Jean Meili from 3 directions, Captain Ciesigio showed no hesitation and immediately nodded in agreement with Xiebai's decision. Owing to the presence of a traitor, Jean Meili had not divulged the plan to Ciesigio. However, she had issued a command for complete obedience to Xiebai's arrangements. Following the group of scorpions, they arrived at a concealed location where numerous smaller scorpions were gathered. Some were bound with black, egg-shaped objects. Others wielded sharp metallic weapons. Some were digging trenches with iron shovels, and others were transporting batches of supplies, marked with the words military grenades. A segment of the scorpions was burying these black eggs along the path. I recall my master once telling me that humanity possesses many peculiar weapons, many of which pose threats to human life. I am certain that these black eggs inscribed with grenade are indeed secret weapons of mankind, Xiebai explained to the scorpions. So should we proceed? Captain Ciesigio pondered, vexed, as since the explosion, this group of scorpions had buried hundreds of black eggs. Yet, Xiebai had not taken any action. Look, their path has entirely circumvented the black eggs. I can surmise the triggering mechanism of these eggs. Xiebai did not hesitate to act. He had to ensure safety first, for rash actions would undoubtedly lead to complications. Could they be laying an ambush for our main forces? You are correct. Once the main forces retreat, they will inevitably pass through that area. What is to be done then? Fourth brother, you should have memorized the route we just took. In a moment, you shall proceed to relay the message to the main force. Leave the rest to us. After issuing these instructions, Xiaobai directed the squad leader, CSCGO, to stealthily navigate along an alternate path to deliver the urgent news. Retrieve the implements that Madame Jin bestowed upon us, Xiaobai commanded. The assembled scorpions extracted slender burst arrows 3-0 from beneath their ghillie suits. These projectiles featured a refined arrowhead design, with pointed tips at both ends, akin to miniature javelins, yet possessing a rotatable central section. Upon launch, a mere twist would cause the specially treated burst arrows 3-0 to disintegrate midair, unleashing a devastating volley of projectiles, albeit with a reduced effective range. Despite undergoing rigorous testing, this ordnance had yet to experience actual battlefield deployment. Thus, today would serve as an opportune moment to inaugurate its combat debut against the opposing diminutive scorpions. With the two commanding officers absent, the reconnaissance unit comprised a mere 8 scorpions, leaving only 6, augmented by Xia Sanqi, for a total of 7. Their objective, to neutralize the opposing force of 30 scorpions. A task deemed well within their capabilities. Adjust your angles. We shall bestow upon them a timely shower. The scorpions meticulously adjusted their angles, extending their pincers rearward before unleashing a synchronized forward heave. 7 burst arrows 3-0 hurtled through the atmosphere, gradually reaching their zenith. The javelins then fragmented, releasing a myriad of minuscule forked arrows that sliced through the air with relentless momentum, descending upon the scorpions concealed within the trenches. All transpired with stealth and subtlety. By the time the enemy detected the impending peril, it was too late. Countless fine arrows had already pierced their bodies, and the toad venom coursed through their circulatory systems, rapidly permeating their entire beings. Indeed, those indigenous weapons possess a remarkable sharpness. Alas, those adversaries may prove unmanageable. The scorpion swarm succumbed to stillness after a brief struggle, yet the onslaught persisted, with a second volley of arrows descending upon them. However, rendered immobile, they could only endure the impaling of the barbed projectiles. The assault continued unabated as a third wave of arrows rained down. The scorpions, in their helplessness, could only lament the ceaselessness of the attack. Curses, Chapter 82. Minefield. This relentless barrage of 3 arrow volleys was not born of cruelty, but rather a stringent directive from Jean Meili. Regardless of the foe encountered, refrain from exposing oneself without absolute certainty, and instead, maintain a sustained ranged assault. Under the relentless assault of the 3 arrow volleys, the scorpion swarm was left entirely incapacitated, rendering the trenches silent. Hold your positions, Xiaobai commanded, gesturing for the reconnaissance team to remain stationary. I shall investigate the situation. Captain Bide, allow me to proceed instead, a team member suggested. Your leadership is essential for our direction. There is no need for you to expose yourself to danger. Nay, I possess the necessary discretion. Remain where you are, and in the event of unforeseen circumstances, retreat immediately. Xiaobai, apprehensive that the scorpions might disturb the ominous black eggs, thereby incurring unnecessary casualties, resolved to venture forth himself. This is far too perilous. Should you sustain injury, how shall we account to Boss Jean Meili and Captain Xiaosigio? Carry out my command. Without further ado, Xiaobai divested himself of his ghillie suit and stealthily approached the trench. It was a pit of considerable depth, reaching a meter, with freshly disturbed soil indicative of recent excavation. The trench was densely populated with numerous barbed arrows, necessitating extreme caution with each step. A mere brush against the venomous tips, even without a puncture, could induce paralysis for several seconds. Testing the motionless scorpions in the trench with a tentative kick, Xiaobai exhaled in relief upon confirming their stillness. Clearly, the paralysis toxin of the diminutive frogs was remarkably potent. Navigating past the hedgehog-like scorpions, Xiaobai crawled deeper into the trench, determined to ascertain whether all the scorpions had succumbed to the toxin and to investigate the peculiar coloration of a few. Suddenly, the ground quaked, a sound unmistakably generated by the footsteps of level 3 mutated scorpions. Peering out from the trench, Xiaobai observed a swarm of scorpions advancing towards the minefield. Evidently, Xiaosigio had not encountered the main force. Realizing the peril of the situation, Xiaobai hastily emerged from the trench, gesturing to the approaching scorpions. Do not come any closer. This place is dangerous. Xiaobai's voice was barely audible, prompting the use of the combat unit's unique hand signals to communicate the circumstances to the main force. However, unbeknownst to him, a scorpion, bound with black eggs and adorned with barbed arrows, had also crawled out after him. This scorpion was unlike the others, while the others were brown. It was enveloped in a sickly shade of purple, far from the mystical hue, but rather reminiscent of a prolonged illness. Its gaze was vacant, its body quivering as if it had lost all sensation of pain. The injuries inflicted by the barbs were substantial, yet it felt nothing, the toxins causing negligible harm. Step by step, it inched closer to Xiaobai. Behind it, another scorpion materialized, bearing the same hue, exhibiting the same disposition, and advancing towards Xiaobai with the same unsteady gait. One after another, a procession of 10 scorpions emerged, each devoid of emotion, and converged upon their target, Xiaobai. Perceiving the precariousness of the situation, Xia Lingqi, the combat squad leader, promptly issued a warning. The gravity in the third-tier mutant's voice quickly reached Xia Sanqi, causing his hackles to rise as a sense of impending peril emanated from behind him. Though unaware of the unfolding events, Xiaobai, heeding the urgency in Xia Lingqi's tone, did not hesitate. He elected to dash into the minefield, reasoning that this most perilous area might offer the safest refuge. Fortunately, his meticulous observations had ingrained the safe pathways through the minefield in his memory. Barely a second after Xiaobai's desperate maneuver, the violet scorpions, as if provoked, emitted a cacophony of strident cries. Roar, roar, roar. This was not the sound of scorpions, but rather akin to the bellowing of wild beasts. Abandoning their previous, unsteady movements, they surged forward with sudden alacrity, their velocity far exceeding that of scorpions endowed with the rare sprint ability. Xiaobai was drenched in perspiration, feeling as though he were a prey animal stalked by predators, his body trembling uncontrollably. Hurry over here, stop meandering. Xia Lingqi and the other scorpions were deeply concerned. Although they did not know why Xiaobai was there, nor how he had provoked the swarm of bizarre scorpions, they were anxious due to Xiaobai's plight. Captain Xia Lingqi, perhaps I should assist him. You are injured. Allow me to go instead. A group of scorpions was engaged in a fervent discussion. Quiet. Can't you see the signal just sent by Xiaobai? As the one most familiar with this form of body language, Xia Lingqi instantly discerned the message conveyed by Xiaobai. Danger, do not approach. Suddenly, a series of explosions erupted. Before they could deliberate further, the first scorpion to pursue stepped onto a concealed black egg buried underground, producing a dull thud, which, combined with the black eggs attached to its body, resulted in a catastrophic explosion that sent the ailing purple scorpion soaring through the air. How terrifying. Are there missiles here as well? Though their power is considerably diminished, Captain Ciel Yowu reflected. As one of the only two who had experienced missiles up close, he possessed a profound understanding of the power of such explosions. Xiaobai was also shaken by the shockwave, but fortunately managed to stabilize himself without toppling the nearby landmines. For safety's sake, Xiaobai took refuge in the very center of the minefield. The cacophony of explosions did not cease. The second ailing purple scorpion likewise triggered a mine, resulting in a relentless barrage of detonations. While the force of a single landmine was indeed limited, the addition of the black eggs strapped to their bodies amplified the devastation to a horrifying degree. My goodness! No wonder Xiaobai sought to deter us. Stepping on that would surely result in severe injury, if not death. Were these scorpions heedless of their own lives, rushing headlong into certain doom? Is Xiaobai unharmed? These explosions are truly terrifying. The blasts seemed like demons devouring the lives of these little scorpions, leaving the opposing swarm in a state of horror. Silently praying for Xiaobai's safety, hoping he would emerge unscathed. In a swift and thunderous explosion, the 10 doomed scorpions met their demise. Xiaobai, filled with dread, gazed at the vast pit behind him, overwhelmed by a sense of foreboding. Had he been caught in the blast, his life would surely have been forfeit. Although he had evaded capture by these peculiar scorpions, the residual shockwave inflicted considerable pain upon him, leaving him in a state of malaise, enduring excruciating agony. Xiaobai's painstakingly navigated out of the minefield, only to expel a stream of dark blood before collapsing at the feet of his comrades. Chapter 83, The Lifelike Wood-Carving Captain. Ahead lies a perilous zone. How shall we proceed? Suddenly, a cluster of 6 moving tufts of grass approached rapidly, leaving the scorpions momentarily bewildered. Captain, a group of grass is charging towards us. The little scorpion nudged the pensive leader. Xia Lingqi looked up and felt a surge of joy. Those were their allies, members of the reconnaissance team. Under the guidance of the reconnaissance team, they successfully traversed the minefield. Soon, they beheld a trench where scorpions, pierced by arrows and resembling hedgehogs, lay quietly within. The scorpions were taken aback. Had it not been for the reconnaissance team clearing the ambush of scorpions and unveiling the secrets of the minefield, they might have faced total annihilation. We are immensely grateful to you. Without your discovery of this group of scorpions, we would likely have met our end here today. No, it is the merit of Bai and Captain Siesijo. Were it not for their agreement, we would still be trapped in the dungeon's northern edge. The reconnaissance team members humbly declined to take undue credit. Captain Xielinqi did not linger for long, leading the main forces towards the base. Where has your Captain Siesijo gone? We are also uncertain. Captain Sieiwu's inquiry rendered the reconnaissance team members hesitant to respond. After all, it would be quite embarrassing to admit that he was lost. Speaking of Captain Siesijo, he took an alternate route, making a detour, and his skill reconnaissance came into play once more. He discovered a pink scorpion and a fluffy round ball nestled in the grass. Junmei, is that you? Siesijo inquired tentatively. Huh? Who's calling me? Can't you see I'm busy? Junmei's striking pink figure was impossible to overlook, making it difficult for Siesijo to ignore her presence. Captain, your hiding skills are rather conspicuous, aren't they? Siesijo remarked with a hint of exasperation. What brings you here, Sijo? Aren't you supposed to be like that fellow Bai? Nevertheless, it's fortuitous you arrived. I happen to need your assistance with something. Junmei was fiddling with an iron tool amidst the grass. This tool was acquired through a 10-draw event, and after a week of accumulating points, she barely managed to obtain 10 points of beauty. Just the day before, she had partaken in a 10-draw event. Ever since she had exhausted most of the thank you for your patronage draws, she had indeed stopped receiving them. However, she did draw several empty items, which were truly devoid of any value. Were it not for her astonishing luck during the 10 draws, yielding a random dessert and a few other decent items, she might have seriously considered severing ties with the system. However, in accordance with the protagonist's luck, she managed to draw merely 3 prizes, coupled with 7 empty results. The prizes consisted of a mask, a carving knife, and a random snack, the grand prize. Thus far, she had only utilized the artist's carving knife, with the wooden sculptures beside it being the fruits of Junmei's labor over the past half-day. Boss, these broken pieces of wood may be visually appealing, yet they serve little purpose. The artist's carving knife possesses the ability to render wood sculptures lifelike. It is entirely a tool for amusement. However, in Junmei's previous life, such an item would have been considered a treasure beyond price. Although she remains unfamiliar with this world, she is certain that no one here has the luxury to delve into the art of carving, especially when it concerns a scorpion sculpture. Please affix these sculptures to the slender wooden sticks beside you, each exceeding half a meter, and install them one by one without mixing them up. But boss, I have pressing matters to attend to. Siesijo still needed to deliver a message and lacked the time to indulge Junmei in her block-building activities. Just help me finish this. My matters are more urgent. But, don't worry. It will only take a minute. Just connect the sticks with the sculptures, and it will be quick. All right. Siesijo deemed that a minute would not be a significant delay. Thus, he commenced assisting. 1 minute later. Boss, I am genuinely in a tremendous hurry. You are almost there. Don't abandon it halfway. Hurry up. Very well. 3 minutes later, everything was ready. Captain Siesijo believed that if he ran just a little faster, he could still catch up. Wait a moment. Could you assist me with one more task? Attach the other end of the stick you prepared to these vehicles. It'll only take a minute. A minute? That is hardly enough time. Hurry. I have numerous matters to attend to. Thus, 1 minute followed another, and Siesijo found himself treated as a temporary worker by Junmei. After several minutes had elapsed, a sudden explosion jolted him from his flurry of activity. Boss, we're in trouble. Captain Siesijo waved his small pliers, visibly frustrated. Junmei was also taken aback. Wasn't that the direction of the main force's advance? How could an explosion occur? They couldn't have encountered an ambush, could they? It's all my fault. I didn't have time to send the warning. What happened? Upon hearing Siesijo's rapid-fire explanations, Junmei exhaled in relief. Bai is there. He must be fine. Now, let us get back to work. Junmei's trust in Bai was not unfounded. The weapon she had equipped him with, the explosive Arrow 3.0, was more than sufficient to deal with second-tier mutated creatures. Moreover, as a disciple of Little Scorpio, Bai would undoubtedly be prepared for any eventuality. Boss, what is the purpose of all these wooden scorpions? They can't fight. Who says they can't? They can fight, and they can win. He handed the final materials for the wooden scorpions to Siesijo. A total of 36 wooden scorpions were placed amidst the grass, towering slightly above the half-meter-high foliage, resembling the ferocious appearance of a third-stage mutated scorpion. Remember, upon receiving the signal, proceed accordingly. Jin Meili imparted various instructions to Siesijo, revealing the nature of the signal. As she recounted her plan, admiration radiated from Siesijo's eyes. Chapter 84. Countless traps. After assigning the task to Siesijo, the leader of the reconnaissance team, Jin Meili set off toward the stone wall in the northern dungeon, determined to close this gap and enhance the likelihood of her plan's success. Meanwhile, Scorpion Thief 4, leading 40 scorpions, advanced towards the base. Yet they had already lost more than half of their members before reaching their destination. Who could it be that had laid so many traps along this route? Her mechanical body trembled incessantly, emitting a series of buzzing and creaking sounds as the long gun in her grip scraped against the stones beneath her. What should we do? Over 20 of our brothers have fallen victim to the traps and are now rendered incapable of fighting. With a sharp crack, the tip of her long gun pierced a stone, embedding itself deep into the ground. Let us temporarily conceal the injured and continue onward. She ultimately issued the command for a rapid advance. Upon receiving the order from Scorpion Thief 4, the soldiers behind her felt a chill of despair. Though reluctant, they silently laid down their fallen comrades in the grass, sighing softly. Perhaps the next to be abandoned by the roadside would be themselves. Each scorpion bears a companion. Some even carry two. These companions are the scouts, inadvertently triggering the traps set by the young scorpion, leaving them immobilized by the paralyzing toad venom above. Except for the puncture wounds from the traps, they display no other injuries. However, Scorpion Thief 4 is well aware of this toxin. It is non-lethal, as her elder brother has fallen victim to it. The scheme is astutely devised. Should they abandon these poisoned scorpions, their motionless state would render them easy prey for Jin Meili's subordinates, effortlessly captured. Yet, if they choose not to forsake their companions, they become a burden, severely hampering their march, and in the event of an ambush, they risk total disarray. Scorpion Thief 4 is not oblivious to this ruse. She perceives the cunning at play, yet finds herself devoid of options. Each choice is fraught with peril. Her resolute words slightly uplift the spirits of the scorpions, though this morale remains exceedingly fragile. Along their journey, they encounter numerous traps, predominantly snares and pits, all coated in toad venom. However, after only a few paces, yet another scorpion triggers a mechanism set by the young scorpion. It is a rudimentary wooden snare, clearly of poor craftsmanship. They have encountered many similar ones, most of which are mere decoys. Another false alarm. A scorpion hastens to investigate, but after just a few steps, it finds itself immobilized, as if ensnared by a binding spell. It is evident that it has succumbed. A genuine animal trap is firmly affixed to its long leg, coated in toad venom. The fate of this scorpion has been sealed. It will soon be discarded amidst the thicket, with the trap still clamped onto its leg, as the other scorpions hasten their escape. These authentic and counterfeit traps represent a second snare for the juvenile scorpions, by placing a multitude of false traps that far exceeds the number of real ones. The scorpions are rendered incapable of distinguishing between the two, thus necessitating a considerable investment of time to clear this array of traps. However, the resolution to this predicament is rather straightforward. Were Scorpion Thief 1 present, it would undoubtedly devise an ingenious solution, such as constructing a makeshift cart to trigger the traps ahead. Regrettably, Scorpion Thief 4 lacks such intellect and, as a beast, can only rely on instinct, charging forward and testing the positions of the traps with sheer numbers. The eastern grasslands lie desolate, revealing an endless expanse of weeds. Scorpion Thief 2 activates its sensory apparatus, scanning the vicinity but detecting no anomalies. Why is it so barren here? Could it be that the traders provided false intelligence? How infuriating. I have been deceived. Scorpion Thief 4 gazes around in confusion, having exerted great effort to arrive here, yet finding nothing. Yet, the intel received from the traders had indicated that this area was teeming with structures, with meticulously planned zones, warehouses brimming with goods, factories, a villa under construction, and temporary medical facilities, among other things. Yet now, she beheld only a vast expanse of grassland. Suddenly, a soldier scouting ahead let out a piercing scream, as if he had stumbled upon something, and then vanished from sight amidst the swarm of scorpions. What transpired? What happened? The 4 scorpion thieves were alarmed and hurried over. They could not afford to lose even one of their 8 members. The base lies within. Let us proceed swiftly, for there is a piece of cloth obstructing our path. How astonishing! This is Jeanne Meili's invisible cloth, which she had erected to shroud the entire base. This fabric not only seamlessly blends into its surroundings, but also shields against detection. As they passed through this marvelous cloth, the scorpions gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with wonder as they surveyed their new environment. The ground feels remarkably pleasant beneath their feet. One little scorpion bounced joyfully along the newly laid cement path. What are these assorted tools? Are they weapons? They seem less sharp than the iron blade in my grasp. A small scorpion fiddled with a cement pickaxe. Goodness! Are those enormous blocks mere thatched huts? One curious scorpion gazed at the structure, thinking it merely large blocks, nothing particularly special. It seemed less comfortable than my rocky crevice. Quiet down. There must be an ambush within. Remain vigilant. Have you forgotten the mishaps we encountered along the way? The scorpion thieves had seen in the doctor's video that these edifices were referred to as ancient ruins, having vanished many, many years ago. It was unexpected to witness them firsthand. Although she yearned to appreciate the sight, the countless traps they had faced along their journey instilled a sense of caution within her. The detestable Jeanne Meili, I shall ensure your base is utterly obliterated. Chapter 85. Reflections on the launch. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone for their unwavering support throughout this journey. Tomorrow marks the official release, and I find myself filled with a sense of trepidation, as this is my inaugural signed work. I humbly request your initial subscriptions and sincerely thank you for your kindness. Special thanks to editor Xiang Kai for her encouragement. I am grateful to the 37 readers from Qijian for their generous tips, to the 4 readers from QQ Reading for their support, and to the 1 reader from Hongxiu for their assistance. My appreciation also extends to the 6 readers who helped me rectify typographical errors, as well as the many who pointed out inconsistencies and logical flaws within the narrative. I am indebted to the numerous readers who have continued to follow my work, and to the 55 readers who have shown affection for the protagonist. Thank you immensely for your support. With heartfelt sincerity, I acknowledge the long road ahead, but I am warmed by your companionship. The Scorpion Beauty development plan has been in the making for over a month. The characters I have crafted are not yet perfect, and the writing remains somewhat simplistic. There is ample room for improvement. This story primarily revolves around the protagonist, Jeanne Meili, who is fraught with flaws, possesses limited strength, often engages in half-hearted endeavors, and has a penchant for idleness, as she evolves into a scorpion beauty of remarkable inner and outer beauty. The backdrop of this tale is set in a technologically advanced world, 3,000 years post-apocalypse. The main content of the first volume is summarized as follows. In her previous life, the protagonist came into possession of a mysterious ring. There are 2 rings, one belonging to her and the other to another. Following an airplane accident, she perished and was transported by the ring to this desolate world, reincarnating as a scorpion, where she acquired the fated Scorpion Beauty system among numerous other systems. However, the noble system possesses its own temperament. It does not easily acknowledge its master. As a being not of this world, the host must meet its demands to gain recognition. In her quest to reside in a villa, Jeanne Meili recruits members, constructs a base, and ascends to a position of leadership within the team, where they mutually assist one another in fending off formidable foes. The primary narrative of the first volume revolves around the conflict between Jeanne Meili and the Scorpion Thieves, culminating in the battle at the Stone Fortress. The conclusion reveals a mysterious message from the Doctor, hinting at the plot that will unfold after the series is launched. Following the resolution of the Stone Fortress storyline, the male protagonist will make his entrance. Chapter 86. A Sudden Reflection. The long spear of the Scorpion Thief Quartet pierces the cement room. Chapter 87. Surrounded. What? You expect me to defeat your brother, Scorpion Chong? Surely, you must be jesting. I find it hard to believe you. A weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year clearly harbors ill intentions. Chapter 88. Dark Transformation. Enough. After singing for so long, it all boils down to these 2 lines. Could this song possibly consist of nothing more? My apologies, for those are the only lines I can recall. Chapter 89. Collaboration. What Jeanne Meili subsequently discarded left Scorpion Chong utterly astonished. An iron pot, an iron bowl, a small cement stove. A complete set of kitchenware came crashing down upon him. Chapter 90. The challenge of the base. In a moment of desperation, Scorpion Thief forcibly employed its abilities, draining its stamina to the point of unconsciousness. Fortunately, the effectiveness of its powers led to the successful triggering of a trap. Chapter 91. A triumphant return, you deceitful scorpions. My elder brother and second brother will undoubtedly seek vengeance upon you. The soft earth-enveloped scorpion thief. Chapter 92. Rainstone, Desert, Little Frog, and Cielou were dispatched individually to carry out orders, tasked with sabotaging the light sources to create an atmosphere of terror and eeriness. Chapter 93. The doctor's request. Aside from Jeanne Meili and her 3 companions, along with the drooling little ball, no one was privy to the events that transpired within the small cabin. The surrounding scorpions were only aware that on that particular day. Chapter 94. The doctor's grand gift. What? The doctor has been released? I believe I had tied him up. This is bad news. Jeanne Meili exclaimed in shock as the south gate was breached. Chapter 95. What kind of world is this? What? I had assumed we were the only mutated beings participating in this competition. But why use mutated creatures for the contest? Wouldn't it be preferable to involve humans instead? Chapter 96. The enigmatic mask. I cannot identify the possessor you speak of, for I merely stumbled upon that blueprint. Doctor, do you think the possessor could possibly be me? Chapter 97. The Flower Girl. Jean Dashui Xie was enveloped in a vaporous aura, which coalesced into droplets of liquid that pulsated rhythmically around him. Chapter 98. An affair to deal with. Outside the Tongfu Inn, Jeanne Meili stood forlornly, gazing at the flower in her hand, perceiving nothing extraordinary about it. Wedding paraphernalia. Chapter 99. Cracking the case. Upon entering the inner hall of the yamen, there were no NPCs to be seen. However, a figure sat at the desk, clad in a blue jacket over a white undershirt, presenting a composed demeanor. Chapter 100. Hysterical laughter. Jeanne Meili doubled over with laughter. You're the notice board NPC. Are you the one from the intersection of Ping and Town? Late August, early September. I extend my sincere gratitude to everyone for their unwavering support. Thank you all. I express my heartfelt gratitude to the readers who have consistently followed my work. Your unwavering support means the world to me. In simple yet profound terms, I am filled with gratitude as we embark on this long journey together, warmed by companionship. The protagonist, Jeanne Meili, has unwittingly fallen into a formidable trap. How will she and her team leverage their skills to survive in this perilous gaming world? Stay tuned. Did I forget something important? Indeed. The male lead is yet to make his appearance. Chapter 101. Let us form a team. In the southern district of the dungeon, a multitude of humans arrived, bearing a cylindrical object, completely black and adorned with intricate patterns. Chapter 102. Bug tester. Form a team? Certainly. Though I must admit, I am rather inexperienced. Jeanne Meili observed this individual scaling great heights effortlessly, and upon their descent, they emerged unscathed, leaving her in awe. Chapter 103. The Butcher's Blade. To my astonishment, the flower seller Jean Dashui, whom I believe to be honest and straightforward, has taken a different path, boldly leading the charge in this tumultuous setting. Chapter 104. Escorting traders. Danger and opportunity coexist. The words of Butcher, who hinted at significant revelations. What constitutes a unique skill? Is the Butcher's Blade truly formidable? Chapter 105. The Ruined Temple. The bandit, witnessing his subordinate fall, immediately brandished his club, distancing himself from the enforcer Xiaoqi with whom he had been engaged. Now, he found himself besieged by 3 adversaries. Chapter 106. The Escort Agency. I suppose I shall reluctantly forgive you, as you still possess a semblance of conscience. I merely wish to refrain from validating my conjectures before you divulge anything. Notice of hiatus. Due to academic commitments, I find myself bereft of time for updates. And currently, I possess no manuscripts. Therefore, I intend to update every few days, with the schedule set for the weekend. I sincerely apologize. Wishing you a joyous Mid-Autumn Festival. I shall enjoy a brief holiday. With just 2 days remaining until the festival, I yearn to wield my pen to encapsulate the affairs of the world, fulfilling your aspirations for a lifetime of splendor. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Chapter 107. A Million Reward. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Happy Teacher's Day. The 72 Paths of Exorcism Swordsmanship. Is it truly that martial art that requires one to undergo self-castration in pursuit of divine prowess? Can anyone genuinely master such a technique? Jeanne Meili. Chapter 108. Taiji Mountain's suppression of bandits. After changing her attire, Jeanne Meili began to suspect whether Luo Shun was aware of her physique, for it fit her perfectly. Jeanne Meili glanced at the protagonist interface, the pink short. Chapter 109. Cleverly capturing the bandit den. Clues to the manual. Luo Shun escorted Jeanne Meili to Yuqing Palace, where they hurriedly reported the situation to Daoist Qingxiu. Daoist, trouble is brewing. Daoist Song Yue has engaged in combat with that individual. Chapter 110. Mission accomplished. News of the beast tide. I believe this manual is quite fitting for your cultivation. Henceforth, we shall be like sisters. Jin Meili revealed a mischievous smile. I possess an absolute. Chapter 111. A game from which one cannot log off outside the city of Baidi. Jin Meili chased after a mutated wild boar, sprinting wildly, embodying a spirit of chaos, as if she feared that the world would not be in disarray. In the tranquil chapter of the poisonous factory, Jin Meili, undeterred by repeated failures, remains remarkably composed, for panic serves no purpose. The path she traverses is serene, with sunlight gently cascading upon the leaf-strewn ground, enveloping the surroundings in a profound stillness. As the narrative unfolds in the battle of the 10,000 poisons, the gate of the small courtyard has completely collapsed. The once ferocious poisoners now mutter quietly, their necks shrouded in an indistinct black mist. In the chapter titled Entering the Secret Realm, urgency permeates the air. Hurry. We must not allow this boy to escape. Yet, a sense of curiosity arises, having pursued for several miles. Why are they unable to catch him? The juxtaposition of game and reality reveals a startling encounter. System, how did you arrive here? To which the system responds, host sister, you have been in a continuous slumber for nearly a week. Upon examination, this system has discovered, in the best method to steal sheep. A voice exclaims in disbelief, are you mad? You wish to provoke those mutated goats? Is there truly no other alternative? The urgency of saving the panda becomes the sole focus. Finally, in the chapter 117, Climbing the Mountain, a somber reminder lingers. The wound must not come into contact with water. We shall see if you awaken by tomorrow. The panda's wound is quite severe, and coupled with the lack of treatment over the past few days, Jin Meili. Chapter 119. The fifth stage mutated black bear. Roar. The panda's massive form pushed through the stone gate, appearing before Jin Meili, who was measuring its height. Standing at an imposing 4 meters, its blood red. Chapter 120. Departure. A tremendous surge of energy washed over the mutated black bear's body, causing its black fur to shed, revealing the robust muscles beneath. Its bones began to grow infinitely, forming. Chapter 121. Information on the Golden Divine Beast. Speaking of the thick Earth Mountain, it is the second highest peak in this world, located in the southern hemisphere, with a height from base to summit of 225 kilometers, and it's. Chapter 122. The Golden Divine Beast, the Golden Yak King. Sometimes, the price of truth can be exceedingly high. Jin Meili mused as she stroked the little girl's head. Humph. Such bad luck. Let us depart. Chapter 123. The Beast Arena. Warning, warning, dominant biological entity detected. It is advised that the host surrender immediately. The system emitted a series of alarming beeps, clearly indicating that the creature before them. Chapter 124. The Yak Tribe. A powerful pressure swept in, forcefully dispersing the formidable golden bull totem, shattering the alloy glass before the audience. The most unfortunate was none other than. Chapter 125. Seeking mentorship. That is not what I meant. I simply have a great need for this item. Driven by resolve, Jin Meili was determined to acquire the quest item. Chapter 126. Internal strife and external threats. Flee with haste. With the chieftain gone, our continued presence here spells only doom. Let us make haste and abscond. The mutated yaks of the Yak tribe. Chapter 127. Ambush of the rat swarm. With the snare meticulously prepared, Jin Meili ventured into the primeval forest, teeming with formidable beasts and fraught with disorienting paths. Serendipitously, Jin Meili sought to capitalize on. Chapter 128. Emergence of the Rat King, the Qingqing Plateau. A sprawling highland circumnavigating the mountain range at an altitude of 5,000 meters, possesses a remarkably uniform ecosystem. The Qingyuan city, governed by formidable human elites, is sustained by the golden-threaded yak. Chapter 129. Heart of the Prairie. The Rat King, caressing his throne, cast a disdainful glance upon Jin Meili, who appeared to pose no threat. You are the Rat King? It seems you have consumed an abundance of lamp oil. Chapter 130. The demise of Xiao Peng. The Rat King plunged headlong into the arcane barrier, seemingly ensnared in Luo Shun's stratagem. How could the already wounded Rat King possibly contend with Luo Shun? Yet, were matters truly as they seemed? Chapter 131. Summit of Frost. The Rat King had not perished. He had survived, albeit with grievous injuries. The majority of his bones were pulverized, and his innate shadow soul had been seized by Jin Meili. Chapter 132. retribution and rebirth. A colossal snowball materialized in the firmament, eliciting astonishment among the assembly of mutated creatures. Immediately initiate Contingency Protocol D. Chapter 133. The Struggle for Territory Emerging from the Subterranean Passage. The group ascended from the tunnel nestled within the valley. After enduring the onslaught of explosive arrow 5-0-10 times, the snow valley succumbed to silence, the sky. Chapter 134. Re-entering Qingyuan City, the verdant expanse of the Qingqing Plateau had withered. Tiny grains of sand cloaked the once fertile grasslands in a yellow shroud, concealing its lack of greenery. The Qing. Chapter 135. The calamity diverted exquisite Gui Qing herb, superior uni, herb, wings of the mutated mantis, fangs of the mutated tiger, and the fur of the mutated tiger. Pass by, do not miss. Chapter 136. Rescuing lives. The news of people being present in the inn left Jinmei in shock, and the number was overwhelming, over 200 individuals. She felt compelled to lead them all out of Qingyuan City, especially considering the impending days. Chapter 137. Divine Beings Clash. Mortal beasts suffer watching Jinmei distance herself. The mutated cat gazed down at the fruit in its paws and consumed it without hesitation. Not every prodigy can become a sovereign. Chapter 138. The Pinnacle of Power. The flight begins on one side. The biting cold wind and snow as thick as goose feathers. On the other, smoke as dark as ink and bones sharp and pale as death. Chapter 139. The Battle for the Summit. Part 1. Prologue. The Final Conflict. A devastating war. Characters. Jinmei, a fifth-tier mutated scorpion, who has mastered the secret techniques of the Yak tribe. Chapter 140. The Battle for the Summit. Part 2. Conspiracy. In an instant, the two major alliances directed their animosity towards the fallen god. However, the Shadow Alliance refrained from joining in. Chapter 141. A devastating war. In order to better control her avatar, Jinmei chose to entrust a fragment of her soul to the game character, the flower seller Jindishui. Thus, the system awakens. Ding ding. The wooden door, adorned with bells, creaked open, and the morning breeze danced past, humming a cheerful tune. Jinmei stretched lazily. The air is delightful. How wonderful it is to be alive. The Battle of Thick Earth Mountain had concluded 2 weeks prior, and everything was progressing towards a promising horizon. Just 2 weeks ago, the human race was still engulfed in the lingering atmosphere of the immense casualties from Thick Earth Mountain, with the loss of numerous high-ranking warriors exacerbating the difficulties faced by already struggling families. Among the fallen were, of course, the subordinates of Xiaoyan, the Lord of Gold Mountain City. Consequently, under the strategic guidance of the strategist Xie Xiaoxie, Jinmei's team launched a surprise attack. This was a swift confrontation. With over 100 scorpions, Jinmei's team, armed with the formidable strength acquired from 2 years of trials at Thick Earth Mountain, successfully seized the military factory in the northern region of Gold Mountain City, leaving the guards in utter disbelief. For the human race, the once thriving armory now lies in complete desolation. The Lord of Jinchang City, Xiaoyan, reluctantly designated it as a gathering ground for mutated scorpions, categorizing its danger level as B. This information has been posted on the bounty board of the Hunting Guild. Meanwhile, the scorpion research facility established beneath the armory has officially become Jinmei's stronghold, and this territory has been aptly named the Little Scorpion Paradise. Currently, our Little Scorpion Paradise has seen an overall enhancement in strength, yet this remains insufficient. We must strive for a brighter future. Yes, Boss Jinmei. Do not refer to me as boss. I am now the director of Little Scorpion Paradise. From now on, call me director. The title of boss sounds akin to a bandit leader. Very well, boss. Host sister, Xiaobai is correct. This place indeed resembles a small stronghold. Suddenly, a voice that was both unfamiliar and familiar resonated, causing Jinmei to feel a wave of emotion. You, at long last, have awakened? Do you have any idea that over these past 2 years, if I had deviated even slightly, I would have perished? Jinmei's scorpion beauty system had fallen into slumber following the Soul of Sorrow incident, and it has now been asleep for a full 2 years. Did this system not transfer control to you, Jindishui? Furthermore, this system was not merely dormant. Behold this. For spatial pockets materialized before Jinmei. Is this for real? Have you truly managed to unlock them? System, you are simply marvelous. Absolutely correct. The mechanical voice of the system unmistakably carried a hint of pride. Let me see. This is indeed a treasure. Within surely lie an array of valuables awaiting discovery. After all, These 4 spatial pouches were borrowed by Jean Meili from 2 humanoid disaster beasts and the treasury of the Lord of Qingyuan City. With a wave of her right hand, Jean Meili eagerly opened the largest of the 4 spatial pouches. However, she was soon left bewildered. Such a vast pouch contained merely a bell. Truly, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Hastily, she opened the second spatial pouch, only to find dark gas swirling and dispersing with the wind. Peering inside, Jean Meili was met with further misfortune. The pouch belonging to Sean was utterly empty. How impoverished these disaster beasts must be. A pouch of such magnitude contained only a single item. The other was completely vacant. Jean Meili was rendered speechless. She took out the bell from the spatial pouch. Examining it closely, there was no instruction manual, and she knew not what it was. What purpose does this system serve? The soul bell can nurture souls and also contain them, storing a multitude of souls within. Oh, what utility does this possess for Nicholas Saint? Gazing at the exquisite bell in her hand, Jean Meili felt a profound sense of calm envelop her. The soul bell could facilitate the rapid recovery of those gravely injured. No wonder this individual possessed such formidable strength, yet was ambushed by the considerably weaker Sean. It was because his treasure had been taken from him. But how does one utilize it? One merely needs to confine another's soul within, thereby generating soul energy. This unique power would bestow numerous benefits upon its possessor. The greater the being's strength, the more potent its soul ability. This object is decidedly nefarious. It must be destroyed. Jean Meili exclaimed as she contemplated forcefully smashing it to the ground. Wait, host sister, you would be wise not to proceed with such an action. The essence contained within harbors numerous souls. If you were to shatter it, those souls would be squandered, and this object cannot be obliterated in such a manner. The system attempted to dissuade Jean Meili, yet she remained undeterred. Let it be destroyed, vile artifact. With a vigorous throw, the mutated scorpion, which had evolved to the 5th tier through the use of a kryptonite potion, possessed considerable strength. Clang! It forcefully embedded itself upon Jean Meili's forehead. Ouch! She touched her forehead, attempting to remove it, but the bell gradually dissolved, merging seamlessly into her brow. Congratulations, host sister, you have gained the recognition of the soul bell. Jean Meili sensed a disconnection from reality. She retrieved a mirror to inspect herself. A bell pattern was imprinted at the center of her forehead, quite exquisite indeed. Upon touching it, she found no discomfort. System, this object 1T consume my mind, will it? Ever since a fragment of her soul had vanished, Jean Meili felt an inexplicable void. However, as the bell integrated into her brain, that sense of loss evaporated instantaneously. Perhaps it was indeed her soul's predicament that allowed her to gain this bell's acknowledgement. The host shall not worry. This is merely a vessel for nurturing souls, devoid of any formidable powers. Furthermore, without the system's acknowledgement, no one can devour your mind. However, this object cannot remain empty, otherwise, it will absorb the nearest living being's soul. Fear not, dear host, for it still contains a considerable number of souls. As long as it is not misused, there shall be no calamity. Upon hearing that all was well, Jean Meili let out a sigh of relief. Although the presence of this sinister object on her head still rendered her somewhat uneasy, with a resigned breath, Jean Meili opened one of the remaining spatial pouches acquired from the treasury of the Lord of Qingshan City. Instantly, a dazzling array of golden light blinded her vision. So much gold. Jean Meili wiped away the non-existent drool from her lips, pouring out the glittering coins. Wealth had indeed come her way, as she had not anticipated the Lord of Qingshan City to possess such riches. Wait, why are these coins so light? Could they possibly be counterfeit? She extracted 100 coins, placing them in her left hand, and casually picked up a stone with her right. They are indeed fake. How could this be? Jean Meili was at a loss. These 100 coins weighed less than this single stone. After removing all the coins and counting them, she found a total of 13,000 coins. Yet, their quality did not even match that of 2 ordinary stones. The audacious lord, leaving behind such a hoard of counterfeit currency, was utterly despicable. Just wait until I dissolve them all and turn them into paint. With a huff of indignation, Jean Meili ordered the coins to be carted away. Our underground passage is dark and in dire need of a fresh coat of paint. Very well, Principal Jean Meili. After dispatching the 13,000 gold coins, Jean Meili nodded in satisfaction, as if envisioning a radiant tunnel of gold. Holding the last spatial pouch in her hands, she offered a prayer to the heavens. May the old Buddha bless, may the Queen Mother bless, may Mainjiang bless, for within it lies something extraordinary. As the spatial pouch was unsealed, a brilliant flash of white light illuminated her surroundings, revealing the contents within. Lo and behold, it was not merely a row of glowing lights. Rather, Jean Meily's astonishment stemmed from the towering figure that loomed behind them. Indeed, nestled within this spatial pouch was an unfinished, pristine mech. Its intricate structure, brand-new components, and torpedo-like missiles, though one could hardly call them mere torpedoes, for they were authentic missiles. If only little Scorpion were to behold these treasures, joy would undoubtedly ensue. Xie Xiaoxia, the most gifted scorpion in the base, remained a mere third-tier mutated scorpion. Why, you ask? Because Xie Xiaoxia had succumbed to the allure of machinery, becoming ensnared in the ocean of mechanics, unable to extricate herself from its depths. The profound and complex knowledge was a source of great frustration for Jean Meili. Little Scorpion, behold what I have brought for you, Jean Meili exclaimed, tossing the spatial pouch to Xie Xiaoxia. Principal Jean, I'm currently preoccupied. Xie Xiaoxia replied. Your gigantic wheel and train design are quite challenging. This item is undoubtedly a sophisticated weapon. I must devote myself to studying it thoroughly. The little Scorpion set aside the spatial pocket and resumed his study of the blueprints, which were intricately adorned with numerous unfamiliar symbols. Jean Meili, dissatisfied with the results she sought, felt an urge to give him a swift knock on the head, but she restrained herself. After all, she was now a fifth-tier mutated scorpion, and damaging the little Scorpion's head would be catastrophic. Just take a look at what is contained within, Jean Meili exclaimed in exasperation. No time, the little creature retorted. If others anger me, I shall not reciprocate. Let them perish in their own folly. Jean Meili suppressed the impulse to berate him. What was so impressive about mechas? They had been easily dismantled by the gods of descent. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of gold caught her eye. The mechanical dog, Xiaotian, was gleefully clutching a gleaming gold coin. Surfing the internet. Indeed, this character had become enamored with the online world, transforming into a member of the elite horde of internet trolls. Alone? No. Rather, as a dog, no. A mechanical dog, he commanded dozens of accounts, launching attacks on a certain popular star online. How infuriating. You mindless fans, I shall bombard you with these accounts. Let us see how smug you remain after you dare to claim that a hard-boiled egg can hatch into a chick. The most egregious part is that if you're going to fabricate, at least be somewhat diligent. That hard-boiled egg is clearly a duck egg. Jean Meili observed the comments floating in the air, utterly speechless. For every disparaging remark Xiaotian made, 99 messages flooded in to drown it out, each one unique. What my brother says is the absolute truth. My brother is so handsome. How could he ever be wrong? Brother, I want to have your children. Jean Meili, upon witnessing this, could only utter 3 words. Oh, my heavens. Master, look at these bipedal creatures. While it is one thing to idolize stars, it is truly astonishing that they would believe in such absurdities. They are so self-absorbed. Why should you indulge them? Jean Meili retrieved the coins from Xiaotian's mouth. Master, why did you seize my krypton? What krypton are you talking about? Have you been playing too many games? Where did you even acquire this? There was originally a heap of it in the furnace. I have no idea who the devil melted it down, claiming it was for paint. Fortunately, I was quick-witted enough to salvage one piece. Jean Meili exclaimed, Are you insulting me? This object is so light, it is not gold. What could it possibly be worth? What gold? This is krypton, the rarest substance in the universe. How could something as trivial as gold compare? Xiaotian seemed to have heard the greatest joke of all time. What does that mean? Jean Meili was perplexed, realizing she had unwittingly engaged in a remarkably significant endeavor. Krypton is a wondrous metal. Not only is it extraordinarily rare, but it is also incredibly lightweight. It finds extensive application in various industries, yet its paramount utility lies elsewhere. Xiaotian proceeded to demonstrate how to utilize krypton. Simply by placing this substance on a virtual network, it transforms into a form of currency for transactions. With it, one can gain priority in numerous pursuits. For instance, in gaming, as long as you possess sufficient krypton, even 1,000 cuts would pose no challenge. As he spoke and demonstrated, Xiaotian placed the gold coins upon the virtual network. The microtransaction vanished directly before Jean Meili's eyes. One microtransaction, let the army of trolls evolve, Xiaotian declared, and a swarm of detractors emerged, gradually overwhelming the once dominant fanbase in a tide of negativity. I am an expert in biology from a certain university. Based on isotopic tracking and historical comparative anatomy, the egg depicted in the image is clearly undercooked, only 7/10 done. I see you are a so-called expert who has been hit by a brick. That is obviously a duck egg, the one on your exam paper. I have reported this. A thorough investigation is imperative. Food safety must come first. How impressive that you can compile such statistics. This 10,000-word comment truly holds merit, despite containing 360 typos. How did you miscalculate? I counted, and it indeed totals 10,000 words. Jean Meili was flabbergasted. Was this truly the power of wealth? Was this the might of microtransactions? It was utterly disruptive to the balance. She found herself at a loss for words, as the spectacle before her shattered her understanding. That must be genuine. Master, a single microtransaction is worth 1,000 standard purple gold stones. Purple gold stones. Purple gold is a type of energy stone, valued at approximately 1,000 copper coins. What? Jean Meili immediately dashed towards the location of the furnace. Eager to salvage the situation, after all, that was a staggering 13,000 gold coins. Master, there is no need to proceed. Only with 100 purity of the coveted currency can one engage in transactions, allowing entry into the network. However, once the coveted currency is melted down, it becomes utterly worthless. Upon hearing this, Jean Meili felt her heart bleed. The pain was unbearable. The system, having absconded with a significant sum, left Jean Meili lamenting the loss of a vast quantity of gold coins. Now, what were once gleaming coins had transformed into mere barrels of gold paint. She could only use them to paint her Ferris wheel. Jean Meili continuously reassured herself, reminding that wealth is merely an exterior possession. One cannot take it with them in death, and if it is lost, so be it. Yet, her heart ached with reluctance. After storing the paint in her ring, Jean Meili retrieved the remaining 3 spatial pockets, pondering for a moment, as if an idea struck her. This scorpion still possessed 4 spatial pockets, capable of accommodating a substantial amount. Their capacity was several times larger than that of her previous ring, which was indeed a valuable asset. It seemed, upon reflection, that it might not be such a loss after all. However, she wondered why the 2 larger spatial pockets were empty. Were they truly devoid of contents? It was quite peculiar. The best remedy for confusion is often to cease pondering. She decided to distribute them. The largest spatial pocket was designated for Commander Skelingchi to store heavy weaponry and provisions, alleviating the burden of carrying numerous items during battles. The second largest was allocated to the resource-gathering team, as they required ample space to collect vast resources, ensuring nothing would go to waste. They would transport everything, rendering all items as theirs. As for the 2 smaller spatial pockets from the Lord's treasury, they certainly could not be squandered. The spatial pocket containing the mecha belongs to Little Scorpion, while the other one is reserved for herself. After all, her spatial ring must remain concealed, for it harbors numerous secrets. For instance, as her power grows, the space within the ring expands accordingly. If it were merely that, Jean Meili would not mind revealing it. Indeed, she had demonstrated it a few times in front of her trusted confidants. However, the moment the soul bell embedded itself in Jean Meili's mind, she recognized the ring's extraordinary nature. This ring can extract the soul energy from the soul bell, transforming it into energy that Jean Meili can absorb. This capability is unknown even to her Scorpion Lady system. Oh no. Jean Meili, the principal. Master, it has dismantled the mecha you provided. What? Dismantled it? It's only a level 2 mechanic. How dare it disassemble my mecha? Jean Meili underestimated the mechanic's fervor for mechanical creations. In a spacious room, intermittent glimmers of light flickered, accompanied by the buzzing sound of mechanical friction, creating an atmosphere of chaotic confusion that disturbed Jean Meili's heart. Upon pushing open the door, a new mecha came into view. Its appearance resembled a plump guinea pig. Ha! It's finally assembled. Little Scorpion exclaimed, gazing proudly at her creation. What have you done? Why are there so many extra parts? Jean Meili interrogated. Principal, take a look at my masterpiece. Why didn't you tell me there was a mecha involved? Jean Meili stared at the scattered components, utterly speechless, feeling as if she had been overwhelmed by an avalanche of absurdity. How could this be? I am a certified level 2 mechanic. While I may not be able to construct mecha, I am certainly skilled at repairing them, exclaimed Xie Xiaoxia, who had cultivated the secret techniques of the Yak clan, as he brandished his azure pincers, appearing jubilant, as if vaunting the completion of a monumental creation. It's not another one of those disposable mecha, is it? The kind that disintegrates with a single punch. Let bygones be bygones. That was merely an anticipated mishap. With that, Xiaxia clambered aboard the truncated guinea pig mecha. Guinea pig 1, commence. This is indoors, you fiend. Don't go berserk. My newly renovated abode. Amidst Jinmei's lamentations, the guinea pig mecha ascended into the air. Indeed, this guinea pig one, originally designed as a burrowing mecha, took flight, albeit not of its own volition, but rather propelled by an explosion upon activation, which sent Xiaoxia, along with his scorpion and mecha, hurtling through the air. What are you gawking at? Go and rescue him. No, rescue the scorpion. Jinmei led the medical team out of the base. The air outside remained pristine, tranquil, yet fraught with peril. I'll scout ahead. Pursuing the fiery sphere in the sky, Jinmei channeled her inner energy, determined to augment her velocity and prevent Xiaoxia from falling into the clutches of other mutated creatures. Leveraging the speed of a Tier 5 mutated being, coupled with the ethereal steps of the Lingshu Gate, learned from Luotian, Jinmei had already outstripped the main contingent by a considerable margin. It's just ahead. I hope nothing untoward has occurred. Verdant bubbles effervesced upon the marshy terrain, while Xiaoxia's guinea pig one had already sunk halfway into the mire. It truly is a source of concern. In the past, Jinmei harbored a deep-seated fear of this marshland. However, now, with her nimble and graceful steps, she is confident that she can traverse the grassy expanse with ease. With a gentle push from her toes, she has already covered a distance of 10 meters, skillfully stepping upon the floating decayed wood, drawing ever closer to the position of the little scorpion. Suddenly, a shadow flits through her mind. Who could it be? She casts a slender needle from the ring, embedding it into the marshy ground. Absorbing the soul of the little green snake, she gains a soul power of 10. A peculiar voice resonates within her mind. A little green snake? Jinmei pauses, realizing something amiss. Why is the soul bell upon her forehead speaking? Is it the system playing tricks? Oh, sister. How could you unjustly accuse me? I have done nothing at all. Oh, how is it that I cannot bring myself to believe you? Very well. Since you have detected me, I have added a function to the bell. System, you actually dare to lie? You have changed. Jinmei feigns a sorrowful expression. Teasing the system's unscrupulousness had been a routine for her 2 years prior. The system's sudden farewell catches Jinmei off guard. Her own system intends to flee? What? You just awakened and already wish to depart. Jinmei wonders if she has misspoken. Then you must explain why you wish to leave. Insufficient permissions, host strength inadequate. Unable to disclose at this time. Before my departure, allow me to impart a crucial piece of information. Should the bell upon your brow become devoid of energy, it possesses the potential to consume your very essence. Therefore, ensure it never lacks sustenance. Farewell, my dear host. With those words, the system ceased its discourse, as if it had truly departed. Fine, keep it to yourself then, she scoffed. Trying to frighten me? I'll have you know, I've been raised on scares. But system, before you vanish, at least exchange all the beauty points I've accumulated. Hey, don't play dead on me. I've been hoarding these beauty points for 2 years. You wouldn't dare abscond with my funds, would you? Due to the system's dormancy, Jinmei had amassed over 1 million beauty points in the past 2 years. She had intended to indulge in a shopping spree, eager to sample the delicacies within the system's store. However, to her dismay, the system had apparently abandoned her, leaving nothing behind, save for a bell that could potentially devour her soul. What a predicament! What a predicament indeed! Ruler of the deep cosmos as Jinmei rescued the little scorpion, in a remote, uncharted corner of the vast universe, a pair of eyes materialized. These profound eyes seemed to have taken root within the cosmos itself, yet they were filled with a sense of vigilance. Master, I have heeded your summons. In the void, an ethereal substance hovered beneath the eyes, seemingly both present and absent. Only the subtly distorted space hinted at its existence. This intangible matter began to writhe, exhibiting signs of trepidation. Master, this was an unforeseen occurrence. An unforeseen occurrence? As a system, your capabilities transcend the very rules of existence. How could there be an unforeseen occurrence? Furthermore, what precipitated such profound trauma to your very essence? His words, neither callous nor affectionate, resonated with boundless potency. Master, allow me to elucidate. The amorphous entity contorted grotesquely, as if enduring severe retribution. Speak then, and be warned. The ramifications of my displeasure are known to you. My sincerest apologies, Master. My prognostication proved inadequate, yet I have made a momentous discovery. The system's contrition rang with authenticity. A far cry from the haughty scorpion beauty system of your. Oh, pray, enlighten me. As such, Master, the system recounted the sequence of events. Followed by its conjecture, the host to whom I am now bound, Jinmei, is singularly unique. Her soul is far from ordinary, possessing not only immunity to soul ablutions, but also a talent second only to your own. Profound contemplation flickered within the depths of his eyes. Possessing such a gift, you say? How then did you manage to exert control over her? Every system is endowed with a purpose. It would not simply nurture a host without reason. Master, my control is not absolute. Though her talent is extraordinary and she wields power unbeknownst even to herself, her reincarnation was as a scorpion. Thus, from the moment of her birth, I endeavored to guide and control her. A scorpion. Intriguing. In these millennia, numerous transmigrators have been reborn as mutated creatures, yet upon discovery, they had already perished in the jaws of other beasts, for indeed, the cosmos teeters on the brink of collapse. In the depths of her dark eyes, stars shimmer like distant constellations. For countless centuries, this universe has witnessed the emergence of numerous travelers who arrive from beyond, bringing with them formidable artifacts. Yet, the true treasure lies within the systems they wield, and among these treasures, the most precious are undoubtedly the souls of these adventurers. Fortuitously, before her misfortune could strike, I discovered her and successfully guided her away from the majority of calamities that loomed ahead. The system spoke with a tone of flattery, seemingly eager to atone for its earlier shortcomings. Then why did you not report sooner? The Master of the Eyes shook her head at the system's demeanor, which was heavily influenced by the mundane world. In an instant, her gaze shifted, exuding a terrifying aura that enveloped the system, rendering it quaking in fear. Please, calm your anger, my master, it implored. Initially, I could not ascertain this individual's strength and potential, so I conducted a slight test, albeit one that proved considerably more challenging. Upon hearing this, the Master of the Eyes became intrigued. After all, one of the core rules of the system is to test its hosts. The more easily a host can be controlled, the fewer trials they are subjected to. Some may even escape testing altogether, remaining ensnared in the illusions woven by the system until their demise, ultimately becoming mere puppets under the system's dominion. Such hosts constitute the vast majority. Conversely, the more difficult a host is to control, the more stringent the conditions imposed by the system, along with increasingly powerful restraints, forcing the host to yield and comply with the system's orchestrations, thereby achieving the ultimate goal of total control over the host. For instance, with individuals like Jean Meili, a significant portion of their memories were suppressed, their inherent talents were obscured, and their capabilities were nullified, all to place them within an environment meticulously crafted by the system. Subsequently, they were evaluated and assigned a rank. And what transpired? She triumphed. Even with her memories, abilities, and talents suppressed, she still prevailed, attesting to the exceptional quality of her spirit. Intriguing. What occurred subsequently? Did you discover a means to exert control over her? Yet, in the end, that individual bestowed all the rewards upon others, refraining from consuming even the gene fruit intended by the master to govern the mind. Thus, I was left with gradual guidance. However, as her powers augmented, I discerned that I was losing command, even diverting a substantial amount of energy to suppress her talents. The system's agitation grew with each word, lamenting how the resources it had allocated to the host were entirely relinquished to other entities. Within the Ho-Tu mountain, there resided two formidable calamitous beasts, one, a rare entity that commanded the undead, and the other, a creature that existed during the Master's era by the name of Nicholas Saint, though this was likely a mere fragment of that entity. That was my initial assessment as well. However, Jean Meili shattered her shackles, her spirit resonating with the psychic assaults of the two calamitous beasts, culminating in a surge of formidable energy. It was this very energy that compromised my own essence, plunging me into dormancy. Indeed, you are my most exquisite creation. How could you commit such a rudimentary error? You should have prevented her encounter with uncontrollable perils. The profound energy in his eyes meticulously scanned the system, causing it to tremble. I apologize, Master. The host is determined to join the fray. Upon this realization, the system exhibited profound anger, recognizing that its host possessed their own will. Understood, you may proceed, it declared, sensing that the moment had come for an upgrade. Thank you, Master. However, before that, please accept this treasure I have procured for you. It may assist you in your unfinished grand endeavor. Oh, the system presented a collection of materials to the host with obsidian eyes. A mere glance from those immense orbs conveyed a piercing intensity. Very well, you have done admirably. I never anticipated that Nicholas Saint would conceal such a treasure so close at hand. No wonder I faltered 3 millennia ago. With this, my aspirations may once again advance. Congratulations, Master. Congratulations. The system exhaled in relief, having successfully confiscated all the items from the 2 spatial pockets stolen by Jinmei. Ha, come forth. This time, I shall transform you entirely. You must assist that individual diligently. I have grand plans. I will. With a blink, the 2 enigmatic beings vanished into the ether. In the murky swamps, 3 water serpents met their demise at Jinmei's hands. Curse it, how can there be so many water serpents in this marsh? She could not skim across the surface like a dragonfly. However, by utilizing the debris of wood and bone scattered throughout the swamp, she managed to navigate the treacherous terrain. It is infuriating that this marsh conceals numerous unseen water snakes, one of which suddenly lunges forth, sending a chill down one's spine. However, this misfortune has benefited Jinmei, as the soul energy within her soul bell has significantly increased. By vanquishing a second-tier mutated water snake, she has gained 2 units of soul energy. And by defeating a first-tier mutated water snake, she has acquired an additional 1 unit. With a deft flick of her wrist, Jinmei gazes at the flying needles under her control, as if to proclaim that she has not been idle in her 2 years of cultivation. As she approaches the wreckage of the fallen mech, she realizes that there is nothing solid to step on in the marsh ahead. The estimated distance is approximately 30 meters. Yet her maximum jumping capacity is only 13 meters. To leap across, she must elevate her strength. If only the system were present, it would be a simple matter to receive a buff enhancement and easily traverse the distance. Reflecting on this, Jinmei feels a surge of anger. Her system has vanished without a trace, taking her resources with it. Relying on others is not as dependable as relying on oneself, she muses. For she has not depended on the system these past 2 years. Channeling her internal energy, she directs it to envelop her legs. The transformation secret of the Yak tribe allows Jinmei to take on a humanoid form, albeit not a true human. Nevertheless, upon assuming this shape, she can employ the lightness technique known as Lingshu step, which significantly enhances her abilities. Yet, doubt lingers in her mind. After all, 30 meters is a considerable distance. 13 is not equal to 30, and 30 is certainly not 13. However, observing how deeply the machine piloted by the little scorpion is sinking, Jinmei resolves to take the plunge. Worst-case scenario, she falls and suffers a few bites from the water snakes. With a surge of determination, a ring of water radiated from beneath Jinmei's feet as she propelled herself forward. However, as she leaped towards the approaching mech, a sense of foreboding washed over her. Though she had surpassed her previous limit of 13 meters, the additional 2 meters felt like a precarious overestimation of her abilities. Just as she was about to plunge into the murky swamp below, a melodious chime echoed through the air. In an instant, a surge of energy manifested, creating an ephemeral barrier above the swamp. Although the barrier flickered out of existence almost immediately, Jinmei's reflexes proved quicker. She utilized the momentum to leap away from danger. Acknowledging her own limitations, she was relieved to have avoided the filthy mire. Yet, the origin of this mysterious barrier intrigued her. Could it be the soul bell hovering above her? With little time for contemplation, she soared past 15 meters, landing deftly on the back of the severely damaged guinea pig mech, designated as the Little Scorpion. The hatch had vanished, leaving her with an unobstructed view of the unconscious Little Scorpion within. With ease, Jinmei hoisted the small scorpion out. Possessing the strength of a 5th-tier mutated scorpion, which was capable of lifting up to 250 pounds, while the 3rd-tier Little Scorpion weighed a mere 100 kilograms. However, Jinmei had momentarily forgotten that she herself was now a 5th-tier scorpion, and her own weight was considerable. The mech, which had been descending slowly, suddenly plummeted. With no other option, Jinmei had to leap towards the wooden structures ahead. Retreating is certainly not an option. 30 meters remain an insurmountable challenge. Furthermore, the inexplicable barrier may yet reappear. The prospect of falling into the murky depths is trivial compared to the lurking mutated water snakes that pose a far greater threat. A single bite could irrevocably bind one to this swampy expanse. Fleeing deeper into the marshlands, Jinmei found herself pursued by the relentless serpents slithering behind her. The sight of the writhing mass of snakes sent shivers down her spine, prompting her to quicken her pace. After an indeterminate distance, Jinmei spotted a large stone. She managed to slay a 2nd-tier mutated water snake, acquiring 2 units of soul energy, pinning one of the mutated snakes to a stone in the heart of the swamp. She confirmed its solidity before leaping onto it. A few steps later, she reached its summit. It was indeed peculiar. What could such a stone be doing in the swamp? This broad and robust stone stood prominently in the center, its rugged surface providing an ideal perch for Jinmei. The pursuing mutated water snakes had vanished into the murky waters, seemingly deterred by an unseen force or perhaps fearing something unknown. Clearly, it was not Jinmei as the prey that instilled fear. Rather, the stone possessed an extraordinary quality. Could it be another sealing stone? Jinmei shook her head in denial. It appeared to be an ordinary rock, albeit taller and larger, marked only by a few scratches. Finding a suitable spot, she cast the unconscious little scorpion aside, finally securing a moment to catch her breath. After a brief moment of meditation, Jinmei reached for the bell atop her head. The sound it produced earlier must have originated from this very object, and the energy barrier was likely a result of its power as well. Why was there such a significant depletion of spiritual energy? Jinmei distinctly recalled that the bell contained at least half of its energy before. Although a considerable portion had been absorbed by her ring, the soul bell now held merely a quarter of its energy. Furthermore, the ring continued to absorb and transform the remaining spiritual essence. Jinmei recalled the system's warning. Once the soul bell reached its limit, it would begin to siphon the soul of its bearer, sending a shiver down her spine. It seemed imperative to hunt down mutated creatures to replenish her spiritual reserves. Having already lost a fragment of her soul, she had yet to fully recover, and the sensation was far from pleasant. If the bell were to absorb her soul, the consequences would be dire. However, the thought of slaying mutated beings to harvest their souls felt undeniably cruel. After all, Jinmei herself was a mutated being who had experienced the anguish of soul loss. She found herself in a moral quandary: either sacrifice countless souls to save her own or wait for the bell's energy to be entirely consumed, leading to her own soul being drawn in. Before Jinmei could arrive at a resolution, the large stone beneath her began to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. Something was violently colliding with it. The little scorpion was soon roused from its slumber, extending its tiny blue pincers and rubbing its eyes. It quickly widened its azure gaze. Jinmei, run. There's a monster. A dark shadow obscured the sunlight, enveloping Jinmei in its ominous embrace. A chilling aura descended, causing a shiver to run down Jinmei's spine. As she looked up, a colossal serpent's eye was fixated upon her, or rather, upon the stone. Its coiled form relentlessly crashed against the massive rock, the surface of which was covered in a dense network of scratches, the result of the serpent's persistent assault. End. Subsequent events. Upon accumulating a sufficient number of soul chimes, a surge of energy coalesces, subtly paving the way for the protagonist, Jinmei, to break free from the system's control. This event precipitates a breakthrough, plunging her into a state of slumber. During her dormancy, the city lord, Xiaoyan, seizes control of the entire arsenal, intending to create a cohort of aberrant beings, humans fused with the anatomy of monsters, to fulfill his ambitions. When the protagonist awakens, she finds that although she has not advanced in level, remaining a level 5 mutated scorpion, the world outside has undergone a drastic transformation. Her cherished scorpion sanctuary lies in ruins, and all creatures with high potential have been abducted by Xiaoyan to serve as experimental subjects. Moreover, she finds herself surrounded by a group of humans who are armed with missiles stockpiled in Jinmei's warehouse, intent on incinerating her. However, this unexpected assault inadvertently causes her outer shell to be incinerated, revealing the body of a supreme entity that has gestated for 7 years. With the assistance of a ragtag group of slum dwellers who launch the attack, she undergoes a transformation. Having shed her exoskeleton, Jinmei emerges as a diminutive scorpion, no larger than a birdcage, yet undeniably a supreme entity. Her aura of dominance compels all scorpions and humans to submit, prostrating themselves before her. In the beginning, Jinmei wished to refuse until the system revealed to her the actions of the Lord during the 7 years of slumber. 1. The doctor had taken Xiao Xie and Xiaoya to escape from Jinshan City, laying the groundwork for Jinmei's eventual complete control. 2. Most of the original 100 members had been brutally murdered and turned into experimental materials, foreshadowing the impending rebellion against the Lord's mansion. 3. Lord Xiaoyan threatened Jinmei's team, restricting their freedom and trapping them within this abandoned armory. Jinmei spared the hapless hunting group, which inadvertently led to the rebellion in Jinshan City, one of whom even saved her. Accompanied by her subordinates from the Scorpion faction, she departed the armory. She harbored no hatred for the hunting group. Her animosity was directed solely at the Lord, for Jinmei was a crucial instrument in Lord Xiaoyan's experiments. Lord Xiaoyan proclaimed, "The fruit is ripe. It is time to reap the harvest." The system informed Jinmei of the Lord's dispatch of the city guard to eliminate them and assigned her a mission: which she resolutely declined. She sought vengeance on her own. The ambush proceeded smoothly, as these advanced mechas were routed by Jeanne Meily's traps. However, she could not have anticipated that. In retaliation for her refusal of a command, the system would secretly sabotage her efforts, augmenting the enemy's combat prowess, resulting in an overwhelming strength of the remaining members. The ambush failed, and Jeanne Meily's Scorpion Paradise members were captured, along with Jeanne Meily herself. The system declared, "The power of the dominant creature extends far beyond this. Obediently follow me and become my puppet." Captured, Jeanne Meily found herself confined within a cage. During this period, in a bid to reinforce its control, the system compelled her to consume her own team members. The system asserted, in nature, it is the survival of the fittest. There is no such thing as familial affection or goodness. However, the virtuous Jeanne Meily resolutely rejected this notion, resulting in her prolonged imprisonment by the city lord until the outbreak of chaos within Jinshan City. The turmoil began when the city lord, Xiao Yan, sought to resurrect his beloved, who was not his wife. The city lord's wife had been wed to him as a means for their family to dominate Jinshan City. Born into poverty, Xiao Yan ascended to his position through sheer strength, yet the condition for his rise was the marriage to his wife. He acquiesced, forsaking his true love in favor of power. Yet, as his influence grew, he realized he was merely a puppet. The tragic demise of his beloved at the hands of his legitimate wife ignited a desire for vengeance within him. Behind this quest for revenge lay a formidable family. In pursuit of strength, he resorted to sinister experiments on monstrous beings. As these experiments progressed, his ambition expanded, culminating in a decade spent forging an army of aberrations that belonged solely to him. He chose to unveil his power and engaged in a fierce battle against the rebels, those who opposed his team's ambitions. The strength of Xiao Yan was formidable. After enduring in silence for 10 years, his army had become exceedingly powerful. However, the sudden assault by the rebels posed significant challenges for him. In a bid to quell the uprising, the city lord extracted the cage that had imprisoned Jeanne Meily. This modified cage functioned as a pressure extraction device, forcibly harnessing Jeanne Meily's formidable aura to envelop all of Jinshan City. To secure victory, the insurgents opted to instigate a monstrous horde, employing a void creeper to draw aberrant creatures from the vicinity of Jinshan City, initiating a decisive confrontation. Unexpectedly rescued by a human, Jeanne Meily chose to assist humanity. However, after exerting her for several hours, she was utterly depleted. The war resulted in grievous casualties. Ultimately, city lord Xiao Yan fled, and Jeanne Meily, controlling the bestial throng, departed to seek vengeance. Unbeknownst to her, the city lord, during her 2-week absence, had transcended the limitations of who can only assimilate aberrant creatures, not sovereign entities directly. Becoming the first sovereign level, Jeanne Meily, compelled by her system's mandates, missed her opportunity for retribution. Exploiting her yearning for vengeance, the system incessantly manipulated her with missions, rewarding her with delicacies and potent artifacts, guiding her to consume other creatures and augment her power. The once benevolent and joyous Jeanne Meily gradually metamorphosed into a formidable aberrant being. Although she refrained from harming humans, in their eyes, she represented a grave menace. In her 2-year pursuit of city lord Xiao Yan, she genuinely apprehended the horrors of this world, primarily through 3 narratives, each encapsulating a distinct emotion, ultimately culminating in her transformation into a cold and ruthless scorpion beauty. The tales revolve around her journey, with the Shadow Syndicate serving as the principal antagonists. Under the system's tutelage, Jeanne Meily progressively ascended in power, evolving from a sovereign creature to a calamity beast, incidentally searching for the planet's sole calamity beast. Though her search proved fruitless. Typically, the transformation into a calamity beast necessitates centuries, yet with the system's assistance, Jeanne Meily achieved this feat in merely 2 years. Thus, the one-armed, 8-limbed deity became the system's quarry. Aided by the system, Jeanne Meily triumphed over the octopod god, and upon devouring it, she metamorphosed into the planet's most formidable aberration. Consequently, the fallen deity materialized, traversing the vast and magnificent landscape in pursuit of Jeanne Meily, yet to no avail. Nevertheless, DNG extended an invitation for him to join his mechanical city, forming a formidable alliance to mend the fractured cosmos. The fallen deity declined, his search for Jeanne Meily remaining unfulfilled. To secure the esteemed swordsman, they resolved to aid him in locating Jeanne Meily, oblivious to the fact that the most perilous star beast, Jeanne Meily, was the very entity they sought. Under the system's manipulation, Jeune Meili encountered Little Scorpion, who had been domesticated by humanity into a formidable calamity beast. To liberate it, Jeune Meili chose to confront humanity. However, with the system's interference, Jeune Meili's success was unattainable. Witnessing Little Scorpion's demise at the hands of humans, Jeune Meili succumbed to madness, utterly becoming the system's puppet. Under the system's command, she commenced the consumption of the planet. Calamity beasts possessed domain abilities, while as a star beast, Jeune Meili wielded the power to devour the celestial sphere. On that fateful day, the colossal silhouette of the Scorpion Woman materialized in the planet's firmament, poised to engulf this world harboring infinite secrets. To safeguard Jeune Meili, the fallen deity resolved to impede her, while Dianji, also wielding a system, intervened with his cohort. To atone for her transgressions, she received the fallen deity's sword. System, why resist? Would it not be preferable to dwell within the idyllic reverie I have woven for you? Jeune Meili, I am not a marionette. The fallen deity also discerned that Jeune Meili was the flower girl, Jeune de Shui. Alas, it was too late. His assault had extinguished the life of his beloved. Jeune Meili entrusted the ring to Luotian, but she possessed merely a week more to live. In that final week of her existence, Luotian gleaned from Jeune Meili the existence of the system and apprehended its insidious machinations. Unbeknownst to Luotian, the Scorpion beauty system had already spirited away Jeune Meili's soul to fulfill the task ordained by its creator. Grand finale, Luotian clutched a sealed primal stone, about the size of an apple, within which resided a wisp of Jeune Meili's soul. His purpose was to resurrect Jeune Meili and to exact retribution from those responsible.